Chapter 441 The Dangerous Big Purple Aquatic Beast. At this time, the water on the lake began to stir again. The situation is somewhat similar to the appearance of the big aquatic beast before. But the difference is that the churning of the water, this time, is obviously more violent. Not only that, but there are also purple waves containing highly toxic substances, which also reflects the appearance of the big purple aquatic beast. The power and danger of the beast far exceed that of ordinary large aquatic beasts. Sure enough, with the sound of boom, a large aquatic beast that was even bigger than the previous one and had purple sponge texture and purple scales jumped out of the water and appeared in front of Wenlong. In front of others. The big purple aquatic beast saw the corpses of its companions on the ground, then looked at Wenlong and others, and couldn't help but let out an angry roar. This is the meaning of this big purple aquatic beast preparing to avenge its close relatives. Of course, it is also a demonstration to let Wenlong and others know how powerful it is. Ah! It came out! Sure enough, the sponge and scales on its body are all purple. Catherine looked at the monster and said thoughtfully, "The previous big aquatic beast looked like a big banana. This one should be like a big eggplant." Right. Sister Catherine's metaphor is always inseparable from food. Lindy's also laughed when Catherine said this. Okay, don't talk about those unnecessary things. Then let's kill the uninhibited guest this time. But be careful not to be careless just because we have the antidote. We must proceed with the awareness that there is no antidote. Fight. Meow. Wenlong knew that the strength of this large purple aquatic beast was far greater than that of ordinary large aquatic beasts. So he also warned Catherine. Okay, Mr. Cat. Catherine nodded. This time it was obvious that Catherine was more serious than yesterday. Wait a minute. Sister Catherine. At this time, Haitang also came forward. Sister Catherine can't be the one hunting monsters every time. Haitang also has to hunt this big purple aquatic beast. Hey, little Haitang. Do you want to fight this big purple aquatic beast too? Well, Sister Catherine, can you give up this monster to Haitang this time? After all, Sister Catherine, you have fought against big aquatic beasts before. Little Begonia, you are so cunning. The big aquatic beast is too weak. It is not considered hunting at all. Catherine obviously did not want to miss this opportunity to fight the big purple aquatic beast. Haitang thinks it's only fair to do this one person at a time. Okay, stop arguing. Then you two can go together, Wenlong said. Anyway, getting more familiar with the attack methods of different monsters is very helpful to improve your strength. And I also need the big purple aquatic beast. Spongy purple skin. The reason why Wenlong needed the sponge of the big purple aquatic beast was because Wenlong thought of the poisonous meat he made before that was mixed with 3 poisonous substances. He always felt that the dose of poison seemed not enough. So he thought if it could be used to pollute the poisonous spongy substance of the large purple aquatic beast in a large area of water has also been added. And the effect should be better. After all, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is also a huge monster. If the dose of poison is insufficient, it may not be able to have a large enough effect. Haitang knows. Then Haitang and Sister Catherine will hunt this big purple aquatic beast together. With that, Haitang also drew out his bow and arrow. From the beginning to the end, this huge purple aquatic beast was watching Catherine and Haitang arguing over something unknown. But during the whole process, it didn't take itself seriously at all. As a giant beast that can pollute large areas of water and is much larger than humans, it is really difficult for this big purple aquatic beast to understand why weak humans would ignore itself so much. After all, judging from its past experiences, the so-called human hunters it has encountered in its life undoubtedly did not run away when they saw it. And even those who did not escape definitely immediately drew their weapons and looked serious. They were definitely not as cruel as what they saw today. There was time to argue with each other. So the first thing this big purple aquatic beast thought of was to give these ignorant humans some power and let them know how powerful it was. So this big purple aquatic beast rushed towards Wenlong and others. And while charging, it spit out purple venom from its mouth. Be careful. The big eggplant is here. Meow, Wenlong warned, pulling Lindy's to hide aside. Of course, this is not because Wenlong is afraid of this menacing monster, but just to free up enough fighting space for Catherine and Haitang. The big purple aquatic beast was indeed very fast. But in just one breath, it was already in front of Catherine and Haitang. And the venom it spit out did not disappear after it fell to the ground, but instead formed a poisonous pool with purple foam. People dare not come close at all. Catherine and Haitang, who had no time to snipe at the big purple aquatic beast due to the previous argument, could only dodge first. One of them rolled to avoid the rush of the big purple aquatic beast. while the other chose to jump back to pull it. Keep distance from the big purple aquatic beast. Okay, get out of the way. Let me take down the tail of this big eggplant first. Because Catherine stood relatively close to the big purple aquatic beast. It was Catherine who was the first to dodge the attack of the big purple aquatic beast. After rolling to avoid the charging attack of the big purple aquatic beast, Catherine happened to go around the rear of this big purple aquatic beast. According to the previous experience of fighting the big aquatic beast, the big purple aquatic beast should have stopped at this time. And then Catherine could cut off the tail of the big purple aquatic beast with a vertical slash at will. However, this brightly colored monster immediately showed its strength. I saw Catherine's big sword slashing down, but found that there was nothing in front of me. Only her own big sword was stuck in the soil. It turned out that the moment Catherine drew her sword, the tail of the big purple aquatic beast had already curled up, making the big purple aquatic beast look like a big snake curled into a ring. Not good! The move failed, and even Catherine was exposed for a moment. The big purple aquatic beast also seized this opportunity instantly. The body that had been shrunk into a ring suddenly popped open again, and in an instant it exploded with great power, and then attacked Catherine. Bang! In desperation, Catherine still raised her sword to defend herself. However, due to time constraints and lack of time to stabilize her body's center of gravity, Catherine was also hit by this blow and took several steps back. Chapter 442, Good at Adapting. Fortunately, I still managed to block it. As long as I can stabilize my body, there should be a chance to counterattack, Catherine thought in her heart. However, just when Catherine felt a little lucky, a burst of purple foam suddenly appeared around her. Catherine also accidentally inhaled some, and when Catherine reacted, she realized that she had been poisoned. Stupid woman! Don't always stare at the monsters, but also pay attention to the situation on the battlefield. Meow! Wenlong shouted from the side. Obviously, Wenlong on the side was the easiest to see through Catherine's shortcomings. As an excellent hunter, although Catherine was very skilled in her movements, she was still unable to grasp the situation with eyes and ears in all directions. Ah! Okay, Catherine nodded. Catherine herself also understood that when she retreated, she accidentally stepped into the poisonous pool left by the big purple aquatic beast because she didn't pay attention to the situation behind her. As Wenlong said, this is Catherine's biggest weakness. Now the overall view is not enough. If you only focus on the monster but ignore the changes in the surrounding environment, you will be a little powerless in the face of some complex environments. Well, although Catherine stepped on the poisonous water and dodged as fast as possible, she still felt a tightness in her chest, which was the result of the poisonous mist beginning to corrode her body. Catherine's first reaction in desperation was of course to touch the antidote in her pocket. After all, if the poison was allowed to corrode, the consequences would be very serious. However, the big purple aquatic beast had no intention of giving Catherine a chance to breathe, and immediately pressed forward tightly. Catherine could only rush to stop it. Bah! 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 The continuous attacks of the big purple aquatic beast made Catherine retreat one after another, because she was in a hurry to drink the antidote, and the effect of the venom had already affected Catherine's body. Catherine almost fell to the ground several times. What a powerful impact! Faced with the impact of the big purple aquatic beast, Catherine finally couldn't bear it any longer and could only give up the frontal blocking and roll to the side to avoid it. Because according to Catherine's experience, for many monsters, their sides are often in a relatively complete position. So Catherine wants to move to the side of the monster first, and then use the time when the big purple aquatic beast turns around to get her own breath. Time. However, Catherine's wishful thinking was wrong again. Catherine had just hit on the side of the big purple aquatic beast, but she found that the huge beast also made a sideways movement. The big purple aquatic beast used its huge body to press towards Catherine, and it was so fast and powerful that it was several times stronger than the previous impact. Idiot! This long eggplant-like body looks like a character who is good at side rolls. Meow! Ah! Finally, Catherine had no time to dodge, and was hit by the huge monster, and then flew out. Bang! Catherine fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, she relied on the protection of high-level armor to avoid serious injuries. And then she stood up again. Mr. Cat, I can still fight. No need. You have been disqualified from this hunting. Let's see what the little girl does next. Meow, Wenlong said. Hey, why? You are now relying on the high-level equipment on your body to be able to stand up. If you had replaced it with equipment that was several levels lower, I'm afraid you would have fallen to the ground at this time, and it would be impossible to stand up. In other words, it's just that you rely too much on equipment now. Meow. But, although Catherine wanted to argue, she was interrupted again. No need to argue. You have to know that what you are facing now is just a large purple aquatic beast. Although it is stronger than ordinary large aquatic beasts, it is incomparable to the ancient dragon species. If you change it to if you are an ancient dragon type opponent, your equipment advantage will be completely gone, and the attack just now has completely crushed you. Meow. I understand. Mr. Cat, it is true that our goal is to hunt ancient dragon species and become a legendary hunter. I am too immature. After hearing what Wenlong said, Catherine also consciously retreated behind Wenlong. But the huge purple aquatic beast just glanced at Wenlong and then turned its head and aimed at Haitang. Besides, at this time, Haitang, after putting distance between herself and the big purple aquatic beast, immediately put the arrow on the bowstring and started to accumulate power. As a long-range archer, Haitang has a better vision than Catherine. Observing the battlefield from a distance also allows Haitang to better grasp the situation on the entire battlefield. Therefore, even if she was dodging while accumulating strength, Haitang was still very agile in dodging the venom left on the ground. Soon, Haitang's energy storage was completed. But at the same time, the huge purple aquatic beast also caught up at an extremely fast speed. However, Haitang did not rush to dodge, but very calmly waited for the huge purple aquatic beast to completely enter the front of her, until the long body of the purple aquatic beast was completely in a straight line with Haitang. It's time. At this moment, Haitang thought silently in her heart. 3 stages of charging. Piercing arrow. Facing the big purple aquatic beast that was charging directly towards her, Haitang shot a piercing arrow that had been charged in 3 stages. This arrow was directed towards the face of the big purple aquatic beast. However, this large purple aquatic beast was also very alert. The moment it saw Haitang shoot the arrow, it quickly turned its head to avoid the arrow. But the arrow still pierced into the body of the big purple aquatic beast, penetrated all the way, and finally passed out of the tail fin of the big purple aquatic beast. Did you see? This is where the little girl is better than you. She is better at facing unexpected situations that she has never seen before. Wenlong added. Little Begonia is so amazing, Catherine said in surprise. Wenlong then explained. You must know that this penetrating arrow has extremely strong penetrating ability. If the big purple aquatic beast turns sideways towards him, it will easily pass through the body of the big purple aquatic beast. Then it is often impossible to exert the maximum power. So I deliberately wait until the body of the big purple aquatic beast is in the same straight line as myself before shooting, so that the arrow can enter from the front of the body of the big purple aquatic beast, and then shoot out from the tail, causing the wound is many times larger than usual. Chapter 443 Deception Tactics. Catherine also knew that it was the first time for both herself and Haitang to face this big purple aquatic beast. And relatively speaking, because Catherine herself had previous experience fighting ordinary big aquatic beasts, when fighting against the big purple aquatic beast, it should be more beneficial. However, the truth is exactly the opposite. Haitang showed a better overall view than Catherine in the first battle. Although it was the first time she fought against the big purple aquatic beast, she knew how to judge the opponent's body shape and find out there are commonalities between different types of monsters. So be prepared in advance. For example, when facing a large monster with a slender body, whether the opponent is a sea dragon, a flying dragon, or a beast dragon, using penetrating arrows to attack from the front can often maximize the damage. This is what monsters have in common. Similarly, there are large monsters with slender bodies and short limbs, because they are not very flexible when turning. Many of them will roll over or use other side attack moves to deal with enemies on the side. And Catherine just failed to realize this and suffered a loss. When Catherine realized the gap between herself and Haitang, the battle between Haitang and the big purple aquatic beast also entered a fierce stage. Although Haitang's arrow just now did not directly hit the head of the big purple aquatic beast, it still caused great damage to the big purple aquatic beast because it penetrated all the way. Therefore, this giant beast had to stop temporarily, and its entire body was twisted due to the huge damage caused by this arrow. Taking advantage of this small moment of stiffness, Haitang drew out the arrow again and prepared for the next round of attack. A period of accumulation of energy. Second stage of energy storage. After a breath, the big purple aquatic beast finally recovered. When it saw Haitang put an arrow on the bowstring again, this cunning monster had already decided to stop Haitang's arrow. The arrow shot towards him again. After all, such terrifying penetrating power has no possibility of defense against the large purple aquatic beast with only a layer of sponge-like skin as protection. So this big purple aquatic beast raised its head and spit out a ball of venom towards Begonia. Oops! Roll away! Otherwise... Seeing this scene, Catherine shouted anxiously. However, Haitang did not do what Catherine said. Instead, she leaned to the right and leaned back to easily avoid the large ball of venom. Of course, this just looks easy. In fact, Catherine has realized that behind Haitang's easy avoidance method, it takes a long time of rigorous training to achieve it. Although it is turning and leaning back, she still has to keep her hands. The charging posture of the hunting bow is not something that ordinary people can accomplish. In other words, to avoid the venom at this moment, in addition to reacting quickly, you also need to have an extremely deep understanding of the venom's flight path to make such an accurate judgment. In addition, when dodging, only those with extremely flexible bodies can do it. Because after seeing Haitang's dodging method, Catherine also tried the same action, and almost strained her ligaments. Finally, the poisonous water spat out by the big purple aquatic beast fell on the ground behind Haitang, turning into a poisonous pool. The petite Haitang was still standing on the edge of the poisonous pond. But she was just not affected by the poisonous water in the poisonous pond. This is a completely different way of evasion from Catherine. Unlike Catherine, who spends most of her time defending with her sword and only evading a small amount of the time, Haitang has no way to defend directly, so she can only evade. This also creates Haitang's uniqueness. Although her strength is far inferior to Catherine's, her body's flexibility and agility are much higher than Catherine's. Catherine couldn't imagine how she could make such an action. But after thinking for a while, Catherine finally understood that there was no way she could make such an action while wearing thick armor. But there's no harm in exercising your body's flexibility, Catherine still thought in her mind. At this time, Haitang's energy storage has been completed. Whoosh! Another arrow shot out, piercing the big purple aquatic beast's jaw, and then shooting out from the side and back of the body. In an instant, another deep blood hole appeared on the big purple aquatic beast's body. At this point, Haitang has opened 2 bloody holes in the body of this big purple aquatic beast. The big purple aquatic beast became even more angry, and the anger caused the monster's mouth to continuously flow out venom. In this case, the big purple aquatic beast launched an attack like crazy, spitting out globs of venom. Under such continuous attacks, even Haitang had to constantly dodge. This monster's vitality is so strong that it's still alive. Seeing that the big purple aquatic beast was still angry, Catherine sighed in surprise. However, at this time, Haitang spoke. Don't worry, Sister Catherine. This monster is going to die soon. While speaking, Haitang had already raised the hunting bow in her hand again. And to Catherine's surprise, at some point, the hunting bow had already been charged in 3 stages. Sister Haitang's energy is accumulating faster than before, Catherine suddenly realized. In Catherine's view, bows and arrows can be charged while running, but her sword can only be charged standing still. Bows and arrows are already very advantageous. But now Haitang's charge speed is even faster. The new promotion made Catherine even more envious. Of course, Sister Catherine. Haitang and I are also making continuous progress. The moment he spoke, Haitang let go of the bowstring in his hand. Just before this, the big purple aquatic beast had also reacted. It was probably because it had been shot by piercing arrows twice before, leaving 2 deep wounds in the body of the big purple aquatic beast. So this time, the big purple aquatic beast knew that it was in a situation that it was impossible to avoid. Next, as soon as he saw Haitang accumulating strength, he immediately turned his whole body sideways. In this way, the damage caused by the piercing arrow can be reduced as much as possible. Moreover, if the opponent is on my side, he can crush this ignorant human woman with his body. At this moment, the big purple aquatic beast was thinking in his heart. Idiot big eggplant. Haitang's arrow this time is a diffusion arrow, different from the piercing arrows shot before. This time Haitang shot multiple arrows in a fan shape, and it happened that this big purple aquatic beast was lying in front of Haitang. Chapter 444 Surprising Begonia. You must know that the number of arrows fired by diffusion arrows at one time is the largest. The number of arrows is more than that of continuous arrows, and it can cover a large fan-shaped area. Therefore, for diffusion arrows, the most suitable target is the long snake lying in front of you, so as to ensure that all arrows can cover the target's body. The big purple aquatic beast at this time just meets this condition. The result was that almost all the dozens of arrows pierced into the body of this unlucky monster. Although these arrows were not as powerful as the piercing arrows, the big purple aquatic beast itself did not have a strong defensive MHOL monster. So ordinary arrows shot by Haitang can easily pierce the skin of this large purple aquatic beast and enter the body. Even if it is not penetrating damage, the damage caused by more than 10 arrows inserted into the body of the big purple aquatic beast in a row cannot be underestimated. So the huge monster began to twitch in pain, so that the whole body turned sideways. And because of the turning of the body, a large amount of blood flowed out along the more than 10 wounds. And the result was that the ground was stained red. The injured purple aquatic beast finally felt the threat of death. Even though its body had lost its balance, it still struggled to crawl. It began to prepare to use up its last strength to escape, trailing a long trail of blood along the way. The big purple aquatic beast began to move towards the lake. It was obvious that it was preparing to dive into the water again. Haitang will not let you run away. Seeing the big purple aquatic beast escaping, Haitang did not chase after him. Instead, he calmly took out 2 arrows, placed them on the bowstring, and stretched the bowstring as far as it would go. Is Xiao Haitang going to use that trick? But it won't happen in this case. Catherine looked at Haitang's technique and immediately understood what Haitang was going to do. Mysterious truth! Kill the first line! Bang! Simultaneously with Haitang's childish voice, there was the sound of the air being torn apart. The 2 rapidly rotating arrows are separated in a fan shape, and between the arrows, you can see traces of the air being cut. This is because the extremely fast speed of the 2 arrows causes the air pressure on the path of travel to drop sharply, and remove the air from the area between the 2 to form a high-speed vacuum area. Then a vacuum-cutting line appeared in the air and moved forward at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Crack! This invisible line crossed the big purple aquatic beast, and the next moment, the big purple aquatic beast fell completely. He fell completely, without even a final struggle. He was cut horizontally from the middle, like a salted fish cut open from the middle. He lay motionless on the ground, leaving only the blood in his body still gurgling. Could he float out? Mr. Cat, Haitang has killed this big purple aquatic beast. After doing all this, Haitang put the hunting bow back on his back and said, Xiao Haitang, how did you become so powerful? Catherine said in disbelief when she saw the scene in front of her. Although this was not the first time that Catherine saw Haitang use secret meaning, kill the lion. But unlike before, this time Haitang did not fall to the ground tired as before after using secret meaning, kill the lion. It was obvious that this was because Haitang had become stronger. Even when using mysteries, he was able to maintain his physical strength without being exhausted. You're doing well, little girl. It seems you've grown a lot during this time. Meow. Even when Long praised sincerely. In the past 6 months or so, Haitang's body has been growing vigorously. Coupled with the exercise during this period and eating the cat rice cooked by Sister Catherine every day, Haitang's physical ability has also improved a lot. Haitang replied happily. Well, it is true that exercise and nutrition are very important. Meow. Wenlong also nodded and said. At this moment, Wenlong remembered the first time he saw Haitang in the arena. At that time, Haitang could not eat cat rice that could improve his physical ability because of his poor family. In contrast, Catherine's focus is completely different. Well, I'm the only one here who still doesn't know the secrets. Seeing how much progress Haitang had made during this period, and thinking that she still hadn't mastered the secrets yet, Catherine became depressed. Not only are you the only one here who doesn't know the secrets. In fact, among all the 5-star hunters, you are the only one who doesn't know the secrets. At this moment, Wenlong did not forget to continue to hit. Oh, so I'm the only one who doesn't know how to do it. Catherine almost cried when Wenlong hit him, and hugged Wenlong. Mr. Cat, teach me the secrets quickly. I also want to learn the secrets. But this thing requires understanding, and it also depends on chance. You can't just learn it if you want to. Meow. Then what should I do? Am I never going to be able to learn the secrets in my life? Catherine hugged Wenlong tightly, and then continued to ask. Let me go first. Stupid woman. You are holding me so tightly. How can I speak? Meow. Bang. Wenlong hit Catherine's head hard, and Catherine let go. Why can't you just calm down if you get so excited over such a trivial matter? But the secret is really powerful, and I'm the only one who doesn't know it. That can't be helped. You have been a hunter for less than a year now, And when the little girl understood the secret, she had already been a hunter for several years. Others have also accumulated a lot of experience and a little chance to finally understand the secret. If you want to fully understand the secrets of your hunter career in less than a year, this would be to underestimate the hunter. Wenlong said seriously. I understand, Mr. Cat. Catherine whispered like a child who made a mistake. But don't worry. Wenlong changed the topic at this time, and then said slowly, You were taught by me, and I know you very well. According to my observation, it's almost time to understand the secret. But there's still a little chance. Naya. Really? But what if you never meet the opportunity? Catherine continued to ask. If you can't find one, then I will create one for you. But I won't help you then. You need to deal with everything by yourself. And it will be life-threatening. Although Wenlong's tone sounded calm, but Catherine knew that Wenlong was saying this very seriously. Chapter 445 The Bullied Woman. Although Wenlong warned Catherine very seriously, these were not problems for Catherine, who was eager to master the secret. So Catherine immediately said with certainty, No problem, Mr. Cat. As long as I can understand the secret, I am not afraid even if my life is in danger. I am also a 5-star hunter who has fought against the Star Dragon. So there will be no problem. Oh, are you really ready? Then don't cry then. Meow. Wenlong said again. Hey, Mr. Cat. I'm really ready. However, Catherine did not realize at this time that she was not ready yet. Okay, let's talk about that kind of thing next time. Let's strip this big purple aquatic beast of its material first. Meow. Wenlong had long been interested in the purple sponge quality of this big purple aquatic beast. So he waved his hand and signaled to Catherine that she should not mention the matter of learning the secrets, and that it would be more important to peel off the materials as soon as possible. So Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang worked together to extract the materials, and even Lindy's was not idle. When the three of them were extracting the materials, Lindy's also looked at the internal structure of the big purple aquatic beast, keeping records. So that's it. After shaving off all the sponge and cotton, just looking at the bones, this big purple aquatic beast is very close to other sea dragon monsters. And inside the sponge, even though they are all dead, but there is still a lot of venom squeezed out of this purple sponge, which is really scary. It didn't take long for her to have all the useful materials in her bag, and Lindy's also showed a satisfied expression as she was able to understand the characteristics of a rare monster in depth. Sure enough, it's right to come to Shichi country this time. Even if I use up all my scientific research funds, it's worth it. While Lindy's was contentedly admiring the information she had recorded, Wenlong also began to make use of the mature purple sponges peeled from the large purple aquatic beasts. Humph. It's made of purple mature sponge. Any water it absorbs will turn into venom when it comes out. Such a powerful venom-producing ability can be put to good use. Meow. Wenlong specially wore gloves, and then used a pair of knives to cut the purple mature sponge into pieces. Then he took out the poisonous meat that had been mixed with 3 toxins and cut it into pieces with this knife. Wrapped them with mature purple sponge and put them into a bag together, allowing the venom to penetrate each other. That's good. With this mature purple sponge that can pollute large areas of water, there will be another toxin in this piece of meat in just one night. After doing this, Wenlong sealed the bag containing the poisonous meat pieces again and put it into your backpack. After collecting all the materials, it was already getting late. But even so, Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang started to explore the surrounding area for 2 days, focusing on the lake area. However, this time it was the same as before. Apart from hunting some small monsters, they did not find anything. What about the traces of Thunderwolf and Tyrannosaurus? Therefore, on the morning of the 3rd day, Wenlong had to give up his search for this lake area and could only choose to return to Jayan village for the time being to rest before making further considerations. The day after Wenlong and others returned from the lake area, Wenlong, Catherine, Haitang and Lindy's came to the hunter-gathering place in Jayan village again and took a comfortable bath in the hot spring bath exclusively for high-level hunters. After taking a shower, the 4 of them found a table to sit down at, and then ordered some wine and dishes with the characteristics of Jayan village to enjoy. Huh? I didn't find any trace of the Thunder Wolf Dragon again. As expected, it's troublesome to find things in an unfamiliar place. If you're in Zahuriide, even if you don't look for it yourself, you just need to give an order to the Black Cat clan, or say H, Lo to Shalon Ludin. Then someone can search for us in most places. Meow! After 2 consecutive searches, no trace of the Thunder Wolf and the Tyrannosaurus was found. Wenlong was in a bad mood, so he complained at the dinner table. Although it's a pity that I didn't find Thunder Wolf and Tyrannosaurus, I also got a lot of information about monsters that are only found in Shichi Kingdom. If we can get it from Zishriyat and publish it, it should be able to attract a lot of attention. Let's make a sensation. Compared to Wenlong's complaints, Lindy seemed relatively content. Humph. It's only Wangli, a bachelor like you, who was born and raised in the kingdom of Zishriyat, who thinks that the monsters of the Shichi Kingdom are worth studying. For me, there is nothing to understand about these monsters at all. Meow, Wenlong, he said it nonchalantly. Ha ha, Lindy said with a smile. Although it really hurts my self-esteem as a bachelor of Wangli to be told like this, I have to admit that Mr. Wenlong, your knowledge is really very rich. Not only for Shishio, but also for Shishio. He knows the habits of various monsters in the red area very well. And he is also familiar with the monsters in the Shichi country. Of course, how can a nerd like you compare with me? Wenlong touched his beard and said, But Mr. Wenlong, you should also have grown up in the Zishriyat area. How did you manage to understand the monsters of Shichi country so well? Lindy's asked with interest. This is it. Ah. Just as Wenlong was thinking about how to cover up the past with a more reasonable excuse, suddenly a scream sounded from the other side of the Hunter Assembly Hall. However, because the distance was relatively far and the assembly hall was noisy, only Wenlong heard the scream, while Catherine, Lindy's, and even Haitang did not hear it. They were still enjoying the delicious food while chatting. What's going on? Meow? Wenlong looked in the direction of the sound. He looked from the dining area to the hall of the assembly hall, and saw a girl lying on the ground, looking a little embarrassed, and beside her there were 4 strong men standing there, looking very angry. Why is this little brat again, and these 4 are 3-star hunters? Meow? Wenlong immediately recognized the girl. This girl was exactly the woman carrying a chopping axe that Wenlong and his party had seen shortly after arriving in Jiayan village. Judging from the way she fell to the ground, she seemed to be bullied. It was obvious that the 4 men standing beside her were the ones bullying her. Judging from the equipment on these 4 men, they should be 3-star hunters. In this Jiayan village, there is a certain strength. What's going on? What are these 4 3-star hunters doing bullying a kid who can't even handle the big wild boar king? Seeing this scene, Wenlong also thought in his heart with some curiosity. Chapter 446, Light Crystal Necklace. In order to find out what happened, Wenlong also carefully pricked up his ears and listened carefully to the conversation of those people. You naughty kid. How dare you lie to us? Said a middle-aged man with a sinister face who looked like the captain of the hunter team. I really didn't lie. The girl defended. Why is there a monster that eats velociraptors in the forest? It caused a group of us to search there for 3 days. But in the end, there was not even a hair on it. But I really saw it. You still dare to tell lies? The middle-aged man with a sinister face raised his hands, looking like he wanted to beat the girl severely. And the girl was so frightened that she quickly covered her head with her hands. Boss, don't be like this. At this time, a young man in his 20s next to the rude middle-aged man said, Just ask her to return the money to us. There are so many people here, and we still bully one person. The little girl is really not very well. Well? The middle-aged man with a sinister face looked around and found that there were indeed many people looking at him, although none of these people stood up to stop him. It was obvious from the looks of these people that there was many people looked at themselves with disdain. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a naughty kid being taught a lesson? The middle-aged man with a stern face glared at the people around him, and then said to the girl, Okay, you can teach me the lesson from last time. Pay back the cost of buying the information. A total of 10 silver coins. But I've already spent all that money. The girl said timidly. Huh? Already spent all the money? Then, there is nothing we can do. The middle-aged man grabbed the girl's collar with one hand and lifted her up. Huh? What is this? When he grabbed the girl's collar and lifted her up, the middle-aged man suddenly saw a little white light. Then he looked at it again and found a crystal necklace hanging inside the girl's collar. It was blocked by the coat before. That's why it wasn't discovered. Oh, you still have something like this on you. Forget it. I will suffer a little loss. I can use this necklace on you as collateral for the 10 silver coins. As he spoke, the middle-aged man reached out and was about to pull a shiny necklace on the girl's chest. This necklace is a very important thing. The girl struggled to protect the necklace on her chest, but her strength was too weak, so the middle-aged man pulled the necklace away. Huh? This scene was also seen by Wulong. Looking at the shining necklace, Wulong recognized it at a glance, and it should be a necklace made of light crystal. Light crystal is a kind of luminous crystal that can be excavated in mines. In addition, there is this kind of crystal on the top of the poisonous monster bird's head. Although a necklace made of light crystal is not a precious thing, it is valuable. It's still much more valuable than 10 silver coins. This middle-aged man wants to take advantage of this woman. Although Wulong had realized that the middle-aged man wanted to take advantage of the girl, Wulong still did not move. Humph. Although it's shameful to bully someone small, it's none of my business. I'll just pretend I didn't see it. Meow. Wulong thought in his heart. So Wulong shifted his gaze to the dining table again, pretending not to see anything. However, what Wulong didn't expect was that the change in his gaze just now had been completely caught in Catherine's eyes. So curious, Catherine asked from the side. Ah, Mr. Cat, what are you looking at? Is something happening over there? No, it's nothing. It's just that the ignorant little kid got into some trouble last time. Meow. Wulong spread his hands to indicate that it was no big deal. That little kid who didn't know the heights of the sky last time. After Wulong said this, Catherine also moved her body slightly so that she could see the situation on the other side. Then Catherine cried out in surprise. Oh, that necklace. What happened to the necklace? Isn't it just a necklace of light crystal? Although it is worth more than 10 silver coins, it is not a precious thing. It just shines and looks better. Wulong said lazily. That's not the case. Unexpectedly, Catherine shook her head and rushed out without explanation. Hey, woman, what are you doing? Meow. In the blink of an eye, Catherine had rushed to the middle-aged man's side and stopped him. At this time, the middle-aged man had pulled off the necklace made of light crystal from the girl's body, and then pushed the girl to the ground. When he was about to leave, he saw Catherine rushing out and stopping her in front of himself. Because Catherine suddenly rushed out, the middle-aged man was startled. However, after taking a look at Catherine, he found that Catherine looked very young. So the middle-aged man became arrogant again. Why are you stopping in front of me? Do you think you want this necklace too? The middle-aged man said. I don't want it. It's just that this necklace belongs to the girl just now. It wouldn't be good for you to take the necklace away like this, Catherine said righteously. So that's it. Hee. The middle-aged man stared at Catherine for a while, with an obscene smile on his face. Well, as long as you sleep with me for one night, this necklace can't be given to you. Do you think how is it? My parents told us when we were young that girls cannot sleep with men they don't like. Catherine continued to say seriously. Girls can't sleep with men they don't like? Ha 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 ha. Not only the middle-aged man, but also the other 3 people in his team also laughed together. Where did you come from to be such a beautiful lady? Have you just stepped into society and don't know what reality is yet? It's okay. Brother can teach you slowly. Tonight we will. Stop. You will get hurt. Meow. At this time, Wulong, Hai Tang and Lindy's also came out. When he saw that the middle-aged man wanted to attack Catherine, Wulong also intervened. However, it was obvious that the middle-aged man did not listen to what Wulong said at all, but continued to reach out to hug Catherine. Then the next second, the middle-aged man fell to the ground, rolling on the ground in pain, and yelling while rolling. Ah! My hand? My hand? What did you do? Chapter 447 New Clues. Ah! I'm sorry. I seem to have used too much force. Actually, I just wanted to push your hand away. Seeing the middle-aged man fall, Catherine said apologetically. It turns out that just now, when the middle-aged man was about to come over to hug Catherine, Catherine slapped her hand and was about to open the middle-aged man's hand. But she didn't expect that hitting him on the wrist would actually hit him. His wrists were so beaten that they were dislocated. Asshole. Are you trying to provoke us? Seeing their captain fall, the other 3 people also gathered around. Obviously, these 3 people thought that Catherine had just dislocated the middle-aged man's hand, thinking that it was just an accident. I told you. You will get hurt. Why don't you listen? Meow. Then the 3 men fell too, and, like their captain, were writhing on the ground in pain. Ah. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to do it. I didn't expect that your wrists were more fragile than just now. Catherine apologized sincerely again. Okay. Please stop apologizing. The more you apologize, the greater the blow will be to these guys. If it leaves a psychological shadow, it is estimated that these guys will not be able to become hunters in the future. Meow. He said. Wenlong also stepped forward and picked up the light crystal necklace that had fallen to the ground due to the chaos just now. At first glance, there doesn't seem to be anything special about this necklace. There is just a line of small words engraved on the light crystal. For the beloved woman. What is this? A token of love? Meow? Wenlong asked. Give me back the necklace. It was given to me by my benefactor. Elu Cat. Give it back to me quickly. At this time, the girl with the axe got up from the ground again and wanted to snatch the necklace back from Wenlong's hand. Of course, with the girl's strength, there was no way to snatch things away from Wenlong. In fact, the girl was stopped by Hai Tang before she even touched Wenlong. You said this was something your benefactor gave you? Meow? Wenlong asked again. Yes. When I was attacked by monsters outside, my benefactor saved me and left. And he gave me this necklace. When the girl saw Hai Tang blocking her in front of her, she did not dare to be presumptuous anymore. Could only reply, that's it. Wenlong nodded, then turned to Catherine. So woman, why did you want this necklace just now? Mr. Cat, I just want to see this necklace to confirm. Cather said. Confirm? Okay, meow. With that said, Wenlong handed the necklace to Catherine. And after seeing it, the expression on Catherine's face suddenly became surprised. And then the surprised expression immediately turned into an expression of surprise. Sure enough, this is my brother's thing. This is really my brother's thing. I can be sure, Catherine said excitedly. Huh? Wenlong was stunned for a moment, and then asked a little strangely, will your brother wear such a feminine necklace? Meow? Indeed, as Wenlong said, almost every aspect of this necklace reveals the slender and delicate style that women love, and it is not suitable for a tough hunter to wear. No, Mr. Cat, Catherine replied. My brother never wears this kind of necklace. But he always puts a dozen of these necklaces in his backpack every time he goes out, saying they can be given to girls as gifts. Think of it as accommodation fee for staying at their house or something. Could it be that? Wenlong opened his mouth in surprise. So girls often come to my family with necklaces like this and ask my brother to take responsibility. Then my brother will go out and hide for a while in the name of going hunting, Catherine said sheepishly. No way. Your brother is such a person. I just didn't know it. Meow. As Wenlong spoke, he looked at the girl. When he thought that the girl was about the same age as Hai Tang, Wenlong's heart was like 10,000 grass and mud horses running past. You can't even let such a small one go. You are simply a beast. Ah. So Wenlong asked tentatively, hey, little brat, your benefactor didn't do anything weird to you, right? Wah. What's weird? What are you thinking about? No. Forget it. It's nothing. I mean, what's the name of your benefactor? What does he look like? What weapon does he use? Meow? Wenlong asked again. Why are you, an Elu Cat, asking so many questions? The girl obviously didn't want to answer. Be polite to Mr. Cat, or I will beat you. At this time, Hai Tang said from the side, and as soon as she saw Hai Tang, the girl became honest. He has long silver hair, is handsome, has a strong build, uses a sledgehammer, and the benefactor's name is Eric Silver. That's it. Wenlong turned to look at Catherine and found that Catherine nodded excitedly. It seems that's right. I finally have news about your brother. I just didn't expect that. I originally wanted to find out about Thunder Wolf and Tyrannosaurus, but instead I heard news about your brother. Wenlong also sighed with emotion. Road. Before Wenlong could finish his emotion, Catherine had already walked up to the girl and asked impatiently, tell me, where is my brother? Your brother? The girl looked at Catherine with a confused look on her face. But she quickly realized. Sister, the color of your hair is really similar to the color of my benefactor's hair. Are you really? Tell me, where is my brother? Catherine asked again. I don't know either. The girl shook her head and said, he just said he was going to kill a very powerful monster and then left our village. What monster? Little sister, do you still remember? Catherine asked again. It seems that the monster is called Poison Beak. That's all I know. Poisonous Beak. Wenlong and Catherine looked at each other again, but said nothing more. Because Wenlong and others who participated in the last meeting held at Wang Li's hunting group all knew that the so-called Poison Beak was not a monster at all, but an illegal terrorist organization. Of course, it is understandable for the 13 or 14-year-old girl in front of her to confuse the name of this organization with some kind of monster. After all, most of the time, The hunter's opponents are monsters. And Wenlong noticed the increasingly worried look on Catherine's face. This was because Catherine thought about the mysterious dragon man who could control monsters he met in Zahiriide. And that person was just a member of the Poison Beak organization. And he had already almost killed Wenlong and others. Chapter 448. The poisonous beak is everywhere. So my brother has also encountered a poisonous beak? Catherine said to herself worriedly. Then when did your benefactor leave Yuyun village? So Wenlong asked the girl again on behalf of Catherine. Probably, the girl thought for a while and finally said. When a purple light appeared in the sky some time ago. The benefactor left the next day. Have you been gone for so long? I wish I had known earlier. Catherine also said in a low mood. Okay. There's nothing to worry about. Wenlong comforted. At least I know that your brother has been here. It seems that our visit to Shichi country this time is not in vain. Thank you, Mr. Cat. I feel much better now that you say so. It's just that. Wenlong changed the subject and continued. Since your brother's target is Poison Beak, and he chased him all the way to the Shichi country. This also proves that the Shichi country has also been infiltrated by the Poison Beak organization. Meow. When the poisonous beak was mentioned, even Wenlong became a little nervous. After all, when he first came to Jiayun village, Wenlong thought that he only needed to hunt a thunder wolf dragon. But he didn't expect that not long after, a terror Tyrannosaurus appeared that often wandered in when hunters were hunting thunder wolf dragon. And now it is discovered that the Poison Beak organization has penetrated deep into the territory of Shichi Kingdom, which further aggravates Wenlong's worries about hunting. Not only the Dino Tyrannosaurus, but also the organization Poison Beak is going to interfere with it. It seems like it's really not that easy. Wenlong looked at Catherine and Haitang, and then thought in his mind. At this time, Catherine could no longer hold it in any longer. Mr. Cat, let's go quickly. If Poison Beak is here too, I don't know what my brother will do. Don't worry. You can't run around like a headless fly. Meow. Wenlong said. But my brother. I know. Wenlong interrupted Catherine. We will discuss it with the president of the Hunter Guild in Jiayun village later, and ask him to help search. In addition, I will also find a way to contact the black men nearby. Let's communicate with the Cat Clan and the White Cat Clan so that they can also help. If so, the search efficiency should be improved a lot. Thank you, Mr. Cat, Catherine said gratefully. In addition, the search for Thunder Wolf and Tyrannosaurus cannot be relaxed. Wenlong said again, the search for Thunder Wolf and Tyrannosaurus and the search for your brother should be carried out at the same time. After all, I have a hunch that there are many problems involved. There may be some connection. Mr. Cat, are you saying that Thunder Wolf, Dino Tyrannosaurus, and my brother's disappearance are related? Catherine asked with some confusion. Well, that's it. In fact, I had some doubts before. But this time, I am sure of it. Wenlong slowly explained. Think about it. Why do so many people encounter Thunder Wolf? When there are dragons, the Tyrannosaurus Rex will invade and cause the hunting team, including a 5-star hunter, to fail the mission or even be destroyed because of it. Meow? Why? Catherine didn't understand. Because, although the Tyrannosaurus Rex really likes to suddenly appear when other monsters are fighting with hunters, it always appears when the hunters are hunting Thunderwolfsaurus. This is a bit strange, as if it is on purpose. As arranged. Meow. Mr. Cat, are you saying this is Poison Beak's fault? Catherine finally tried to ask. Yes. It seems that your brain has opened up. If the organization Poison Beak is also brought in, then when hunting the Thunder Wolf Dragon, the intrusion of the Tyrannosaurus, which is more powerful than the Thunder Wolf Dragon, can be seen as it's a trap specially designed by Poison Beak for guild hunters. And its purpose should be to weaken the power of the Hunter Guild. Wenlong's words made everyone present take a breath. And even Lindy's, who was a Wanli bachelor instead of a hunter, felt a little panicked. After all, as Catherine and others who have experienced the disaster dragon crisis, they have more or less understood the strength of the Poison Beak organization. Therefore, Catherine and others fully believe that what Wenlong said was completely possible. Forget it. There's no need to think too much now. This isn't the first time we've encountered these guys. At worst, the soldiers will come to cover up the water and earth. Anyway, those guys have been defeated by us once. Meow. Seeing that everyone was a little uneasy, Wenlong still comforted him. That's right. If Poison Beak comes out to cause trouble again, you will definitely win. After Wenlong said this, Lindy's also said excitedly, what on earth are you talking about? At this time, the girl who had been standing on the side listening and carrying a chopping axe asked in confusion. It's nothing, little sister. What we are talking about is not something you should know. Catherine said. Humph. I don't want to know yet. Then return the necklace to me. It was given to me by the benefactor who saved me. It is mine, the girl said confidently. Okay, little sister. Catherine handed the light crystal necklace to the girl, and then said, Little sister, what is your name? Me? My name is Rin. It's Sister Rin. Don't go to dangerous hunting grounds alone again. Someone may not save you next time. Humph. The girl named Rin snorted, and then said disdainfully, Who wants you to save me? When I am in danger, my benefactor, Big Brother, will come to save me. After saying that, Rin put away the necklace made of light crystal and ran away quickly. This little brat is a bit strange. Meow. Wenlong suddenly sighed when he saw the girl leaving. Huh? Mr. Cat, what's so strange about this girl named Rin? Catherine still didn't understand. I can't tell clearly. Maybe it's my misunderstanding. Wenlong stroked his beard and said, We'd better report the poisonous beak to the president of the Hunter Guild in Jieyun Village first. If he can know about it, Meow should be able to help us. Yeah, that's right. So everyone agreed to go to the president of the Hunter Guild of Jieyun Village first. The place where Wenlong and others are now is the Hunter Assembly Hall in Jieyun Village. And the guild president's office is in a small house not far from the assembly hall. Although it is already night, Wenlong knows that according to the regulations of the Hunter Guild, if there is an emergency, you can contact the president of the Hunter Guild during non-working hours. Not to mention 5-star hunters like Catherine and Haitang. I already have such a privilege. Chapter 449 The Old Man Carrying the Wine Gourd. Wenlong and his party left the meeting place through the back door, and then walked through a long wooden corridor. Not long after, they saw a simple wooden hut. According to the information they had previously asked from other hunters, the hut this is where the Hunter Guild of Jieyun Village is located. So Catherine, who had the status of a 5-star hunter, was the first to step forward, and then politely knocked on the wooden door. Soon the wooden door opened with a creak. However, as soon as the door opened, Wenlong and others smelled a strong smell of alcohol, which felt as if a big wine jar was placed in front of Wenlong and others. What came out from behind the door was an old dragon man whose hair and beard had turned white. He was the president of the Hunter Guild of Jieyun Village, and like most elders of the dragon tribe, the president of the Hunter Guild of Jieyun Village is also wearing simple coarse clothes. But what is particularly eye-catching is that he is holding a clanking wine gourd in his hand. Judging from the sound, it could be heard that there was probably not much wine left in it. Hiccup. The guild leader of Jieyun Village burped a wine-smelling burp, and then said, Oh, it's you. Why do you come to see me so late? Guild president, we have something important to report to you. Catherine spoke first. As a 5-star hunter, Catherine has the right to directly disturb the guild president during non-working hours. We discovered a terrorist organization composed of illegal hunters. The members of Poison Beak have already arrived in Shichi country, and they have probably been around Jieyun Village before. Poison Beak? Isn't that the illegal hunter organization in Zishard? Why did it come to our Shichi country? As the president of the Hunter Guild of Jieyun Village, this old man from the dragon tribe is obviously well informed. As soon as he heard the word, Poisonous Beak, he immediately understood what Catherine was referring to. We don't know why they came here, but they were involved in the Evil Star Dragon incident in our West Shuriide area some time ago. So I want to remind you to pay attention to it. Catherine continued, Well, I've heard about the Star Dragon incident, so thank you for reminding me. I already know it, the president said, stroking his beard. Is there nothing else? If not, I'll go have a few drinks first. Of course. If you are also willing to drink with me, I am also very welcome. When it comes to drinking, the president of the Hunter Guild of Jieyun Village cannot hold back his expression of excitement. Wait a minute, President. There is something else I want to ask you for a favor. Seeing that the president was about to turn around and go back to his room, Catherine said quickly. Huh? Is there anything else? The president raised his eyebrows and then asked. That's it. I would also like to ask you to help me search for news about my brother. Your brother? Who is he? Eric Silver, Catherine said. Eric Silver? He is tall. His hair is silver, and his weapon is a big hammer. Catherine quickly gestured with her hands. Ah, it seems that there was such a person here some time ago. He was a very powerful hunter. Are you his sister? The president of the Hunter Guild of Jillian Village finally looked at Catherine carefully. And then finally it showed an expression of sudden realization. Yes, I am his sister, Catherine Silver. So I want to ask you for news about my brother, Catherine said immediately. It's a pity that I don't know where he went. That's what that person is like. He leaves in a hurry every time he comes. The president of the Hunter Guild of Jillian Village shook his head again and said, That's it. But if possible, I still want to ask you to help find the whereabouts of my brother, Catherine said anxiously. Looking for the whereabouts of your brother. The president of the Hunter Guild of Jillian Village thought for a moment and then said, This should be no problem. I will tell all the hunters in the guild about the missing person early tomorrow morning. If there is any news, I will inform you immediately. In short, don't worry. Thank you very much, Catherine said excitedly. You're welcome. We are all part of the guild. It's natural to help each other. In addition, I will also draw attention to the movements of the Poison Beak organization. Indeed, the incident where the 5-star hunter team was wiped out some time ago was also brought to the attention. It's a big blow to our Jillian village. Now that I think about it, it might really be related to the poisonous beak. The president of the Hunter Guild of Jillian Village seemed to have drunk a lot of wine. But he still spoke clearly and coherently. Therefore, after receiving the promise from the president of the Hunter Guild of Jillian Village, Wenlong and others politely bid farewell to each other, and then returned to their accommodation. This night, Wenlong and others rested early. Early the next morning, Wenlong and others got up earlier than usual, because in addition to bringing hunting equipment and props, Wenlong and others also prepared a large amount of wood polygonum in order to drop by the nearest Black Cat tribe's territory to see if they could request a Black Cat clan help. With these things, plus some shiny gold coins, we should be able to attract some Black Cats to help us search. Meow. Wenlong was also quite interested when looking at the large bag of wood tianli that Catherine was carrying. Said confidently, After all, whether it is gold coins or wood vines, they are all things that the Black Cat clan likes. If they just ask them to help search the surroundings, they should be able to agree. It would be great if those Black Cat tribes were willing to help. But Mr. Cat, where exactly are those Black Cat tribes' territory? Catherine and Hai Tang both asked curiously. The Black Cat clan, according to the signs on the map. It should be around here. Wenlong pointed at a marked red area and said, In a place like this? Catherine said in surprise. Isn't this near the Spirit Peak where the Thunder Wolf Dragon once lived? There should be many monsters there. Right. Yes, that's right there. Meow. Wenlong said with certainty. Speaking of this Lingfeng, it is actually the highest mountain near Jillian village. There are dense trees and streams and springs there. So many monsters live there. The famous Thunder Wolf Dragon once inhabited the top of Lingfeng Peak. But since the purple flash appeared in the Zishard area, the Thunder Wolf Dragon began to come down from Lingfeng Mountain frequently and continued to attack humans. Later, I rarely returned to Lingfeng. Chapter 450 Walking in the Rain. This time Wenlong chose Lingfeng as the destination of his search. One reason was that there was a Black Cat tribe's lair near Lingfeng, and the other reason was that he also wanted to see if the Thunder Wolf Dragon had returned. On Lingfeng, Wenlong thought that after all, Lingfeng was the place where the Thunder Wolf Dragon had lived for a long time. Maybe the Thunder Wolf Dragon would come back to take a look. Moreover, even if no trace of the Thunder Wolf Dragon was found, other clues might be found. The straight line distance from Jillian village to Lingfeng is not too far. It is not as far as the distance Wenlong and others went to the lake area before. However, Lingfeng is the highest mountain near Jillian village and is surrounded by various large and small mountains. It is surrounded by mountains, so the road is also the most difficult to walk. There are almost all mountain paths along the way, and monsters that threaten human beings may be hidden in the dense woods at any time. Fortunately, Wenlong and his team are already strong enough to ignore these dangers, and even if monsters appear, they will basically be able to ignore them. He was instantly killed by Wenlong and others. However, as Wenlong and others got closer and closer to Lingfeng, Wenlong and others also found that the surrounding roads were becoming more and more difficult to walk. There were even wet soil in many places, and there were moss growing on the rocks in many places. It's also difficult to stand firm even if you step on it. In addition, there are deep canyons in many places below the mountain road, which would be very dangerous if you fall. Be careful. This mountain road is not easy to walk on. It will be bad if you slip and fall. Meow. Wenlong, who was walking at the front, reminded. Yes, I understand, Mr. Wenlong. At this time, Lindy's, who was walking in the middle of the team, replied. In fact, Wenlong's words were meant for Lindy's. After all, with the current strength of Catherine and Haitang, it is not that easy to fall. Only Lindy's, who is weak in physical strength and agility, is relatively more vulnerable, a bit more dangerous. Moreover, the formation of Wenlong at the front, Lindy's in the middle, and Catherine and Haitang following behind was actually to better take care of Lindy's safety. Therefore, the entire team's movement speed became slower because they had to take care of Lindy's movement speed, so that it was already evening when they finally reached the foot of Lingfeng Mountain, and the sky became gloomy. But this is not only because dusk is falling, but also because the sky is beginning to be filled with dark clouds. I don't know when the sky has turned into a dense black, and you can even see the occasional appearance in the dark clouds. Blue lightning. The weather in the mountains really changes at any time. We'd better leave quickly, otherwise we'll be soaked in the rain. Wenlong looked up and urged everyone to leave quickly so that they could find a place to take shelter from the rain. However, before Wenlong could finish his words, he heard another burst of thunder in the air. Boom! Immediately afterwards, huge raindrops began to fall in the sky. The thunderstorm was so urgent that even Wenlong did not expect it. Oh meow! It started raining just as I said that. Meow! Wenlong and his party could only speed up. Fortunately, the dangerous mountain road before had passed, but the mud and moss-covered rocks under their feet were still the biggest obstacles on the way forward. After driving for a while, the sky became even gloomier, except for Wenlong. Everyone else's vision was extremely seriously affected. At this moment, Wenlong suddenly heard an exclamation of, "Oh!" And then someone suddenly fell to the ground. Looking back, I found that it was Lindy's who fell. Although she did not fall from the mountain road, she was covered in mud. It's okay. The notebook is not dirty. Although she fell down, Lindy still said somewhat happily. At this time, Catherine, who was behind Lindy's, also followed up. When she saw Lindy's falling to the ground, Catherine immediately stretched out her hand and prepared to give Lindy's a hand. Oops! It seems like I twisted my ankle. However, when Lindy's was about to stand up, she only felt a burst of pain, and then she realized that her ankle had been twisted when she fell. Is your foot injured? Sister Lindy's, let me carry you. After discovering that Lindy's ankle was injured, Catherine immediately squatted down and motioned for Lindy's to lie on her back. How can this work? If I'm covered in mud and water, I'm still lying on your back. It's okay. Sister Lindy's, come up quickly. Ah, I'm so sorry. Seeing Catherine insist, Lindy's no longer refused. She just lay on Catherine's back and let Catherine carry her forward. Wenlong and his party continued to move forward like this, but the rain became heavier and heavier. The heavy raindrops before had turned into a downpour, and there was no sign of stopping. It's true that misfortunes never come singly. Meow. In this night-like environment, surrounded by waterfall-like rain curtains, not to mention Catherine and others, even Wenlong's vision is much worse than before. Even for things close by, it's also blurry. Wah 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 was accompanied by the loud sound of rain. There was the sound of rain all around, so loud that it drowned out all other sounds. At this moment, everyone's perception has become dull, and both vision and hearing have dropped to an extremely low level. Therefore, in order to ensure that each other can see each other and that no one in the team is left behind, Wenlong and his party can only move in a dense team. And at this moment, Wenlong suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. There seems to be something. Meow! Wenlong said smartly. In this heavy rain, Wenlong felt something appeared. Wenlong, who was walking at the front of the team, suddenly stopped. However, because their vision and hearing had been severely disturbed by the heavy rain, Catherine and Haitang did not hear Wenlong's voice or see Wenlong's movements at all. As a result, Haitang almost bumped into Wenlong and barely stopped at the last moment. Catherine, who was carrying Lindy's on her back, was not so lucky, because the road was slippery and the inertia was too great. Catherine didn't have time to stop, and suddenly hit Wenlong. Meow! Plop! Catherine tripped over Wenlong's short body, and then Catherine and Lindy's crushed Wenlong to the ground. Ah! Mr. Cat! I didn't mean it! Catherine quickly explained. Ah! I'm sorry, Mr. Wenlong. It's all my fault for being so useless and dragging you down. Lindy's also apologized quickly. You too. Please stop apologizing and get up quickly. Meow! Under Wenlong's scolding, Catherine immediately got up, and then helped Lindy's, who sprained her ankle. to stand up as well. Chapter 451 The Extremely Fast Black Shadow. Is there a monster? Haiteng looked around, but did not find anything suspicious due to the heavy rain and too dark light. Not just Haiteng. Neither Catherine nor Lindy's noticed any other suspicious creatures approaching, let alone any monsters. There is indeed something in this, uncle. I can feel it. Only Wenlong firmly believed this. Suddenly, Wenlong saw a black shadow flashing through the dusk. There is indeed something. Meow! Although it was only for a moment. Wenlong immediately pulled out his two swords and stood in the rain. Wenlong carefully discerned all the movements around him, whether it is vision, hearing or smell. Wenlong maximized it as much as possible in order to distinguish the identity of the other party in this dark rainstorm. Soon, Wenlong saw the black shadow appear again. But the black shadow did not approach Wenlong, but attacked Catherine. Careful! Meow! Under Wenlong's reminder, Catherine finally noticed the existence of the black shadow. However, because she was still supporting Lindy's, Catherine was unable to draw the sword from her back immediately. The result turned out to be let the black shadow approach him. At this time, Catherine was ready to deal with the attack. However, what surprised Catherine was that the black shadow did not attack her, but passed her by her side, and then disappeared again, in the woods not far away. All of a sudden, there was only the sound of majestic rain all around. Hey, woman! Are you hurt? Meow? The black shadow passed by Catherine before, which made Wenlong a little worried. So after the black shadow disappeared, Wenlong immediately asked with concern. Ah! It seems nothing happened. The black shadow didn't seem to have any attack power. It just flashed past me and then disappeared, Catherine said with some confusion. What about you? The girl with glasses? Meow? Wenlong asked Lindy's again. After all, it was Catherine who was supporting Lindy's just now, and the two of them could be said to be standing together. So Wenlong was also a little worried about whether the black shadow was coming towards Lindy's. No, there's nothing wrong with me. I feel that the black shadow doesn't seem to have any malicious intent, Lindy said with lingering fear. Isn't it some kind of monster? If so, then I'm afraid it's that one. Meow. Wenlong thought for a while, and then said, Mr. Cat, what exactly are you talking about? Catherine was a little confused. I'm not sure yet, but if it's true or not, I'll know with a little confirmation. Meow. As he said that, Wenlong took out a plant of Polygonum arborescens from his pocket. The moment Wenlong took out Mushiampo, suddenly, the black shadow appeared again. This time, the black shadow did not go anywhere else, but rushed directly towards Wenlong. Sure enough. Meow. Different from before. This time Wenlong was already mentally prepared. So when the black shadow rushed towards Wenlong, Wenlong reacted several times faster than the last time. As a result, when the black shadow reached Wenlong's side, Wenlong kicked him directly. Snapped. Wenlong accurately hit the target, and the black figure fell at Wenlong's feet. At this time, everyone finally saw the true face of the black figure clearly. Ah! It's actually a black cat! Catherine, Haiteng, and Lindy's all exclaimed. What was in front of Catherine and others was a black cat. However, unlike the black cats they had encountered before, this black cat did not carry a cat claw cane like the black cats, but simply used its hands to steal. His movements are lighter and more difficult to be detected, which also shows his superb stealing skills. Oh, uncle, you are so cruel. Meow. At this time, the black cat that fell in the muddy water was not angry because of Wenlong's attack. Instead, it stood up again. But unexpectedly, if you can see through my actions, you are not an ordinary person. Meow. You want to steal my things? Are you impatient? Meow? Wenlong said viciously. Well, how can we, the Black Cat tribe, call it stealing when we take something? At most, it can only be called borrowing. So this uncle, you must be too surprised. The Black Cat tribe in front of him argued. Stop talking nonsense and return the things first. Otherwise you will see something nice. Meow. Ah. Okay. Okay. After saying this, the Black Cat tribe took out a black notebook from his pocket, and then took out a few bottles of recovery medicine G and handed these things to Lindy's and Catherine. Hey, isn't that my notebook? When did it get there? Lindy said in surprise. It's amazing. Are all these healing potions G stolen from me? You can steal so many things in a flash, and you don't even need to use the cat's paw cane. Unlike Lindy's, Catherine had an expression of admiration. Humph. I am the #1 expert in our tribe. And so is Robin. In terms of stealing skills, I am the second best. But no one dares to be the first. Meow. Hearing Catherine's praise, the self-proclaimed Robin the Black Cat tribe also became proud. Stop bragging. When Long saw that the other party returned all the stolen things, and his tone softened slightly, and then asked, by the way, since black cats like you are around here, then there should be people around here. It's a cave that can be used to take shelter from the rain. Meow. Master, you're right to ask me, Robin said respectfully to Wenlong. There is indeed a cave of our black cat tribe nearby. I will take you there to take shelter from the rain. Meow. Okay. Thank you for your work. Meow. Wenlong also nodded and said. So Robin led the way. And it didn't take long for Wenlong and others to arrive in front of a mountain wall. In front of the mountain wall, there were many vines climbing on it, which looked like a green wall. Is this right here? Meow. Wenlong asked. That's right. It's right here. Sometimes I run here when I borrow something, Robin explained as he pulled the vines. Only then did Wenlong realize that those vines were actually just decorations, placed outside to hide them from others. After moving the vines away, a cave was revealed behind them that was large enough for humans to enter. It's so well hidden. Your entrance is actually hidden behind the vines. Meow. Seeing this scene, Wenlong also said the same. Chapter 452, Deterring the Cats. Entering from the entrance of the cave, Wenlong and his party finally didn't have to get wet in the rain. This is a semi-natural cave. Although it looks like it was naturally formed, there are also many traces of excavations inside. It should have been expanded as the number of the Black Cat clan increased. It can be seen that the Black Cat clan has also been operating quite a lot here. Long period of time. Mr. Cat, there are many Black Cat tribes here, but they seem to look at us differently from the Black Cat tribes in the West Melon Mountains. Catherine looked around and saw that there were many Black Cat tribes in a big one. There was someone wandering in the cave. So Catherine asked a little strangely. Of course it's different. Regarding Catherine's doubts, Wenlong did not answer, but thought in his heart, those Black Cat tribes in the West Melon Mountains have been tamed by me, and none of them dare to make mistakes. Everyone here is still wild, and most of them want to come up and steal things. So why do they have the same eyesight? Just when Wenlong was thinking this, it didn't take long for several Black Cats to follow Wenlong and others in a sneaky manner. Wenlong was also rude. As soon as the opponent made a move, Wenlong directly attacked them. The slap was slapped back, directly blinding the Black Cats who dared to attack. Don't be impulsive. Everyone. This uncle is very powerful. I was kicked away just now without even being able to hit me. At this time, Robin pointed at Wenlong and said to the Black Cats who had just attacked, with a look on his face. But there was no look of shame or embarrassment at all. Instead, there was an expression of admiration for Wenlong. At this time, an old man from the Black Cat tribe said, there are things in this world that you can't steal. Robin? Meow? I can't help it. When we were outside just now, I sneak attacked Mr. Elu Cat in the rainstorm. Robin explained. Sneak attacks in the rainstorm were originally my specialty. But in the end I was discovered. Meow. Wow. There were exclamations of surprise among the Black Cat tribe. It seems that you are very powerful hunters. Even the most skilled Robin in our tribe can't steal anything from you. Meow. At this time, the old Black Cat tribe said again. It's okay, Catherine said modestly. I'm only a newcomer who has been in the hunter industry for less than a year. If I want to say someone is powerful, Mr. Cat is the most powerful. Oh, that's it. The old Black Cat tribe looked at Wenlong with a smile on his face. Although we are the notorious Black Cat tribe, as a member of the Elu Cat family, I'm very happy to see such a powerful character among our Elu Cats. Meow. With that said, the old Black Cat tribe glanced at Wenlong and others, and then asked, so, what are you here for? You shouldn't be traveling here for nothing. Right. Yes, we do have a reason for coming here. And there are 3 more reasons. Meow. 3? Well, first of all, the first reason is that we are here to look for traces of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Meow. Wenlong spoke directly, and told these Black Cats his purpose without any concealment. So that's it, said the old Black Cat tribe, stroking his beard. The so-called Thunder Wolf Dragon lives on the top of our Lingfeng Peak, but it has not come back since it left Lingfeng some time ago. Never came back? How do you know that Thunder Wolf Dragon never came back? Meow? Wenlong asked again. Of course I know this, the old Black Cat tribe said again. After all, that guy is a thunder wolf dragon, and he can control the power of thunder and lightning. When there is nothing wrong, sparks will crackle on his body. Even if we live at the foot of the mountain, it's easy to know whether that guy is coming back. Naya, I understand. Naya, since the Black Cat clan at the foot of Lingfeng Mountain has given positive information, proving that Thunder Wolf Dragon is no longer in Lingfeng Mountain. There is no need for Wenlong to search this area anymore. However, this result was already within Wenlong's expectation, so Wenlong didn't feel surprised or discouraged. So what's the second reason why you came here? Meow? The old Elu Cat asked again. The second reason is that we want to ask you for a favor. Naya. Oh. How can I help you? I would like to ask you to help find a person. All you need to do is provide us with information. I will be very grateful when the matter is completed. Meow. Wenlong said. Thank you very much. All the Elu Cats, including the old Black Cat clan, began to whisper to each other. And then after a while, the voices calmed down again. And finally the old man spoke again. Well, it's necessary. Ask our patriarch how he decided. Meow. What? So you're not the clan leader? Meow? Hearing what the other party said, Wenlong was also surprised. After all, most of the time, the oldest person in an Elu Cat tribe is usually the clan leader. And since just now judging from the posture of this old Elu Cat, it also looks a bit like a clan leader. Ha! I can only be regarded as the former clan leader. I am the current clan leader. Right next to you. The old Black Cat tribe smiled and then said, This person next to me. Wenlong turned his head and happened to see Robin, who had just entered the cave with him. Hi. Let me introduce myself again. I am the leader of the Elu Cat tribe in the MHOL area. Meow. Robin said with some pride. Although I am young and not of high seniority, our tribe is based on technology. Hero. Meow. My stealing skills are the best. So now I am the leader of the clan. Meow. Okay. Indeed. As a theft group, this is also a good method of appointing people on merit. Wenlong raised his forehead in an exaggerated manner, and then continued. So, what do you think of this clan leader? Are you willing to help us? Meow? It depends on what reward you can offer. Meow. Robin said with a smile. Of course we've already prepared the reward. Wenlong said as he opened a large bag of celery that had been prepared. It's actually Mushin Polygonum. It just so happens that there are less and less Mushin Polydonium in the mountains recently. I've been looking for this meow for a long time, but I haven't found it yet. How did you find it? Meow. The result was that Wenlong had just put when the bag was opened. Robin's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, This is my uncle. I'm Mu Tianliao from Zishert, who came from out of town. Meow. Wenlong said again. The Mutian Polygonum from Zishert is actually imported? All the Black Cats around them became excited. Chapter 453, the other half. Sure enough, imported goods are different. Meow. The color and the aroma are slightly different from those in our Shichi country. But I don't know how it tastes. Meow. I really want to taste it. Meow. The Black Cats began to talk one after another. And Wenlong was also thinking. Sure enough, the monk from outside is good at chanting sutras. When I heard that it was imported, all these guys' eyes were opened. Isn't this the same as the ant at the door selling kimchi made with techniques passed down from our ancestors? Insisting that it is Korean. It seems that no matter where in the world, we have this mentality. Meow. In any case, the Mutian Polygonum that Wenlong took out was very good at attracting the Black Cats in front of him. And without Wenlong having to waste any time, many Black Cat tribes immediately agreed to Wenlong's request. It's no problem to find someone for such a small matter, Robin said with certainty. As long as it's within 100 miles of Lingfeng, we can help with the search. And the reward is Mutianli. Meow. Thank you so much. As soon as she heard Robin agreed, Catherine quickly thanked her. You're welcome. After all, we're not doing it for you for free. So what's the third reason? Meow? Robin asked again. The third reason. Wenlong hesitated a little when saying the third reason, but finally said it. I wonder if you have ever seen such a thing. Meow? While talking, Wenlong took out the Xiaolong skin that he had previously obtained from the Black Cat tribe in the West Meluan Mountains. It was a piece of Xiaolong skin that was already somewhat shriveled. It didn't look very beautiful. It could even be said to be ugly. What is this? I've never seen it before. Most of the Elu Cat showed puzzled expressions when they saw the piece of Xiaolong's skin in Wenlong's hand. And Wenlong could also tell based on the expressions of these black cats. It can be seen that no one among them knows this Xiaolong's skin. Did I guess wrong? This thing is not in the hands of these black cats? Meow? Because the piece of Xiaolong's skin in Wenlong's hands was obtained from the black cat tribe of the MHOL kingdom. And Bai Mao also mentioned that another piece of Xiaolong's skin was in the Shiqi kingdom before he was let go. So Wenlong also believed that another piece of Xiaolong's skin was likely to be in the hands of these black cats from the Shiqi kingdom. However, just when Wenlong thought there might be no hope, Robin came over again. This thing is... Robin observed carefully for a moment. And then after pondering for a moment, he finally said, I should have seen this thing before. I only know that it is the pride of our black cat tribe, the world of the past, the relic of the #1 thief wood. At that time, I was still holding this thing to study for a long time. But I still couldn't figure out what the purpose of this thing was. But I didn't expect that I would be able to see another part of Meow today. Do you know where the other part is? Meow? Hearing this, even Wenlong said in surprise, after all, according to what Bai Mao said before, this thing has the secret to make El Cat stronger. Based on this, Wenlong felt the need to find out the secret of Xiaolong's skin. I know. After all, it is something left by the legendary big thief of our black cat tribe. Although I don't know what its use is, I still can't bear to throw it away. Robin also smiled happily. That's good. Let us take a look quickly. Meow. Wenlong also urged immediately. Robin immediately responded. Okay. Come with me. Meow. At this point, Robin completely forgot to mention the reward. This is because Robin himself also wants to find out the secret of the Xiaolong skin. As the most skilled black cat thief in the entire Shiqi kingdom, it is impossible for Robin not to be interested in the relics of the legendary black cat thief wood. So Wenlong and his group began to follow Robin and walk deeper into the cave until they reached a wooden door. Then Robin skillfully took out a key, inserted it into the keyhole, and turned it several times regularly before finally opening the door. A somewhat ancient storage room was revealed behind the door. And in the middle of the storage room was a stone statue similar to the cat statue that Wenlong had seen in the Simulan Mountains. It looked to be very old. In addition, it was filled with various boxes, and these boxes were covered with a thick layer of dust, making it look like no one had been there for a long time. But the keen Wenlong still noticed an exception among these boxes. Not only was it not covered with dust, it was wiped very clean. Everyone, the things are in here. Come in and take a look. Meow! Robin also enthusiastically invited. However, the so-called door opened by Robin just now is actually only for the figure of Elu Cat. For humans, it is necessary to arch the body to enter. And even if it is entered, it will be difficult because of the small space inside. It seemed very embarrassing. Mr. Cat, I won't go in. It seems too narrow inside. Catherine, the largest of the three, said first. Haitang won't go in either. Haitang also said. Although it's easy to go in and see the collection of these black cats, it's a pity that I can't go in either. As a scholar, Lindy's, who is extremely curious and thirsty for knowledge, complained in annoyance. Okay, you just wait outside. Meow. Wenlong waved his hand, indicating that he should go in first. So Wenlong and Robin walked into the storage room together. And just as Wenlong thought, Robin led him to the only shiny box in the room. These things were all stolen by you. Right. But why is this box the only one that is polished and shiny? Meow? Seeing various boxes and some strange props surrounding him, Wenlong also asked curiously, Road. There is no way. We black cats are like this. Ever since we were born, we have been unable to resist the desire to steal things. However, every time we steal things, we have no interest in playing them. In the end, they are still left aside to gather dust. Meow. Robin scratched his head sheepishly and then explained. At this time, Wenlong and Robin had already walked to the edge of the shiny metal box. Then Robin took out another key, inserted it into the keyhole on the box, and twisted it gently. Opened the box completely. Sure enough, what was in the box was a piece of Xiaolong's skin similar to Wenlong's hand. Just as shriveled, just as full of wrinkles, and just as ugly. Chapter 454 The Invisible Answer. After opening the box, Robin carefully took out the piece of Xiaolong's skin, and then compared it with the piece in Wenlong's hand. That's great. It's indeed two halves that have been separated. Look at the lines. They match up perfectly. Meow, Robin said happily. Wanlong also noticed that it was indeed as Robin said. The Wanlongs on both sides were completely matched, which meant that the two Xiaolong skins were once a whole. But other than that, there's nothing special about it. Then what? Meow? Wanlong asked. What then? Meow? Robin said. Look, now the two pieces of Sharon's skin are put together to form a whole. But this is just from a small Sharon skin to a larger Sharon skin. This is nothing like the thief woods. What does the legend have to do with it? Meow? Wanlong said again. Absolutely. Robin picked up the two pieces of Xiaolong skin that were pieced together and looked at them for a long time, but didn't find anything special at all. There are no words or marks on it, even if it is pieced together as a whole. The skin has not changed in any way. After observing it from all angles, Robin finally replied, I don't know either. Meow. Then you are so happy. Meow. Wanlong rolled his eyes at Robin, and then said, Forget it. Bring it, and let me take a look. Maybe I can find out the secret. Meow. So this time it was Wanlong who picked up the two pieces of Xiaolong skin that were put together. However, like Robin, Wanlong looked at it for a long time and found nothing wrong. It's really weird. There's nothing special at all. Could it be that Bai Mao is lying to me? Meow? Because he didn't find any difference. Wanlong was also a little confused. No. Even if Bai Mao is lying to me, it's impossible. Even this Robin knows about this. I'm afraid we still haven't found the right way to analyze the skin of these two Kuai Xiaolong. Meow! After watching it for a while, Wanlong finally gave up and had to temporarily put down the Xiaolong skin in his hand, and then said to Robin, Maybe our observation method is wrong. Maybe this thing needs to be used in a certain environment in order to reveal the information hidden in it. We should try to take this thing outside to have a look and try out the effects of different environments on this Xiaolong skin. Meow. Try a different environment. Meow. At first, Robin didn't understand what Wanlong meant. What I mean is that maybe we should take it to other places to observe. Wanlong continued to explain. If you think about it, Xiaolong's characteristic is that it can be invisible, which means that its skin can change with changes in the environment. Color. Then we can try to see if there is any difference in the condition of the two skins in a different environment. And maybe we can discover the secret. Meow. Well, what you said makes sense. And I agree with you. After hearing Wanlong's conjecture, Robin also said, But I can't give this thing to you. In case you take it and run away. What should I do? So I request to travel with you to uncover the secret of this Xiaolong skin. Meow. Ah? Wanlong was stunned for a moment, and then thought to himself, Uncle, if I really want to kill people and swindle goods, take things and run away, how can you guys stop me? You are actually afraid that I will take the things and run away. It's like judging a gentleman's belly with a villain's heart. Meow. But forget it. Since the other party agreed to help find the Thunder Wolf Dragon and Catherine's brother, let's take him with us. After all, this guy is also the leader of the Black Cat clan in the Shichi Kingdom. The Black Cat's under his everyone in the clan listens to him. Meow. After some consideration, Wanlong agreed to Robin's request. No problem. You can travel with us during this period in Shichi country, and we can also discuss how to unlock this Xiaolong skin secrets. Meow. That's great. It will be very interesting to travel with you. Meow. Robin danced excitedly, as if he had been looking forward to such a result. But Wanlong changed his subject and added, I can't guarantee whether it means anything, but I'm sure it will be very dangerous. Wanlong warned the excited Robin, but this didn't seem to be of any use. Robin still insisted on following Wanlong's team to solve the mystery of Xiaolong's skin. Don't worry. Although I'm not good at fighting, I'm still very good at avoiding danger. And if I can unlock the secrets left by the legendary thief wood and take my stealing skills to the next level, then this a little danger will definitely not faze me. Meow. Robin also said confidently. Okay then. It's settled. Meow. So Wanlong and Robin reached an agreement to solve the mystery of Xiaolong's skin together. After that, Wanlong, Catherine, Haitang and Lindy's had a dinner together with the Black Cat tribe in the cave. Catherine specially cooked dinner for these Black Cat tribe. The result was a tempting dinner dish prepared by Catherine. When they came up, the entire Black Cat tribe in the cave was boiling. That's great. Eldest sister, the food you cook is so delicious. Meow. Many Black Cat tribe members praised Catherine. There are even some Black Cats who joke that they want to change their ways and stop stealing things in the future. They are willing to be Catherine's follower cats as long as they can eat the cat food made by Catherine. I'm sorry. Although you are also very cute. But the only one who signed a contract with me is Mr. Cat and Elle. If I sign a contract with someone else, Mr. Cat will be jealous. In response to such requests, Catherine finally responded one by one. Rejected. Oh meow. Who would be jealous of you? Meow. Wenlong retorted disdainfully to Catherine's statement. The result was a burst of laughter from the surrounding black cats. Oh, Uncle Wenlong, you have really found a good master. Not only is he beautiful, but he is also good at cooking. The two next to him are also beauties. At night, I lie in their arms. It should be very comfortable. Right? Meow? Even Robin said, as he ate the special barbecue smeared with honey. It's just average and not particularly comfortable. Naya. Wenlong was perfunctory. But he was thinking in his heart. Huh? Isn't that why I trained you well? Meow? Of course. Wenlong also admired Kaiser's cooking skills very much. And more importantly, through this dinner where Catherine showed off her cooking skills, Wenlong and his party also got a lot closer to the black cats of the Shichi Kingdom. Chapter 455 All the Way South. The dinner in the Black Cat Clan cave lasted until very late. And therefore, Wenlong and others got up later than usual the next morning. After a simple wash, I went to the cave entrance to investigate the situation. I was surprised to find that the sun was shining brightly outside. Yesterday it was raining violently. And today there was only a cloudless sky. Ah! Mr. Cat! The sun is out, and it just rained yesterday. The air is very fresh today. Taking a deep breath and stretching, Catherine felt that her mind became clearer. It was as if his whole body had been completely transformed. This is not just because of the rain, but also because of yesterday's thunder and lightning. Wenlong also took a deep breath and then said, Does the freshening of the air have something to do with the thunder? Catherine expressed confusion. Of course, rain can indeed remove dust and debris from the air, making the air fresher. But after thunder and lightning, due to strong currents, a small amount of ozone will be generated in the air, which also purifies the air. The air becomes fresher. Meow. Wenlong also explained while stroking his beard. Well, I don't know what ozone is, but I think you are very powerful. Mr. Cat, it's not that powerful. I just happen to know something for some reason. After saying that, Wenlong took another deep breath and continued. Okay, since the sky is clear, let's hurry up. Let's go. The weather in this mountain can change at any time. We don't know when it will rain heavily again. And by then, we may not be able to find a place to hide from the rain. Meow. Okay. Alright. Not only Catherine, but Hai Tang, Lindy's, and even Robin also nodded in agreement with Wenlong's proposal. The group immediately started packing their bags and prepared to embark on the journey again. But at this moment, a young black cat tribe ran over, ran to Robin's side, whispered a few words, and then left. Robin, what happened just now? Meow? Wenlong immediately asked Robin when he saw the young black cat leaving. That's right. Uncle Wenlong. Robin immediately replied. Just now a black cat tribe member of our tribe, who was patrolling outside, reported that he had seen some thunder wolf dragon footprints some time ago. Thunder wolf dragon's footprints. Do you recognize them too? Meow? Wenlong asked again. Of course. After all, we live at the foot of Lingfeng Mountain. We occasionally see thunder wolf dragons, so we are naturally familiar with the thunder wolf dragon's footprints. Meow. Okay, so where did the footprints go? Meow? Wenlong immediately asked again. According to the report, it is said to be heading south. Meow. South? Wenlong was stunned for a moment, and then asked, Isn't that place full of water and forest? The thunder wolf dragon actually went so far away. Meow? In Wenlong's view, thunder wolf dragons usually live in mountainous areas and rarely go to faraway places or live in different living environments. However, judging from this situation, they have indeed made a lot of achievements. Incomprehensible actions. For example, this waterless forest is just a place full of water, waterfalls, wet mud, and shoals. It is not a place where thunder wolf dragon likes to appear. Uncle Wenlong, you can believe me on this. Although our Black Cat clan likes to steal small things, it does not mean that we are not honest. Stealing is something that we can't help, but we will never cheat. Your cat. At this time, Robin also explained. Okay. Then let's go to Shuiwalin in the south to see Meow. Now that he has received the news, Wenlong will certainly not let it go easily. Not to mention that Wenlong once fought with the Black Cat tribe in the West Meluan Mountains. Having met them before, I know the habits of these black cats quite well. And I know that what Robin said is true. So Wenlong and others began to pack their bags and prepare to set off. Don't worry. Accept your Mutian Polygonum. We, the Black Cat clan of Shichi country, will definitely do our best to serve you. Meow. When Wenlong and others were leaving, a group of Black Cat clan also came to help Wenlong and others. People see him off. Of course, Robin also packed his bags and was ready to travel with Wenlong and others. Robin, you are the leader of the Black Cat clan of Shichi country. Isn't it bad to follow us like this? Meow. Wenlong asked before leaving. It's okay. I'm gone and the former clan leader is still here. So it's totally fine. Besides, my stealing skills are just a little better than theirs. In terms of management ability of the Black Cat clan, the old clan leader is better. Meow. Robin also replied. After saying that, Robin waved goodbye to the other black cats. Be careful on the road. Robin. Meow. At this time, the old patriarch also said to Robin, don't worry. I will be careful. And if you can travel with a 5-star high-level hunter, you don't have to be afraid even if any monsters appear. Meow. Robin also said confidently. Ha. Okay. I'm just waiting for your good news. I remember that you have wanted to surpass the thief with since you were a child. If you can crack with secret this time, maybe you can really do it. The old black man, the cat clan, also responded with a smile, saying goodbye to all the black cats. Wenlong and his party also left the Black Cat clan's lair, and then began to move towards the south based on the intelligence they had obtained previously. Not far away, Catherine suddenly seemed to remember something and asked Robin at the side. Huh? Robin, how did you know that we are 5-star high-level hunters just now? Of course, it was when it rained yesterday. And I also stole your hunter badge. Meow. Robin shrugged and said lightly. Even Haitong's badge. Hearing Robin's description, Haitang also looked a little unbelievable. Really? Catherine's eyes widened in disbelief. But the badge is still in our pockets. And didn't you only give us Lindy's book and my recovery medicine G? The badge later. But it's always there. That's because I took it out, looked at it, and then put it back. Meow. Robin continued to say lightly. This time everyone was surprised. Most people, like Catherine, initially thought that Robin had taken advantage of the heavy rain to steal Catherine's recovery medicine G and Lindy's black notebook. But they did not expect that he had also stolen Catherine and Haitong's hunter badges. Chapter 456. The water disappears from the forest. If Lindy's is a bachelor and is not good at dealing with such things, and Catherine's reaction is not as sharp as Haitong's, then even Wenlong was a little surprised when he learned that Haitang was also stolen. After all, among everyone, Haitong's sensory sensitivity is second only to Wenlong himself. It is impossible for ordinary black cats to succeed. But Robin succeeded. Not only did he successfully steal Haitong's badge, but he also putting the badge back was equivalent to stealing it twice in a very short period of time. This already shows Robin's superb stealing skills. But Robin still said modestly, but after all, I still didn't succeed with this Master Wenlong. I'm ashamed to say that this was the only time I failed. Meow. Fortunately, it didn't happen to me. Otherwise a group of people would have been stolen all over. That would be really embarrassing. Meow. At this time, Wenlong also thought to himself. However, Wenlong also knew that he was able to discover Robin because, in addition to his keen sense as an Elu Cat, another important reason was that Reina, who lived with him in Major Bolton's villa, was also a somewhat. Wenlong, a skilled Black Cat tribe, also learned some stealing techniques from him, so it was easier to take precautions against it. It seems that this Robin's skill should be higher than Reiner's. So when you are bored during the journey, you can ask him some questions in this area. Meow. Wenlong also thought in his heart. So Wenlong was on his way. No matter what happened, Wenlong also began to ask Robin some technical questions about that. And what Wenlong didn't expect was that Robin also explained to Wenlong very enthusiastically, without any intention, meaning of reservation. Finally, even Wenlong couldn't help but ask, Robin, you told me all your stealing skills. Don't you think that others will learn all your skills? Meow. Of course I'm not afraid. On the contrary, the more people learn my skills, the happier I will be. In this case, people may have less prejudice against our Black Cat tribe. Meow. Robin said nothing, said hesitantly. Then after finishing speaking, Robin added, especially for people like you, Master Wenlong. I think if you, Master Wenlong, also learn the art of stealing, you will definitely do better than me. Meow. Why do you think so? Meow? Wenlong asked. Because your speed is fast enough. As the saying goes, the only martial arts in the world is fast. With your speed, coupled with my skills, you will definitely be able to surpass Wood, the legendary thief in our Black Cat tribe. Meow! Robin, he actually said with some excitement. But if I can surpass Wood, then won't I also surpass you? In this case, you are not the so-called strongest. Meow! That doesn't matter, because I know where my limits are. Meow! Robin also said frankly. Although I have been studying theft technology for decades and have made some achievements, my physical ability has never been there is no way to improve it. In other words, my speed cannot reach the level of the thief would, but you are different. From the time you intercepted me in the rain that day, I could tell that your speed must be different. It's inferior to the legend among our Black Cat clan back then the thief would. Meow! No, that's a compliment. Meow! Seeing that the other party thought so highly of himself, Wenlong also spoke modestly, but in his heart, Wenlong was quite confident. This is because Wenlong knew in his heart that the speed Robin saw was far from the fastest. Wenlong has not yet turned on the mode of ghost transformation, nor has he used mystery across the 4 seas, which means that Wenlong's speed is far from reaching the limit. I really don't know what will happen if I turn on the ghost form and steal things. I suddenly want to give it a try. Meow. Thinking of this, even Wenlong felt a little excited. In the next 2 days of the journey, Wenlong and Robin discussed theft techniques while on the road. When they stopped to rest, Wenlong practiced and exchanged theft techniques with Robin and conducted simulated actual combat training, coupled with Wenlong's inherent talent and understanding. The result was that Wenlong's stealing skills improved rapidly in just 2 days. On the 3rd day, Wenlong finally arrived at his destination, Shuiwalin. The side of the forest in front of him reminded Wenlong of the Amazon forest on Earth. There were large rivers flowing through it. Moreover, during the rainy season, the water could even flood the shore, submerging many forests into the water. This is probably why the forest disappeared. Name. Be careful. You are about to enter Shuimu Forest. There are many monsters here, so be careful. Meow. Since we have arrived at Shuimu Forest, Wenlong did not forget to remind Catherine and others. No problem, Mr. Cat. We are all ready. Meow. Both Catherine and Haitang replied. After seeing Shuimei Lin, Lindy's was excited and kept taking notes, recording the ecological environment of Shuimei Forest in detail. Not only were there written records, but Lindy's also specially drew them. Many pictures are used to describe the ecology of this submerged forest. It's simply amazing. The environment here is probably different from other places. Even our vast West Shirt area may not be able to find a place similar to this. So there should be many special monsters here. Let's go! Lindy's also said expectantly. Well, you should encounter them. There are a lot of bad-tempered guys here. They don't like people entering this area. Meow! Wenlong also said with certainty. Soon, Wenlong's prediction came true. After Wenlong and others walked along a river for a certain distance, there were indeed more and more monsters around, including the common big wild boar king, as well as aquatic beasts and large aquatic beasts that like to live near waters. However, these monsters were not enough of a threat to Wenlong and others, including the large purple aquatic beast that had caused Catherine suffering before. Even though both Catherine and Haitang were already familiar with its attack methods, they were quickly attacked. Catherine and Haitang just worked together to kill him. Ho. As expected, I will be safe if I follow you. It's amazing that such a big thing was killed by you 2 girls in just a few hits. After seeing the performance of Catherine and Haitang fighting against the big purple aquatic beast, Robin couldn't help but praise the 2 of them. Chapter 457 The Hammer of Nature. Mr. Robin, you are so flattering, Catherine said humbly after hearing Robin's praise. And Haitang also waved his hand and said, This is not a more dangerous thing, but it is still behind. More dangerous? Is there anything more dangerous than this big purple aquatic beast here? Meow? Robin couldn't believe it. Of course. And it's coming soon. Meow. Wenlong also replied with a serious face. Impossible. Why didn't I feel it? Logically speaking, my sense should be considered the best among the black cats. It's impossible that I can't notice it at all. Robin still looked a little unbelievable. Because you are not a hunter. In addition to the feeling itself, hunting experience is also very important. Wenlong waved his hand, indicating that everyone could stop. I don't understand. Meow. Robin shook his head and said with some confusion. Because if nothing else, at least Robin was very confident in his eyesight and hearing. If there were really any powerful monsters, he should have discovered them long ago. Judging from the last fight in the heavy rain, the tiger-skinned Elu Cat named Wenlong probably has better eyesight and hearing than me. He discovered the monster earlier than me. It's still reasonable. But the one named Haitang, there is no reason for a little human girl to have sharper perceptions than mine. Robin also thought in his mind. Sometimes, the monster is not what you want to see. The reason why Haitang can judge that there is a stronger monster is because when he encountered the big purple aquatic beast before, the big aquatic beast was running for his life in panic. So Haitang can judge that there is a stronger monster. There are stronger monsters ahead. Probably seeing Robin's confusion, Haitang also explained in time. So that's it. It's like the other lines are separated by mountains. Meow. Hearing Haitang's explanation, Robin also smiled sheepishly. And at this moment, a loud noise was suddenly heard. Boom! The sound like a huge hammer on the ground came from a distance. At the same time, there was an obvious earthquake under everyone's feet. And then, they saw many trees falling in pieces in the distance. Is this situation a thunder wolf dragon? No. No. Even a thunder wolf dragon cannot destroy so many trees in an instant. For a moment, Robin was completely stunned. Of course, it's not the thunder wolf dragon. If it's just in terms of strength and destructive power, the thunder wolf dragon can't compete with this guy. Wenlong also said calmly. No way. I haven't seen the monster yet. I just heard a loud noise. Uncle Wenlong, how did you determine what kind of monster this is? Meow? Robin was shocked again by Wenlong's calmness. Just listening to the sound is enough. This kind of sound is like a super huge sledgehammer hitting the ground. Not many monsters can do it. Moreover, considering that this is the unique water forest of Shichi country, we must exclude those who are not suitable for living in it. If there are other species in this environment, then it is certain that there is only one monster that meets this condition. Naya. Boom. There was another loud noise. And this time, the sound was louder and closer than before. So it could be judged that the monster was approaching Wenlong. What the HL is that? Although he hadn't seen the monster yet, Robin had already started digging a hole in the soft soil while talking. What Robin is doing now is an evasive skill that most Elu Cats know, which is escape. When danger is approaching, you can immediately hide in a cave to avoid danger. Many black cats often use this trick to avoid being chased by the person they stole after stealing something. This guy is quite good at telling lies when he is leaving. If he is really in danger, he will reveal his true nature as other black cats. Meow. Seeing Robin like this, Wenlong also laughed at the other person in his heart. But on the surface, Wenlong still kindly comforted him. Don't be so panicked. That monster is a vegetarian and won't eat you. Meow. Really? You gave me a false alarm. After Wenlong said this, Robin calmed down a little, and the claws that were digging the soil stopped. Since who is a vegetarian? It shouldn't embarrass us. After all, it's like black cats like me don't have much meat. And it's not delicious either. Meow. But the other party's temper is not very good, Wenlong added. However, while Wenlong was speaking, there was another loud noise. Boom! This time, the sound was even louder, covering up Wenlong's voice. Not only that, a large forest in front of Wenlong and others also completely fell. After the trees fell, an extremely huge monster with horns, like a buffalo, appeared in front of Wenlong and others. Is this a tailed hammer dragon? Lindy's recalled the information she had seen in Wang Li's library, and immediately recognized this very distinctive monster. Yes, this is the tailed hammer dragon. Meow! Wenlong affirmatively answered Lindy's guess. It turns out that it is really a monster-tailed hammer dragon of the beast dragon species. Lindy's once again took out her black notebook excitedly, and then began to record it desperately. This is just like a hill, and the size is larger than the large flying dragon species, such as male and female fire dragons are even bigger. The backs are also covered with moss and mushrooms. Unfortunately, the mushroom types are too tall to see clearly, and the huge hammer-like tail should be as its main attack weapon. At this time, the tailed hammer dragon also saw Wenlong and others, and it was obvious that the tailed hammer dragon also showed a very unhappy expression. Ah! It is looking at us! It is coming towards us. Uncle Wenlong, didn't you just say that it is vegetarian? Meow, Robin said excitedly. Yes, he is a vegetarian. But this guy has a bad temper. So he has a habit of crushing the opponent with a giant hammer on his tail if he sees something unpleasant. Meow, Wenlong also said calmly, he said. But he didn't look anxious at all. If that's the case, isn't that bad? Robin now regretted not continuing to dig the hole just now. But now the hammer dragon has arrived not far away, and discovered Wenlong and others, including Robin. It was already too late to dig a hole and escape. Chapter 458, A Person's Trial. So Robin, who was a little panicked, had to look at the others to see how they would react when they saw the monster. The result was something unexpected for Robin. Catherine, Haitang and Lindy's all looked very calm. Among them, Catherine and Haitang are 5-star hunters after all. Although they encountered powerful monsters, they were still able to maintain their mental composure. What surprised Robin the most was that even Lindy had no strength or hunting skills. She actually looked calm while taking notes in her notebook. Hey, Miss Lindy's, aren't you afraid of encountering such a big monster? Meow? Seeing that Lindy's could be so calm in the face of such a huge monster, Robin also asked strangely Road. I'm afraid, but it doesn't matter. As long as Mr. Wenlong doesn't ask us to escape, there will be no danger. We absolutely believe in Mr. Wenlong, Lindy said without raising her head while taking notes. Well, since you all trust Uncle Wenlong so much, I won't run away. I want to see how you deal with such a big guy. Meow. After getting Lindy's answer, Robin's mood calmed down a little. He simply gave up the idea of escape and wanted to see how Wenlong and his party were going to resolve such a crisis. At this time, the extremely huge-tailed hammer dragon also rushed towards Wenlong and others. Although the speed was not very fast, it was extremely powerful. Is it a charge? But the speed is not too fast. As long as we run hard, we should be able to avoid it. Seeing the tailed hammer dragon charging towards this side, Robin also thought in his mind. However, Wenlong and others did not speed up and continued to move forward at a normal pace, as if they completely ignored the monster. The monster was getting closer and closer, and soon it was less than 100 meters away from Wenlong and others. Hey, woman, do you remember the trial I told you before? Meow? Wenlong suddenly said to Catherine at this time. Remember? Mr. Cat, I must master the secret of the great sword. Catherine also replied seriously. Well, this monster will be your test target. Meow, Wenlong said to Catherine. Got it, Mr. Cat. After receiving Wenlong's instructions, Catherine immediately drew out her big sword, then left the team and faced the huge-tailed hammer dragon. Is this okay? Sister Catherine? Are you going to deal with such a huge monster alone? Meow? Looking at the scene in front of him, Robin made an unbelievable voice again. However, this time Wenlong's answer completely shocked Robin. I don't know either. Meow. Boom! There was another loud noise. This time the huge-tail hammer dragon directly hit Catherine's big sword. And then Catherine's whole body was hit by the huge power of the tail hammer dragon, and she retreated repeatedly. The speed of the tailed hammer dragon is not very fast, but its power is very strong. This huge-tailed hammer dragon is like a huge steamroller. If there is a head-on conflict, it is almost impossible to stop it. Ah! Catherine also shouted at the same time. Although her legs had already sunk into the soil, her whole body was still pushed back one after another by the powerful tailed hammer dragon. However, after continuously retreating for tens of meters, Catherine finally stopped, and the charge launched by the huge-tailed hammer dragon was finally stopped. Is this the strength of a 5-star hunter? No, it has surpassed the average 5-star hunter. I wonder if it has reached the legendary level. The scene in front of him left Robin completely speechless. Come! I can only sigh in my heart. Mr. Cat, I blocked it. At this time, using the gap to block the tail hammer dragon, Catherine also said to Wenlong. Very good. Wenlong also responded. Then you have to defeat it alone. Note, I said alone? So Haitang, I and others will not help you. Not only that, the rest of me will continue to pursue the traces of the Thunder Wolf Dragon, and will not stay to wait for you. If you defeat this hammer dragon, then you will have to catch up with us alone. Meow. Eh? For a moment, Catherine showed a surprised look. Mr. Cat, won't you stay and watch my battle? Aren't you going to guide me as well? No. I said this time it is your fight alone. I will not look at you anymore. Not only that, I will also leave you. If you want to catch up with us, you must defeat this monster as soon as possible before you can catch up. We are Meow, Wenlong said again. Ah. Okay. Okay. I will do it, Catherine finally said seriously. Then, please hurry up. Don't forget this is a trial. Meow. After saying that, Wenlong walked forward with Haitang, Lindy's and Robin, leaving only Catherine in the open space. And that huge tail hammer dragon. Is this the trial that Mr. Cat left for me? Don't worry, Mr. Cat. I will complete it satisfactorily. At this time, Catherine also made up her mind in her heart, and then waved the big sword in her hand towards the bulky and the huge-tailed hammer dragon slashed over. So in this submerged forest, Catherine's battle with this giant beast began. During the time when Catherine was fighting the tailed hammer dragon, Wenlong had already led Haitang, Lindy's, Robin and others for a considerable distance. So far away that Catherine and the giant dragon could no longer be seen. Silhouette of the tailed hammer dragon. At this time, Wenlong stopped, and then said to Haitang, Little girl, you seem to have something to say. Don't hold it back. Just say it. Mr. Cat. Although Haitang has always had no objection to your approach, this time Haitang is still confused. Haitang asked with some confusion. Oh, can't figure out what? Meow? So Haitang said seriously. Haitang wants to know why you arranged such a trial. Haitang thinks it is too dangerous to do this. Although Haitang thinks Sister Catherine will lose. If we all leave, what if something happens? If it's an accident, wouldn't it be? Oh, there's nothing we can do about it. Suddenly, Wenlong sighed, and then interrupted Haitang's words. If we don't do this, that woman will never be able to understand the secret. Meow. Chapter 459. Still a little worried. I don't understand. Haitang said she didn't understand what Wenlong said. To put it simply, she still lacks the real experience of facing danger alone. Or she has not truly fallen into despair. Wenlong explained. Experience in facing danger alone? Haitang asked again. But Sister Catherine has obviously had the experience of defeating monsters alone several times before. That's different from the previous battles. Although she defeated the monster alone, there were other people around her. Even if these people didn't help her, for her, the mentality was different. Haitang thought about it carefully and found that it was indeed what Wenlong said. Even when Catherine was in the most dangerous time of fighting Xinglong and Fuxinglong, there were still other people around her. There had never been a time when she was surrounded by not a single person. Thinking of this, Haitang finally understood Wenlong's meaning. Haitang seems to understand. Haitang nodded and said, The last time Haitang understood the secret, it was when Haitang was fighting the elite horror hunter spider alone. Right. So, Catherine has never truly fallen into despair. Even if she faced danger before. As long as her teammates were around, her mentality would be completely different. And mystery needs to truly fall into despair. It can only be understood by stimulating the body's potential. I understand. It means that we must completely stop relying on others. Right. Well, that's it. This is especially difficult for people whose psychological dependence has not been completely relieved. So we can only leave her for a while. Wenlong said seriously. As Wenlong said, although Catherine already has good strength, she is still psychologically dependent on the people around her. Especially Wenlong. This extreme love and worship of Wenlong is good. In terms of aspects, it allows Catherine to better accept the teachings from Wenlong. But it also has a negative effect. That is, it makes Catherine lack enough awareness to deal with crisis independently. After such a long time, Wenlong finally decided to let Catherine take this step. But from the bottom of his heart, Wenlong was also a little worried about Catherine. So after thinking for a while, Wenlong stopped. Well, you go ahead. I'd better go back and take a look. Meow! Wenlong said to Haitang, Lindy's and Robin. Mr. Wenlong, you really still can't worry about Sister Catherine, Lindy said with a smile. What are you talking about? I just remembered that there seemed to be some useful herbs on the way that I could pick up and take a look at. Wenlong quickly covered it up. I know. Then Mr. Wenlong, please go back first. Remember to collect more herbs and come back here. There will be no problem if Begonia is here. Lindy smiled again. And not only Lindy's. Robin also joined in the fun and said, Uncle Wenlong, please go quickly. Meow. Okay. Then I will leave first. There is also Haitang. Lindy's will be left to you. Meow. Wenlong warned Haitang again before leaving. No problem. Mr. Cat, Haitang will definitely protect Sister Lindy's and Robin. Haitang also said seriously, please go to Sister Catherine's place as soon as possible. Wenlong nodded, then immediately turned around and ran back towards the original route. Huh? I'm really worried about that woman. But I can't let her find out. So I can only use that one. Meow. In Wenlong's view, it is enough to hide and observe from a distance. In this case, if something goes wrong, Wenlong will still have a way to take action. But Wenlong also knows that even if he goes back, he must not let Catherine discover his existence. Otherwise, if Catherine discovers his existence, the "you can only fight on your own" environment that was finally arranged will be broken, and the previous preparations will also be destroyed, falling short of success. So on the way back, Wenlong did not hesitate to take out the secret protective stone that he had not used for a long time. Wearing the secret protective stone, Wenlong's figure gradually became blurred. This should be no problem. With this protective stone, as long as we keep a sufficient distance, it is absolutely impossible for that woman Catherine to find me. As long as she cannot find me, then she will think that she is just fighting alone and I have a way. Protect her. Meow. After making sure that he was ready, Wenlong continued to move forward, and after running for a while, Wenlong could finally clearly hear the sound of the battle ahead. Boom! 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 It was still like the sound of a giant hammer hitting the ground. As the sound increased, it also meant that Wenlong was not far from the battle site between Catherine and the tailed hammer dragon. So Wenlong stopped moving forward and found a nearby place. Then he climbed up the tallest tree and observed from a high position. Ah! I saw it! The fight was really fierce. Naya! Sure enough, Wenlong saw that about 300 meters away from his current position, a large number of trees had fallen, and the original woods had completely turned into a large flat land. And in the center of the flat land, Catherine was fighting hard with the extraordinarily huge tailed hammer dragon. And when viewed from a high place, Catherine's figure looked extremely small, as if she could be easily crushed. For Catherine, the tail hammer dragon is indeed a formidable enemy, even though Catherine has become a 5-star high-level hunter. That is, the hunter with the highest star rating except the legendary hunter. She is still stuck in a tough battle, which shows how strong this hammer dragon is. First of all, this hammer dragon has extremely tyrannical power. It can be said that in terms of pure strength, it is even more powerful than the one-horned dragon. This can be said to be an opponent for Catherine, who is known for her strength. It can even be said that Catherine's strength is special. She couldn't perform well when facing the tailed hammer dragon. This made Catherine often unable to defend herself against the tailed hammer dragon and could only dodge like other hunters. Secondly, the attack method of the tailed hammer dragon is very weird. The claw strikes and flying attacks that many powerful large monsters are good at are not available in the tail hammer dragon. However, the tail hammer dragon has a tail like a giant hammer, and has a set of special combat weapons, with this peculiar tail as its main combat weapon. Law. And this is exactly what Catherine has never seen. So Catherine was in a tough fight from the beginning, especially when the tail hammer dragon turned its back to Catherine. Based on past experience, Catherine thought this was a good time to attack. However, when Catherine rushed over, the huge tail hammer smashing it down directly, even sending Catherine flying a long distance. Chapter 460, The Rotating Giant Hammer. It's so powerful. It's completely unstoppable, Catherine thought in surprise after being hit by the tail hammer dragon's tail hammer. Although Catherine reluctantly relied on her big sword to block the opponent's attack, her body was still knocked out about 10 meters away. In the end, she finally managed to regain her balance, but she still felt that her hands seemed to be numb. Catherine knew that this was just like a human sledgehammer suitable for dealing with crustacean monsters. The huge tail hammer hit Catherine's sword, which could transmit strong vibrations directly through the sword's defense, almost destroying the sword. The big sword in Catherine's prepared hand was knocked out of her hands. Even though Catherine held the big sword in her hand hard, she could still feel that the tiger's mouth of her palm had been torn, and there was blood seeping out under the gloves of the armor. No! You can't defend like this! The opponent's attack is a blunt blow. If you try it again, there's no guarantee that your arm can still support it. At this time, Catherine also confirmed this. However, if there is no way to defend, what should be done has become Catherine's most troublesome problem. Although it is a good way to dodge the attack of this hammer dragon, for Catherine, who is used to defensive counterattack, it is not easy to switch to a tactics that she is not very familiar with in a short time. Things especially when Catherine is not familiar with the attack method in this place. Mr. Cat, is this the test you left for me? Don't worry, Mr. Cat. I will definitely pass. Of course, Catherine, who had already made up her mind, would not give up easily, but confirmed in her heart. So if this happens, what will Mr. Cat do? However, the tailed hammer dragon will not wait for Catherine to come up with a way to deal with him. This huge dragon-type monster also knows that if he wants to deal with the human in front of him, it is best to deal with him as soon as possible when the other person is not familiar with him. While Catherine was thinking carefully about the countermeasures, the tailed hammer dragon attacked again. This is this. The tailed hammer dragon once again showed attack skills that Catherine had never seen before. The tailed hammer dragon was like a hammer thrower on a track and field, starting to spin around its body. How should we deal with this kind of attack? Catherine was completely shocked by the situation in front of her. When the tail hammer dragon rotates, the huge, hammer-like tail also rotates around the tail hammer dragon like a rotating chain ball, which makes Catherine have no chance to get close. If Catherine had used a long-range weapon, she might still have a chance to attack. But Catherine used a big sword. If she couldn't get close, then Catherine would have no chance at all. Not only that, Catherine also faces a dilemma of choice. Should I run away? Or should I continue to stand there and confront this monster? On the surface, this tail hammer dragon is just spinning in place, although the rotation speed is getting faster and faster. The tail hammer, like a rotating hammer, has also gained great kinetic energy and destructive power. But currently, Catherine, as long as you don't get close to that hammer dragon, there won't be any problem. But Catherine also knows that this move will never be that simple. The monsters living in this world have evolved through a long history, and they will not use tricks that have no meaning at all. In other words, the current tail hammer dragon is turning in place probably just to prepare for the next big move. But Catherine has no idea what this ultimate move looks like. Involuntarily, Catherine's eyes glanced around. At this time in the past, as long as Wenlong was by Catherine's side, he would often give Catherine some suggestions or tips, and even tell Catherine the characteristics and weaknesses of some monsters. But this time, after Catherine glanced around, she didn't know at all Wenlong was not seen. What am I thinking? Even though Mr. Cat has promised me to fight this hammer dragon alone, I can't help but look for Mr. Cat again. For a moment, Catherine thought with shame in her heart. Anyway, calm down first. If you panic, it's impossible to defeat this guy. So Catherine immediately turned her attention to the hammer dragon. At this time, Catherine noticed that the rotation speed of the hammer dragon seemed to have reached a limit. Then all I saw was that the foot of the tail hammer dragon slipped, and then the whole body was pulled by the tail of the tail hammer dragon and rushed towards Catherine. This is like an out-of-control hammer. It comes out after a rapid rotation. In addition to its own strength, the centrifugal force that has been accumulated for a long time is also released at this time. With a blow, the overwhelming power sweeps across all obstacles on the ground. It's impossible to defend against this kind of attack. Although this was the first time she had seen the tail hammer dragon use such a move, Catherine made a judgment immediately based on the feeling of blocking the tail hammer of the tail hammer dragon with her big sword. Therefore, when she saw the tailed hammer dragon using this move, Catherine also made her own decision. In an instant, she accelerated and ran forward without looking back. Just to avoid the tailed hammer dragon's attack, Catherine ran hard. As a 5-star hunter, with her excellent strength and physical fitness, even with a big sword on her back, Catherine was still walking fast. But the speed of the tailed hammer dragon is even faster, and the huge body brings enough power to sweep across a large area, making it more difficult for Catherine to avoid. And the centrifugal force obtained through rotation also makes the tailed hammer dragon in when it rushes out. It has a faster speed than ordinary impact. Therefore, this hammer dragon arrived in front of Catherine. No! The one who will get hit must be faster! At the critical moment, Catherine rolled forward and finally escaped the attack of the hammer dragon by a hair. It's very dangerous. It's really difficult to deal with it in an unfamiliar situation. But it's no problem. I will definitely win. Although it was difficult to escape the attack of the hammer dragon, Catherine had no intention of relaxing at all, but fought back without hesitation. Catherine knew that most monsters would often reveal some flaws after launching powerful attacks, and the tailed hammer dragon seemed to have such signs at this time. The entire body of the tail hammer dragon wiped out a large area, and even after hitting the woods, it still swept down a large number of trees. But this also made the tail hammer dragon have to spend time to regain its balance. Chapter 461 Fighting Alone. The tailed hammer dragon's tail is its main attack weapon. If it attacks from the rear, I'm afraid there won't be any chance. And if it breaks in from the front, this tailed hammer dragon also has buffalo-like horns. And its collision power is also very shocking. If this is the case, we can only attack from the side. At the moment of launching the counterattack, Catherine also carefully analyzed the characteristics of the currently known tail hammer dragon in her mind, and finally concluded that the best option was to attack directly from the side. Taking advantage of the time for the tailed hammer dragon to regain its balance, Catherine immediately rushed forward with a lunge, and raised the big sword in her hand to slash at the tailed hammer dragon. However, at this moment, Catherine hesitated. Although Catherine thought that attacking from the side was the best option at first, when she approached the tail hammer dragon, Catherine suddenly remembered her previous experience fighting the big purple aquatic beast. At that time, the big purple aquatic beast showed its flaws, and Catherine also believed that attacking from the side was the best way to attack. However, the final result was that the big purple aquatic beast suddenly rolled over and knocked Catherine away. Can the tailed hammer dragon also use such a move? If the tailed hammer dragon can also use the same rolling skills as the big purple aquatic beast, then won't side attacks like mine be countered again? In Catherine, such a question suddenly appeared in my mind. Catherine's understanding of Tamelong was very limited. Without Wenlong's guidance, much of the information could only be surmised through her own analysis. No, it shouldn't be like this. The big purple aquatic beast looks like a big eggplant. Even if it rolls over, there will be no problem. But the back of this hammer dragon has a high protrusion like a camel. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to roll over. Unknowingly, Catherine had begun to think independently. After drawing her own conclusion, Catherine finally waved the sword in her hand. Although there was a moment of hesitation, Catherine's big sword still accurately hit the tail hammer dragon that had just regained its balance. With one stroke of the sword, a huge opening was cut out of the tail hammer dragon's flank, exposing that there was bright red flesh and blood inside. However, before the blood inside could spurt out, the sword made of the materials of male and female fire dragons released scorching flames to completely cover the tail hammer dragon's wound, directly burning the inside of the tail hammer dragon's body through the wound. After the flames disappeared, the originally bright red wound had turned into a charred black patch, and even the air was filled with a stench of burnt meat. Ouch! The tailed hammer dragon let out a painful and angry cry. The sound even made Catherine take several steps back. It's such a powerful dragon's roar that it's already in a state of rage with just one blow. Obviously, Catherine's blow caused considerable damage to the tail hammer dragon, and the effect even exceeded Catherine's expectations. Of course, as a huge monster, a wound of this degree is far from fatal. This monster is weak to fire? Fire-type attacks have miraculous effects on it. Soon, after one blow caused huge damage, Catherine also confirmed in her heart. At this time, Catherine noticed that in addition to being covered with a thick carapace, this hammer dragon also had a characteristic that it was covered with various moss and mushrooms. When attacked by fire, these green plants became a natural accelerant, making the fire even bigger. Really? What I should have thought earlier is exactly what Mr. Cat said. Even if it is a monster that is encountered for the first time, if one can carefully observe the monster's appearance, a lot of information can be found. If it is Mr. Cat, even if you see this monster for the first time, you should be able to guess that this monster is weak to fire. Little by little, Catherine connected the characteristics of this hammer dragon with its appearance, and gradually became familiar with this unknown monster in her heart. Just when Catherine was slowly mastering the characteristics of the tailed hammer dragon through actual combat, the angry tailed hammer dragon had also begun to launch a new attack. As a huge beast dragon species, speed is not the advantage of Tamelong. However, after Catherine used a big sword to cut a large gash in its abdomen, this giant beast finally became extremely angry. At first, the tail hammer dragon only disliked Catherine because of her strong territorial awareness. If Catherine had chosen to run away from the beginning, I am afraid the tail hammer dragon would not have continued to pursue her. But now, there is only one thought left in the tail hammer dragon's mind, and that is to completely crush the human woman in front of him into a pulp. So this completely angry monster turned around at a speed that Catherine could not imagine, and then pushed towards Catherine with its huge horn like a buffalo. Catherine also reacted immediately. The big sword in her hand blocked and collided fiercely with the tail hammer dragon's corner again. This time, Catherine was pushed out more than 10 meters, and the hammer dragon turned its body again, and the huge tail hammer swept over again, just like before. The continuously rotating tail hammer once again marked an area of death. Even Catherine, who was wearing heavy armor, did not dare to get close at all, and had no choice but to retreat again. It's so dangerous. If I run slower, I'm afraid I'll be attacked again. But with my previous experience, I won't be afraid of such moves, Catherine thought in her mind as she quickly backed away. However, Catherine soon realized something was wrong. This time, the tail hammer dragon seemed to be rotating faster than before, and it was spinning as if its entire body was about to leave the ground. No, this is not the same attack move. Catherine finally understood this. But by the time Catherine reacted, it was already half a beat too late. The huge tail hammer dragon actually flew into the air spinning like an out-of-control propeller, and then fell from Catherine's head with a huge tail hammer. The sudden attack from the air forced Catherine to dodge in a hurry. However, Catherine was a 5-star hunter after all, and she was already quite agile. Even in a hurry, she still made a beautiful roll to dodge to the side. The skill and smoothness of his movements are enough to put many hunters out of reach. Catherine finally left the hammer dragon at the last moment to join the huge shadow cast in the sky. Boom! The tailed hammer dragon fell from the sky. Its huge body and heavy tail hammer hit the ground. It was really an earthquake. Chapter 462 No Flaws. After the tail hammer dragon landed, a long mark was left on the ground. Especially when the tail hammer part with astonishing weight fell on the ground. It made a deep pit, as if an earthquake had occurred. Catherine felt her feet shaking violently. Originally, after Catherine used an emergency roll to avoid the attack of the tailed hammer dragon, she should have stood up immediately. But the violent vibration still made Catherine's body shake. At this time, Catherine couldn't even stand still, let alone launch an attack. Oops! I'm too close! I can't move at all! I wish I had seen through the attack method of this hammer dragon earlier. Although Catherine wanted to move, her foot slipped before she could take a step, and she almost fell. On the ground, he finally managed to avoid the tragedy of falling down by using a big sword to support his body. This was something Catherine had not expected. She did not expect that after luckily escaping the attack of the tailed hammer dragon, she would temporarily lose the ability to move due to the violent shaking of the ground. The tailed hammer dragon took advantage of the time when Catherine lost the ability to move and launched a second round of attacks. It swung its body hard again, and the huge tail hammer swept over again. But Catherine didn't even have a chance to dodge. There is no other way. Even though I know it is not appropriate to use a big sword to defend against a big hammer, I can only do this now. Seeing that the huge tail hammer was about to hit her, Catherine could only raise her sword again to defend herself. Clang! The tailed hammer dragon's tail hammer collided with Catherine's big sword again. This time, not only did Catherine fail to defend against the tailed hammer dragon's attack, but she was directly thrown away. It turned out that due to the violent shaking of the ground, Catherine's lower body was attacked by the tail hammer dragon before she had time to stand firm. It was reasonable to be knocked away by the huge force attack of the angry tail hammer dragon. Then Catherine flew dozens of meters and knocked down several big trees before finally stopping. It hurt so good! Catherine wanted to stand up, but she felt as if her whole body was falling apart. She could only stand up with the support of her big sword. Tick! At the same time, a line of blood flowed down the hilt of the big sword. A lot of blood should be fine. Right. This is because the first time she defended against the tail attack of the tail hammer dragon, Catherine's palm was injured due to the shock transmitted. And the second time Catherine was forced to defend against the tail hammer attack of the tail hammer dragon, causing the original wound to reappear. Expanded again, the blood of the great sword flowed from the torn tiger's mouth, and the flow was large enough to seep through the gloves. Although severe pain came from all parts of the body, and the pain was most severe in the palms and arms, Catherine did not dare to let go of the sword in her hand. On the contrary, Catherine held the sword tightly. Tighter. Don't let go. If you lose your weapon, there is really no hope. But I can still bear this level of pain, Catherine said to herself in her heart. In order to make myself stronger, in order to become Mr. Cat's qualified partner, I must complete the trial alone this time. At this time, the tail hammer dragon began to rotate its body again, with the tail hammer dragon's body as the axis. The tail hammer dragon continued to rotate its heavy tail hammer, once again forming an inaccessible realm of death. Catherine also endured the pain, held the sword in her hand and ran. Run! Run! Run faster! Every time she ran, she could feel more pain. But Catherine could not stop, because Catherine knew that once she stopped or ran slower, the previous scene would happen again. It's not enough to just avoid the heavy pressure of the tailed hammer dragon in the air. If you can't keep a certain distance, then every landing will bring about an earthquake-like vibration, and on the constantly shaking ground, let alone if you are on defense, even standing will become very difficult. If so, how else can you fight? While running, Catherine was also constantly thinking about strategies to fight the tailed hammer dragon. But no matter how she thought about it, Catherine felt that this huge dragon-type monster seemed to have no flaws. No, there must be a flaw. If it is Mr. Cat, what will Mr. Cat do? Catherine wanted to know the answer. But unlike before, there was no longer that familiar voice beside Catherine. That familiar voice had taught Catherine how to fight time and time again. But now Catherine could only figure out how to fight on her own. Judging from the situation just now, the tail hammer dragon has a large stiffness after flying up and falling down. Logically speaking, it should be a good opportunity to launch an attack. But because every time it lands, it will cause violent ground vibrations, making my body was unstable, and I couldn't launch an attack at all. In the end, not only did I miss this great opportunity, but I also allowed the opponent to take the initiative. In this case, we can only take avoiding the earthquake as our first goal. Run as far away as possible to escape the scope of the ground shaking, and then wait for the tailed hammer dragon to land before turning back to attack. Well, Mr. Cat would probably do the same thing. After Catherine decided on the fighting method of keeping as far away as possible to avoid the earthquake of the tailed hammer dragon, she could only keep running desperately. And in order to maximize her running speed, Catherine even put away the big sword in her hand into the scabbard on his back. The reason why Catherine does this is because when the sword is carried on her back than when she holds it in her hand, her body will be more balanced, and she will be faster when running. Therefore, in order to achieve the ultimate speed, Catherine did not hesitate to put away her weapon temporarily. Soon, the speed of the tailed hammer dragon reached the maximum again, and its body like a hill flew into the sky. Of course, Catherine, who was running hard, had no time to look up at the sky. But Catherine still felt a large shadow appear above her head, completely blocking the light from above. And according to the coverage area of the shadow on the ground, Catherine barely estimated the timing of the hammer dragon's landing. Let's do it again. This time we must perfectly avoid the attack of the tailed hammer dragon. This time, with the big sword put into the scabbard on her back, Catherine did not roll to avoid as usual, but jumped with all her strength, and threw her whole body forward. Chapter 463: The Fear of Immobility. Boom! The huge tail hammer fell again. But this time Catherine's flying dive, after getting a run-up, kept herself away from the huge tail hammer of the tail hammer. The farther away they were, the smaller the vibrations on the ground were, and the smaller the impact on Catherine. So it wasn't that difficult when Catherine stood up again. Very good! The ground is not shaking so much this time. If you pay attention to your balance, you can stand firm and have a chance. Seizing this opportunity, Catherine took another step forward. Boom! In order to cope with the aftermath of the shaking of the ground, Catherine had to use more strength than usual when taking this step. As a result, she stepped firmly on the ground, leaving a deep footprint on the ground to ensure her body balance. At the same time, he slashed at the hammer dragon with another horizontal slash. You tailed hammer dragon! I will definitely kill you this time to pass the trial! Of course, Catherine will not let go of this hard-earned attack opportunity. So although this sweeping blow is not a more powerful charge slash, but it also used all of Catherine's power, resulting in astonishing destructive power. Crack! Catherine's previous vertical slashing attack left a vertical wound on the tail of the tail hammer dragon. But this time the horizontal slash attack left a deep mark horizontally on the tail hammer dragon's flank. The two wounds crossed each other and tore each other apart. Another huge flame burst out, and the originally scorched black marks became even deeper. Great! The second sword also hit, and it also came with the fire attribute damage that the tailed hammer dragon is most afraid of. Both attacks hit the same place. The body of the tailed hammer dragon must have been greatly affected. As long as I keep doing this a few more times, I will definitely be able to win. At this time, Catherine thought optimistically in her heart. However, the reality is often not as simple as imagined. Although most of the time, Catherine's sword has extremely powerful destructive power. Once hit by such a powerful sword, most of the monsters will either die or be seriously injured. Only a very small number of monsters can continue to maintain combat effectiveness. But the tailed hammer dragon is not an ordinary monster. The tie-tailed hammer dragon has a large enough body, which makes Catherine's fatal attacks on other monsters only cause pain when dealing with the tailed hammer dragon. And if this tailed hammer dragon has enough tenacity of willpower, then these pains can even be ignored in a short period of time. What was before Catherine's eyes was such a tail hammer dragon. It was extremely angry, and the only thought left in its mind was to crush the human woman in front of it. So ordinary pain could not affect it at all. In this case, after being severely injured for the second time, the tailed hammer dragon not only did not lose control of its body due to pain, nor did it scream in grief, but ignored the pain and immediately launched a counterattack against Catherine without any hesitation. This was something Catherine had not expected. Therefore, when Catherine's big sword tore open the abdomen of the tail hammer dragon for the second time, the tail hammer of the tail hammer dragon had also struck Catherine from the side. The tailed hammer dragon turned its body while sweeping its huge tail over, which caught Catherine off guard, who had just attacked the tailed hammer dragon but had not yet had time to stop. How is it possible that after being hit by my big sword, this monster's movements were not affected in any way? Is this level of injury not enough to affect the mobility of this hammer dragon? Catherine was also shocked. But this time at that time, when Long was already too late to defend or dodge, Catherine was in the short gap between the attack and unable to stop, and there was no possibility of evading it. Boom! There was the sound of a giant hammer ringing again, but this time the hammer hit Catherine hard on the side of her body. This huge tail hammer hit Catherine on the shoulder, and then knocked Catherine away sideways. Ah! This time Catherine flew dozens of meters away as before. Not only that, when Catherine rolled several times on the ground and finally stopped and fell to the ground, the part hit by the huge tail of the tail hammer dragon even already cracked. Under the cracked armor, Catherine's snow-white arm was exposed. But this time, there was not only a lot of blood flowing on the arm, but also a large dark mark left by the impact. It hurts! My hands and my armor, which are made from a mixture of the scales and carapace of male and female fire dragons, have been destroyed. I just glanced at the injured part from the corner of my eye. Catherine already understood the gap between the two parties. The tailed hammer dragon is simply too powerful, especially its extraordinary strength and giant hammer-like tail hammer. It is simply the nemesis of all defensive methods. Not only is the sword in Catherine's hand undefendable, but even the armor on Catherine's body is like an ordinary decoration. Once hit, it will only be shattered. Is this the true strength of the tailed hammer dragon after being completely angry? But I will not lose. As before, Catherine endured the pain all over her body and tried to stand up with the support of her sword, but found that this time she couldn't even stand up. Catherine had just gotten up, and before she could exert any force on her hand holding the sword, she felt a sharp pain. Oops! Is my arm broken? Although there was no way to confirm whether it was really broken. One thing was certain. At this time, Catherine could not even hold the sword firmly. And if no treatment is given in this case, the harder you apply force, the easier it is for the wound to worsen. Looking at the tailed hammer dragon again, although Catherine had already left 2 large sword wounds on it, the seemingly deep scars still failed to reach the tail hammer dragon's organs. Therefore, such injuries are very harmful to it. This hammer dragon is nothing at all. And if compared with the wounds on Catherine's body, it is even more worth mentioning. In other words, compared to Catherine, who could barely stand up, the tailed hammer dragon still had the energy to attack again. So when Catherine was still trying to stand up again, the hammer dragon used the same moves as before, seemingly not caring that Catherine would see through her attack method. The tailed hammer dragon spun around again, and a new round of attacks began. I want to win. I promise, Mr. Cat. I must win. But stand up quickly. How come my body can't use any strength at all? Why? Why? Chapter 464 Potential Explosion. In Catherine's mind, she kept telling herself to stand up immediately and run so that she could avoid the attack of the tail hammer dragon. Because even Catherine herself knows very well that if she still lies there motionless, then this time the tailed hammer dragon descends from the sky, she will inevitably be crushed into a meat pie. The tail hammer dragon's rotation speed has become faster and faster, but Catherine is still lying on the ground unable to move at all. Move quickly! Why am I running out of energy? Is it because I am too seriously injured? My whole body is hurting. It hurts so much. I don't want to die yet. I can't die yet. I still have to live. I still have to live with Mr. Cat. Ah! Catherine roared loudly, and amidst this hysterical roar, enduring the severe pain that ordinary people could not bear, Catherine finally got up reluctantly. But this is still far from enough. Catherine just managed to stand up. If she couldn't run, then Catherine would still be a target standing there, unable to escape the end of being crushed into a meat pie by the huge Tysaurus. At this time, the tail hammer dragon's body once again showed signs of rising off the ground. And then, there was another loud noise, and the tail hammer dragon, dozens of meters away, spun into the sky again. The woman is probably no longer good. Right. I am too impatient, and let her deal with the tailed hammer dragon alone for the first time. At the same moment, Wenlong, who was hiding in the tree and secretly observing all this, was also ready to take action. Because even Wenlong has confirmed that Catherine has fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. If this situation continues to develop, Catherine is likely to lose her life. This is obviously not what Wenlong wants to see, although Wenlong pretends to leave on the surface. If Catherine's life is really threatened, Wenlong still decides to take action. But Wenlong also understood that once he took action, it would mean that the trial failed. And because of the precedent this time, it would be difficult for Catherine to believe that Wenlong would let herself get into trouble alone next time. It would be impossible for Long to use the same method to arrange breakthrough trials for Catherine. And if ordinary methods are used, the better situation is that the time for Catherine to master the secret will be delayed a lot. And if it is worse, Catherine's strength may even stop there, and it will be difficult to have any more in the future. Progress has been made. There's nothing I can do about it. Woman, you've done a great job. After all, not everyone can become a legendary hunter. Leave the rest to me. Meow. At the last moment when Wenlong was about to show up to save Catherine, Wenlong discovered a strange phenomenon. That was when Catherine started running again. Although the speed was much slower than before her body was severely injured. It was true that Catherine started running again. Did this guy really do it with his own perseverance? Wenlong stopped when he saw this scene, as if he was attracted by Catherine's actions. Wenlong stopped his plan to save Catherine, and instead retracted his body again. Because Wenlong saw the amazing potential and perseverance shown by Catherine. Not only did Catherine start running, but what was even more surprising was that Catherine ran faster and faster. From the initial staggering feeling, I ended up reaching a level close to that before the injury. But Catherine's danger was still not over. The body of the high-leaping tail hammer dragon and the huge tail hammer once again reached the top of Catherine's head. The huge shadow projected onto the ground once again enveloped Catherine's relatively small figure. Unlike before, this time, Catherine did not rush to make evasive movements such as rolling or flying, but continued to run forward. At this time, this huge figure had begun to fall, especially the tail hammer part with the most concentrated mass, which was pressing directly towards Catherine. Oh! You can actually do it to this extent! Meow! The scene in front of him made Wenlong, who was hiding in a tree watching the battle, shout out in surprise. Although his speed is affected due to the injury. But in terms of timing, I did better than before. This time, I will definitely be able to escape. Meow! Just like Wenlong said, at this critical moment of life and death, Catherine's grasp of the timing turned out to be extremely accurate from the beginning. This is because when the tail hammer dragon presses down from the air, there will be a process of changing its posture. During this process, the tail hammer dragon will adjust its body to the extent that it can just press on the target. As Catherine was seriously injured and her speed had dropped. Of course, it was impossible for Catherine to rely solely on speed to evade as before. Therefore, the best way was to suddenly burst out the remaining precious power at the moment the tailed hammer dragon changed its posture. He made a speed change that gave the tailed hammer dragon no time to react, causing the tailed hammer dragon's attack to fail. Catherine did it. When the tailed hammer dragon thought that he had been able to hit the target accurately, he did not expect that Catherine would burst out with more terrifying power than before in an instant. Another flying dive, and one after another rolling to the ground at the same time. Catherine instantly widened the distance from the tailed hammer dragon, perfectly dodging this dangerous attack. Beautiful! Meow! Even Wenlong couldn't help but high-five. Fortunately, Wenlong was still some distance away from Catherine, so Catherine didn't hear Wenlong's voice. But the two sides returned to a confrontation again, and the situation was still very unfavorable to Catherine. Catherine is just unleashing her body's potential through extreme explosions. It can indeed have miraculous effects in a short period of time. However, if the physical injuries are not treated, this level of explosion will never last. If it continues, if the last bit of potential is exhausted, then the wonderful performance just now will only be short-lived. And after exhausting her last strength, Catherine will fall into an even more unfavorable situation. But for the tailed hammer dragon, it was just a failed attack. But it did not affect the tailed hammer dragon's next new attack at all. Sure enough, just like before, the tail hammer dragon's body turned again. Because the tail hammer dragon believed that since the previous 3 attacks had achieved good results, as long as the same attack was carried out again, the human woman in front of him would not be able to do anything. There may be another chance to escape. Chapter 465. The secret is activated. Catherine also felt the surging power in her body. Similarly, Catherine also knew that this power could not last long. So is this the potential of my body? With such power, can I use mysteries? Although she is not completely sure, Catherine believes that the potential that Wenlong is referring to should be the power she feels now. If this is the case, I can only make a desperate move. Otherwise, the longer it takes, the worse it will be for me. Although she has temporarily gained strength, Catherine knows that the biggest problem now is how to defeat the hammer dragon's attack. The difference from before was that this time, when the tailed hammer dragon spun its body again, Catherine did not run away. Instead, she stood uncharacteristically and carefully observed every move of the tailed hammer dragon. Unconsciously, in Catherine's eyes, the hammer dragon's rotating tail didn't seem as scary as before, and the speed of the hammer dragon seemed to have slowed down. Catherine knew that this was just her illusion. It was because after observing the attack methods of the tailed hammer dragon again and again, her eyes could capture the tail hammer dragon's movements more clearly. It turns out that because I didn't know much about the tailed hammer dragon before, I always thought of hiding as far away as possible before counterattacking. But I didn't expect that the weak point was right here. I saw it. The weak point is when turning. Especially now that it has just started and the speed is not fast. Then there is a chance to cut in. Just lower your body to avoid the tail hammer of the tail hammer dragon. And you can get out of the tail hammer dragon from this tail hammer dragon. Find a suitable entry point between the tail and the ground. When she realized this, Catherine's heart brightened like a mirror, and she instantly made up her mind. Although I'm a bit stupid and not as smart as Mr. Cat, it's impossible for me to lose to the same move 4 times in a row. Catherine suddenly shouted loudly. Catherine bent over, lowered her body, then kicked her legs hard, and her whole body flew forward against the ground at an extremely fast speed. It stands to reason that it would be difficult for Catherine to make such an action with a huge and heavy sword in her hand. But this time, at a very short distance, Catherine did it. In order to reduce the burden of the big sword on her body and keep her center of gravity as balanced as possible under the instantaneous high-speed movement, Catherine neither held a big sword in her hand nor carried the big sword on her back this time. Instead, he placed the sword close to the ground and moved forward in a dragging manner. This is because only in this position can Catherine lower her body to the lowest level. At the same time, because the ground shares part of the weight of the big sword, she will not fall to the ground due to the weight of the big sword causing her center of gravity to become unstable. The perfect timing chosen after careful observation allowed Catherine to successfully dodge the huge tail hammer of the tailed hammer dragon. But the middle part of the tail of the subsequent tie-tailed hammer dragon still swept past Catherine's head and hit Catherine's helmet. On top. Snapped. Catherine felt a jolt above her head. Although the huge tail of the tail hammer dragon just missed Catherine's head, Catherine's helmet was still blown away instantly, and her long silver hair flew away. Escaped! Finally, Catherine successfully cut to the feet of the hammer dragon. And then Catherine raised her sword and slashed directly at the feet of the hammer dragon. This is Catherine's last chance. Hiding under the feet of the tailed hammer dragon can indeed avoid being hit by the tailed hammer dragon's spinning attack. But this also means that if the tailed hammer dragon jumps up on the spot, Catherine, who is standing directly below her, will not have time to return. If you dodge, you will eventually be crushed into a meat pie. Therefore, Catherine must stop the tailed hammer dragon from doing this in a very short period of time. And the best way is to directly cut off the legs of the tailed hammer dragon, so that the giant beast will fall to the ground and never get up again. Come! However, this is easier said than done. The reason is, of course, that the body of this hammer dragon is too strong, and time is too tight. Even if it has a strange power like Catherine, there is no way to knock it down in such a short period of time with ordinary attacks. As a result, Catherine hit the tail hammer dragon's leg with a horizontal slash. But what surprised Catherine was that although her sword cut into the tail hammer dragon's leg muscles, the tail hammer dragon's leg was cut. Some of the muscles were torn apart, but it still couldn't stop the monster from continuing to turn its body, let alone directly break the balance and overturn the hammer dragon to the ground. The tail hammer dragon's rotation speed has become faster and faster, which means that this huge monster is about to take off again. Oops! The power is not enough. If you charge it, you don't have enough time. If you can't cut down this hammer dragon directly, it will be completely over later. After realizing this, Catherine did not dare to relax at all, but used her greatest strength to swing at the feet of the tail hammer dragon. Catherine could even feel that every cell in her body began to emit energy, which was something Catherine had never felt before. I see. After breaking through the limit, this is how the body's energy is mobilized from every cell. It is precisely with this kind of power that you can use the secret. Catherine could feel that these powers began to gather from every cell, then flowed and merged in the body, and finally turned into her own power. Catherine held the big sword in her hand and twirled it, which was exactly the same as the hammer dragon spinning. The only difference is that the tail hammer dragon rotates its own tail with a huge and heavy tail hammer, while Catherine rotates her big sword. But Catherine's rotation speed is faster than Tamalong. Catherine keeps spinning, getting faster and faster, and each circle is a more powerful attack than the previous one. Mysterious meaning! Hell's Gate! Catherine remembered that Shanlan Luodin, who also used a big sword, had also used the secret meaning. This was the term he shouted out at that time. So this term also appeared in Catherine's mind involuntarily. The secret is activated, and the sharp sword light draws a circle around Catherine. It is the afterimage produced when the sword dances rapidly. And because Catherine's sword is a special sword made of the material of male and female fire, so in fierce flames burst out from time to time in the light and shadow. So the effect of Catherine's constantly rotating sword was like a tornado with flames, and the entire tail hammer dragon's legs were rolled in. Every time Catherine's sword turned, you could see that it was being minced and burnt meat flew everywhere, showing that the power was no longer comparable to the previous ordinary attacks. Chapter 466 Mysterious Truth. Hell Gate. Change. Even as powerful as the tailed hammer dragon, he cannot remain unharmed in this tornado of flames. In particular, Catherine's power is much greater than that of ordinary hunters, and the power of the mystery Hell Gate she activates is far beyond that of ordinary hunters. Just like the name of the secret, this powerful fire tornado is like the door to HL. Once it is sucked in, there is no possibility of escape. As a result, not long after, the legs of this huge-tailed hammer dragon could no longer withstand the sudden burst of damage, and finally lost its balance completely under Catherine's mysterious attack. Ouch! 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 The unbalanced tailed hammer dragon fell to the side in pain. Catherine knew that it was impossible for the tailed hammer dragon to stand up again, because Catherine noticed that just now, she had turned the legs of the hammer dragon into a bloody mess. The muscles that could not be completely cut before were also smashed, exposing a lot of bones. But Catherine still didn't stop, and the crazy flame tornado continued, until Catherine was sure that this huge monster had completely lost its ability to resist. Catherine swung the big sword in her hand forward with inertia. Just like the tail hammer dragon uses rotation to accumulate kinetic energy, Catherine also uses the kinetic energy accumulated in the front into the final blow. Mr. Cat! I won! The moment the sword was slashed out, Catherine couldn't help shouting. What emerged in Catherine's heart was not only the joy of defeating a powerful monster, but also the excitement of growing up. He looks like a child who has done something that can be appreciated by his parents, and his proud expression is beyond words. The last sword slashed with the kinetic energy of the previous rotation. The tail hammer dragon, which was already dying due to the attack of mystery Hell Gate, could only watch the sharp sword in Catherine's hand fall on him. For a moment, the violent tail hammer dragon flashed in its eyes. Fear of death. Crack! Completely cutting in two. The last sword used the kinetic energy accumulated before to turn into a powerful blow. Not only did it cut open the abdomen of the tail hammer dragon, but also completely penetrated the body of the tail hammer dragon, killing the tail hammer dragon inside. His entrails were in a mess. At this point, this huge monster with extremely strong vitality finally lost its last breath. Not bad. It seems that I saw the right person right back then. From a distance, Wenlong hid in a tree and nodded with satisfaction. He actually killed the tailed hammer dragon. And not only did he really understand the secret, but he also understood the secret. There have been some changes to make it more consistent with its own characteristics. Meow. It can be said that Catherine's performance this time has exceeded Wenlong's expectations. The biggest reason is that Catherine not only defeated the tailed hammer dragon and understood the secret, but also created some differences based on her own physical characteristics. I really don't know if this woman is born with such a talent for understanding. or if she accidentally got inspiration from the tail hammer dragon's spinning attack and integrated it into the secret. Wenlong continued to sigh in his heart. But no matter what, the secret revealed by Catherine cannot simply be called secret. Hell's Gate. At least it's secret. Hell's Gate. Change. Meow. Just as Wenlong analyzed in his mind, there is a difference between the ordinary mystery, Hell Gate, and the mystery, Hell Gate. Change that Catherine just used. The ordinary mystery, Hell Gate, just uses the body as the axis and the big sword as the blade to rotate continuously until it has no strength to support it. In other words, it is just the mystery, Hell Gate, that Catherine just used. Change the first half, and Catherine used mystery, Gate of Hell. Change. At the end of the mystery, a / using inertia was added, and its destructive power became even more amazing. The action is very similar to the posture of the tailed hammer dragon throwing its body out after spinning. Catherine was almost certainly inspired by Tailhammer's moves. Well, it's not in vain that I came back to take a look. I finally saw a wonderful hunting scene. I was able to get inspiration from the monster's attack method. It seems that I am not stupid at all. Meow. After confirming that there was nothing to see, Wenlong turned around with satisfaction. Not long after, Wenlong's figure completely disappeared into the distance. Huh? For a moment, Catherine, who was completely exhausted from using her last strength to use mysteries, could only sit down and rest, seemed to feel something, and looked toward the top of a big tree in the distance. However, when Catherine's sight started from there, when he reached the crown of a big tree, Wenlong was no longer there. Why does it feel like there is Mr. Cat somewhere? I am really too tired. Are you hallucinating? Catherine couldn't help but think in her heart. With the death of the tailhammer dragon, the woods where the fierce battle just broke out suddenly became quiet. Not only did the violent tailhammer dragon become a motionless corpse lying on the ground, but also the surrounding woods. The other monsters had already disappeared, as if Catherine was the only one left in the whole forest. Hoo-hoo-hoo, all that could be heard was Catherine's rapid breathing. Sure enough, after using the secret, you will feel exhausted all over your body. If you are hungry, you should eat something first. I will have to chase Mr. Cat and the others later. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it if I don't recover some physical strength. So Catherine took out the dried meat she always carried and swallowed it in a few gulps. Then she took out the recovery medicine G and carefully treated her wound. Sure enough, I feel much better. Not only has my body's strength recovered a lot, but the pain has also eased. Okay, we still have this. We can't waste it. After doing this, Catherine took another look at the body of the tailhammer dragon that fell on the ground. And then Catherine took out a knife and peeled off some useful materials from the tailhammer dragon body. Put it in a backpack. The horns of this hammer dragon are good and very hard. And the giant hammer on the tail is simply the best material for making sledgehammer mist. There are also these thick carapace. And there are too many strong tail vertebrae. There is nothing we can do if you take them all with you. Then let's take some with you. Because the tailhammer dragon is too big, Catherine can only use her own experience to judge which parts are valuable and rare, and which parts are not so valuable and rare. Peel off those important and rare parts, and put them into her own limited body. In the backpack. Chapter 467 Traces of Thunder and Lightning. After collecting valuable and rare materials, Catherine is on the road again. You have to hurry up, or you won't be able to catch up with Mr. Cat. Although her physical strength has not yet fully recovered, Catherine doesn't care so much and has already begun to rush on her way in order to catch up with Wenlong and others as soon as possible. At this time, in front of Catherine, Wenlong, who had left first, had returned to the team. Ah, Mr. Wenlong, you are back. Seeing Wenlong, Lindy's immediately asked curiously, How is Sister Catherine? Humph, it's a little better than I expected. Naya, Wenlong said. Oh, that woman really killed such a big monster alone? Meow? Robin couldn't believe it. This tone of voice should sound very good. After all, Mr. Wenlong rarely praises others. Lindy's also said happily. Sister Catherine is indeed very powerful. She was able to exceed Mr. Cat's expectations. Haitang is so envious. Haitang also said thoughtfully. It's okay. After all, I taught you this. You have to be promising. Don't mention this to her. When the woman catches up with you later, don't say that I just went back. Do you understand? Meow? Wenlong quickly greeted Lindy's and others. I know. Mr. Wenlong, you are just at Sundra. You are worried to death. But you don't dare let anyone know. Lindy smiled again. Ha! Arrogant. Ha! Isn't that used to describe girls? Ha ha ha. Hearing Lindy say this about Wenlong, Robin on the side laughed so hard that tears came out. If you two dare to do this again, be careful. I will throw you into the river. Wenlong threatened. Ah, I got it. Don't worry. I won't tell you. Lindy stuck out her tongue in a mischievous manner. I won't say anything. Meow. I can swear to the gods of our black cat tribe. Meow. Robin quickly raised his hand and swore. In this way, Wenlong, Haitang, Lindy's and Robin were chatting while moving forward. During this period, the group deliberately slowed down their pace in order to allow Catherine to catch up as soon as possible. Sure enough, not long after, I heard a familiar voice coming from behind. Mr. Cat! Everyone! I'm back! Welcome back. Sister Catherine! Haitang said. Sister Catherine, have you understood the secret? Lindy's also asked curiously. Yeah. Catherine nodded and said with some pride. It's really what Mr. Cat said. Just when I thought I was going to die and never see Mr. Cat again, something suddenly surged out of my body. He gained a special power, and then used this power to unknowingly bring out the secret. After saying that, Catherine ran to Wenlong again, hugged Wenlong and lifted him up, and then said happily, Mr. Cat, I succeeded. I have killed a big monster called Tailhammer Dragon. Well, look, this backpack contains all the materials for the Tailed Hammer Dragon. Well, I already know this, Uncle, but don't be proud. You still need to keep working hard. Wenlong said. I will definitely continue to work hard. Catherine suddenly said with a smile. But won't Mr. Cat give me a reward this time? Reward? Wenlong was stunned for a moment. In Wenlong's mind, this seemed to be the first time Catherine had made such a request. Yes, a reward? A reward for defeating the big monster and finally returning to Mr. Cat. Wenlong thought for a moment and then replied. Okay. Meow. After speaking, Wenlong stretched out a claw. Because Wenlong was being held and lifted up by Catherine at this time, Wenlong could easily touch Catherine's head. So Wenlong gently stroked Catherine's head with his paws, and Catherine showed an expression of enjoyment. In this case, it should be okay. Naya? Well, it's very comfortable. It's great to be rewarded by Mr. Cat. Catherine said happily. Hey, which one of the two Grand Maesters is the pet? Meow? Seeing this scene, Robin asked Lindy's beside her in a low voice. Is this important? Lindy's asked in a low voice. Okay, it doesn't seem important, but it feels a little strange, Robin said, spreading his hands. After reuniting with Catherine, Wenlong and others continued on their way in the direction indicated by the previously obtained intelligence. On the way, Wenlong and others camped in the wild for a night's rest. During the rest, Wenlong specially treated and bandaged Catherine's wounds, allowing Catherine's body to recover enough, and then resumed their journey early the next morning, passing through the wet forest with many waterways, and traveling upstream along the river. Wenlong and his party entered a relatively gentle area, which is the gathering place of streams and the origin of the big river in the flooded forest. Sure enough, Wenlong and others found many traces of Thunder Wolf Dragon along the way, and the number found was much more than what they had discovered along the way before. Look, there are signs of burning here again. Suddenly, Lindy's, who was observing the monster's ecological environment while rushing on the road, pointed to a burnt tree, and then called Wenlong and others to come over and take a look. Well, the traces burned by the electric arc should be left by lightning. Judging from the position, it cannot be left by lightning, so it is almost certainly a Thunder Wolf Dragon. And if my guess is true, we are close to the Thunder Wolf Dragon should be very close. Meow. Wenlong nodded after looking at it, and then said, Is it nearby? Meow. Robin asked in surprise after hearing this. That's right, because this trace is still very new. It was obviously left not long ago. If you can find the footprints of the Thunder Wolf Dragon nearby, you should be able to find it. Yes, there are indeed the footprints of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Meow. Wenlong also said loudly so that everyone could hear. Sure enough, they are the footprints of a Thunder Wolf Dragon. They are exactly the same as those recorded in the books. Lindy's quickly took out her black notebook. On it was a scaled-down footprint of a Thunder Wolf Dragon. Comparing the two, it turned out that it was indeed the footprints of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Same. With the footprints, we can more accurately deduce the direction of the monster. It seems that the direction we are heading is not wrong. As long as we continue to move forward, we will definitely be able to find the prey. Wenlong continued. That's a bit dangerous. When the Thunder Wolf Dragon comes, I will dig a hole and hide. After you finish fighting, remember to call me. Meow. Robin said quickly. We'll probably remember it. Wenlong said disapprovingly. That's okay. You can't leave me behind. We agreed to unlock the secret of Xiaolong's skin. Meow. Robin protested loudly. Okay. I'll remember this. Uncle, are you really afraid that I'll be greedy for that thing alone? Chapter 468 Dangerous Trap. Of course. What Wenlong was talking about was the secret hidden in the 2 pieces of Xiaolong's skin. According to Robin, this secret should be related to the treasure left by the thief Wood. But based on what Wenlong obtained from Bai Mao before, it should also be related to some kind of treasure that can greatly improve the physical ability of El Cat. Although there was no conflict between the two, Wenlong couldn't figure out what kind of treasure it was that a thief with superb stealing skills would value and regard it as a treasure. Forget it. It's useless to think too much now. When the time comes to find out the secret, I will understand everything. But if it is something that is really useful to me, then I will keep it. Of course, I can give Robin some compensation appropriately. And if it's not too useful, it wouldn't hurt to give it to Robin. Wenlong also considered it in his heart. Unlike Robin, after hearing Wenlong's analysis, Catherine not only did not feel nervous or scared, but instead seemed very excited. Great. I can finally find the Thunder Wolf Dragon. The secret I just mastered yesterday can finally be sent out again. It's come in handy. Really, Wenlong glanced at Catherine and thought in his heart. His whole body was injured from the battle the day before. But he is so energetic today. He is really a physically strong guy. Meow. I feel a little excited. And at the same time, Lindy said with great anticipation. Finally, I can see the Thunder Wolf Dragon with my own eyes. It will definitely add an important chapter to my thesis on the monster ecology of Shichi Kingdom. Don't be so excited. Although Thunder Wolf Dragon is not strong, don't forget that there is a Dino Tyrannosaurus following it. Meow. Seeing Catherine and Lindy's being blindly optimistic, Wenlong did not forget to remind them. Don't worry. I will hide and watch the battle from a distance. And I also have Flash Jade and Sonic Bombs with me. So I won't let you worry, Lindy said quickly, just to make Wenlong feel at ease. Then try to stay as far away as possible. But don't leave my sight. That's the best. Meow. Wenlong said as he carefully identified the Thunder Wolf Dragon's footprints on the ground. And then took Catherine to wait. People continued to move forward along the footsteps of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Yes. I can already feel it getting closer and closer. Wenlong could clearly feel it based on the footprints on the ground and the smell of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Sure enough, after walking some distance, Wenlong made a silent gesture. And then Catherine and others immediately slowed down according to Wenlong's instructions. And then moved forward quietly. It's almost there. It's in front. You try not to make any noise so we can catch it off guard. As long as we kill this Thunder Wolf Dragon as soon as possible, the remaining Dino Tyrannosaurus will not be afraid of us. Meow. Wenlong whispered. The ground warned. Understood. Mr. Cat. Catherine and Haitang both nodded. Then the group continued to move forward, walked into a deep bush, and then gently pushed aside the blocking bush in front of them. As expected, Wenlong and the group found a Thunder Wolf Dragon strolling on the lawn. Fortunately, this guy didn't notice us. Meow. Wenlong confirmed. At this time, not only Wenlong, but others also saw the existence of the Thunder Wolf Dragon through the grass. Mr. Cat, what should we do now? Catherine asked at this time. Wait a minute. I will go out for a sneak attack first. After my sneak attack is successful, I will definitely take the lead. You and the little girl will rush out again, and we will kill the Thunder Wolf Dragon together. As long as the Thunder Wolf Dragon is killed first, we can concentrate on dealing with the terrorist storm. It's much easier for dragons. Meow. Wenlong explained. Okay, Mr. Cat, let's do this. Both Catherine and Haitang nodded. Okay, you guys hide first so that I can sneak attack Meow. As he said that, Wenlong took out the secret protective stone from his pocket and put it on his body. Wenlong's figure immediately became blurry, making it difficult for people to perceive its existence. But even so, Wenlong was still very careful and did not rush out casually, but waited for the Thunder Wolf Dragon to turn around. He sneaked out of the bushes, retracted his claws into the pads of his flesh, and slowly approached the Thunder Wolf Dragon, making as little noise as possible. Very good. Just like this. This guy hasn't noticed that I'm going to succeed soon. Meow! Wenlong also thought in his heart when he was halfway to the distance. Although it seems that Wenlong has only advanced half the distance. In fact, Wenlong is almost close to success, because the remaining half of the distance does not require a complete approach. Wenlong only needs one sprint to approach instantly, while Thunder Wolf Dragon will not have time to react at all. So Wenlong continued to move forward while getting ready to sprint. Okay, it's almost done. Meow. Wow. Suddenly, just when Wenlong was about to rush out, a sound from the bushes alerted the Thunder Wolf Dragon. What's going on? Who made the sound? Meow? Wenlong was startled when he heard the sound, and then looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was not the place where Catherine and others were hiding just now. To be precise, in another bush, a girl broke open the bushes and rushed out, with a cutting axe in her hand. It's this little brat again. Meow! Even Wenlong couldn't bear it anymore. This girl was Rin, who Wenlong and others had met several times before. Although Wenlong was a little worried about her running around before, he never expected that he would encounter her in such a far place. At this time, the Thunder Wolf Dragon had noticed Rin's sudden appearance, and when he discovered that Rin was still carrying a hunting weapon, this powerful tooth beast monster immediately entered a fighting state. Then the Thunder Wolf Dragon roared and immediately rushed towards the little girl. Oops! This little kid is in danger! Meow! For a moment, Wenlong wanted to help Rin, and was about to rush out. But the next moment, Wenlong suddenly stopped. No! It's such a long distance! And there are countless monsters on the road. How can this little kid get here with his strength? And the timing of this appearance is too coincidental. I'm afraid. Wenlong was confused, and suddenly remembered the sense of disobedience he felt when he saw it at the assembly hall last time. Wenlong finally understood. Wenlong resisted the urge, but the other person rushed out. It was Catherine who rushed out. Catherine raised the sword in her hand, and then stood between the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the girl named Rin. Idiot! That's a trap! Wenlong shouted loudly. However, it was still a step too late. With a bang sound, Catherine did perfectly block the attack of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. But right behind Catherine, the girl named Rin raised the axe in her hand and stabbed Catherine in the back. Chapter 469: The Killer in Disguise. How can it be? At first, even Wenlong couldn't believe this was true. Although Wenlong felt that there was indeed something wrong with the girl named Lin, he did not expect that she would do such an amazing move. What surprised Wenlong even more was that the girl was holding the lowest level of chopping axe. According to common sense, it was impossible to pierce Catherine's armor. However, this cutting axe actually pierced Catherine's armor in front of Wenlong's eyes. Not only that, but what shocked Wenlong was that the cutting axe immediately changed its shape after attacking Catherine, transformed from the original axe form into the sword form. At this time, Wenlong finally understood why this happened. The SHL that originally covered the cutting axe completely fell off during the transformation process, gradually revealing the true face of the weapon. Wenlong instantly recognized that this was not the lowest level chopping axe at all, but a high-level chopping axe made of black horn dragon materials. The Black Tyrant, having two different forms, is one of the characteristics of the slashing axe. Although this weapon is not commonly seen in the Zishard area, it is relatively common in the Shichi country, and has an extremely rich range of moves. When the cut axe is in the axe form, it will be more flexible, and as a long-handled axe, its attack range will be wider, and it can accumulate cut points. But when the cut axe is in the sword form, it becomes bulkier. Although this deformable weapon cannot be used for defense like a big sword, it can be equipped with various bottles like a hunting bow, and by consuming /value to activate it, it instantly explodes with great power. Therefore, when Wenlong, who was familiar with the power of axe cutting, saw the axe in the girl's hand changing from axe form to sword form, Wenlong reacted immediately and rushed over as quickly as possible. Oops! If you just cut open the armor, once it transforms into sword mode, the consequences will be unimaginable. Naya! However, the distance between Wenlong and Catherine was a bit far away. Before they reached half the distance, the axe in the girl's hand had already deformed, completely transforming from the axe form into the sword form. No! It's still too slow! At this time, Wenlong even had a scene in Wenlong's mind of Catherine completely collapsing because of the Black Tyrant's special attribute. Catherine still didn't understand the situation. So when Catherine turned around and saw that it was Rin holding the axe against her back, Catherine just asked a little strangely, "Shaolin, what are you doing?" "I'm sorry, big sister. It may be a little painful for the first time, but it will be fine soon." Rin smiled slightly, intending to detonate the paralysis bottle filled in the sword-shaped cutting axe. If Rin succeeds, Catherine's body will be paralyzed in an instant, rendering her powerless to resist, and then she can only be slaughtered. However, at this moment, Rin suddenly felt a gust of cold wind coming. Dangerous! Rin's keen sixth sense made her react immediately. She leaned back and an arrow passed by. That was the arrow that Haitang shot. In order to support Catherine, who rushed out, Haitang had already put the arrow on the bowstring. When Rin stabbed Catherine with the axe, Haitang immediately shot the arrow without hesitation. Go out. It's just that the target of the arrow was changed from the Thunder Wolf Dragon to the girl who called herself Rin. No matter how amazing Wenlong's movement speed was, it could not match the speed of arrows flying. So the arrows shot by Haitang were the first to arrive. It was Haitang's timely arrow that forced Rin to temporarily avoid it, winning precious time for Catherine and Wenlong. Immediately afterwards, Wenlong's figure followed closely, slashing down with two sword lights. One of the sword lights collided with Rin's cutting axe, and bounced the cutting axe in Rin's hand to avoid hurting Catherine. And another sword light was pointed directly at Lin's throat, which had the potential to kill someone. TCH, if it's really troublesome, can't you just let me knock him down? Rin complained dissatisfiedly, and could only choose to retreat and avoid Wenlong's sharp edge. As a member of Poison Beak, you are obviously pretty good at it, but you pretended to be a novice before but pretended to be the same. I really want to give you 99 points for your acting skills. The less points are just for fear of making you proud. Jiang Rin from Catherine pushing away. Wenlong also mocked intentionally. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment. Rin did not deny that Wenlong called him a member of the Poisonous Beak. I will not be stupid enough to fight the enemy head-on like the guy who failed the previous mission, and then be killed. Get rid of it. As long as I can paralyze the enemy and reduce the difficulty of the task. What's the point of pretending to be a novice? Is Rin a member of Poison Beak? Only then did Catherine react. She reached out to touch the wound on her back. When she pulled it back, she found that her hand was already covered in blood. I'm sorry, Sister Catherine. Rin lied to you. I originally wanted to send you to meet your brother. My brother? What happened to my brother? Catherine shouted excitedly when the other party mentioned her brother. What? Did I just tell you about your brother? Oh, yes, I think I did. But I don't want to tell you. There was a sarcastic smile on Rin's face. Tell me quickly. Catherine had become anxious. Okay, then I'll tell you. Actually, Rin began to speak slowly. Don't listen to her. Girl. She just wants to delay time and disrupt your thinking. Meow. At this time, Wenlong suddenly interrupted Rin's speech, and then stabbed Rin with the two knives in his hands without saying a word. Delaying time? Catherine was a little confused about the situation at first. But when Catherine saw the Thunder Wolf Dragon that she had blocked before, Catherine finally understood a little bit. The Thunder Wolf Dragon, which was easily blocked by Catherine before, did not continue to attack, but stood there with lightning shining all over its body. What's going on now? Obviously there wasn't so much lightning on the Thunder Wolf Dragon before. That's Thunder Wolf Dragon accumulating electric energy. When the electric energy is accumulated, it will become more powerful. So stop it quickly. Meow. At this time, Wenlong reminded Catherine loudly while fighting with Rin. You're such a nasty Elu Cat. Do you know that you hate your mother so much that she doesn't care about anything? Facing Wenlong, Rin showed a look of disgust. Sorry. I just like the way you hate me and then can't kill me. Meow. Wenlong shot back without hesitation. Chapter 470 Summoning Companions. Bah! 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 With a sharp sound caused by the collision of weapons. Wenlong and Lin had fought for more than 10 rounds. The swords were flashing against each other, and there were dangers everywhere. But overall, Wenlong had the upper hand. Wenlong is faster than Rin, and his attacks are extremely cruel, showing a completely different fighting posture from ordinary hunters. You should know that in most cases, hunters who only fight monsters for a long time, but rarely fight humans lack the skills to fight with humans. In addition, in order to prevent hunters from using weapons to hurt people, and at the same time to dispel the national royal family's concerns about the Hunter Guild. The Hunter Guild has set extremely strict regulations. prohibiting hunters from using hunting weapons to fight with people, which also makes hunters more vulnerable to fighting with humans. He seemed a little timid. Therefore, when encountering an organization like Poison Beak, even some very high-level hunters often fail to gain the upper hand when encountering Poison Beak members who are weaker than themselves, and many even lose their lives as a result. It's because of the lack of experience in fighting humans and too many worries. However, Wenlong's attack method was completely different from that of ordinary hunters. Wenlong appears to be extremely skilled in hunting and fighting, and has no scruples. Why do you, an Elu Cat, have so many skills in dealing with humans? Rin said in surprise after more than 10 rounds of fighting. Uncle, when I was hitting bricks with others in the alley, you were still nursing. Meow, Wenlong replied. Che, Rin curled his lips in displeasure, and could only retreat while fighting, while Wenlong pressed forward step by step without giving the opponent any chance to breathe. It's so strong. What's going on with this Elu Cat? Although I already knew it was not an ordinary Elu Cat, I didn't expect it to be so strong. Could it be that the companions who were killed before were really not a problem of my own abilities? But have you encountered a strong enemy? Seeing that he was already weak, Rin also started thinking in his heart. Rin recalled that when she first heard that another Dragon Tribe member, who was a member of the Poison Beak Elite, was defeated by an Elu Cat, she was extremely disapproving. At that time, Rin just thought that his companions must have been careless. In other words, he would never have made such a low-level mistake, let alone be defeated by a small Elu Cat. After all, even in terms of strength, Rin is also confident that he is stronger than that Dragonite. Apart from anything else, the Black Tyrant, made of black horn dragon material in Rin's hand, is a high-level hunting equipment, and the equipment level is higher than the double horn dragon sword in Wenlong's hand. This shows the extent of Rin's ability to hunt the black horn dragon. So even though she knew that Wenlong had the experience of fighting a horned dragon in an arena, Rin didn't think she would lose, because Rin herself had defeated a black horned dragon that was stronger than the horned dragon. What's more, Rin is a member of the Poison Beak organization that is better at dealing with humans. And all of this is also a manifestation of Rin's strength, which has been strictly trained by the Poison Beak organization using inhuman methods since childhood. This is the result of Rin standing out from countless orphans adopted by the Poison Beak organization. But even so, Rin did not act like ordinary people who underestimated the enemy. Instead, she showed her mature character that was extremely inconsistent with her age. She decided to make plans and act in order to minimize the possibility of failure. So Rin spent a long time collecting information about Wenlong, Catherine and Hai Tang. And when she learned that Wenlong, Catherine and Hai Tang were going to Shichi Kingdom with Wang Li's scholar Lindy's, she specially planned after learning about this plan. He planned to rely on sneak attacks to kill Wenlong and others in one fell swoop. It can be said that the carefully prepared plan still had a certain effect, and it was successfully concealed from Wenlong and others in the early stage. Although Wenlong saw through it in the end, it did not have the effect of killing Wenlong and his party, but it also stabbed Catherine, greatly reducing Catherine's combat effectiveness. Obviously, I have already investigated it. It is already legendary that an Elu Cat can defeat a horned dragon, but I didn't expect that its strength is stronger than the results of the investigation. But it doesn't matter. Even so, it is still under my control. However, Rin still thought confidently. Suddenly, Rin touched his pocket with one hand, then flicked it, and a shining jade was instantly thrown out. Of course Wenlong, who had excellent dynamic vision, could tell what Rin was throwing in an instant. He could only turn his head to one side and use the double knives in his hands to block the flash jade and minimize the explosion of the flash jade. Affect yourself later. Snapped. Sure enough, the flash jade exploded and produced a bright light that was enough to temporarily blind people and monsters. However, because Wenlong responded in time, the impact was minimized. But even so, when Wenlong looked at the place where Rin was before, he found that Rin had taken this opportunity to distance himself from him. Not only that, Wenlong also noticed that Rin didn't know what time it was in his hand. There is an extra horn flute. This is, when he saw the other party taking out the horn flute, Wenlong had an unpleasant feeling in his heart. After carefully identifying it, Wenlong was also sure that the horn flute in front of him was the same as the poisonous beak of the dragon tribe before. The horn flutes held by the members are identical. They all look the same. It looks like it's a horn flute used to control monsters. Meow! That's right. It's a horn flute that can control monsters. It was excavated from ancient ruins. It's not in large quantity, so it's very valuable. Usually I'd be reluctant to take it out, but you guys forced me to do it. Since that's the case, let me do it. You become the test subjects. Let the monsters ravage you. Ha ha ha. Rin laughed. Oh meow. I should have thought that this guy has something like this. For a moment, Wenlong felt a little annoyed. However, Wenlong also knew that there was no point in being upset now. When he saw the horn flute in Rin's hand, Wenlong immediately activated the ghost transformation without saying a word, and then tried to grab the horn flute in Rin's hand as quickly as possible. You want to steal my horn flute? Don't even think about it. And Rin immediately dodged Wenlong's attack, and then blew the horn flute in his hand. Woo 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 dash. The horn flute makes a dull sound that can be heard far in this area. It's your turn, Tyrannosaurus. And you have the best support. Colored bird. Come on. Let's crush these eagles. Ha ha ha. Rin laughed wildly. Chapter 471. You can also use your tail. There's a Dino Tyrannosaurus and a colorful bird? When he heard what Rin said, Wenlong knew that he was going to be in big trouble. Needless to say, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was originally a monster that Wenlong was particularly wary of. For this reason, Wenlong specially prepared poisonous pieces of meat just to prepare for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. As for monsters like Sinyo, Wenlong had told Catherine and Hai Tang before that although they were not very strong, they could make special sounds. Not only did they have the ability to attract other monsters around them, but they could also other monsters improve their abilities. It can be regarded as the best support among monsters. Therefore, the combination of Thunder Wolf Dragon and Tyrannosaurus, which is already difficult to deal with, plus a colorful bird, will greatly enhance its combat capabilities. Damn it! I didn't hear that there was a colorful bird joining in before. No, we must get rid of this woman as soon as possible before other monsters arrive. Meow! Although Wenlong just didn't have time to stop Lin from summoning monsters. Considering the time, it would take a certain amount of time for these monsters to hear the sound and rush over. During this time, Wenlong decided to solve it first as much as possible. Get rid of the poisonous beak member in front of you. So Wenlong, who had already entered the form of a ghost, continued to launch a fierce attack, and countless sword lights quickly enveloped Rin. Do you want to snatch the horn flute in my hand? It's too late. The monsters will come over later, and do you think I only have this strength? I'm so naive! Faced with Wenlong's attack, Lin said defensively. He continued. At this time, Wenlong's attacks were coming like a tide, and Rin's defense was obviously unable to keep up with Wenlong's rhythm. Ba! 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 In an instant, the collision of weapons from both sides was heard continuously. It was Wenlong who used continuous attacks to force the opponent to reveal his flaws. Sure enough, after a round of attacks, Rin's slashing axe was completely deflected by Wenlong, revealing a large flaw in Rin's chest. It's now! Although it was only a very short flaw, Wenlong would never let it go. He stepped forward in an instant, approached Rin's side, and then stabbed Rin's chest with both swords. Boom! Boom! There were two more crisp sounds, and then Wenlong felt a violent vibration transmitted back along the weapon, making his palms hurt. Looking at the opponent again, he only took a few steps back because of Wenlong's attack, but he did not suffer much damage. It's useless, ha ha ha! Rin laughed again. My armor is also made of black horn dragon materials, and it was personally forged by the strongest craftsman of our Poison Beak organization. It is no better than the weapon in your hand. You know how strong you are? How could you possibly hurt me? Oh meow! Not only did they use good materials, but they also had highly skilled blacksmiths to forge equipment for the guy with the poisonous beak. That's really hard to do. Wenlong found that his weapons couldn't break the opponent's defense. Also a little depressed. But he was just a little depressed. Generally speaking, Wenlong still took advantage of this wave of attacks. Indeed, I am a little depressed that I can't break through your defense. But as for this thing, I have already got it. Meow! As he said this, Wenlong wagged his tail intentionally, and Nalin noticed it. Wenlong has a horn flute hanging from his tail. My horn flute! In an instant, Rin's expression changed. Your horn flute? Huh? Wenlong snorted coldly, and then said, Now it's my horn flute. I didn't expect to be able to kill you so easily. I just deliberately created opportunities to get close to you and use my double swords to attack you. Attack. Completely draw your attention to my weapon, so that I had the opportunity to use my tail to take the horn flute out of your pocket. Meow. Damn it. You Elu Cat is just as shameless as those black cats. Rin also continued to curse. Thank you very much for the compliment. Speaking of which, I have some connection with the Black Cat tribe. I have been learning the Black Cat tribe stealing techniques recently. So I made a little innovation and changed it to use my tail to steal things. Meow ha ha ha. This time it was Wenlong's turn to be proud. Under Wenlong's ridicule, Rin's face became increasingly ugly. But Rin still pretended to be calm and said, "Oh, it's useless even if you took the horn flute. You don't know how to play it. Really? You said I can't play the horn flute. So I'm going to give it a try. Meow." Hearing what the other party said, Wenlong was unconvinced and put the horn flute to his mouth. And then played hard. Puff 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 puff. However, the sound Wenlong blew was just like the sound of a broken tire. Not only did it have no rhythm at all, it was also extremely unpleasant to listen to. It's really hard to brag about it. Fortunately, I reluctantly made the decision to kiss you indirectly. But I can only brag about it like this. Wenlong also complained. Hearing Wenlong say this, Rin's face showed a hint of blush. And then his eyes widened with anger. He raised the axe in his hand and struck at Wenlong. At this moment, the offensive and defensive situations of both sides were completely reversed. It became a situation where Wenlong tried to play the horn flute while defending, while Rin kept attacking in an attempt to get the horn flute back. It is said that during the time when Wenlong was fighting against Rin, Catherine and Haitang were also confronting the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Originally, according to Wenlong, the Thunder Wolf Dragon was not a powerful monster. But it was still a bit difficult for Catherine and Haitang, who were fighting against the Thunder Wolf Dragon for the first time. And before that, Catherine was injured due to Rin's sneak attack. Especially the weapon, Black Tyrant, made from the material of the powerful Black Horn Dragon, has extremely strong attack power. Although it only penetrated part of it, it was enough to deal with all kinds of damage. Catherine's body was severely damaged. So the only one who can actually fight the Thunder Wolf Dragon is Haitang. Sister Catherine, you go and have a rest first. I'll leave this place to Haitang. Haitang said to Catherine as she rushed out of the bushes. No, I want to fight too. Although Catherine wanted to persist and continue fighting, she found that her body could no longer move freely. And she suddenly fell to her knees on the ground. Rin's Black Tyrant had cut off several of Catherine's ribs while stabbing into her body. It can be said that Catherine was lucky that she did not penetrate further and injure her heart and lungs. Sister Catherine, you need to rest now. Don't force yourself. Haitang will take care of it. Haitang said very seriously. Chapter 472 Sniper Thunder Wolf Dragon. Catherine knew that Haitang was usually very polite to her and would never speak to her in this tone. But at this time, she used an extremely serious tone that could not be refuted, which showed that Haitang was also very aware of the seriousness of the matter. This made Catherine slightly stunned. Sister Catherine, we will need your combat power later. So stop the bleeding now and don't show off. Haitang continued. Catherine knew what Haitang said was correct. Indeed, if he forced himself to fight the monster, his injured body would not be able to do much, and he might even be held back by his inability to move. And if the wounds on the body are enlarged due to fighting, or even fall to the ground due to excessive bleeding, then not only will it not play any role in subsequent battles, but it will also become a huge burden. So Catherine finally nodded, and then said, Thank you, Xiao Haitang. I will treat the wound quickly. After saying that, Catherine immediately stepped aside, took out the recovery medicine G, and prepared to treat her wounds. At this time, the thunder and lightning on the Thunder Wolf Dragon had been accumulated, and the originally cyan and yellow scales were carrying blue arcs that were constantly shining, clearly showing a stronger deterrent than before. And Haitang once again took out the arrow in his hand, and then aimed at the monster charging towards him. At this time, Haitang was using a purple hunting bow. It was after Wenlong and others hunted the Fortune Star Dragon that Wenlong specially left all the materials for the Fortune Star Dragon to Haitang. Therefore, Haitang used the materials from those evil star dragons to create the hunting bow in her hand, named Demon Taking Purple Flame. It is a weapon with special dragon attribute damage. It should be said that this dragon attribute damage is actually a special kind of damage. When dealing with some ordinary monsters, it often does not have much effect. But when dealing with most ancient dragon species, it can have excellent special effects. Of course, Thunder Wolf Dragon does not belong to the ancient dragon species. But after all, it is also a member of the Beast Dragon species, and has some connections with the dragon race. Therefore, the Demon Destroying Purple Flame and Haitong's hands can also play a good role in it. Effect? So facing the Thunder Wolf Dragon rushing towards her, Haitang immediately shot the first arrow. Whoosh! The arrow hit the Thunder Wolf Dragon's shoulder, and then the dark red dragon attribute power exploded, forming a burning mark on the Thunder Wolf Dragon's scales. However, that was all. Although the Thunder Wolf Dragon felt a little uncomfortable due to Haitang's arrow, it did not suffer much damage. This is because Haitang didn't have time to accumulate power when shooting the arrow, so the arrow only slightly scratched the Thunder Wolf Dragon's body and fell off. Ouch! Thunder Wolf Dragon howled. Obviously, although Haitang did not cause much damage, it still succeeded in making Thunder Wolf Dragon angry. Thunder Wolf Dragon quickly shifted its target from Catherine to Haitang, and this was Haitang's purpose. Come on! Haitang is not afraid of you! After successfully attracting the attention of the Thunder Wolf Dragon, Haitang immediately put away the arrow and ran to the side. As Haitang thought, the Thunder Wolf Dragon followed without hesitation. We must lure this Thunder Wolf Dragon away quickly, otherwise it will threaten Sister Catherine, Haitang also thought in her heart. In the process of running, Haitang also ran and turned around to shoot. The arrows one after another made the Thunder Wolf Dragon extremely angry, and he chased after him without hesitation. So Haitang and Thunder Wolf Dragon ran one after another until they were a certain distance away from Catherine, and Haitang chose to stop. It's almost done! If we fight here, it shouldn't affect Sister Catherine, Haitang also thought in her heart. Roar! Seeing Haitang stop, the Thunder Wolf Dragon also roared, and then pounced forward. And at this moment, Haitang also reacted immediately, rolled to the side, and while getting up again, he drew the hunting bow in his hand again. Thunder Wolf Dragon didn't expect that Haitang, who had been running away before, could dodge his attack so quickly. As a result, he jumped into the air, and because of the excessive force, Thunder Wolf Dragon rushed too far away. Because of this, it takes more time for the Thunder Wolf Dragon that is overshot to turn around. It's time to fight back. Haitang doesn't just run away. Of course, the keen Haitang would not let go of this opportunity. As a bow hunter, since he was weaker in defensive capabilities than the heavy-armed hunters in melee combat, he needed to be more precise in his timing. Therefore, Haitang immediately judged how much time he had to accumulate power when the Thunder Wolf Dragon turned around. Judging from the speed of this monster, it has rushed out so far, and it will take time to turn around and pounce again. In addition, Haitang has to give himself the time to evade afterwards, so Haitang should be able to perform 2 stages of charging. Haitang opened her hunting bow and nervously charged it up, while thinking about how many stages of charging she could do. Because Haitang knows that if you are too greedy and forcefully charge a higher level, it is very likely that the arrow will not be able to be shot in the end. Instead, it will be attacked by monsters and fall short. Therefore, while charging, it is judged that the arrow can be charged, to which paragraph is what Haitang must do. It's time to charge up 1 stage, and then charge up another stage. And when Thunder Wolf Dragon turned around to look for Haitang again, he found that Haitang had not only pointed the hunting bow at him again, but the arrows in his hands had already gone through 2 stages of charging. Monster! Let Haitang deal with you now! Whoosh! An arrow shining with dark red light was shot out instantly, hitting the face of the Thunder Wolf Dragon that turned around. Crack! The arrow pierced the Thunder Wolf Dragon's mouth, and Haitang could even see many fragments bursting out of the Thunder Wolf Dragon's mouth. Although the arrow did not reach the level of 3 stages of charging, the power of the 2 stages of charging was not comparable to the previous direct shooting. The result was that the arrow directly cracked the fangs of the Thunder Wolf Dragon, and a lot of blood flowed out along with the saliva, making the Thunder Wolf Dragon look extremely embarrassed. Ouch! Thunder Wolf Dragon cried out in pain. This Thunder Wolf Dragon was also hit in the face by Haitang's sudden arrow, causing its entire head to tilt back and almost fall to the ground. Chapter 473: The Attack of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Gruck-clack is the sound of tooth fragments rubbing against each other. The Thunder Wolf Dragon spat out a lot of blood, which was also mixed with teeth shattered by the arrows. It can be seen that Haitang's blow just now caused considerable damage to the Thunder Wolf Dragon. It would have been nice if I had charged up 3 levels just now, but there was not enough time. What a pity! Although Haitang had already caused a lot of damage to the opponent not long after the fight, Haitang still thought a little greedily. At the same time, Haitang immediately made a decision in her heart. That's it for the 2nd stage of charging. It seems that 1 more shot should be enough to end it. If we can get rid of this Thunder Wolf Dragon as soon as possible, then the next battle will be much easier. Bar. After a brief fight, Hai Tang had discovered that the Thunder Wolf Dragon was indeed not that strong. So she felt much more relaxed. So Hai Tang drew the bowstring again, wanting to charge up his power again, while the Thunder Wolf Dragon hadn't recovered yet. And this time, it is a further 3 stages of charging. Charge 1 stage. Charge 2 stages. Hai Tang hummed in her heart, carefully calculating the degree of charging in order to complete the charging as quickly as possible and shoot the arrow in her hand at the same time. Roar! Suddenly, before Hai Tang could react, she heard a huge roar, followed immediately by the sound of large trees being crushed. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Then a gust of cold wind with a fishy smell hit Hai Tang from behind, making Hai Tang couldn't help but tremble. Is there an enemy? Because the sound came from behind Hai Tang. Hai Tang did not see what appeared behind her, but judging from the sound of large trees being broken, Hai Tang was still able to judge that what appeared this time should be a very large one. Monster! Once bitten by this huge Tyrannosaurus Rex from behind, the armor on his body will be easily torn to pieces, and at the same time, he will be swallowed by this huge monster, and he will die without a burial place. Snort! Hai Tang snorted in dissatisfaction, and could only give up the 3 stages of charging that were about to be completed. Dodge as fast as possible, and hide to the side. Click! Was the huge sound made by the Dino Tyrannosaurus's upper and lower jaws closing together. Then another gust of fishy wind hit, and the bite of the Tyrannosaurus was in vain. But when Hai Tang noticed the densely packed sharp teeth in the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus, she couldn't help but shudder in her heart. Oh! This huge bite force should be the most powerful monster Hai Tang has ever seen so far. However, just when Hai Tang felt lucky that she had escaped in time, the giant beast turned around at an extremely fast speed and bit it again. Click! This time, I almost bit Hai Tang's arm. If Hai Tang hadn't rolled over again and avoided the T-Rex's fangs in time, the entire arm would have been swallowed by the opponent. No wonder even Mr. Cat doesn't dare to ignore this monster. It's really powerful, Hai Tang thought with lingering fear, facing the opponent's relentless attacks. Hai Tang had no choice but to dodge without even a chance to counterattack. Moreover, it was not only the Dino Tyrannosaurus that made Hai Tang feel troublesome, but also the Thunder Wolf Dragon that had been injured by Hai Tang before. At this time, it also raised its head high and let out a terrifying cry. Hai Tang had heard from Wen Long that this was the prelude to the Thunder Wolf Dragon's upcoming 3rd form. Indeed, with Hai Tang's current strength, the Thunder Wolf Dragon is not a particularly powerful monster. But just like the Star Dragon had 3 forms back then, the Thunder Wolf Dragon also has 3 different forms. And every time it enters the next form, the physical ability of the Thunder Wolf Dragon will be greatly improved. Even the Thunder Wolf Dragon, which was not a threat at first, will become more troublesome. Unlike the Star Dragon, which relies on absorbing the power of starlight to evolve, the Thunder Wolf Dragon needs to accumulate a large amount of lightning power if it wants to enter its 3rd form. Therefore, if hunting a Thunder Wolf Dragon alone, Hai Tang can knock it down before the Thunder Wolf Dragon is fully charged, or launch a strong attack while the Thunder Wolf Dragon is charging to interrupt the Thunder Wolf Dragon's charge. Killed him in the 1st stage, but now because of the intrusion of the Terror Tyrannosaurus, Hai Tang's plan has completely failed. Even though he saw that the Thunder Wolf Dragon was constantly accumulating the power of thunder and lightning in his body, the lightning on his body was shining brighter, and Hai Tang did not show any signs of it. Method. Now we are in trouble. Just dealing with the Dino Tyrannosaurus is already very difficult. Now if the Thunder Wolf Dragon is also fully charged, I'm afraid, Mr. Cat. I'm sorry. Hai Tang couldn't complete the task you gave me. Hai Tang is also, I thought dejectedly in my heart. After all, at the beginning, Hai Tang planned to kill the Thunder Wolf Dragon before the Dino Tyrannosaurus appeared. But unfortunately, he failed to do so now, which made Hai Tang feel that he failed to respond well to Wen Long's expectations of him. Chapter 474: The Pincer Attack between Terror Tyrannosaurus and Thunder Wolf Dragon. Because of the hot pursuit of the Tyrannosaurus, Hai Tang already felt a little powerless during the battle with the Tyrannosaurus. The continuous evasion caused a lot of sweat to break out on Hai Tang's forehead. The Thunder Wolf Dragon not far away was constantly accumulating strength, which made Hai Tang even more anxious. In this case, Hai Tang could only keep dodging, and had no way to charge up the attack. Although Hai Tang once considered using the secret, Hai Tang soon discovered that the chasing Tyrannosaurus Rex even let him use it. There is no time for mysteries. At this time, Thunder Wolf Dragon's energy storage has also been completed. Hai Tang observed the Thunder Wolf Dragon that had fully charged up with the corner of his eye. and was surprised to find that the appearance of the Thunder Wolf Dragon had indeed changed completely. I remember that in the first stage, the Thunder Wolf Dragon was just a cyan-toothed dragon monster about the same size as a star dragon. There was nothing special about it. In the second stage, the supercharged stage, a lot of blue arcs have appeared on the Thunder Wolf Dragon's body, making people afraid to approach easily. And when the charge was completed this time, and the Thunder Wolf Dragon entered the third stage, true superpower and electricity, Haitang discovered that this monster that she had despised before truly showed its huge deterrent power. A large number of blue arcs around the Thunder Wolf Dragon, which is dazzling and gives people the illusion that its body shape has grown a circle. And it is not only a visual difference, but also in terms of speed. It has entered the third place. In the true powerful and electric stage, the Thunder Wolf Dragon is even more agile than before, and has even greater power. It has entered a truly supercharged state. Damn it! I originally wanted to delay it for Mr. Cat and Sister Catherine. Haitang also thought unwillingly. Oh, whoa! At this time, the Thunder Wolf Dragon once again raised its head and howled. In the sky, the wind and clouds changed color, and then blue lightning appeared in the originally clear sky, corresponding to the lightning in the sky. A blue round light spot also appeared on the ground under Haitang's feet. Before the battle, Haitang had heard Wenlong say that it was a sign that thunder was about to fall. You have to get out of the way quickly. When she saw the blue circular light spot on the ground, Haitang changed her direction again to avoid entering the range of the blue light spot. Sure enough, the moment Haitang dodged, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, burning a scorch of black marks on the originally green ground. Not bad. Almost. However, just when Haitang was once again glad that she had escaped the attack, she suddenly felt a gust of fishy wind coming from behind. Oops! Haitang, who suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, could only look back again, only to see that the giant mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex had appeared behind him. But Haitang has no time to avoid anymore. You will die when this is over. At this moment, Haitang had even closed her eyes. Click! There was still a loud snapping sound. But Haitang did not feel the feeling of her head falling off her neck. What's going on? Haitang opened his eyes again, only to find that what the Terror Tyrannosaurus bit into was not his own body, but a piece of purple raw meat. It's Mr. Cat! At this moment, Haitang immediately understood what had just happened. Taking advantage of this short opportunity, Haitang immediately sped up and ran away, finally escaping the pursuit of the Terror Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, Wenlong's familiar voice also sounded beside Haitang. Don't worry, little girl. You've done a great job. You'll be fine with me here. Meow! Ah, Mr. Cat. Why are you here? Where's the member of Poisonous Beak? Turning around, Haitang saw Wenlong running towards this side with all his strength. And what surprised Haitang even more was that Wenlong's there is also an ancient horn flute curled around its tail. A naughty kid with a poisonous beak? Of course I knocked him down. Ha ha! Wenlong said with a proud smile. Taken down? And the horns and flutes were snatched away. Hearing Wenlong say this, Haitang's face showed an expression of complete disbelief. Although Haitang was fighting the Thunder Wolf Dragon before, Haitang, who always pays attention to observing the overall situation, did not give up observing the situation of Wenlong and Catherine, especially when Haitang just saw Ren, a member of Poison Beak, fighting Wenlong. Haitang could already see that although Ren was inferior to Wenlong in terms of strength, because Ren had better skills than Wenlong, weapons and equipment, so the gap between the two sides is not big. Therefore, Haitang at that time did not think that Wenlong could win easily, especially when Haitang discovered that Wenlong's double swords were unable to pierce Ren's armor. Although Haitang still believed that Wenlong would defeat the little girl named Ren, she also believed that Wenlong had no way to defeat her in a short time in the battle. However, Wenlong did it. Not only did he defeat the opponent and grab the horn flute from the opponent, but the time it took was much shorter than Haitang expected. Therefore, it is natural for Haitang to be shocked. Of course, Wenlong also saw the surprise in Haitang's heart, but Wenlong just smiled slightly, and then said quite proudly, Isn't it easy to kill that little brat? I just played some tricks and let him that little brat went to bed. Meow! Sleep. Go to sleep? Did you knock her out? How is this possible? The armor she wears is a black horned dragon suit. Most of the impact can be absorbed, which is impossible for you, Mr. Cat. Next, Haitang's expression became even more exaggerated. Ha ha. I don't use that method. I'll explain it to you after the battle is over. Meow! Wenlong laughed again. It turned out that just now, Wenlong stole the horn flute that could control monsters from Rin's pocket, causing Rin to give up defense and launch a counterattack, hoping to take the horn flute back from Wenlong's hands. Of course, Rin also knows that there is a strength gap between himself and Wenlong. If he is just defending, he can barely sustain it for a while with his own equipment advantages. But if he is attacking, he will undoubtedly be easily caught by Wenlong, live in the flaw. So before launching an attack, Rin's first thought was to improve his strength. For Rin, a member of the Poison Beak, many of the methods used by hunters to improve their strength are also applicable to Rin. So before launching a counterattack, the first thing Rin thought of was to drink a potion that could improve her strength. Since you need to drink potions, of course, the most common ones are the sclerosing potion and the ghost potion. One can improve the body's defense capabilities, while the other can increase the body's strength. Chapter 475 Substituting one thing for another. In order to improve the body's ability, Rin first took out the hardening medicine from his pocket, and then drank it directly. After all, while drinking the potion, Rin also had to guard against Wenlong's attack. So Rin swallowed the entire bottle of potion before she had time to savor the taste. What made Rin feel a little lucky was that Wenlong seemed to be on guard against grabbing the horn flute himself, so he did not launch too violent an attack. This also gave Rin some breathing time to take the potion. Sure enough, after drinking the sclerosing medicine, it immediately had a good effect. Rin felt that the skin and bones of the body became harder in a short period of time, effectively increasing the body's defense ability. So after successfully drinking the hardening medicine, Rin took out a second bottle of ghost medicine. And just like before, Rin drank it in one gulp without hesitation. But this time, Rin felt a completely different smell. Why isn't this the ghost medicine? The one placed in the first pocket should be the ghost medicine. Could it be you, Elu Cat? Rin suddenly realized this. But it was already too late, because the entire bottle of medicine has reached the stomach. It is impossible to spit it out. The potion in Rin's hand does look very similar to the ghost medicine. They are both red potions, but the taste is obviously different after drinking it in the mouth. Normally, Rin would never have made such a mistake. But now, it was a critical moment in the battle between Rin and Wenlong. It was impossible to have time to carefully distinguish the potion. So he drank it without hesitation. You're right. I didn't just steal your horn flute just now. I also slightly changed the positions of the ghost medicine and capture anesthetic in your bag. I didn't expect you to do it so quickly. Drink it. Meow ha ha ha. Wenlong smiled proudly. As Wenlong said, in addition to common medicine such as general recovery medicine, ghost medicine, and hardening medicine, Rin's package also contains the capture anesthetic medicine used to synthesize the capture anesthetic jade. And this is for potions commonly used to capture monsters can make the physically weak and restrained monsters quickly enter a state of complete paralysis and sleep, which is conducive to capture. Of course, this capture anesthetic that can completely paralyze sleep even a huge monster has the same effect on humans. After all, even monsters can be paralyzed by sleep, let alone ordinary humans. And more importantly, whether in the game or in the world of Monster Hunter, the colors of ghost medicine and capture anesthetic are very similar. They are both red liquids, and they are both pretend in glass bottles of the same size. It is difficult to distinguish them without careful identification. So most of the time, hunters put these two potions in different locations in their bags. In this way, even if they are pressed for time and have no time to distinguish, as long as they remember the locations of the two potions, they can ensure that they will not take the wrong ones. However, Rin did not expect that when Wenlong stole his horn flute, he also switched the positions of the K-gene medicine and the capture anesthetic. Only then did Rin, who hurriedly drank the potion, use the capture anesthetic in one breath. He drank it as narcotic, as ghost medicine. You? Although Rin still wanted to say something, an overwhelming sleepiness came over him like a tide, making Rin's body feel weak. And then he fell completely. After that, Wenlong could clearly hear the girls even breathing. It was obvious that the girl named Rin had fallen asleep and would not wake up soon. Humph. Don't think that if the weapons are better or the armor is stronger, I won't be able to handle it. You're too young to fight with me. Meow. Wenlong glanced at Rin, who was already in a deep sleep state, and then suddenly deliberately tapped the ground 3 times with his toes. This was the code given by Wenlong to Robin. Soon, Robin's head emerged from the soil. Uncle Wenlong, have all the monsters here been taken care of? Meow? Robin asked. The battle is not over yet. I called you out because I have something to ask of you. The battle isn't over yet? Robin looked around vigilantly and found that the monster was still a certain distance away from him. So he plucked up the courage to climb out of the soil. What's going on? Uncle Wenlong? Meow? Look, that woman fell asleep just now. So you tied her up with a rope to prevent her from doing evil again when she wakes up. Do you understand? Meow? Wenlong pointed at Lin Duoluo, who fell on the ground. Been ordered. Although in theory, it should be impossible to wake up too early after drinking the capture anesthetic. That can put monsters to sleep. Wenlong still asked Robin to tie up Rin just in case. After all, Wenlong wanted to get some information about Poison Beak from Lin later, so he couldn't let the other party run away. I understand. Don't worry, Uncle Wenlong. Whether it's a 5-flowered tie or a tortoise SHL tied meow, I can use it skillfully. Meow. Robin also immediately replied confidently, yes. As he spoke, Wenlong took a look at the situation on Haitang's side and found that Haitang had fallen into an unfavorable situation. So he was ready to rush over to provide support immediately. But before leaving, Wenlong's mind suddenly reappeared in the last time he hunted the Misfortune Star Dragon. The dragon tribe, who also belonged to the Poison Beak organization, committed suicide by taking poison at the last moment. So Wenlong finally confessed. Check if there is any poison hidden in this little brat's teeth. If so, dig it out for her. Meow. After saying that, Wenlong swallowed a forceful medicine, and then rushed in the direction of Haitang's battle as fast as possible. And when Wenlong reached a distance of less than 5 meters from Haitang, the scene where Haitang was in danger just happened. Seeing that the dread Tyrannosaurus was about to bite Haitang in one bite, Wenlong immediately took out the poisonous raw meat that had been prepared from his pocket without hesitation. Then Wenlong aimed at the dire Tyrannosaurus with its bloody mouth and threw the poisonous raw meat over. Naturally, as Wenlong expected, the gluttonous monster temporarily gave up on Haitang, which was further away from him, and he swallowed the poisonous raw meat in his mouth in one gulp. As for Haitang, with the short time that Wenlong bought with poisonous raw meat, she finally escaped from the Terror Tyrannosaurus and was temporarily out of danger. Looking at the Terror Tyrannosaurus again, after swallowing Wenlong's specially prepared poisonous raw meat, his body quickly developed adverse reactions. Chapter 476: The Farmer's 3 Punches. The special raw meat mixed with the venom of paralysis mushrooms, poisonous mushrooms, sleep grass, and purple aquatic beasts quickly produced an effect in the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The speed of this huge monster gradually slowed down. As if it was a human being, it looked like it had a bad cold. And the originally violent spirit of the Dino-Tyrannosaurus had become sluggish. Not only that, purple saliva continued to flow from the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and purple bubbles emerged from its nose, which was obviously a sign that the venom had eroded into the body. Humph! I want you to eat randomly. Now you know how powerful I am. Wenlong glanced at the already affected Tyrannosaurus, and then immediately said to Haitang, while this Tyrannosaurus eats up its stomach, it loses its combat effectiveness. If there is a chance of falling, let's seize the time to kill the Thunder Wolf Dragon first. Meow. Haitang understands. Escaping the pursuit of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Haitang finally had a chance to fight back. Without hesitation, he drew out the arrow again and aimed it at the Thunder Wolf Dragon that had entered the true powerful and electric state. However, the Thunder Wolf Dragon at this time is no longer the previous Thunder Wolf Dragon. The reaction speed and power of the Thunder Wolf Dragon that has entered the true super powerful and electrified state have been improved by several levels compared to the previous Thunder Wolf Dragon. As soon as Haitang saw Haitang draw out the arrow again, the Thunder Wolf Dragon also reacted immediately. With a low roar, a large amount of lightning began to gather on the Thunder Wolf Dragon's back like fireflies. Gradually, the smaller thunder lights gathered and became. It grew bigger and bigger, forming several thunder balls that were larger in size and brightness. Be careful. It's about to release the lightning ball. Meow. Wenlong immediately warned after seeing the Thunder Wolf Dragon's reaction. I understand, Mr. Cat. Haitang also nodded. After all, with Wenlong by his side, Haitang felt much more at ease. Sure enough, several lightning balls gradually emerged from the back of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. And then the Thunder Wolf Dragon swung its body forward, and those lightning balls seemed to be thrown out by the Thunder Wolf Dragon, and instantly moved towards where Haitang was, flying everywhere. Is this the Thunder Wolf Dragon's lightning ball? Fortunately, the speed is not very fast. As long as you pay attention, Haitang should be able to avoid it. Haitang thought in his heart when he saw these lightning balls. However, Wenlong didn't think so, because Wenlong knew in his heart that this lightning ball was not as simple as it seemed. Be careful. These lightning balls fly in an arc. Don't be careless because you think you are not directly in front of the lightning balls. Meow. At this time, Wenlong reminded again from the side. Arc? Haitang was stunned for a moment, and then realized that what Wenlong said was correct. These lightning balls did not fly directly toward him, but deflected in a half-moon arc. Haitang also quickly realized that if Wenlong hadn't reminded him, he might have accidentally bumped into them because he had misjudged the trajectory of these lightning balls. Thank you, Mr. Cat, for the reminder. Haitang responded immediately. According to Wenlong's reminder, Haitang quickly recorrected the flight trajectories of these lightning balls in her mind, then found the gaps between these lightning balls, and made a side move easily. Sure enough, those lightning balls that seemed to be heading towards Haitang gradually deflected as they approached Haitang, and finally flew past Haitang's body. But Haitang was unscathed. Roar! Thunder Wolf Dragon was also quite surprised to see Haitang, and Wenlong dodged the lightning balls they released very easily. After all, in Thunder Wolf Dragon's memory, not many people were able to dodge his move for the first time. Although the lightning ball does not seem to be fast, the deflected trajectory often allows unfamiliar newcomers to hit the lightning ball on their own. On the ball. But such a situation did not happen to Wenlong and Haitang, which made Lei Langlong quite surprised and at the same time even more angry, because the Thunder Wolf Dragon, which has entered the true superpower, never thinks that there is anything that can stand in front of him. The electric energy in the whole body is the source of Thunder Wolf Dragon's power, and the source of Thunder Wolf Dragon's confidence in Thunder Wolf Dragon's heart. As long as he possesses this powerful power of thunder and lightning, he can be invincible. Roar! This time, Thunder Wolf Dragon roared and rushed directly towards Wenlong and Haitang. At this time, what the Thunder Wolf Dragon was thinking was that since long-range attacks were useless, it would just use its claws to tear apart the two obstructive humans and Elkits in front of it. Uncle, I was still thinking about how to close the distance as quickly as possible, but you came to the door yourself. Meow! However, facing the menacing Thunder Wolf Dragon, Wenlong seemed exceptionally calm. Seeing that the Thunder Wolf Dragon was actually rushing towards him, Wenlong simply rolled to the side to avoid it. Then he only heard a bang sound, and the Thunder Wolf Dragon with shining lightning all over his body pounced heavily on him. On the ground, when he landed, a circle of electric light flashed around him. TSK! 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 Although having crackling blue arcs all over your body is very cool, but if you miss a trick that doesn't work, it's not a waste. Meow! Easily dodging the Thunder Wolf Dragon's attack, Wenlong did not immediately launch a counterattack. Instead, he made taunting movements towards the Thunder Wolf Dragon, with the purpose of attracting the Thunder Wolf Dragon's attention and buying time for Haitang. Sure enough, the Thunder Wolf Dragon focused its attention on Wenlong. After landing, he turned around and pointed at Wenlong. Then he suddenly raised his sharp claw and slapped Wenlong towards him. Humph! You actually want to use these Farmers 3 punch? Oh no! Dragon Palm 3 combo to deal with me? That's too naive, isn't it? Wenlong knew that if this Thunder Wolf Dragon struck with its sharp claws in the true supercharged state, it would usually perform 3 very fast combos. Not only are these 3 combos extremely fast, but their power cannot be underestimated after being charged with super lightning power. Once an inexperienced hunter is targeted, it is easy for him to be unable to dodge due to repeated attacks, resulting in his life being lost. However, Wenlong was not afraid of this at all. After all, although this Dragon Palm 3 combo attacks is very fast and will adjust its direction according to the target's position, if you master the rhythm of the Thunder Wolf Dragon's attack, it is a skill that can be easily avoided. So it has also been criticized by Wenlong mocked him as the Farmer's 3 punches. Sure enough, when the Thunder Wolf Dragon raised its claws high, Wenlong still stood there, seemingly motionless. However, when the Thunder Wolf Dragon locked Wenlong's target, he waved his claws. In an instant, Wenlong's body seemed to have already understood the Thunder Wolf Dragon's attack. At the same time, He moved quickly to avoid the Thunder Wolf Dragon's attack. Chapter 477 Breaking the True Superpower Charge. What Wenlong showed at this time was the so-called rhythm. He only evaded when it was most suitable. That is, not too early or too late. Needless to say, it was too late. It meant that he didn't have time to dodge, and was hit by the Thunder Wolf Dragon's sharp claws. And if it is too early, the Thunder Wolf Dragon will predict the opponent's movement trajectory, and lock the landing point of the claws at the position after the opponent avoids it. The result is likely that the hunter will roll, and not only fail to avoid the Thunder Wolf Dragon's attack. Instead, it hit the Thunder Wolf Dragon's claws directly. Wenlong evaded the 3 attacks of Thunder Wolf Dragon in this way. Each time, the moment Thunder Wolf Dragon just locked Wenlong's position, and took the picture with its sharp claws. Wenlong's figure changed its position at the same moment. Finally, all 3 attacks failed. Roar! The Thunder Wolf Dragon roared angrily. This monster with lightning all over its body felt completely that it had been fooled by a little Elu cat. I'm sorry, Lei Nyang. You can't hit me like this. Wenlong continued to laugh at the Thunder Wolf Dragon. The Thunder Wolf Dragon was finally furious. This time, the monster with blue lightning all over its body suddenly made a strange move. I saw the Thunder Wolf Dragon shrinking, and its entire waist began to tighten, looking like it was getting ready to go. Oh! However, even this could not hide it from Wenlong's eyes. As soon as he saw the waist of the Thunder Wolf Dragon tightening, Wenlong guessed what tricks the Thunder Wolf Dragon was going to use. Are you planning to use the spin attack this time? Regarding the moves of the Thunder Wolf Dragon, Wenlong was like a bright mirror in his mind. When he saw the Thunder Wolf Dragon in such a posture, Wenlong did not make any retreating movements. Instead, he rolled forward uncharacteristically. At the same moment, the Thunder Wolf Dragon landed on the ground with its left paw, and then began to rotate with its left paw as the axis. At the same time, its tail with lightning swept across all directions, and its entire body also rotated at high speed in midair, sweeping across a large area in an instant. However, the central area where Wenlong is located is safe. To be precise, it is the position of Thunder Wolf Dragon's right hind leg. Here, Thunder Wolf Dragon's slender tail just sweeps over Wenlong's head without touching it. Wenlong has a hair. Humph. I've seen through this long ago that no matter how beautiful Armstrong's maneuver is, it's useless. Meow! Wenlong sneered and waited for the Thunder Wolf Dragon to land, looking completely at ease. Bang! Sure enough, as its strength weakened, the Thunder Wolf Dragon also fell from midair, and its body just landed next to Wenlong, revealing a large flaw. Crack! Crack! It was the sound of a sharp blade piercing the body. Of course, Wenlong would not let go of such a good opportunity to attack. He inserted the 2 knives into the back of the Thunder Wolf Dragon with his first hand, and then with a strong force, he used both hands. The knife slid along the Thunder Wolf Dragon's back and tore 2 huge openings in the Thunder Wolf Dragon's back. Ouch! In an instant, Thunder Wolf Dragon's body arched up, and then suddenly shot away, and then drove Wenlong away from him. But 2 deep wounds had formed on the Thunder Wolf Dragon's back, and at the same time, the blue light that had originally gathered on the Thunder Wolf Dragon disappeared at this moment. What's going on? The lightning on the Thunder Wolf Dragon was suddenly eliminated by Mr. Cat. Haitang also found it incredible when looking at the scene in front of her. It turns out that the so-called lightning on this Thunder Wolf Dragon is actually made up of a large number of super electric lightning bugs. The body of this super electric lightning bug is not large, but it can release extremely strong electrical energy, so it looks like glowing blue light balls from a distance. The body of the Thunder Wolf Dragon is the best habitat for these ultra-electric thunder bugs. But these ultra-electric thunder bugs do not live in the Thunder Wolf Dragon in vain. Usually these ultra-electric thunder bugs live in the Thunder Wolf Dragon. The gaps in the scales of the Wolf Dragon also provide the Thunder Wolf Dragon with electrical energy that can make the Thunder Wolf Dragon more powerful. In biology, this mutually beneficial relationship in which 2 organisms exploit each other is also called symbiosis. Besides, although these ultra-electric lightning bugs inhabit the body of the Thunder Wolf Dragon, they are not evenly distributed. Instead, the super electric lightning bugs on the back of the Thunder Wolf Dragon are the densest. The number of ultra-electric lightning bugs accounts for the vast majority of the ultra-electric lightning bugs on the entire body. Therefore, the so-called Thunder Wolf Dragon gathering electric energy is actually the process of Thunder Wolf Dragon awakening the super electric lightning bug on its back. When almost all of the super electric thunder bugs are activated, the Thunder Wolf Dragon enters the third stage of the true super powerful charged state. Because the place where these ultra-electric lightning bugs are most concentrated is on the back of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Wenlong's two stabs not only hurt the Thunder Wolf Dragon itself, but the most important thing is that Wenlong's two swords pass through it, and then together with the super electric lightning bug on the back of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. It also dealt a major blow in an instant. A large number of ultra-electric lightning bugs died as a result. At this moment, the so-called true supercharged state of Thunder Wolf Dragon was completely lifted at the same time. The blue lightning that originally surrounded the Thunder Wolf Dragon completely disappeared, and the Thunder Wolf Dragon, which gained strength from it, also returned to its original state and turned into an ordinary toothed dragon monster with blue scales. The Thunder Wolf Dragon, which suddenly lost its power, also became panicked. At this time, Haitong's arrows had also been fully charged. Mr. Cat, thank you for creating such a good opportunity to charge up 3 levels and shoot arrows continuously. The Thunder Wolf Dragon, which had lost the true super powerful electricity status bonus, was still at a loss for power. Haitong's arrow that had been charged for 3 stages had already broken through the air and struck, and the target was pointed directly at the head of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. If the Thunder Wolf Dragon was in the previous true super powerful and charged state, it would probably be possible to dodge Haitong's attack. But now, the Thunder Wolf Dragon has no way to dodge. Whoosh! 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 Several consecutive arrows hit the Thunder Wolf Dragon's head. Previously, Haitong had already broken the teeth of the Thunder Wolf Dragon with just 2 charged arrows. This time, the power of the 3 charged arrows will only become more powerful. Therefore, after hitting the Thunder Wolf Dragon's head, these arrows actually penetrated the Thunder Wolf Dragon's hard skull, and finally half of them were buried in the Thunder Wolf Dragon's brain. Then the dragon power contained in the arrow exploded, and several dark red rays of light burst out from the wound, and at the same time began to erode the body of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Ouch! 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 Thunder Wolf Dragon howled crazily, and its whole body began to tremble. Chapter 478 3 verses 3. It's almost done! Meow! Wenlong looked at the painful Thunder Wolf Dragon and basically gave him a death sentence. Seeing that you are in so much pain, let me finish you off and give you a happy life. Meow! This time, Wenlong's swords were aimed at the Thunder Wolf Dragon's chest. As long as Wenlong stepped forward and pierced the Thunder Wolf Dragon's chest with the swords in his hands, Wenlong believed that this large-toothed dragon monster would also end its life. However, before Wenlong could take action, he heard a strange cry coming from the air. This sound is a colorful bird. Meow. Wenlong, who heard the sound, looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, he saw a colorful bird landing on the ground behind Thunder Wolf Dragon, and raised its head high and said this strange sounds. Wenlong knew that this colorful bird could not only imitate the sounds of various monsters and summon other monsters during battle, but also enhance the physical abilities of monsters by emitting different melodies. Among them are different effects such as increasing the monster's attack power, defense power, and restoring physical strength. It can be said that the colorful bird is the hunting whistle among monsters. It is precisely because of this ability that although the colorful bird is easy to hunt alone, it will become quite tricky if it appears together with other powerful large monsters. Oh no! We can't let this colorful bird succeed. Meow! Based on the melody produced by this colorful bird, Wenlong immediately recognized that the melody produced by this colorful bird was the melody that could restore vitality. In an instant, Wenlong's double swords were launched, aiming directly at Thunder Wolf Dragon's chest. After all, it is not possible to heal the Thunder Wolf Dragon's wounds right away. This requires the colored bird to sing a fixed melody. Only when this melody is completed can the healing effect take effect on the Thunder Wolf Dragon. So in Wenlong's opinion, as long as the Thunder Wolf Dragon is killed before this recovery melody takes effect, there will be no problem. However, just when Wenlong's 2 swords were about to pierce the Thunder Wolf Dragon's chest, suddenly, Wenlong felt a dark red light flash out of the corner of his eye. Mr. Cat! Be careful! Haitong screamed behind Wenlong. In fact, even without Haitong's reminder, Wenlong had already realized what the sudden flash of dark red light meant. This kind of light is very similar to the unique dark red light on the arrows that Haitong shoots with the Devil Purple Flame, which means that both kinds of light carry dragon-type damage. And Wenlong also knew that the only one in the Jian village area that could emit such energy fluctuations was the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Damn it! Why did you recover so quickly? Meow! Wenlong was also a little surprised at the recovery speed of the Terror Tyrannosaurus. Obviously, he had become weak from eating the poisonous raw meat thrown by Wenlong before. But this time it didn't take long for it to return to its original state. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the weak Tyrannosaurus Rex to use such a powerful move. But when Wenlong noticed the colorful bird again, Wenlong immediately understood in his heart. This guy must have released the poison state of the Tyrannosaurus in advance. Just when I was focused on fighting the Thunder Wolf Dragon, the colorful bird was already removing the poison state of the Tyrannosaurus. I didn't even notice. Meow. Facing this sudden dark red light, even Wenlong could only choose to avoid its edge temporarily. In desperation, Wenlong had to give up the pursuit of the Thunder Wolf Dragon, and then quickly kicked off his legs. His whole body changed 180 degrees, and finally retreated backwards very quickly. Roar! Huge dark red energy fluctuations swept around Wenlong, and everything around him was instantly destroyed by the energy fluctuations released by the Terror Tyrannosaurus. Sure enough, it is an existence that can destroy the ecological balance. If this kind of thing is swept away, almost nothing can survive. Fortunately, I can hide quickly. Although he successfully dodged the attack of the Terror Tyrannosaurus at the last moment, Wenlong was not happy at all. This was because Wenlong also lost the best opportunity to pursue the Thunder Wolf Dragon. The healing song emitted by the colorful bird was quickly completed. With the blessing of the colorful bird's song, Thunder Wolf Dragon's body began to change rapidly. The burn scars that had been exposed due to the dragon power in Haitong's arrows quickly began to condense into scars. Not only that, even the penetrating wounds caused by the previous arrows stopped bleeding and began to heal slowly. Oh meow! Seeing this scene, Wenlong also cursed in his heart. After all, it was hard to force the Thunder Wolf Dragon into a desperate situation, and it could be solved immediately. But when something like this happened, it was like the previous efforts were in vain. Not only that, this also means that Wenlong and Haitang will have to face the combination of Tyrannosaurus, Thunder Wolf Dragon and Colored Bird. The difficulty of hunting can be imagined. This is a bit troublesome. It's not a big deal if these three guys are separated, but if they are together, the hunting will be more difficult than any hunting I have done since I came to this world. Besides, there are still few people here. Human meow. For a moment, Wenlong even thought about whether to take Haitang and Catherine to retreat temporarily, and then consider finding the right time to defeat these monsters one by one, until Wenlong heard Catherine's voice. Mr. Cat! I'm coming! At this time, Catherine, who had already treated her wounds, rushed over, and Catherine's addition changed the situation of the battle again. Hey, woman, are you feeling well? Meow? Wenlong asked quickly when he saw Catherine running towards her with a big sword on her back. It's no problem. I've already taken the recovery medicine, and asked Sister Lindy's to help me apply some recovery medicine on the wound. Although it still hurts a little, I'm fine, Catherine said very firmly. So I want to fight too. Okay then. Wenlong glanced at the three monsters on the opposite side again. 3 against 3. It should be no problem. Meow. Wenlong quickly made up his mind. Woman, go deal with that Thunder Wolf Dragon. A half-disabled Thunder Wolf Dragon should be able to handle it. Right. Meow? Wenlong ordered Catherine. No problem. I didn't have the chance to fight with you, Mr. Cat, because I was injured before. Now I'm looking for an opponent to try my new skills. Catherine was also eager to give it a try. Well, that's it. Don't let me down. Meow. Chapter 479 Force Breakthrough. After explaining to Catherine, Wenlong immediately said to Haitang, Little girl, your attack distance is the furthest. Then you will snipe the colorful bird hiding behind. Okay, Mr. Cat. Haitang will definitely do it. Haitang also nodded. While drawing out the arrow, he also locked his eyes on the colorful bird hiding behind the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The sharp his eyes revealed a murderous look. I don't know if Cainiao felt the intimidation from Haitang. Cainiao, who had exposed his head behind Thunder Wolf Dragon, immediately retracted his head and hid his body behind Terror Tyrannosaurus and Thunder Wolf Dragon without daring to do so. Come out! Although your target is not strong, it is very important. Don't take it lightly. In addition, the colorful bird is also very smart. It also knows to hide behind the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the Tyrannosaurus to avoid exposing itself. But if it is you, it must not be. Is it a problem? Meow? Wenlong said to Haitang again. Of course. Haitang will kill it. At this time, Haitang had already put the arrow on the bowstring and was ready to charge up and shoot. Well, in the end, the remaining big black and green loofah will be handed over to me. Meow. After explaining the task to Catherine and Haitang, Wenlong pointed the two knives in his hands at the already recovered Dino Tyrannosaurus. And probably because the Tyrannosaurus Rex ate the poisonous raw meat thrown by Wenlong and got a bad stomach, the Tyrannosaurus Rex also showed unprecedented hostility towards Wenlong. Roar. It was a violent roar, with the fury of a Dino Tyrannosaurus. Along with the roar, the body of the Dino Tyrannosaurus also began to undergo drastic changes. Previously, black and green scales covered the whole body. From a distance, the lines on its body even looked like a long loofah. But now the Tyrannosaurus Rex is completely different. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex became angry, its body began to swell, and the originally long Wenlong was stretched open, revealing large, bright red muscles. This is a symbol of power, a symbol of rage, and a symbol of terror. Even if he doesn't have to fight the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Wenlong can clearly feel it. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus Rex once again let out a huge dragon roar. The deafening sound could even make the average hunter lose strength and collapse to the ground in an instant. At the same time, this huge roar was like a charging horn, causing the three monsters to attack Wenlong and others together. Hunt them. Meow. At this moment, Wenlong also issued an order. 2 humans and an Elu Cat faced 3 huge monsters. The two sides charged at each other. Neither of them evaded, but attacked directly from the front. The human beings on the scene are so insignificant. It even gives people the feeling that Don Quixote is overestimating his abilities and challenges a windmill. But Wenlong is still full of confidence. This is not only full of confidence in oneself, but also trust in the 2 companions around him. The 2 sides have not yet come into contact. The first thing that wreaks havoc on the battlefield is the means by which both sides can kill the enemy from a distance. Thunder Wolf Dragon gathered the power of thunder and lightning on its back again. And in an instant, several lightning balls attacked Wenlong and others. And the Terror Tyrannosaurus once again spit out dark red energy waves from its mouth and swept towards Wenlong. Mr. Cat. Haitang. I'll cover you. Seeing this situation, Catherine immediately rushed forward, holding the big sword in her hand in front of her. Boom, boom, boom. The combined attack of the Thunder Wolf Dragon's Thunder Ball and the Tyrannosaurus energy wave hit Catherine's sword at the same time, and then exploded instantly. The impact of the explosion caused Catherine to take several steps back. Woman? Wenlong also asked with some worry when he saw that Catherine was attacking the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the Tyrannosaurus. It's okay, Mr. Cat. I can hold on. Catherine yelled and forcibly stabilized her body. A small safe area was formed behind Catherine, and all the blue lightning balls and dark red energy waves were eventually forced to take a detour because of Catherine's obstruction. Sister Catherine, hold on a little longer. Haitang will be fine soon. At this time, Haitang also said from behind Catherine. Catherine did not answer Haitang, but Haitang knew that Catherine did not need to answer. She only needed to prove it with actions. The fact is that Catherine did not disappoint Haitang. Soon, the arrows in Haitang's hands were ready, but Catherine's defense with her big sword was still strong. Haitang stood behind Catherine, looked ahead, and then calmly loosened the bowstring that had been stretched to the extreme. Mysterious truth. Kill the first line. 2 high-speed rotating arrows flew out at an extremely fast speed. Between the arrows, an invisible vacuum crack swept across instantly. Boom! The sound was like the sound of a jet plane breaking through the sound barrier in an instant. You can even see traces of the air being cut. And it was not only the air that was cut open, but also the thunder ball of the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the dark red energy wave of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just like that, the vacuum air blade swept across like a thin line. After breaking through the lightning balls and energy waves, its power was still undiminished, and it rushed directly towards the position between the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This sharp, vacuum blade passed between these 2 huge monsters, and the powerful force even left a deep blood mark on the shoulders of the 2 large monsters. Thunder Wolf Dragon and Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ouch! Ho ho ho! The Thunder Wolf Dragon and the Terror Tyrannosaurus roared at the same time, and their bodies could not help but retreat, causing the emission of thunder balls and energy waves to be interrupted. However, this is not Haitong's ultimate goal. The vacuum blade continued to move forward. After passing between the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it passed by the colored bird before it had time to react, finally disappeared completely into the distance. However, the colorful bird did not fall down after being brushed by the vacuum blade. Missed? After all, it was just a slight scratch. It's normal that he didn't die. But why didn't the colorful bird move? Because the thunder ball and dark red energy wave had been interrupted. Catherine could clearly see what was ahead. Situation. So Catherine also thought in doubt in her heart. Xiao Haitang, is the colorful bird dead? Looking at the colorful bird standing motionless, Catherine couldn't help but ask. Well, if you don't have your head, you should be dead, Haitang said after taking a long breath. After all, to deal with a guy of this level, just a little scratch is enough. No brain? In an instant, Catherine finally understood. Less than a second later, the poor colorful bird's head fell from its slender neck. Chapter 480. Sneak attack behind enemy lines. Little Haitang, you did a great job. Before she finished speaking, Catherine had already clenched the sword in her hand and charged towards the Thunder Wolf Dragon. From Catherine's point of view, since Wenlong had told him to deal with the Thunder Wolf Dragon by himself, he certainly did not dare to neglect it at all. But while rushing out, Catherine, who thought she was leading the way, discovered that Wenlong had disappeared. Hey, where is Mr. Cat? Did he rush out before me? But why didn't you see him? Just when Catherine was feeling confused, she suddenly discovered that just behind the Dino Tyrannosaurus, Wenlong had emerged from the earth. Ah, Mr. Cat, why did you sneak away first? At this time, Catherine realized that just when she was blocking the attacks of Thunder Wolf Dragon and Tyrannosaurus, Wenlong had already started digging a tunnel behind her. As an Elu Cat, Wenlong has extremely outstanding digging abilities. From the moment Catherine used her big sword to block the thunder ball of the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the dark red energy wave of the Terror Tyrannosaurus, to Haitong's use of secret truth, kill the front line. In such a short period of time, Wenlong had dug all the way from the original standing position to behind the Dino Tyrannosaurus. However, the Terror Tyrannosaurus had not realized this yet. He was still looking for traces of Wenlong with his head raised. But he did not expect that Wenlong had already circled behind him. This gave Wenlong enough time to prepare and find the key point of the Terror Tyrannosaurus. Then when the opponent was completely unprepared, Wenlong activated the secret without hesitation. Mysterious truth! Across the world! In an instant, Wenlong's figure disappeared in front of people's eyes, and he rushed under the Terror Tyrannosaurus at an extremely fast speed. While Wenlong was moving at high speed, the two double knives also slashed along the way, making 2 wounds on the belly of the Tyrannosaurus. It wasn't until he was attacked that the Terror Tyrannosaurus reacted, and then he stepped back, lowering his head to bite Wenlong. However, Wenlong had already expected such a reaction from the opponent. At the moment when the Tyrannosaurus lowered its head, Wenlong turned around and suddenly jumped up again. This time, he simply climbed onto the head of the Tyrannosaurus. Jump on the neck of the dread Tyrannosaurus. By the time the Tyrannosaurus Rex reacted and tried to shake off the Wenlong from its neck, it was already half a minute too late. Wenlong jumped on the neck of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. At the same time, he raised the 2 knives in his hands and aimed at the neck of the Tyrannosaurus Rex to chop. Crack! Crack! 2 double knives were inserted into the neck of the Tyrannosaurus from the left and right sides. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus also twisted crazily. Of course, the purpose of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was to throw Wenlong off of him. But Wenlong firmly grasped the 2 double knives that penetrated the neck of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and stuck them tightly to the neck of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. For a moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was unable to easily throw Wenlong off. Instead, the constant swinging caused Wenlong's double knives to penetrate deeper. Roar! In desperation, the Terror Tyrannosaurus had no choice but to give up its body and prepare to roll away the Wenlong from its neck. Humph! Are you going to roll me down to the ground? That's a great idea. Meow! Of course, Wenlong immediately saw through the attempt of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. At the moment when the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex rolled, Wenlong immediately jumped down from the neck of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. While jumping down, Wenlong did not forget to pry his 2 knives like a can opener, further widening the original wound. Crack! Crack! After drawing out his 2 swords, Wenlong instantly jumped to the side. Although the Terror Tyrannosaurus finally made up his mind and rolled on the ground, It had no effect because Wenlong avoided it in advance. Instead, it had 2 deep wounds on its neck, and a lot of blood gushes out. After a while, blood was splashed all over the floor. At this time, Wenlong had an absolute advantage. Not only did it cause greater trauma to the Tyrannosaurus, but more importantly, it forced the Tyrannosaurus to lie down, putting it at a disadvantage. You know, although this Tyrannosaurus Rex is extremely powerful and destructive, because only the hind limbs are particularly developed and the forelimbs are relatively shorter, the Tyrannosaurus Rex cannot look like a purple giant after falling to the ground and rolling over. The aquatic beast stood up easily. In this way, although the Tyrannosaurus Rex drove Wenlong away from its neck, it fell into another disadvantageous situation of inconvenient movement. Taking advantage of the time when the Tyrannosaurus Rex was struggling to stand up again, Wenlong went around to the side of the Tyrannosaurus Rex this time, and used his 2 knives to instantly draw several blood marks on the rear feet of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Because the forelimbs of the Tyrannosaurus are relatively short, the body weight of the Tyrannosaurus is almost entirely on its 2 hind feet. Wenlong attacked the rear feet of the Tyrannosaurus with all its strength in order to weaken the movement of the Tyrannosaurus as much as possible. Ability. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus was trying to get up from the ground, but its hind legs were injured again. It wanted to bite Wenlong with its teeth. The wound on the neck not only prevented the Tyrannosaurus from rotating its neck flexibly, but also kept leaking more fluid. Much blood. After losing the colorful bird, the wounds on the Tyrannosaurus Rex were unable to heal in a short time, which greatly reduced the strength of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. So in this moment, even this extremely powerful Tyrannosaurus Rex gradually showed signs of fatigue. The bright red muscles that were originally swollen also began to shrink, and white saliva also flowed from the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is a sign that the Tyrannosaurus Rex has entered a weak state. At the same time, the speed at which the Tyrannosaurus Rex turned around became slower and slower, and the speed at which it turned its neck became slower and slower, making Wenlong even less visible. Humph! Bite me! It's a pity that you can't bite me! Meow! Wenlong mocked the terror Tyrannosaurus unceremoniously. Wenlong took advantage from the beginning of the fight, and he accurately grasped the attack rhythm of the Dino Tyrannosaurus, taking the lead step by step. After several rounds of fighting, the Dino Tyrannosaurus not only failed to narrow the gap with Wenlong, but was actually defeated. Wenlong will expand its advantages step by step with a step-by-step attitude. At this time, the Terror Tyrannosaurus had become empty, but had nowhere to show its strength. Looking at Wenlong jumping up and down, although his heart was filled with hatred, there was nothing he could do. Mr. Cat is really awesome, and Little Haitang did a great job too. Then, I can't lag behind either. Catherine also thought in her heart when she saw Wenlong spinning the powerful Tyrannosaurus around. Because Wenlong completed a sneak attack on the Tyrannosaurus by digging underground tunnels from the beginning. When Wenlong had tortured the Tyrannosaurus to the point of dying, Catherine here had just fought with the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Of course, with the outstanding performance of Wenlong and Haitang, Catherine was also full of confidence at this time. As soon as she made a move, she slashed towards the head of the Thunder Wolf Dragon with a vertical slash. Chapter 481 All Destroyed. From the beginning, Catherine's target was the head of the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Originally, hunters like Catherine who used big swords did not have such high requirements for accuracy because the weapons were extremely powerful. But at this time, Catherine still hoped to hit the head directly and kill the Thunder Wolf Dragon with one blow. Because only in this way can Catherine kill the Thunder Wolf Dragon by herself before Wenlong kills the Terror Tyrannosaurus. Of course, the reason why Catherine chose such a risky approach with a relatively low success rate was that, in addition to being quite confident in her current self, another important reason was that the Thunder Wolf Dragon was still in a relatively weak state at this time. It is not impossible to kill him with one blow. Although the colorful bird's song restored some vitality to the Thunder Wolf Dragon, the damage caused by Haitang and Wenlong to the Thunder Wolf Dragon was too high, and it was impossible to fully recover in a short time. Wenlong, in particular, used his double swords to destroy the back of the Thunder Wolf Dragon, where the most electric energy was gathered, making it impossible for the original super electric lightning bugs to regroup, which also greatly weakened the Thunder Wolf Dragon's attack capability. Ah! Catherine struck down with a sword. However, facing the charging Catherine, Thunder Wolf Dragon also shrank its body and barely avoided Catherine's attack. But Catherine's falling sword still brushed Thunder Wolf Dragon's shoulder. However, although Catherine's big sword only slightly touched the Thunder Wolf Dragon's shoulder, the big sword with fire attribute damage in Catherine's hand still burst out with a large amount of flames in an instant. leaving a mark on the Thunder Wolf Dragon's shoulder. Small black scars. Ah! I missed it. It seems that there is no way to kill with one blow. The first blow did not hit the Thunder Wolf Dragon's head accurately, but only caused some damage to the Thunder Wolf Dragon's shoulder. This made Catherine somewhat disappointed. Then Catherine glanced at the battle between Wenlong and Tyrannosaurus on the other side, and found that the battle was over at this time. The Tyrannosaurus Rex lay on the ground, completely losing its vitality and turning into a motionless corpse. Judging from the wounds on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was clear that before death, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had tattoos all over its body. The bloodstains left by the dragon's swords. The ground was covered with blood. But looking at Wenlong, he was almost unscathed, looking quite at ease. Sure enough, Mr. Cat is the most powerful. He actually killed the Tyrannosaurus Rex in such a short period of time. Catherine thought in her mind again, knowing that she could no longer kill the Thunder Wolf Dragon before Wenlong killed the Dino Tyrannosaurus. Catherine's mentality suddenly relaxed a lot. Roar! At this time, Thunder Wolf Dragon also let out an angry roar. Although it was still injured, it couldn't bear the thought that a human being would have time to look at him while he was fighting. How about others? After all, this is also an insult and contempt for oneself. As a proud monster, Thunder Wolf Dragon does not allow this. So, after retracting its body, the Thunder Wolf Dragon landed on the ground with its left paw and once again used the unique trick, Armstrong Spin. Although this is the second time Thunder Wolf Dragon has used this move, Thunder Wolf Dragon still believes that it will be able to hit the target this time, because this move not only has a very wide attack range, but is also very fast. Many hunters have suffered from this move, let alone young hunters like Catherine. As for why Wenlong was able to avoid the Armstrong Spin used by Thunder Wolf Dragon before, Thunder Wolf Dragon himself still believed that this was just a coincidence. And Wenlong also took advantage of the fact that he was an Elu Cat, so he was shorter in stature. Cheap. Therefore, Thunder Wolf Dragon does not think that the human woman in front of him will have a chance to repeat this coincidence. Not to mention that this human woman is much taller than the previous Elu Cat. And if he wants to find a gap to escape from the Armstrong Spin, it's even more difficult. What's more, the young human woman in front of Thunder Wolf Dragon actually has the intention to look elsewhere, looking absent-minded. Based on this, Thunder Wolf Dragon believes that now is the best time to launch a counterattack. As a result, the entire body of the Thunder Wolf Dragon began to rotate. At the same time, during the high-speed rotation, its tail swept towards Catherine, and it was about to hit Catherine's body. I'm sorry. I've seen this move of yours from a distance before. Although I probably can't be as flexible as Mr. Cat. It's impossible to knock me down with this level of attack. Besides, you're like this, the flaw is huge. However, Catherine reacted immediately, turned her body to one side, and turned back the sword in her hand to block it, easily completely blocking the Thunder Wolf Dragon's giant spin attack. You can also turn and attack. What a coincidence. I can do it too. At this time, Catherine also used her body as the axis without hesitation and began to swing the big sword in turn. Needless to say, this move is naturally the one that Catherine has long wanted to try again. Mystery! Gate of Hell! At this time, the Thunder Wolf Dragon had already flown into the air due to the Armstrong Spin, while Catherine simply stood under the Thunder Wolf Dragon and used this move. Secret Art! Gate of Hell! The Thunder Wolf Dragon has no way to avoid it. Catherine's secret is activated under the Thunder Wolf Dragon. After the kinetic energy of the Armstrong Spin is exhausted, the Thunder Wolf Dragon will inevitably fall in midair. Judging from the current situation, in the end the Thunder Wolf Dragon will fell on Catherine. Of course, what greets the Thunder Wolf Dragon must be Catherine's ferocious sword. Ouch! Thunder Wolf Dragon knew that the last moment was coming. Even so, Thunder Wolf Dragon was unwilling to give up. The moment it fell, it still aimed its sharp claws at Catherine, hoping that when it pounced from midair, it could knock Catherine to the ground. Only in this way can we avoid being involved in the mystery. Mystery! Gate of Hell! Launched by Catherine. However, the miracle did not happen. The moment the Thunder Wolf Dragon fell, Catherine's Mystery! Gate of Hell! Had already been activated. Catherine, who was swinging her sword and spinning, formed a violent storm around her, while the Thunder Wolf Dragon, which was much larger than Catherine, became a tiny creature in the storm, because from the moment it approached Catherine's storm, the Thunder Wolf Dragon's claws had been cut off. And then Catherine's sword swept across the Thunder Wolf Dragon's body again and again. Finally, when the Thunder Wolf Dragon landed on the ground. By that time, the original blue-toothed dragon monster known as Thunder Under the Moon had turned into pieces of meat cut into several pieces. Chapter 482 Lindy's Bad Taste. Huh? Finally, we've all been killed. When Mystery Gate of Hell ended, Catherine herself lay down on the ground all of a sudden, panting fiercely, which showed how much she had just consumed. Sure enough, after using the secret, I feel as if my body has been hollowed out all of a sudden. I have no energy left in my whole body. So you need to exercise more, Sister Catherine. At this time, Haikang walked to Catherine and pulled Catherine up. Yes, Haikang. You don't feel tired now when you use the secrets? Catherine said with envy. It's impossible not to be tired. But I won't be so tired that I collapse now. Sister Catherine, you will definitely be able to do it in the future. Haikang also encouraged Catherine while handing some dried meat to Catherine. Actually, Sister Catherine, you are talking about your body. Being emptied actually means that the stomach has been emptied. Right? Ah, little Haikang. You are so smart. You do look hungry too. Catherine admitted immediately. Haikang knew that for people like Catherine who had a hard time eating, food was the best thing to restore their strength. Sure enough, after Catherine ate several pieces of dried wild boar meat, her energy recovered a lot and she moved much more freely. At this time, seeing that the battle was over, Lindy's, who had been hiding far away, also came over. When she looked around at the ground that had become a mess due to the battle just now, Lindy showed a surprised expression. Is this the scene of hunting? It's like a war broke out. Robin exclaimed. Indeed, the destructive power is really amazing. It would be hard to imagine if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes. Lindy's also observed the traces after the battle while taking notes carefully. This is the Thunder Ball of Thunder Wolf Dragon. Are there any burn marks caused by hitting trees? And this is the mark left by the dark red energy wave of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Sure enough, the damage effect caused is somewhat different. After observing the situation on the battlefield, Lindy's carefully observed the corpses of various monsters. But when she walked to the Thunder Wolf Dragon, Lindy's frowned with a headache. Ah, I have to admire your strength. But this Thunder Wolf Dragon has been chopped into several pieces. It's a pity that you can't distinguish its original appearance at all. Hey, Catherine said quickly after hearing this. Ah, I'm really sorry. I didn't consider Sister Lindy's research. Forget it. It's okay. I'm just too greedy. After all, in such a dangerous battle, it's already very good for you to win. You actually want to keep a whole body or something. Lindy's also said, it's okay, Sister Lindy's. I'll help you put together the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Catherine stood up immediately and said. Lindy's also held her cheek and said, Aw, put it together again? It seems to be a good look. This way I can at least have time to trace the appearance of Thunder Wolf Dragon. After all, the distance and speed were too fast during the previous battle, and I couldn't see clearly. And I can draw this kind of recording the appearance of extremely rare monsters in detail is also a great thing. And it will definitely bring a lot of convenience to subsequent researchers. But Sister Catherine, can you really do it? No problem. So, Catherine rolled up her sleeves and reassembled the body parts of the Thunder Wolf Dragon piece by piece. And only the relatively strong Catherine can do this kind of thing so easily. After all, even if the Thunder Wolf Dragon is divided into several pieces by Catherine, even if the weight of a certain piece is calculated individually, it weighs at least several tons. It's definitely not something that can be easily transported. Ah, there's a typo there. You can't connect the joints of the front paws to the hind limbs. While Catherine was busy, Lindy's also directed from the side. Ah, I'm sorry. Catherine apologized again while revising her masterpiece again. This won't work. The movements are too unnatural. I can't restore the figure of the Thunder Wolf Dragon at all. Yes, connect the head of the Thunder Wolf Dragon again and face me. However, Lindy's continued to direct. It took Catherine a while to adjust before she was satisfied. I really cut the Thunder Wolf Dragon into pieces, and then put it back together again. What a bad idea. Sure enough, sometimes women are scarier than men? Meow. When Long on the side sighed in his heart. Rode. However, it was a sigh of relief. When Long himself still had a lot of things to do, such as interrogating the girl named Lin from the Poison Beak organization. Therefore, when Long said to Catherine and Haitang, Okay, it's almost time to get down to business. After finishing the jigsaw puzzle, you go and peel off the materials of Thunder Wolf and Tyrannosaurus. I'll go see how that little brat is doing now. Meow. Okay, Mr. Cat. After receiving Wenlong's instructions, Catherine and Haitang nodded. So after giving the instructions, Wenlong walked towards the place where he had tied Rin before. Uncle Wenlong, you are really wise and powerful. As an Elu Cat, you can actually play with a Tyrannosaurus in the palm of your hand. It's really amazing. Meow. Seeing Wenlong heading towards him as they approached, Robin immediately came up to him and said flatteringly. Before this, Robin had already seen that Wenlong had quite good strength, but he never thought that he could be strong enough to kill the Tyrannosaurus alone, especially after Wenlong drank the forcible medicine and activated the secret. Robin, who was watching the battle from a distance, was even more surprised and couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. Only then did Robin finally understand that when he was about to attack Wenlong and steal things from Wenlong, he would be easily stopped by Wenlong. The reason is very simple. That is, compared to Robin, Wenlong is faster and more responsive. Moreover, at that time, Wenlong was still in a normal state and had neither transformed into a ghost nor activated mysteries. So Robin also said excitedly, Uncle Wenlong, have you ever thought about it? If you activate the ghost transformation, or enter the state of mystery, increase your speed and agility to the extreme, and then combine it with our Black Cat the Clan stealing techniques will definitely create more powerful stealing skills, eventually surpassing the strongest thief in our history of the Black Cat Clan, Big Thief Wood, and becoming the hero of our clan. Meow! Chapter 483, Questioning. Haha, you are so true to your roots. You actually thought of using the ghost transformation that can enhance speed and agility and the double sword secret across the world for things like petty theft. Robin heard when he said that the ghost transformation and mysteries of the double swords could be combined with the stealing skills of the Black Cat tribe. Wenlong shrugged his shoulders speechlessly, but said with some pride, But what you said makes sense. I can really try it. Meow ha 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 ha. Wenlong knew that although Robin meant to flatter him, it was not unreasonable. Speed is often a very important indicator of whether a person, or an Elu Cat, has high stealing skills. And this is also an important reason why Wenlong was able to master Robin's stealing skills in a short period of time. This has already been shown in the previous battle between Wenlong and Rin. If Wenlong hadn't been fast enough, it would have been impossible to steal Rin's horn flute in such a short period of time. And also take Rin's pocket. The capture anesthetic drug and ghost drug have been swapped. So as long as you are fast enough, you can do a lot of things before the other party finds you. Even theoretically speaking, if it reaches a certain level, most people can't even see your figure clearly, let alone prevent theft. Often, in the blink of an eye, something has been stolen and you don't even know it. However, Wenlong calmed down quickly after feeling proud. After all, Wenlong still had important things to do, although it seemed interesting to combine ghost transformation and mystery across the world with the stealing skills of the Black Cat clan. But this kind of thing can be done later. There is no need to rush. But what is most urgent for Wenlong now, and what needs to be known most as soon as possible, is the information about the poisonous beak and the horn flute that can control monsters. So Wenlong walked to Rin's side, only to find that Rin was still in a comatose state. Even Wenlong's loud laughter just now had no impact on this member of the Poison Beak organization. He slept really well. But this little kid looks pretty good when he's quiet. At least he's much more well-behaved than usual. Meow. Wenlong thought in his heart, taking a closer look at the appearance of the girl named Rin. Wenlong discovered that Robin had really tied the girl tightly with turtle MHOL bindings. And I don't know if it was Robin's intention, but the rope was still deeply strangling Rin's skin, making it difficult to move. It's actually a tortoise MHOL binding, and it's tied so well. Naya. Hey, Uncle Wenlong, you really know your stuff, Robin said proudly, when Wenlong immediately revealed his careful binding method. For girls, this method is the most suitable. I can guarantee it. Even if the opponent wakes up, there is no way to escape, because as soon as he moves, the rope will tighten even tighter. Meow. Ha. That's right. But we still have to wake up this little brat first. Otherwise, I won't be able to ask for information. Wenlong looked at Rin and said, Robin, go to the creek to find some water. Come here. Meow. Understood. Uncle Wenlong. Meow. Probably out of respect for Wenlong's strength, Robin immediately agreed to the task of running errands. Soon, Robin came over with a large bag of creek water in a water bag. Yeah, not bad. Meow. As he spoke, Wanlong took the water bag, then pulled out the leather plug on it, and poured all the water inside onto Lin's face. The cold mountain spring water flowed over Rin's cheek, and after a while, Rin finally had some reaction. But he just turned his head slightly, and didn't wake up immediately. After all, the dosage used to anesthetize the monster is too much for one person to drink. If that's the case, let's just use a more direct method. Meow. So Wanlong simply walked to Rin's side, then stepped on Rin's face with one foot and started moving it back and forth. Hey! Wake up! Little brat. Meow! Ah! Slowly, Rin finally opened her eyes. This is what I remember. I seem to be fighting an Elu cat. And then I seem to have failed. But what happened? Just when he started to open his eyes, Rin's vision was still blurry. But slowly, as the scene in front of him continued, the scene gradually became clearer, and Rin's expression also changed significantly. You are? You are that Elu cat! Rin suddenly shouted, and his first reaction was naturally to prepare to attack Wanlong. Ah! What's going on? It was only then that Rin, who was struggling to stand up, realized that he was actually tied up with ropes. And just as Robin said, when Rin moved, the ropes were tightened deeper. Well, at this moment, a hint of blush appeared on Rin's face. You? How dare you do this to me? Uncle, what have I done to you? You should tell me. Meow ha ha ha. Wanlong laughed like a ghost. You are a man who can't be killed. You didn't expect that I would be here today. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to die. You can't even hope to get any information about the poisonous beak from my mouth. Rin was also vicious, Dee said to Wanlong. But soon, Rin's expression changed again, from anger to surprise, and then from surprise to despair. Ah! Where is my poison? You even took the poison I hid? Yes. If I let you die so easily, wouldn't it mean that many of the things I have done before have been in vain? I am not that stupid. Nah ha ha ha. You and I have never seen such a shameless elkit as you. TSK. 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 These words are really unconvincing from you vicious people with poisonous beaks. Meow. Wanlong simply squatted down and asked, Tell me, how many people do you have in poisonous beaks? What is the organizational structure? Who is the leader? What weapons do the members use? What are their strengths? If I don't tell you, you are pretty good looking. Meow. Humph. Do you think I would say that? I'm not even afraid of death. But would I be afraid of such a threat from you? Rin counterattacked without hesitation. Oh, then don't blame me. I'm rude. As he said that, Wanlong took out his two swords, and then pointed them at Lin's face. Look at your face. You're quite cute. But I don't know how many people have been deceived by this face. Why don't you let me make a mark on it? Chapter 484 Persuasion. Rin didn't fight back with words, but closed her eyes. But Wanlong could still clearly see that Lin's body was shaking. Probably half of it was anger, and half of it was fear. No! Mr. Cat! At this time Catherine came over. What are you doing? Woman? Meow? Mr. Cat, how can you bully a child? We should use love to influence her, Catherine said seriously. Huh? Wanlong turned his head, looked at Catherine in disbelief, and then said, Is your brain broken? She just wanted to kill you. Meow. Not only Wanlong found it incredible, but Rin, who was tied up, also looked at Catherine in surprise. Actually, that's not the case, Catherine explained. I remember, Mr. Cat. You said that this cutting axe can be used with various bottles like bows and arrows. And as I said before, the one she used can paralyze people. If the paralysis bottle is like this, I probably won't die. It's just baffling. Even the paralysis bottle doesn't make her feel so comfortable. And you actually want to use love to influence her? Don't forget that she has deceived many people. Meow, Wanlong said angrily. Mr. Cat, I know, but I still believe that she is not as bad as we think. Okay, you are the Holy Mother, but I seem to be an ungrateful villain. Meow, Mr. Cat, I also know that I am a little willful, but it is impossible to achieve the goal in this way. And as Rin said just now, she is not even afraid of death. So what is the use of torture? Catherine continued. Okay, you can handle this matter yourself. I don't care about it. Meow. As he said that, Wanlong put the knife into the scabbard, then put it aside and said, But if she does anything bad to you again, I will, but I may not be able to save you. So don't cry when the time comes. Don't worry, Mr. Cat. I will be careful. Catherine nodded and then said, So Wolong simply walked to a big tree, then leaned against the big tree and closed his eyes to relax. Humph. Out of sight is pure. Okay, Sister Rin. It's okay now. Catherine squatted down so that her eyesight could be kept parallel to Rin, who was tied and sitting on the ground, and then said to Rin, You? Rin also opened his eyes at this time, looked at Catherine in disbelief, and then said, What exactly do you want to do? I don't do anything. I just want you to know that hatred can't solve any problem. Catherine said softly to Rin, You? What do you know about me? Rin asked, still with hatred in her eyes. I've been thinking. Rin, you are so young and you want to take revenge on society. You must have suffered a lot when you were a child. But it's wrong for you to do this. Well, that has nothing to do with you. Is that true? After Rin acquiesced to her guess, Catherine continued, But I have said before that hatred cannot solve the problem, and if you do so, it will only hurt more people. Let others become as unhappy as you. Why not make yourself as happy as others? Happiness? Rin was stunned for a moment and then said, Not everyone has been pampered since childhood like you. I think you must have lived a privileged life since you were a child. Right? Oh, by the way, you have a very rich man. Your powerful brother has taken care of you since you were a child. So you don't have to talk about happiness with a commoner like me. Our world is different. I'm not a young lady. Catherine explained. I'm just an ordinary person. I lost my parents when I was young. So I have been living with my brother. My brother was also very young at that time, and was not a good hunter at all. He must also be very tired to take care of me. Right? However, what impressed me the most was always his smile. So, at the beginning, we also complained about the difficulty of life. But through our own efforts, we are still very happy. I'm living a good life now. You also had no parents since you were a child? Rin looked even more surprised now. At this time, Wen Long, who was leaning against a big tree with his eyes closed to rest, couldn't help but open his eyes, glanced at Catherine, and then thought in his heart, Both parents died when I was young? Catherine never mentioned this to me. It turns out that did she also have such a shadow in her childhood? Meow? That's it. Catherine said seriously. Really speaking, I don't think anyone in this world really has any worries. The so-called carefree life should only exist in fairy tales. So we may see that some people live a happier life than us. But in places we can't see, they may also have a lot of sad and painful things. Does everyone have one? Rin murmured. Well, Catherine continued, the so-called happy people are actually strong people who bury difficulties in their hearts and work hard to overcome them. So I believe that even if you are unfortunate, as long as you work hard, you will definitely change. At this time, Catherine noticed that the hostility in Lin's eyes had diminished. So Catherine continued to get closer to Rin, almost touching her face. You? What do you want to do? Seeing Catherine suddenly getting so close, Rin suddenly became alert and shouted quickly. Sister Rin, don't be afraid. I just want to help you untie the rope. Catherine explained. Untie the rope? Aren't you afraid that I'll do it to you again? It's okay. I believe you are not this kind of person. Rin, the reason why you did this is because you haven't experienced the feeling of being loved. The feeling of being loved. At this time, Rin also recalled his childhood. Rin remembered that her parents had died since she was a child, and she was adopted into a relative's home to be raised. As a result, the relatives at that time completely regarded Rin as a burden. After taking possession of the property left by Rin's parents, they kicked her out not long after. Go out. At that time, Rin was raised by the Poison Beak organization and began to accept the ideas of the Poison Beak organization. In the following years, Rin showed her unique talents and successfully became a member of the Poison Beak organization. He stood out in the organization and eventually became a powerful backbone of the organization. Chapter 485 Cold Drink and Thunder. Sister Sama, if you have anything to ask, just ask, Rin said in a soft tone while leaning against Catherine. He looked completely different from before. I want to know what happened to my brother, Catherine said quickly. It turns out he is Sama's brother. Actually, I don't know exactly where he went. I just know that he seemed to be chasing a powerful monster. What about that necklace you are wearing? Catherine asked again. Because Sama, your brother will give such a necklace to a cute girl whenever he sees one. So, Sama, your brother is very popular with women. As for saying that he saved me, Of course I made it up. Ah, is that true? Catherine said a little disappointed. But brother, he has indeed been to Union Village. Right? Well, yes. To be honest, I'm not afraid of your scolding, Sister Sama. I also thought about taking action at first. But after all, I am a legendary hunter who has hunted ancient dragon species. Although he seems to be cynical, he is not at all. There is a flaw, Rin said again. That's good. At least she knew that her brother was safe. And Catherine felt a little relieved. Hey, you said this woman's brother is chasing a powerful monster. Do you know what the so-called powerful monster is? Meow? At this time, Wenlong, who heard the conversation between Catherine and Rin, also intervened. Well, Rin thought for a moment and then replied, for the sake of Wanisama, I will kindly tell you. The answer is, I don't know. Huh? You have done so well in our intelligence work. But you didn't even find out about this? Meow? Wenlong also mocked when the other party said he didn't know. This one is different from that one. You killed the members of our Poison Beak organization. So the organization treats you specially. Naturally, the intelligence work is better. As for my sister's brother, although he is also a very powerful hunter, but he spends most of his time alone and rarely gets in the way. So we don't care that much. Rin answered truthfully. Okay. Turned out to be no information at all. Wenlong was also a little disappointed. But at this time, Rin suddenly added, Oh, by the way, Wanisama, I remembered that your brother prepared a lot of cold drinks when he left Union Village. So I thought, cold drink? When he heard this term, Wenlong suddenly seemed to understand something in his heart. The places that need cold drinks are usually either desert areas or volcanic areas. And there are powerful monsters in these two places. In Wenlong's impression, there are not many powerful monsters in this Shichi Kingdom area. And there are only a few types in the past. Especially for a legendary hunter who has the ability to hunt ancient dragon species like Qilin. There are even fewer monsters that need to be taken seriously. In the Shichi Kingdom, the monsters that even legendary hunters should take seriously include the 3 ancient dragon species, Huang Heilung, Foshan Dragon, and Lan Long. They are all extremely powerful beings. If you want to use as for cold drinks, then only the volcanic areas where the Huang Heilung inhabit need cold drinks. Could it be that the stupid woman's brother went hunting for the Huang Heilung? Meow? Wenlong also estimated in his heart. No. After thinking for a moment, Wenlong thought about 2 other images in his mind. Although the ancient dragon species is very strong, there are 2 monsters in the Shichi Kingdom area that are no less powerful than the ancient dragons species. It is also possible that Eric's hunting targets are the collapsed dragon and Tyrannosaurus at the top of the flying dragon species. Meow. Also considering the hunting location that requires cold drinks, then the Tyrannosaurus is also very likely. Meow. So Wenlong analyzed it carefully and came up with 2 answers in his mind. One was Huang Heilong, and the other was Balong. No matter which one of these 2 giant dragons it is not easy to mess with. Which means that no matter which one it is possible. Which monster is it? As long as we can figure it out, it won't be difficult to find Catherine's brother. But based on these clues, we still can't determine what monster it is hunting. Suddenly, Wenlong's mind a flash of inspiration came to me. And another idea came to me. So Wenlong asked Rin again. So, do you know what weapon Eric took when he left? Meow? I've never seen the weapon. What kind of weapon it is? But judging from the flashing light on it, it should be a sledgehammer with a thunder attribute. Rin thought about it again before saying, A weapon with thunder attributes? Are you sure? Meow? Well, I'm sure it's easy to distinguish lightning-type weapons after all. There's no way I can't recognize the arc. Rin also tilted her head and said, Hey, if it is really a thunder-attributed sledgehammer, then I'm afraid it's the same as what I thought. Meow. After confirming the thunder-attributed weapon used by Catherine's brother when he left Union Village, Wenlong felt that his eyes were finally becoming clearer. Mr. Cat, do you know? But Rin just told us that my brother brought a cold drink and was holding a thunder-type weapon. So we can know where my brother went. And saw Wenlong's expression. With a proud look, Catherine also knew that Wenlong probably already had the answer in his heart. So she quickly asked again. Humph! Of course. Who do you think I am? These clues are enough. Meow! Wenlong told Catherine confidently. Tell me quickly. Mr. Cat. I want to know too. After hearing Wenlong's affirmation, Catherine naturally urged Wenlong to tell her the answer immediately. We can't say it yet. Wenlong glanced at Rin, and then said, After all, I can't let the people from the Poison Beak organization know our whereabouts anymore. Naya, you really still don't believe me? At this time, Rin also whispered, Of course. Wenlong also said firmly to Rin, Although this stupid woman with a broken head believes in you, it doesn't mean that I believe you. At least I have to wait until this incident is over. We have confirmed you're only when the information you provide is correct can I trust you. Meow. Chapter 486 The Truth About Poisonous Beak. Mr. Cat, you're hurting Rin's heart too much. Seeing that Wenlong still didn't believe Rin, Catherine also said, Humph. Don't think that I am as naive as you. As the saying goes, beware of others is indispensable. If you trust others so easily, you won't even know how you will die. Meow. Wenlong scolded him unceremoniously. With Catherine. Yes. Yes. I am also on the side of Uncle Wenlong. Meow. Robin on the side also echoed Wenlong's opinion. But I can really see that Rin is a good child. Catherine also looked embarrassed. Okay. I understand. Sister, you don't have to be embarrassed. At this time, Rin stood up and said, Indeed, I can understand your mood. It is impossible for everyone to believe in me like my sister. At least I should be very grateful if you are willing to let me go. There is no reason to ask for too much. Rin, Catherine held Rin's hand and said softly to Rin, Sister, it doesn't matter. What I just said is the truth. You will know when the time comes. I will leave you first to avoid making you suspect that I am following you, stealing your information, and having plans for you. When the suspicion is cleared, I will come back to see you. Sister Sama, Rin also said to Catherine respectfully. After saying that, Rin turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Meow. However, Wenlong suddenly stopped Rin. What? Is there anything else? Rin turned around and asked. Before you leave behind all the information you know about the Poison Beak organization. Meow. No problem. For the sake of my sister, I have decided to make a clean break with the Poison Beak organization. So it doesn't matter if I tell you this information. Rin stopped, and then responded to Wenlong, just as Rin said. Next, Rin told Wenlong and others all the information she knew about the Poison Beak organization in the form of answering Wenlong's questions. First of all, let me briefly introduce what you know about the Poison Beak organization. Meow. Our organization. Oh no. I should say that the Poison Beak organization I once worked for was established based on the concept of hunters are the elite of society. We despise the hunter guild's approach of maintaining balance and believe that powerful hunters should replace all countries. The upper class became the ruling class of society. Oh, the ambition is not small. Meow. Wenlong said disapprovingly. Well, it doesn't make any difference to me whether I am ambitious or not. I don't care about the goals of the organization. I just need strength. After talking for a while, Rin realized that he seemed to be off topic, and then turned around. The Poison Beak organization has power in many places, because I personally mainly carry out activities in Shichi country. I am not very clear about the situation in other areas, but as far as Shichi country, which I am more familiar with, is actually not really powerful. There is only one other person besides me. Who is the other person? Meow? I haven't seen what he looks like in detail, but he is also a very cunning and mysterious guy. And like me, he also has a horn flute that can control monsters. You should also be careful. Oh, I see. Do the more powerful Poison Beak members, like you have any special titles? Meow? Wenlong asked again. There are indeed special titles. For example, people like me are called executors, and are the backbone members of the organization. The dragon tribe that you killed last time is also an executor like me. Each executor controls an area, but we didn't have frequent contact with each other. It wasn't until he was killed by you that I got some information about him from the organization. And your information was also known at that time. Well, what about above you? Who else is there? Meow? Wenlong asked step by step, with the purpose of clarifying the structure of the Poison Beak organization. There are elders above us, and there is a great elder above the elders, but I haven't seen them before. Rin also said apologetically, Is the highest level the Great Elder? This is somewhat similar to the Hunter Guild. Is this intentional? Meow. The structure of the Hunter Guild appeared in Wenlong's mind again. It is said that at the Hunter Guild headquarters in East Daruma, There is also an extremely powerful Great Elder sitting in charge, who is the supreme leader of the Hunter Guild in the entire continent. Then I don't know, but our Poison Beak organization always goes against the Hunter Guild. Maybe we really classify them this way intentionally. Ren also said with a smile. Okay, so the last question is, how do you use this horn flute? Meow? Wenlong took out the horn flute he had taken from Ren before and asked. This is because the sounds required to control different monsters are different, and there are dozens of sounds required to give orders to monsters. If you master them all, it will take a long time. I also learned it after practicing for a long time. Ren frowned and said, Is there no easy way? Meow? There is no simple method. But by the way, I also have an instruction manual here. You can take it and read it. It records some usage methods. Ren took out a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to Catherine. Instructions? Catherine opened the small book that Ren handed to her. She read it for a while, but couldn't figure out the reason. I can't understand it at all, Catherine said confused. Here, let me have a look. Meow? Wenlong snatched the instruction manual from Catherine. After reading it for a while, he also had a general understanding of the horn flute. It's exactly what this woman said. There are rhythms to control most of the monsters. At the same time, there are different combinations of rhythms to give orders to different monsters. In total, there are at least thousands of combinations of various rhythms. This is not you can master it in a short time. Meow. Wenlong also thought with some regret. And there are limits to the monsters that can be controlled. Not all monsters can be controlled. For example, the ancient dragon species cannot be controlled. There are also some monsters that are not ancient dragon species, but are comparable in strength to the ancient dragon species. If the controlled ones are divided in terms of strength, the Terror Tyrannosaurus controlled by the little brat named Rin before is already the limit of the monsters that the horn flute can control. Right? Chapter 487, Preserve with Care. After asking the last question, Wenlong had nothing to ask. After all, according to Rin's answer, what Rin knew was very limited. However, Wenlong's real purpose is actually twofold. One is to help Catherine find her brother. Wenlong has been able to guess the result based on some of the subtle information he has obtained before. And for the result he has guessed, Wenlong is also very confident. Another purpose of Wenlong is to figure out how to use the horn flute captured from Rin. Once he masters the method of controlling monsters, it will not only help him to know himself and where to counter the Poisonous Beak organization, but also to Wenlong. It will also be a powerful help to others. So Wenlong finally waved his hand and said to Rin, Okay, you can go. When we confirm that what you said is true, we will naturally no longer doubt your cat. Well, Rin turned her gaze to Catherine again and said, Sister Sama, please wait for me. I will be back soon. After saying that, Rin reluctantly left. What a good boy, Catherine said happily. Whether she has really corrected herself or not depends on how she behaves in the future. Even now that Rin had left, Wenlong still didn't forget to remind Catherine. Okay, I understand. Mr. Cat. I know that, Mr. Cat. You are doing this for my own good. But I also believe that Rin will never lie to us again. Who knows? Meow? Wenlong's tone was still full of doubt. At this time, Lindy's and Haitang had also finished stripping the material and came back talking and laughing. Among them, Lindy's looked even more satisfied. Obviously, being able to get first-hand information on two rare monsters, Thunder Wolf Dragon and Tyrannosaurus Rex, at once was a great success for this Wongli bachelor who came out of the King of West Red King's National Academy. Said it was a great amount of capital. It will be of great benefit to future promotion within the academy. However, when Haitang and Lindy's met with Wenlong and others and found that Rin was no longer there, they suddenly showed surprised expressions. Why did you let her go? That person almost killed Sister Catherine. Haitang, in particular, had the strongest reaction. I suggested letting her go, Catherine explained again. I think Rin is actually not as bad as I thought. If I give her a chance, she should also correct herself. Really, Sister Catherine, you are so kind-hearted, Haitang complained. It's okay, little begonia, Catherine said with a smile. Well, since you don't care about Sister Catherine, it's hard for Haitang to say anything. Anyway, if that woman dares to do such a thing, Haitang will definitely cut her into pieces. Haitang also said viciously. Okay, don't mention that little brat again. Have you collected all the materials this time? Meow? Wenlong said. They have all been collected. However, because there are a lot of materials, we cannot bring all the materials here at once. So we also asked Mr. Cat to come and take a look in person. Haitang quickly reported to Wenlong. Well, okay. I'll go take a look right now. Meow. After saying that, Wenlong and others headed to the place where the previous monsters fell with Haitang. Sure enough, I found that all the materials had been stripped and sorted, packed in various large and small bags, and placed neatly on the ground. Sure enough, there are a lot of materials. It is really inconvenient to carry such a large amount of materials. After seeing the situation in front of him, Wenlong also frowned. I had to discard some less important materials. After all, we still have gotta hurry. Meow! After all, even if we don't count lower-level monsters, like colored birds, Wenlong and others have already collected quite a lot of materials this time. From the previous large purple aquatic beast and tailed hammer dragon to the current thunder wolf dragon and dino tyrannosaurus. They are all uncommon monsters. Naturally, Wenlong is reluctant to discard the materials obtained from such monsters. In the end, after careful consideration, Wenlong considered that he had hunted a large purple aquatic beast once before at the lakeside. So the material of the large purple aquatic beast hunted in the Shuewu forest this time was not that important. So Wenlong made the decision was made to abandon most of the materials of the large purple aquatic beast. Let's give up the materials for the big purple aquatic beast for now. Our hunter guild in Jian village has already deposited some materials for the big purple aquatic beast. These are not so important. Meow. Wenlong finally decided. Hey, this is very wasteful, Lindy said with some reluctance. I can't help it. There are indeed too many things. Wenlong also spread his hands and said, how about this? At this time, Robin, who had been beside him, suggested, we can dig a big hole first and bury these extra materials in the soil. And then I will let our Black Cat clan companions pass through. How about the underground tunnels that help you transport your things back? And you only need to pay some compensation? That's indeed a good idea. It's a good suggestion. Wenlong thought for a moment, then nodded and said, indeed. Although monsters like the big purple aquatic beast are nothing to Wenlong and others. For most hunters in Jian village, such monsters are out of reach. Therefore, even the materials of the large purple aquatic beast that were to be given up by Wenlong and others can still be sold at a good price in Jian village. In this case, even if a part of the proceeds from the sales were given to the Black Cat clan as a reward, it would be much better than wasting it directly. After making the decision, Wenlong asked Catherine to help dig a hole and bury the materials for the big purple aquatic beast into the hole. Wenlong himself began to sort out other materials. The material of the thunder wolf dragon and the material of the tyrannosaurus are very important and cannot be lost. If I guess correctly, we will still need to use it to deal with that guy. Meow. While Wenlong was thinking, he put the materials of the tyrannosaurus into a large backpack specially used for materials, and then started to pack the materials of the thunder wolf dragon. The material of thunder wolf dragon is somewhat different from that of most other monsters. In addition to the common items such as teeth, scales, and bones, thunder wolf dragon also has super electric thunder bugs that can produce super powerful lightning. In order to ensure that the electric energy of these super electric lightning bugs would not disappear during the long journey, Wenlong specially packed these super electric lightning bugs in a smaller separate bag, and then put this bag with some valuable items or put together. After all, if they are put together with other things, it is very likely that these super electric lightning bugs will die during the journey due to movement and squeezing. Chapter 488 No Clues. Fortunately, the rubber skin of the poisonous monster bird not only has good elasticity, but also has strong insulating properties. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to fit these little guys that can release high-voltage electricity. Meow. While packing up, Wenlong also thought about these ultra-electric lightning bugs. After working like this for a while, Wenlong finally adjusted and installed the materials according to his own ideas. At this time, Catherine had already dug a big pit. After that, Wenlong and others put the materials of the big purple aquatic beast that could no longer be filled into the pit and buried them, preparing to let the Black Cat tribe help transport them later. Okay, we have almost done what we need to do. Let's go back to Jiayin village first. The place we are going to next is not near here, and the opponents we have to face may be bigger than the monsters this time. It's much stronger, so it's best to go back and rest before setting off. Meow. Ah. Okay. Hearing Wenlong say he wanted to return to Jiayin village, A group of people also responded happily. After all, the group was very tired after the battle with the Tyrannosaurus, Thunderwolf Dragon, and Colored Bird, and many of them were thinking of going back to Jiayun Village to take a nice hot spring break. Only Robin seemed a little reluctant. But Uncle Wenlong, we haven't found out the secret of Xiaolong's skin yet. Meow! It's impossible to decipher any secrets by searching blindly like this, Wenlong said to Robin. It just so happens that the president of the Hunter Guild of Jiayun Village is an old man from the Dragon Tribe. He has lived for at least several hundred years. I believe he has a lot of knowledge. We can just go back and ask him. Meow! That's right. It makes sense. I'll just listen to you, Uncle Wenlong. Meow! After Wenlong said this, Robin also agreed to Wenlong's proposal. Therefore, Wenlong and his party took the materials obtained from this hunt and embarked on the return journey. 2 days later, Wenlong and others returned to Jiayun Village, and when Wenlong opened the big bag containing the Thunderwolf Dragon and Terror Tyrannosaurus materials in front of almost all the hunters in the Hunter Guild Hall of Jiayun Village, everyone was surprised, speechless. Is this the material of Thunderwolf Dragon and Tyrannosaurus? You actually did it. After a while, the president of the Hunter Guild of Jiayun Village finally said in his old voice, Of course. What can't be accomplished by this uncle? Meow? Wenlong said without humility. Ah, it's really amazing that we managed to kill the Tyrannosaurus and Thunderwolf at the same time. Now our village has lost a major threat. I'm so grateful to you. You are really the most amazing hunters I have ever seen. The president of the Hunter Guild of Jiayun Village excitedly held Catherine and Haitong's hands and thanked them. Hey, I am the one who deserves the most credit. Meow! Wenlong protested from the side. Ah, I'm sorry. I forgot about you. Of course, you, the Elu Cat, are worthy of praise as the follower cat of the great hunter. After hearing Wenlong's protest, the president of the Hunter Guild of Jiayun Village finally expressed his gratitude to Wenlong thanks to the dragon. What do you mean of course it's worthy of praise? Are you just looking down on me? Oh, forget it. Old man like you. I just have something to ask you. Meow! Wenlong also complained. He said to the president of the Hunter Guild of Jiayun Village. Oh, what happened? Look at this, Wenlong said, taking out the 2 pieces of Xiaolong's skin that had been spliced together, and then placed them in front of the president of the Hunter Guild of Jiayun Village. Ah, is this thing? After watching it for a while, the president of the Hunter Guild of Jiayun Village said meaningfully, Indeed, you young people probably don't know about it, but I have seen this thing before. Oh, then what do you know? Meow? Wenlong and Robin quickly asked. Humph. According to my memory, this should be Xiaolong's skin. Oh, meow! Do you still need to say this? I also know that this is Xiaolong's skin. Wenlong rolled his eyes at the other person, and then said, The question is there anything wrong with these 2 pieces of Xiaolong's skin? Meow? What's wrong? Nothing wrong? The president of the Hunter Guild of Jiayun Village was stunned for a while, and then said inexplicably, Well, forget it. It seems that you don't know about this matter, so I won't embarrass you. Wenlong also said with some disappointment. At the same time, he looked at Robin, who was also full of expectations, and found that Robin's face was also full of expectations, showing disappointment. It's really not that easy to figure out the secret of this thing, isn't it? So Wenlong changed the subject. President, you'd better call the owner of the hot spring bathhouse quickly. We have to fulfill our previous agreement. Meow! Oh, don't worry. Our villagers in Jiayun Village are very trustworthy, and we will definitely do it if we promise. After saying that, the president of the Hunter Guild of Jiayun Village said to a guild receptionist next to him, Go and call the owner of the hot spring bathhouse. After a while, the owner of the hot spring bathhouse came over under the leadership of the receptionist. At this time, the owner of the hot spring bathhouse was still wearing a red hat and the characteristic loose clothing of Jiayun Village. Heroes, I heard that you have solved the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Meow? The owner of the hot spring bathhouse asked impatiently. Of course. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at these 2 packages, Wenlong said, pointing to the 2 large packages of materials for Thunder Wolf and Tyrannosaurus. Ah, you really did it. That's great. Meow. The hot spring bath owner looked at it for a while, and then shouted excitedly. I will definitely do it if I promised you before. Then, Extreme Heroes, When are you going to sign the contract? Meow? Well, actually we have time now. Wenlong touched his beard and replied. But I have notified my subordinates via email to talk to you about this matter. He will arrive in a few days. Here, you can just talk to him directly when the time comes. Meow. Ah, that's great. I look forward to cooperating with you. Meow. The owner of the hot spring bathhouse said quickly and respectfully. As Wenlong said, because he was looking for Catherine's brother. Wenlong actually didn't have much time to stay in Jian Village. Naturally, he had no way to personally negotiate about the brand hot spring chain store in Jian Village. So Wenlong immediately sent a letter to Reina in the Zixirite Kingdom as soon as he returned to Jian Village, asking him to come over and discuss the project in detail with the hot spring bath owner of Jian Village. After all, Reina has been with Wenlong for a long time. He is one of the people Wenlong trusts more, and his ability to do things is pretty good. Wenlong believes that he only needs to explain a general goal and leave the rest to him. Reina should be fine. Chapter 489 Attribute Targeting. After arranging all these things, Wenlong, Catherine and others took a comfortable hot spring bath together, and then returned to the top hotel room in Jian Village. Originally, the village head of Jian Village and the president of the Hunters Guild of Jian Village also proposed to hold a warm celebration meeting for Wenlong and others' heroic deeds of hunting down the Terror Tyrannosaurus and Thunderwolfsaurus. But Wenlong was dismissed as, I need a rest and don't have time, as the reason for rejection. Hey, Mr. Cat, you said you already guessed where my brother has gone. Can you tell me now? Catherine asked impatiently after returning to the hotel. Well, I have guessed it based on the previous intelligence. Wenlong summoned Catherine, Haitang and Lindy's, and then explained in detail. If you want to know where your brother is gone, first of all you need to know what your brother is going to do. Meow. From the fact that he brought a cold drink, it can be seen that he is going to an area such as a desert or a volcano. Wenlong continued to explain. And with your brother's strength, hunting that requires careful preparation by him should not be ordinary monsters. At least those whose strength reaches the level of an ancient dragon species need to be carefully prepared. Meow. A monster with the strength of an ancient dragon species? Has it really appeared? After hearing the words, ancient dragon species, coming from Wenlong's mouth, Lindy's and Haigang couldn't help but curiously asked. Well, judging from the previous situation, this incident of the misfortune star dragon has not only affected the Zishard region, but also the Shichi kingdom. Among them, the Thunder Wolf dragon left the Lingfeng where it originally lived. That's a strong piece of evidence. Is it true that a monster with the strength of the ancient dragon species is really going to appear? Hearing Wenlong say this, Catherine and Haitang also exchanged glances with each other. Both of them saw the awe of the ancient dragon species in each other's eyes. At this time Wenlong continued, but fortunately, there are not many ancient dragon species near Jian Village. There are only 3 monsters, Wang Hailong, Feng Shanlong and Lanlong. In addition, there are 2 types of monsters with different strengths. The flying dragon species that are less powerful than the ancient dragon species are Tyrannosaurus and Collapsed Dragon respectively. In this way, there are only 5 kinds of monsters in total. Meow! Is there actually a flying dragon that can rival the ancient dragon species? Haitang said in surprise. Of course, some ancient species of flying dragons are also very powerful. Their strength is not weaker than that of ancient dragon species, and is even more powerful than some ancient dragon species. Meow! Wenlong said with certainty. Which one is it? Catherine finally couldn't help but ask. Don't worry. Wenlong waved his hand, indicating to Catherine not to worry, and then continued to explain slowly. The areas where Lanlong and Benglong live do not need cold drinks, so we can rule out the other Wang Hailong and Tyrannosaurus first. It lives in volcanic areas, and Feng Shanlong lives in desert areas. All 3 monsters are possible. But if that little brat didn't lie before, since your brother left Yuyun Village with a sledgehammer with thunder attributes, he must be hunting targets with weak attributes. And among the remaining 3 monsters, only Tyrannosaurus is weak in thunder attribute. So I speculate that he should be hunting Tyrannosaurus this time. Meow. Mr. Cat is so awesome. You can even deduce it like this. Catherine naturally said happily when she heard Wenlong explain the entire reasoning process completely. But unlike Catherine, Haitang and Lindy's had expressions of complete disbelief. Mr. Wenlong, your inference is really wonderful. At this time, Lindy's finally couldn't help but said, but I still want to ask. Why do you know so much? You knew about the evil star dragon before. Information. I can also think that it is some information obtained by chance. And things like Tyrannosaurus, Collapsed Dragon, Wang Hailong, Foshan Dragon, Lon Long, etc. These are monsters that most hunters have only seen in books. But you actually know his living habits, and even his weaknesses, as if he knows everything about them. This is really incredible. I really want to know where you got this knowledge from. Can you tell me? It's nothing unbelievable. As long as you choose to trust me, I'll be fine. You don't need to ask me anything else. Hearing that, Lindy's began to doubt why she could learn so many things. Wen Long immediately stopped her. The other party continued to ask questions. Seeing Wen Long speaking so firmly, Lindy's could not ask any more questions. Although as a bachelor of Wanli Academy, Lindy's had always been extremely interested in the various habits and ecology of monsters. But it was impossible for her to do so. Act to force the other party. Okay. Is there no problem? After saying that, Wen Long looked at the others again, and then said, if there is no problem, go to bed early. We will leave for the volcanic area tomorrow morning. In addition, I have handed over the materials for the previous hunting. I gave it to the old dragon man at the entrance of Jayan village. I heard that his skills are pretty good, and he should be able to make suitable weapons for us. Meow. Are you going to get a new weapon again? I think this weapon is pretty good. At this time, Catherine said with some confusion. Indeed, Catherine's weapon was the proud work of Master Luo of Major Boltan and his disciple Leo at that time. It perfectly combined the materials of the male fire dragon and the material of the female fire dragon. It can be said that it was performed at a super level. Works. The weapon performance is naturally very powerful. So when Catherine heard that she had to change weapons again, she was a little confused. At least in Catherine's mind. The weapon in her hand would definitely not be worse than a weapon made purely from Thunder Wolf Dragon materials. Idiot! Unexpectedly, as soon as Catherine finished her words, Wen Long hit Catherine on the head unceremoniously. Your weapon is good. But your weapon is a fire attribute. The Tyrannosaurus lives in a volcanic area. You just roll in the lava all day long. Do you think your weapon is suitable for dealing with Tyrannosaurus? Meow? Oh, that's right. I forgot about it. You need to use a thunder-type weapon. Right? Well, Tyrannosaurus is weak to thunder. And it is also weak to dragons. So weapons with thunder attributes, or weapons with dragon attributes can be used. It just so happens that this time the materials of Thunder Wolf Dragon can be used to create weapons with thunder attributes. And the materials of Tyrannosaurus it's enough to create a weapon with dragon attributes. In addition, the devil purple flame made from the material of the Bane Star Dragon in the little girl's hand is also a weapon with dragon attributes. In this way, we can suppress the attributes of Tyrannosaurus in weapons. Meow. Chapter 490 An Unexpected Secret Discovered. Mr. Cat, you are so thoughtful. You have even considered the attributes of the weapons. Catherine and Haitang sighed again. Of course. If I wasn't careful, you would have died several times. Meow. That's right. Thanks to Mr. Cat for taking care of her all the time. Catherine also touched her head in embarrassment. Okay. Is everything okay this time? If there's no problem, go back to your room and sleep. Get up early tomorrow. Meow. Clear. So, Haitang and Lindy's left Wen Long and Catherine's room, and then went to their own rooms to rest. Wen Long, as usual, was held in Catherine's arms and lay on the bed together. Soon Catherine fell asleep. However, Wen Long was unusually sober. Are we finally going to face Tyrannosaurus? I don't know what happened to this woman's brother. If he gets rid of Tyrannosaurus, it would save some trouble. But there is no news after leaving Yin Village for so long. I'm afraid it's going to be very bad. Meow. In Wen Long's mind, he was always thinking about what he had not said before. Forget it. It's useless to think so much. Whether that woman's brother is alive or dead is none of my business at that time. I am only responsible for taking her to find her brother. If she finds her brother, it will be regarded as fulfilling my promise. Meow. But what if she is really dead? How can this woman cry? I'm not good at comforting women, but I get very upset when a woman cries. Wen Long thought about it. His head became more and more awake, and he found that he couldn't sleep. You shouldn't be thinking wildly at this time. You can't even sleep because of it. Since it's like this, it's better to get up. Let's take stock of the props and supplies we need to prepare for this departure. There shouldn't be anything less prepared. After all, this time the opponent and Meows were not on the same level in the past. So Wen Long, who was thinking this way, simply got out of the sleeping Catherine's arms, and then walked to the backpack containing props and supplies. Wenlong then opened his backpack and began to count the props inside. Cold drinks. This is a must. Otherwise we won't see the Tyrannosaurus. The scorching hot environment in the volcanic area is enough for us. We must also bring enough recovery medicine G, which will consume a lot by then. And this flash jade. Yes, the effect of Tyrannosaurus is pretty good, and it can play a certain role at critical moments. And, well, it seems that there is nothing left. These things should be enough. Huh? Suddenly, Wenlong, who had finished packing his things, found that a bag in his backpack seemed to be a little loose. This loose bag was the bag Wenlong used to store the super electric lightning bug before, because the opening was a little loose. You could vaguely see the blue lighting shining inside. The entrance of the bag was tied with a rope, because the materials of Thunder Wolf Dragon were used to build a new set of equipment for Catherine. Wenlong gave part of the super electric thunder bug to Yuyun village as materials. The draconian blacksmith at the entrance of the village only had 1 or 2 super electric lightning bugs in his pocket, and in order to avoid the death of the ultra electric lightning bug due to squeezing, this bag was also placed together with some valuable items. Although there are only 2 ultra-electric lightning bugs left in the bag, we can't let this little guy escape. We have to tie them up again. Meow! Seeing that the mouth of the strap was a little loose, Wenlong was about to tie the mouth of the bag again. But before he could pull the rope, Wenlong discovered another problem. What's going on? The color of this thing has also changed. Meow! What Wenlong saw before his eyes were the 2 pieces of Xiaolong skin from before. These 2 pieces of Xiaolong skin happened to be placed next to the bag containing the super electric lightning bug. What was different from the past was that these 2 pieces of Xiaolong skin where the dragon's skin is translucent. According to Wenlong's understanding, Xiaolong is an ancient dragon species that can become invisible. It is very cunning and cunning. The reason why it can become invisible is because its skin can turn into a transparent color. But this time, Wenlong discovered that there were some differences in this transparent color. It's strange. There seems to be something vaguely inside this skin. Meow? Feeling something strange, Wenlong temporarily gave up on tightening the bag containing the super electric lightning bug, and instead grabbed the 2 pieces of Xiaolong skin. However, when Wenlong took the 2 pieces of Xiaolong skin in his hands, at that time, the previous translucent state suddenly disappeared, turning into the same 2 ugly pieces of wrinkled skin as before. So I understand. Naya. However, Wenlong already understood the mystery at this time. I actually forgot about this. The reason why Xiaolong can become invisible is because of its unique skin. And its skin can change color because the electric current in Xiaolong's body controls it. Meow. This is the same as how the human nervous system uses tiny currents to transmit information. It's just that the current intensity required when Xiaolong's skin is activated is much stronger than that of humans. So it can only be used when close to the super electric lightning bug. Only when such an object with a strong electric current causes it to react will the Xiaolong skin react. Meow. After understanding the principle, Wenlong picked up the bag containing the ultra-electric lightning bugs, and then put it together with the skin of the 2 Kwai Xiaolongs. Sure enough, it was originally full of wrinkles, and ugly the unbearable Xiaolong skin changed again, and gradually became transparent. Great. It really is like that. Meow. Wenlong held the small bag containing the super electric lightning bug in one hand, and held the 2 pieces of Xiaolong skin in the other hand, placing them not far from his eyes, and carefully observed the changes. This time Wenlong could finally see clearly what was inside. When Xiaolong's skin becomes transparent, some red lines appear inside. These red lines are extremely thin, just like human capillaries, staggered and combined, but not as dense as capillaries. It is difficult to spot if you don't look closely. So after carefully observing the direction of these red thin lines, Wenlong was finally sure that these red thin lines hidden in Xiaolong's skin formed an ancient map. This method was used to hide the map in Xiaolong's skin. It's really a good hiding method, but it also echoes the habits of the Black Cat tribe. After all, Xiaolong is also a guy who can steal things from hunters' pockets. But where is the location on this map? Meow. Chapter 491. Although ugly, it has connotation. After seeing the map hidden in Xiaolong's skin, a familiar scene emerged in Wenlong's head. If it is really that place, it will save me a lot of trouble. However, it is better to go to the volcano first. After helping the stupid woman find her brother, we can then consider finding the whereabouts of the treasure. Meow. After making a plan, Wenlong put away Xiaolong's skin again and tied the bag containing the super electric lightning bud tightly, so everything was restored to its original state. Next, Wenlong climbed back into bed, pretending as if nothing happened, and then took the remaining time to have a good sleep. The next day, Wenlong got up a little later than usual because he got up to pack things the night before. By the time Wenlong got up, Catherine, Haitang, Lindy's and Robin were already busy. All everyone did was check their luggage and equipment to see if they had everything they needed to bring. In order to prevent missing things, Catherine and Haitang also checked each other's luggage. At this moment Wenlong yawned and walked to the bathroom to wash up briefly. When he walked out, he found that Catherine and others were fully dressed and ready to go. "Mr. Cat, hurry up. I'm waiting for you," Catherine said to Wenlong. "Let's go. Uncle, I'm ready." With that said, Wenlong also picked up his backpack and walked out. Mr. Cat, won't you check again?" "No. Meow." At this time, Wenlong had already walked out of the room and walked directly to the restaurant of the hotel, and the others immediately followed. After leaving the room, Wenlong and others simply enjoyed breakfast in the restaurant of Jian Village, and then went directly to the entrance of Jian Village to pick up the equipment they had started building the day before. "Hey, old man, have you finished building the 2 sets of equipment you ordered yesterday?" "Meow?" Wenlong asked as soon as he approached the store. "Oh, it's you guys. There's still a little bit to go, but we'll be fine soon. Still a little short of it. Meow?" Hearing that the equipment had not been completed yet, Wenlong asked with some dissatisfaction. "There's no way. Jian Village can't compare to your big city in Zixiri." Faced with Wenlong's questioning, the old man from the dragon tribe also complained. "Look, I'm the only one in this shop. I don't have any helpers, so of course I can't do it too fast. But don't worry. I've been busy all night and have already completed 1 set, and the other set will be completed soon." As he spoke, the hairless old man from the dragon tribe kept waving the forging hammer in his hand, and pointed with one finger at the iron rack hanging weapons and armor on the side. "Oh, it turns out that we have already made a set. Well, let's try it. Meow." "No problem. But I can't let go now. The equipment has been hung on the shelf over there for you. You can get it and try it on yourself." Well, Wenlong nodded, then walked to the shelf where armor and weapons were hung, and first took off his own set of equipment. The one that had been built was Wenlong's Dino Tyrannosaurus suit. However, when he walked to the shelf where the armor was hung, Wenlong couldn't help but complain. "Oh meow. So ugly." The armor made of the dark green scales of the Tyrannosaurus Rex looked like a bloated green-skinned fat man. Although Wenlong had not yet put such armor on his body, he had already anticipated what kind of effect it would have. Young people should not always despise the appearance, but learn to look at the inside. At this time, these dragon human forgers said to Wenlong again, "You don't need to tell me this. I'm just complaining." Meow. Wenlong rolled his eyes at the other person and then said, "In fact, Wenlong himself knew that weapons and equipment were mainly about practicality rather than appearance. But unfortunately, the suit of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was so ugly that it even reminded Wenlong of some kind of green-skinned savage. Fortunately, although the armor made from the material of the Tyrannosaurus is shockingly ugly, the double swords made of the teeth and claws of the Tyrannosaurus are quite good. The double knives made of Tyrannosaurus Rex materials are not only extremely sharp, but also have dense spikes on the blades. Those spikes are made of Tyrannosaurus teeth, which can be said to be unique in shape. Of course, this is not the most important thing. What is more important is that the dragon attribute power wrapped around these 2 swords is a sharp weapon used to deal with Tyrannosaurus." So after a little hesitation, Wenlong took off the Terror Tyrannosaurus suit and put it on. "Ha ha ha. Uncle Wenlong, what are you wearing? It's so ridiculous." Meow. Robin couldn't help but laugh after seeing Wenlong put on the Tyrannosaurus suit. "Don't laugh. If you laugh again, be careful. I will chop you up." Meow. "Okay. I won't laugh anymore." Meow. Although he said he was not laughing, Wenlong could still tell that Robin was having a very difficult time not laughing. Not only Robin was like this, but also Catherine, Haitang and Lindy's were holding back their laughter. "Forget it. Although it's a bit ugly, it's pretty good at least. It's practical as long as it's practical." Wenlong couldn't help but comfort himself in his heart. Wenlong no longer paid attention to the mocking expressions of the group of people. After putting on the armor, He picked up the double swords made of Tyrannosaurus material, and tried a few fighting movements. He found that this suit not only had good defense, but also moreover, it is very flexible in movement, and is not as bulky as it looks on the outside. This made Wenlong also greatly surprised. It seems that the level of this old man from the dragon race is not lower than Master Lu of Megabolton and Granny Ruisi of Milad Village. The level of this weapon is probably over level 70. Or to be more precise, it has reached level 75. Meow. Zitsizi. Just when Wenlong was surprised by the power of the two swords in his hands, the sound of water being evaporated came from behind him. Wenlong turned around and found that the old man of the dragon tribe had already used a gorgeous iron sword. The big sword was taken out of the stove and placed in the sink aside for cooling. The sound of the water being evaporated just now was undoubtedly the sound made when the blue big sword was being cooled. The big sword made of Thunder Wolf dragon material has been released. How long will it take to be ready? Meow. At this time, Wenlong couldn't help but ask. Chapter 492 Beautiful Thunder Mother set. It's almost done. Just the last step left, said the old man of the dragon tribe, and took out the cool blue sword from the sink, then placed it on the wet stone aside and polished it carefully. It didn't take much time to polish, and soon the blade of the great sword was shining brightly in the early morning sun. Wenlong knew that this was not only because of the reflection of the sun's brilliance, but also because of the attribute-like energy contained in the sword, which made the sword look even more shining. Okay, the weapon is finished. Counting the armor that has been made before, the suit of Thunder Wolf Dragon is also completed. So, lady, please try it on. After completing the forging of the weapon, Nyendai the dragon human blacksmith said to Catherine. Although Catherine was not present when she brought the materials to forge the equipment, based on the figure data, the experienced old forger could tell at a glance that this equipment was prepared for the girl in front of her. Okay, Grandpa, I'll try it now. The equipment was finally forged, and Catherine immediately took the armor off the stand and walked into the dressing room nearby. After a while, Catherine came out. However, at this moment, Wenlong had a completely different reaction from before when he put on the Tyrannosaurus armor. No one made a small sound. On the contrary, everyone around him suddenly became quiet. How about this equipment? Isn't it weird? Seeing a group of people looking at her but not speaking, Catherine asked uneasily. It's so beautiful. Meow. Robin was the first to break the silence, and then praised loudly. Robin, have never seen such beautiful equipment in all my life. Meow. Yes, Sister Catherine. Your equipment is really beautiful. Haidang said seriously, even with a hint of jealousy in her words. That's right. Lindy's also pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose, and then pretended to be a senior fashion critic and said, it doesn't look like combat equipment, but it can actually be used to participate in beauty pageants. Thunder Wolf Dragon the cyan scales are embellished with yellow carapace, which is very Shichi style. Not only that, it also perfectly takes care of the female body curves, perfectly outlining the most beautiful curves of our women, and paired with Sister Catherine's silver long hair, with perfect hair and perfect skin. Wow, she is just a beautiful little fairy. Really? Catherine asked a little embarrassedly when she heard people praising herself like this. Of course it's true, Sister Catherine. Haitang on the side also said with certainty again. That's great. Catherine also said happily. However, Catherine still turned her attention to Wenlong and found that Wenlong didn't say anything. So Catherine immediately walked to Wenlong's side and asked, what about Mr. Cat? What do you think? Me. It took a moment for Wenlong to react. It turned out that just when Catherine walked out of the dressing room, Wenlong was already stunned and even forgot that a group of people were laughing at how ugly the Dino Rex suit he was wearing was. Wenlong remembered that when he was playing games in the past, this Thunder Wolf Dragon female suit was a popular piece of equipment comparable to the Kirin suit in terms of appearance. It was extremely popular with the public and many figures were produced. The reason why it is so popular is of course the unique and beautiful shape of the Thunder Wolf Dragon suit. Especially when Wenlong saw Catherine wearing this Thunder Wolf Dragon suit. Wenlong even remembered the first time he met Catherine. At that time, Catherine, who was wearing a unicorn suit, also immediately fascinated Wenlong. Sure enough, it is a beautiful piece of equipment that can be compared with the Kirin suit. But why are there so many differences between people? Meow? At this time, Wenlong looked at Catherine's equipment, and then looked back at himself. Equipment? Wenlong finally thought to himself in his heart. Mr. Cat, how is my equipment? Does it look good? Seeing Wenlong stunned for a while, Catherine thought Wenlong didn't hear clearly, so she asked again. Ah, it's not bad. I mean, the equipment is mainly practical. It doesn't matter what it looks like. Meow. That's great. It's great that you like it too, Mr. Cat. Although Wenlong just said that it was not bad, Catherine's happy expression seemed to be even stronger than when everyone praised it before. Hee. If you like Lao Chan's equipment, you just remember that when Lao Chan was still young, the equipment made by Lao Chan was very popular among the beautiful huntresses. At that time, Lao Chan could often take advantage of the opportunity to measure his body measurements, and beautiful girls are so happy when they kiss each other. Hee. At this time, the old dragon human blacksmith also said happily, Humph. Old man, why are my equipment so ugly? Wenlong also protested when he heard what the other party said. That can't be helped. After all, the practicality of the equipment is more important than the appearance. The armor of your terror Tyrannosaurus is a bit ugly, but it is thick enough. The old dragon human forger also spread his hands to express his disapproval. This is also powerless. Okay. Although Wenlong didn't quite accept the other party's explanation, he had no choice but to turn around and say to Catherine, Okay, let's try the big sword made of Thunder Wolf Dragon material again, and see if this weapon works well. Meow. Okay, Mr. Cat. Catherine nodded, and then picked up the newly completed Thunder Wolf Dragon sword, the King's Tooth Great Sword, with a sharp black blade, a cyan hilt, and a yellow Thunder Wolf that was polished to golden color. The dragon carapace as an embellishment, coupled with the power of thunder and lightning wrapped around it, gives this generous sword a noble and powerful aura. For a moment, Wenlong even thought of a weapon called the Sword of Contract Victory, in a certain animation. Oh meow. It was just beautiful before. Now when I pick up this weapon, it is not only beautiful, but also has an extra heroic spirit. Is this the effect of the suit? It's so bright. Meow. Although it looks beautiful on the surface, Long still pretended to be very calm, but he still sighed in surprise. Oh. She is just like a heroine. Lindy's once again displayed her critic style and continued to praise. Noble, beautiful and handsome. Sister Catherine, I feel like I'm going to be obsessed with you. Looking at Haitang, I really want to have the same good figure as Sister Catherine so that I can wear it with effect. Haitang murmured to himself enviously. Chapter 493 Farewell to Yuyun Village. Of course, in addition to its good appearance, Thunder Wolf Dragon Suit is also quite practical in terms of practicality. First of all, the King Tooth Great Sword, Black Thunder, made of Thunder Wolf Dragon materials, has extremely strong Thunder attribute attacks. And with the bonus of the suit, the Thunder attribute attack power has been further improved. So much so that just by wearing this Thunder Wolf Dragon Suit, Catherine could feel the powerful thunder and lightning flowing along her body and constantly pouring into the big sword in her hand. In addition, just like the Thunder Wolf Dragon enhances its own strength by accumulating the power of thunder and lightning, this Thunder Wolf Dragon suit can also give hunters powerful ability bonuses under certain circumstances. Therefore, after trying it on, Catherine was very satisfied with the Thunder Wolf Dragon suit. She tried waving the big sword in her hand while trying various poses. Sure enough, are all women like this? When someone praises their beauty, they become extremely beautiful. Wenlong thought to himself. However, after Catherine confirmed that there was no problem with the equipment, Wenlong nodded with satisfaction, and then said to the old dragon human forger, Hey, how much do these 2 sets of equipment cost in total? Meow? Haha. No money. No money? So good? Meow? You have done a great favor to our Jiayin village. This time, I will forge it for you for free. Haha. The old man from the dragon tribe also said very optimistically. Since you said you don't want money, you're welcome. Meow. Don't worry, old man. I always say a promise is hard to follow. If I say I don't want money, I mean I don't want money. By the way, we haven't seen a hunter as capable as you in the village for a long time. I can see you. I'm really happy too. Old man. Okay. I'll thank you right here. Meow. So Wenlong said politely. Thank you, Uncle. Catherine also thanked her quickly. You're welcome. Ha ha. Seeing you reminds me of when I was young. After bidding farewell to the dragon human blacksmith, Wenlong and others walked towards the outside of the village. Please wait. At this time, a voice suddenly stopped Wenlong and others. What's the matter? Meow. Long and others turned around. And what they saw was the president of the Hunter Guild of Jian Village, walking over with a wine gourd. Besides him, there were several other people from Jian Village. The elite hunters from the Hunter Guild also came together and walked in a hurry, as if they had something important to tell Wenlong and others. Wait a minute. The old man carrying the wine gourd said quickly, I drank too much yesterday, and I almost forgot to tell you something important. What's the matter? Tell me quickly. Meow. Wenlong urged because he had to hurry. Hey, that's what it is. The president of the Hunter Guild of Jian Village stopped, and then said, while you were out hunting thunder wolf dragon and Tyrannosaurus rex, we organized some craftsmen in the village to help you hunt before the crashed hot air balloon has been repaired. Real? Wenlong and his party all showed expressions of surprise. Especially Lindy's. She was overjoyed and said to herself, has it been repaired? That's great. Finally. A year's salary will not be deducted. Of course. I'll show you around now. Come with me. Under the leadership of the president of the Hunter Guild of Jian Village, Wenlong and his party changed their previous plan to leave the village directly, and instead followed the old man holding a wine gourd to an open space in the back mountain of Jian Village. Sure enough, there was a brand new hot air balloon parked on the ground in that open space. The stove for heating above has started to light up, and it seems to be ready to go at any time. It's not repaired at all. It's just like making a new hot air balloon. Meow. When Wenlong saw this brand new hot air balloon, he understood instantly. The hot air balloon he was riding in was sprayed with oil by colorful birds and then ignited with flint. It was completely burned and it was impossible to repair it. The hot air balloon in front of us now is just a brand new hot air balloon made by the villagers of Jian Village based on the general shape of the previous hot air balloon. What surprised Wenlong even more was that when Wenlong walked into this brand new hot air balloon, he found that the villagers of Jian Village not only made this hot air balloon, but even put a lot of jiayun in the hot air balloon. Village souvenirs as gifts. How about it? With this new hot air balloon, it should bring greater convenience to your travel in Shichi country. Right. At this time, the president of the Hunter Guild of Jian Village said to Wenlong and others, well, having a hot air balloon is a big help. Thank you, President. Catherine responded politely. Thank you so much. Lindy's held the other person's hand even more excitedly. President, thank you for helping me keep my salary for 1 year. Otherwise, a poor bachelor like me wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. The cost of a hot air balloon. Ha ha. It's great that you are happy, and you don't need to thank me. After all, you have made a lot of contributions to Jian Village, and the villagers in the village also offered to help you make this hot air balloon, and everyone paid for it. We worked together, but I didn't do anything. So if you want to thank me, you still have to thank the villagers in the village. It seems that Jian Village is really a good place. After hearing the words of the president of the Hunter Guild of Jian Village, Wenlong, who had always been unimpressed, was a little moved. No wonder the tourism industry here is so developed. It seems that it is not only the beautiful scenery and unique hot spring culture here, but also the reason why the people here are warm and simple. Meow! Finally, after repeatedly expressing their gratitude, Wenlong and others boarded the newly built hot air balloon under the greetings of the villagers of Jian Village. Then he cut off the ropes that were tied before, and the hot air balloon slowly rose into the sky. So Wenlong and his party left Jian Village in a hot air balloon and headed north. The world of Monster Hunter is the same as on Earth. Generally speaking, the temperature is lower as you go north. But at certain times, there are exceptions. For example, in Shichi country now, if you start from Jian Village and go all the way north, after passing through forests, lakes and mountains, you will reach a scorching volcanic area. In volcanic areas, due to the influence of several active volcanoes, the local temperature will be much higher than in other places. Therefore, people who want to enter that volcanic area must bring enough cold drinks to suppress the effects of high temperature on the body. Harm. Chapter 494 Weird Competition. Originally, according to Wenlong's previous plan, it would take at least half a month to start from Jian Village and pass through forests, lakes, and mountains along the way. But now with a hot air balloon, the trip has been shortened by at least half, to only 5 days. Days are enough. But in this small hot air balloon, there are not only no entertainment activities, but also no physical exercise. The 5 days are not so easy to spend, especially for a powerful hunter like Catherine. Just waving a big sword on the hot air balloon may cause the hot air balloon to bump and shake. It is even impossible to make any big moves. The only way is to rely on Lindy's and Lindy's. Haitang chatted to pass the time. Fortunately, Catherine is also a girl, so it is easier for her to sit still. But it was not that easy for Wenlong and Robin. Especially Robin, because he rarely took such long-distance transportation. So after the initial freshness wore off, Robin began to get bored and restless. Stand up. Aw, it's so boring. I can only sit here for 5 days and can't go anywhere. I'm almost bored to death. Meow, Robin complained. Don't make any noise. You chose to follow me, so you have to endure it. Meow. Although Wenlong himself felt that it was indeed quite boring, he still said, but it's really boring. We black cats are the type who can't sit still. We'll get bored if we don't move for a day. Otherwise we wouldn't steal things. But on this hot air balloon, even the things there's nothing to steal. Meow. Really? Wenlong glanced at Robin, and then said, You mentioned stealing things, but I thought of a good way to kill time. Meow. Oh, Uncle Wenlong, tell me. Meow. Robin also became interested when he heard that there was a good way to kill time. How about we compete? Meow? What's the competition? Meow? Of course it's stealing during the competition, Wenlong said as he took out 2 bottles of recovery medicine G from his pocket. I'll use these 2 bottles of recovery medicine G as props. We'll put 1 bottle on each of us. Who can take out the other's medicine? If the recovery potion G is stolen, then it's considered a win. Meow. Oh, this is a good method. Meow. When it came to stealing things, Robin agreed. But soon, Robin seemed to have thought of something again, and said quickly, No, this is unfair. You can enter the ghost human state, and you can also activate those secrets. And the speed can be increased to my number. More than times. How can we compare? Meow? Don't worry. I won't enter the ghost human state, let alone activate mysteries or anything like that. Wenlong promised. Really? Don't cheat. Meow. Of course. I keep what I say. Meow. Wenlong also said with confirmation. Okay. Let's compete. I'm betting on the reputation of our Black Cat clan in Shichi country. Meow. Although Robin knew that Wenlong was faster than him even if he did not enter the ghost human state, Robin was known as the Black Cat with the strongest stealing skills in Shichi country after all, so he was still confident in what he was good at. The domain defeated Wenlong. As for the reason why Wenlong made this suggestion, it was more because in the previous battle with Ren, Wenlong tasted the huge benefits brought by the reasonable use of stealing technology on the battlefield. Therefore, during the few days on the hot air balloon, Wenlong thought that he was idle anyway, so he might as well use this time to hone his stealing skills and improve his skills to a higher level. Maybe he would do it again in the future. Can play a greater role. Of course, because the space on the hot air balloon is inherently small. The so-called competition between Wenlong and Robin was actually about comparing their skills. There is still no way to move the feet. So Wenlong and Robin both put a bottle of recovery medicine G in their pockets, and then got ready for the game. Let's talk first. Wenlong announced the rules before the game. Put the recovery medicine G in your pocket. You are not allowed to move. And you cannot cover your pocket with your hands. But you can block the opponent's route of action with your hands. In short, that's it. See who has faster hands and can take things out of the opponent's pocket and put them into his own pocket as quickly as possible. Whoever does it first wins. Meow. Understood. It's just a matter of pure skill. Right? That's no problem. I'm also the #1 thief in the Shichi Kingdom. Uncle Wenlong. Although you are very powerful, I am the best in the field. And you and I can't use ghost transformation in mysteries. So I'm still confident. Meow. During the trip to hunt Thunder Wolf Dragon and Dino Tyrannosaurus, Robin taught Wenlong some stealing techniques. Based on Robin's understanding of Wenlong at that time, Robin still believed in not using ghost transformation and ghost transformation. Mysterious truth. Across the world, there is no way Wenlong can defeat him. Come on. Give it a try and you will know. Meow. Wenlong also put on a serious expression. At this time, they were probably tired of chatting. Catherine, Haitang and Lindy's also showed great interest in the competition between Wenlong and Robin. Haitang. Haitang seems to have seen some incredible competition. Lindy's. I have never seen a competition involving stealing skills. Can this also be considered the ecology of Elu Cats? Catherine. Yeah. Mr. Cat, are you going to compete with Robin in stealing skills? It seems like it's fun. That's right. But this is not a play, but a formal competition to stake the reputation of our Black Cat clan of Shichi country. Meow, Robin said. Then I'll be the referee. Okay, you will be the referee. Meow. Well, 1, 2, 3. Let's start, Catherine announced loudly. Following Catherine's order, Wenlong and Robin's hands moved at the same time. So fast! Meow! The first one to exclaim was Wenlong. After all, Robin is the strongest thief in the Shichi kingdom. Although under normal circumstances, his speed is not as fast as Wenlong. But in the case of an instant burst, Robin's speed is still not inferior to that of someone who has not transformed into a ghost and used mysteries. Wenlong's. After all, for a thief, taking something out of someone else's pocket is often a matter of seconds. Success does not depend on the average speed over a long period of time, but on the instantaneous burst of speed in a short period of time. Robin, who is known as the number one in the Shichi kingdom, is naturally an expert in this area. So when it broke out in an instant, even Wenlong was surprised. Robin's hand was like lightning as it reached straight for Wenlong's pocket. Wenlong was half a beat too slow at the beginning. When his hand was finally ready to intercept, Robin had already succeeded. Chapter 495 Rapid Progress. I didn't expect this guy to be able to explode with such speed in a very short period of time. But I haven't lost yet. Meow! At this moment, Wenlong thought to himself. Because according to the rules set before, it does not mean that one party wins by taking out the other party's recovery medicine G from his pocket. But he needs to put the other party's recovery medicine G into his own pocket. Therefore, as long as Wenlong can stop the recovery medicine G that was just taken out halfway, he can still save the situation. So after the block failed, Wenlong immediately used his other hand to grab the recovery potion G that was already in Robin's hand. But Robin just smiled slightly, and then suddenly turned his hand down, flipping down the recovery potion G that he originally held in his hand. At this time, Wenlong's hand arrived just in time. However, when Wenlong grabbed Robin's hand, he found that the bottle of recovery medicine G that was in Robin's hand just now was gone. What happened? Wenlong was stunned and immediately understood the intention of Robin's flipping action just now. Where's the bottle of recovery medicine G just now? Has it changed hands? Meow? Wenlong glanced around and saw that the previous bottle of recovery medicine G had appeared in Robin's other hand. At this time, it was too late for Wenlong to stop him. Hey, Uncle Wenlong, I won this time. Meow! As he spoke, Robin calmly put the recovery medicine G into his pocket. Oh! Robin is amazing, Lindy's praised. I declare that the winner of this round is Robin. As the referee, Catherine dutifully announced. Thank you. Thank you, two beauties. I didn't expect that our Black Cat tribe would also be praised by humans. Meow! Robin said proudly after hearing Lindy's praise. Humph. Come again. It's quite your skill to be able to change hands suddenly under my eyes. But it won't be so easy next time. Meow! Hee hee. In terms of skills, I am better. Meow! Robin smiled proudly, and then returned the recovery potion G to Wenlong, preparing to start the next game. It was still Catherine who announced the start of the game. And then it was still Wenlong and Robin who stretched their claws towards each other's pockets at the same time. This time, Wenlong also deliberately improved his explosive power, striving to reach higher speeds in a short time. In terms of tactics, Wenlong was prepared to use one hand as a screen to block Robin, and then use the other hand to block Robin. Then he reached directly into Robin's pocket. Humph. Offense is the best defense. My speed is faster than Robin. As long as I can catch the recovery potion G in the opponent's pocket first, then I can take the lead. Meow! Wenlong also thought in his heart. Plan to arrive. Sure enough, after the initial explosion, Wenlong's advantage in speed became apparent. But Robin over there was not to be outdone, and still blocked Wenlong's attack route with his hands, hindering Wenlong's actions. In terms of defense, Wenlong became more cautious after learning his first lesson. He carefully observed the movement trajectory of Robin's palm, and then slapped it directly with his fleshy palm, trying to block Robin's movement route in one fell swoop. Snapped! Wenlong accurately patted Robin's palm. Of course, in order not to hurt each other, Wenlong and Robin consciously put their claws into their fleshy palms. So Wenlong's move was just a slap on the palm of Robin's hand. Robin slapped his fleshy palm away. Okay, the first step has been successful. Meow! although neither side succeeded in the first round of attacks. Wenlong already felt in his heart that the balance of victory was tilting towards him. After all, even if he doesn't transform into a ghost and use mysteries, Wenlong still has the advantage in terms of average speed over a long period of time. So as long as Robin's early burst is blocked, Wenlong feels that he can take advantage of a more stable speed in the future. Ha ha! I must have blocked you this time. Meow! How is it possible? Meow! I don't only have this trick. Meow! Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in front of Wenlong again. I saw that Robin's arm was not open very far by Wenlong's slap just now. Instead, it suddenly became like a snake and wrapped around Wenlong's arm. How did the arm become so flexible? Meow? Wenlong was also a little surprised. When Wenlong thought of taking his arm back, Robin's arm suddenly came around with its strange flexibility, and then took advantage of it, sliding directly into Wenlong's pocket. The subsequent development turned to be tilted in Robin's favor. After taking out the recovery medicine G from Wenlong's pocket, Robin retracted his entire arm like a smooth snake, so that Wenlong the interception turned out to be completely ineffective. The winner of the second round is still Robin. The moment Robin put the recovery medicine G in Wenlong's pocket into his pocket again, Catherine announced again. Hey, I won again this time. Meow. It's interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect that you still have so many moves that you haven't shown yet. Although the second game also ended with Wenlong's defeat, Wenlong didn't look discouraged at all. Instead, he become more excited. Oh, Uncle Wenlong, are you becoming more and more energetic? So is this Meow. Meow. Of course. We are going to have a long marathon game. Don't get too proud just because you won the first 2 games. Come again. Meow. It was still Catherine who announced the start of the game. And then the third game started again. In this way, Wenlong and Robin became more and more energetic during the game. After each game, another game started immediately. And because most of the matches between the two were decided in a flash of lightning, in just over 2 hours, Wenlong and Robin unexpectedly had an okay match. There are more than 1,000 games. What's more? Meow? Robin asked. Such a long, explosive game is also very exhausting. So Robin, who was weak at this time, was already out of breath. 324 to 678. You have won more than twice as many games as me. The title of the strongest thief of the Black Cat clan in Shichi country is indeed well deserved. Meow! At this time, Wenlong also gave a rare compliment. Don't come here, Robin said with some disdain. Almost all of my victories are in the early stage. If you exclude the early period, starting from the 354th game, our winning rate is basically it's even. I have to admit, Uncle Wenlong, your progress is really fast. Chapter 496 Victory and Victory. Humph. Don't you remember the game times and so on very clearly? Then why are you asking me? Wenlong also said to Robin. I'm afraid you'll forget. Meow. Don't worry. I have a very good memory. Meow. That's good. Continue? Meow? Okay. Let's do it again. But I think you seem to be a little exhausted. So let's play the last round. Meow. Considering that Robin was already exhausted at this time, Wenlong suggested that the last round be played. Bureau. Come on. Come on. The last round of betting on the dignity of my Black Cat clan. Meow. Robin responded immediately. However, because Robin also knew that his physical strength was also severely reduced and could no longer support a long game, he did not show off, but agreed to Wenlong's proposal and designated the next game as the last game. At this time, Catherine, who had watched the game for 2 hours, had already fallen asleep. Lindy's and Haitang also went to the fence of the hot air balloon to watch the scenery after the initial fresh energy. Only the 2 Elu Cats, Wenlong and Robin, were left standing looking at each other. After all, more than 1,000 games have been played, so Wenlong and Robin no longer need a referee to give orders. Just from the look in each other's eyes, Wenlong and Robin determined the starting moment of the game at the same time. This time, unexpectedly, neither Wenlong nor Robin defended, but stretched their hands and tails toward the opponent's pocket at the same time. When he stole Ren's horn flute, Wenlong used the moment he was close to Ren to attract the opponent's attention with the 2 swords in his hands, and then used his tail to steal the horn flute from Ren's pocket. And he calmly replaced the ghost medicine and capture paralysis medicine in Ren's pocket. So in this decisive round, Wenlong also used this trick. However, Robin wrapped his tail around him just like Wenlong. So you can do this too. Meow. To each other. Meow. Just like before. Robin blocked Wenlong's attack with his palms, and then wrapped his tail around Wenlong. But Wenlong immediately repaired the other with his own treatment, and his tail also wrapped around Robin. Although Wenlong had just seen Robin use this skill 2 hours ago. After fighting again and again, Wenlong was able to use it freely. Not only the arms, but also the tail can be wrapped directly around the opponent's arm, and then directly inserted into the opponent's pocket. It's like when people use a stick to hit a snake, but the snake suddenly wraps around the stick. Most people will often choose to throw away the stick when they see this situation. But it is impossible to throw the arms and tail like a stick, so they often can only watch the opponent wrap around. However, Robin also knew such a move, and was even more proficient in using it than Wenlong. The result was that both parties used this move to wrap their tails towards each other. And then the two tails were entangled together. And finally they were untied at once. It won't open. Damn it! They are all entangled together. Meow! Aw, I've never done anything like this with another male. Meow! So you would do such a thing with a female cat? Meow? Of course. Don't you know? In our black cat tribe of Yuyun village, this is a symbol of mutual intimacy between the two parties. Meow! It's so disgusting. Meow! When their tails were entangled and unable to move, Wenlong and Robin did not forget to bicker with each other. But even so, even though the movement of the tail has been blocked, the two hands are still fighting each other non-stop. The actions of both sides were dazzling. But after dozens of rounds, there was no winner. After all, this is the last game that determines the final outcome. Both sides tried their best, and the competition was so fierce that the recovery potion G was exchanged several times in the hands of both sides. But it was just in midair. It was robbed by two people, and was not put into either party's pocket. Yes, it's very powerful. In such a short period of time, you have learned all my moves. Meow! Your perseverance is really admirable. Meow! At this moment of stalemate, suddenly, an idea flashed in Wenlong's mind. This is a sudden inspiration generated by Wenlong's accumulation of experience over the years. It is like a fleeting flash, captured by Wenlong in an instant. In this case, it can be done. Meow! Wenlong almost didn't think about it in his mind, and his whole body started to act. Wenlong suddenly stepped forward and moved towards Robin. There is a flaw! Meow! The moment Wenlong suddenly moved forward, Robin also noticed that Wenlong had revealed an extremely small flaw. In Robin's view, this was the only flaw Wenlong showed in this game. It's just that when Wenlong moved his body, his hand speed was a little slower than before because of the distraction of his brain. Although your hand was a little slower due to the movement of your body, since you let me capture it, don't blame me for being rude. Meow! Faced with this rare opportunity, Robin also acted quickly, instantly increasing his speed to the maximum, and once again displayed his excellent explosive power. This is Robin's last-ditch effort to win the game. Hand of God! Meow! At this moment, Robin's speed increased to an incredible level, even reaching Wenlong's attack speed when he was in ghost form. Of course, in terms of duration, Robin can reach this speed for far less time than Wenlong. It is only an extremely short moment of 0.01 seconds. But even this 0.01 seconds is enough for Robin to use the recovery medicine. G snatched it from Wenlong's pocket and put it in his own pocket. Sure enough, Robin succeeded. A beautiful monkey-stealing peach directly picked up the recovery medicine G in Wenlong's hand. And then Robin's other hand came instantly and picked up the medicine G in Wenlong's hand almost without any gap. I copied the recovery medicine G. Only then did Wenlong finally react and was ready to grab it. But Robin's hand had already been withdrawn. Snapped! The bottle of recovery medicine G fell into his pocket. I won! Meow! I won! Meow! What people didn't expect was that Wenlong and Robin announced their victory at the same time. Chapter 497 Arriving at the volcano. Obviously I won! Meow! Robin said unconvinced. Really? Look again! Meow! Wenlong said. What? Meow! Robin looked down and found 2 bottles of recovery medicine G in Wenlong's open pocket. It's impossible that I obviously put it in my pocket! Robin looked at it again in disbelief, and then finally understood. That's it! Uncle Wenlong, you are so good that you have lost. Meow! Only then did Robin realize that Wenlong suddenly rushed over just now to exchange the pockets on his waist for the pockets on his waist. Because Wenlong and Robin are both right-handed. According to general custom, they put the pockets tied around their waists, where they can be easily reached by their right hands. That is, on the right side of their respective waists. Just now, Wenlong suddenly rushed towards the opponent from the right. And at this time, he used his tail to steal Robin's pocket. Of course, Wenlong's approach was blocked by Robin, and the two sides' tails were entangled. But Robin did not expect that Wenlong's purpose was not just that. Because both people's pockets were on the right side, and Wenlong rushed in from the right side. When the two sides passed each other, Wenlong deliberately used his own pocket to squeeze the other's pocket. In other words, Wenlong pushed Robin's pocket aside just now, and replaced Robin's pocket with his own pocket. So when Robin confidently thought he put the recovery medicine G in his pocket, he didn't expect that he put it in Wenlong's pocket. At the same moment, Wenlong also used Robin to snatch the moment when he was recovering from the medicine G. He first used a fake move to confuse Robin, thinking that he had accidentally exposed a flaw, and then used his body to block Robin's pocket with his other hand. He stole the healing medicine G from the bag and put it into his pocket. In this way, between the recovery medicine G that Wenlong stole and the bottle of recovery medicine G that Robin misplaced, Wenlong would have 2 bottles of recovery medicine G in his pocket. So the final victory is Wenlong. So, just having speed and technology is not enough to be the best. You also have to have brains. Meow! After winning the victory, Wenlong said with some pride. It's true. Uncle Wenlong, you taught me the right lesson. Robin also sighed. I think your level will definitely surpass Robin, the legendary thief of our Black Cat tribe, in the future. No, maybe you have already surpassed it after all. You didn't use your full strength in the competition with me. Meow! Robin also sighed sincerely when he thought that Wenlong didn't even use the ghost transformation that can increase his speed, but defeated him with just more than 2 hours of training. Ha ha, Wenlong said with a smile. Stealing skills are not my interest. After all, my interest is still in the hunting ground. It's just that I don't have too many skills. It's always good to learn more. Meow! Really? That's a pity, Robin said with shame. Speaking of which, the strongest thief in the future is not from our Black Cat clan. That's really shameful. At this moment, Robin deeply felt the gap between himself and the other party. In the next few days, Wenlong took Robin to practice his skills without any problem. By the 5th day, it became very difficult for Robin to even win a game against Wenlong. At this time, the hot air balloon has reached the destination of Wenlong's trip, the volcano. Looking from a distance, there is a big black mountain sitting in front, and in the sky near the mountain, you can see a layer of gray clouds, and there is a dark red light reflected in the gray. These gray clouds should be formed by volcanic ash floating in the air when a volcano erupts. It is much more powerful than PM 2.5. Also, this red color should be reflected by the red light of the magma vent on the ground. Yes. Meow. Wenlong thought about it for a moment, and then said to the others, Attention. We will descend here and then hike to the volcano. Meow. Descend from here? Lindy's asked. This place is still some distance away from the volcano. It can't be reached so quickly if you have to walk on foot. The hot air balloon can't get close. Wenlong explained. Look at the volcanic ash, which is still floating in the air in large quantities. It should have been ejected from the crater not long ago. So the temperature is also very high. If we take the hot air balloon at this time, if the balloon gets too close, it will probably burn the hot air balloon. And facing such an active volcano, you don't know when it will erupt again, and you won't be able to hide while sitting on the hot air balloon. Meow. So that's it. Mr. Wenlong, what you said makes sense. Then let's descend. As she spoke, Lindy's began to turn off the stove and lower the temperature of the gas in the hot air balloon. At this time, the hot air balloon also began to slowly descend. About 10 minutes later, the hot air balloon finally landed in an open space some distance away from the volcano. Huh? We finally reached the ground. It still feels solid on the ground. After getting off the hot air balloon, Catherine couldn't help but sigh. Of course. After all, we are creatures that live on the ground. No one can stand floating in the air for a long time. Meow. That's true. It's just that it's not easy to walk from here to the volcano. As she spoke, Lindy's looked at the volcano not far away. The volcano in front of Wenlong and others was obviously active, and it had erupted not long ago. causing the entire area to be filled with volcanic ash. And from the ground, the volcano seems to be much taller than what was seen on the hot air balloon before. Especially near the crater. You can even see bright red magma continuously flowing out. If you feel it's dangerous, you can choose not to follow and just stay here and watch the hot air balloon. After all, there are enough monsters for you to study even at the foot of the mountain. Meow. Hearing Lindy say this said, Wolong also said, No. I have followed you here. So what if you stay? You can go see the legendary Tyrannosaurus. How could I let go of this opportunity? Don't worry. I will take care of you. My own? And haven't I done a good job before? Lindy said immediately, as soon as she heard that she was going to stay here. Well, okay. But let's start with the ugly words. This volcanic area is no better than other places. If you really encounter a monster like Tyrannosaurus, even I can't protect you. Meow. Don't worry. I will pay attention. Lindy said again. Chapter 498 The Ecology of Volcanoes. Unlike Lindy's, Robin did not intend to follow her from the beginning. I wish you good hunting luck. I'll be here to help you look after the hot air balloon. Meow. Well, that's up to you. Naya. For Wolong, this was something he wished for. After all, it was necessary to leave someone to help guard the hot air balloon. Moreover, if he went hunting, even taking Robin with him wouldn't be of much help. Instead, he might become a burden. Looking at Catherine and Haitang at this time, Wolong found that they had basically brought all the props and equipment they needed with them. How's it going? Are you all ready? Meow? Wolong asked. No problem. Mr. Cat. Catherine and Haitang said together. Okay. Then let's head towards the crater. Meow. Pointing to the crater on the top of the mountain. Wolong also announced loudly. So Wolong and others began to hike towards the volcano from the foot of the mountain. The volcano is very high, and the journey is very rugged. In addition, the volcanic ash is constantly falling from the sky. Although it is not as hot as before after falling from the sky, it is still very troublesome for Wolong and others to fall on them. Especially for Catherine, who loves to be clean. She has to stop and clean the volcanic ash stuck to her hair. In addition, there were small monsters active in the volcanic area causing trouble from time to time. So when Wolong and others had just advanced to the mountainside, less than half of the day had passed. At this time, Catherine already felt something strange. Mr. Cat, it seems to be getting very hot under our feet. It seems to be even hotter than in the desert area. Although she was wearing high-grade equipment, Catherine could clearly feel the huge heat coming from her feet. Well, it's almost time to drink cold drinks. After all, it's impossible for you to step on magma and not get hot. Wolong also ordered. Are we stepping on magma? Catherine looked at her feet curiously and found that there was just a layer of black rock under her feet. Isn't there a layer of black rock under our feet? This is formed by magma, and underneath this rock layer is actually flowing magma. Magma? Catherine was also shocked when Wolong said that there was flowing magma under her feet. Well, it's magma. You can feel the scorching temperature as evidence. When the magma flows out of the crater, the surface part will cool down faster, so it will solidify first, forming a black SHL, but the part inside it will still maintain a very high temperature and continue to flow in a liquid state. To put it simply, it is like a river under the ice. So that's it. I understand why these black stones are so hot. As she said this, Catherine quickly took out a bottle of cold drink and drank it. At this moment, she finally felt that her body was much refreshed. While Catherine drank the cold drink, Haitang and Lindy's beside her also opened the bottles and drank the cold drinks they had prepared. In an instant, everyone was surrounded by a layer of cold air, and they were no longer as sweaty as before. Okay, keep going. Otherwise you won't be able to reach the top of the mountain by night. I don't think you want to spend the night in a place like this. Right. That's right. There are volcanic ash everywhere, and there's no place to take a bath. It's AHL for girls, Lindy's complained. Haitang doesn't like this place either. This place is very dangerous, Haitang said with a frown. However, Catherine rarely complained. Instead, she quickly quickened her pace and whispered to herself. Brother, are you really here? I'm coming. So Wolong and his party continued to move forward, and gradually, the surrounding scene began to change. The originally gray world began to appear more and more red, and even in some places, Wolong and others could clearly see the flowing red magma. Moreover, Some volcanic plants that can still be seen at the foot of the mountain are completely invisible here. Be careful. Don't fall in. Falling in is not fun. Meow, Wenlong reminded. Understood. In fact, Wenlong didn't need to remind others that the fiery red magma was not fun. Once you fall into it, it is impossible to save yourself even if you drink cold drinks and wear high-level armor. Fortunately, these rivers formed by magma did not cover every corner of Wenlong's route. In some places, there were still black rock formations where the magma had cooled, allowing Wenlong and others to gain a foothold. Wenlong and others just paid attention to the flowing magma while stepping on these black rocks and advancing slowly. This method of action was not bad for Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang, who were very capable. But for Lin it seems a bit difficult for Tissy. Finally, after encountering a river of lava, Lindy's also ran into trouble. It was a river flowing with red magma, which cut off the route forward by Wenlong and others. Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang easily jumped over the magma river, and then fell to the rock formations on the other side. Lindy stood there unable to take steps. What's wrong? Girl with glasses? Can't you jump over? I told you not to follow me at first. Meow? Wenlong mocked. Well, we're already here. I can't go back. I can jump over. Wait a minute. As she said this, Lindy's took a few steps back, then suddenly accelerated. When she sprinted to the edge of the lava river, she suddenly take off. After exerting all her strength and taking advantage of the inertia of sprinting, Lindy's jumped further than usual this time. Finally, Lindy's barely landed on the other side of the magma river. I'm here. I jumped over, Lindy said happily as soon as she landed. Watch your step, was Catherine's warning voice. Caca! However, at this moment, with the sound of rock breaking, a black rock suddenly broke apart under Nalinda's feet, and Lindy's also slipped, and her whole body fell down. Seeing this situation, Catherine, who was standing on the side, stretched out her arm in time, grabbed Lindy's wrist, and pulled Lindy's back with another force. It was so close that I almost fell. Although it was only for a moment. Lindy's was already sweating profusely after being pulled back. Everyone knew that the sweat was not due to the heat, but the cold sweat caused by fright. Chapter 499 Monsters Swimming in Magma. I've said it's very dangerous. This place is not accessible to ordinary people. If the stupid woman hadn't pulled you up just now, you would have fallen. Meow! Seeing the thrilling scene just now, Wenlong reminded him again. I know. I'm really sorry, Lindy's also said apologetically. Forget it. Now that we're here, I can't let you go back alone. Remember to follow closely. If you encounter a place like this that you can't jump to, let the stupid woman help you. Do you understand? Meow? Considering that he encountered many monsters along the way, and it was impossible to let Lindy's go back alone, Wenlong could only say this. Don't worry, Mr. Cat. I will take good care of Sister Lindy's. Catherine on the side also agreed. Plop! At this moment, the sound of rolling magma sounded around Wenlong and others. Although magma is also a liquid, its density is much higher than that of ordinary water, so the sound of rolling is duller than the sound of ordinary water, which made Wenlong immediately distinguish it. This sound is... Wenlong, who had the sharpest hearing, immediately pricked up his ears and became alert. It's probably the sound of the rock that Sister Lindy stepped on falling into the magma just now. And guessed on the side. No. Wenlong shook his head and said, It's impossible for a few pieces of gravel to make such a loud sound. I'm afraid there is something else in the magma. In magma? Are there any living things in this magma? Catherine said she couldn't believe it. Of course. Although the temperature of magma ranges from a few hundred degrees Celsius to more than 1,000 degrees Celsius, there are still some organisms that can live in magma. For them, living in magma is as comfortable as us bathing in hot springs. For example, this time we a Tyrannosaurus that wants to hunt. Wenlong gave another example of Tyrannosaurus. Balong? When they heard Tyrannosaurus, a group of people also gasped. After all, according to Wenlong's description, Tyrannosaurus was as powerful as many ancient dragon species. For Catherine, Haitang and Lindy's, who had never seen an ancient dragon species, but had already heard about its terrifying nature, such a powerful monster would naturally make people nervous. Probably seeing the nervousness of Catherine and others, Wenlong immediately comforted. Don't worry. Tyrannosaurus will not appear in this place. Although this kind of magma river looks very deep, it cannot accommodate Tyrannosaurus. Huge monster. Meow. That's good. The group of people relaxed a little again. However, to be on the safe side, Wenlong, who had doubts in his heart, walked to the edge of the magma river, and then looked down, only to see a large amount of bright red magma still flowing continuously. Is it my imagination? I just heard the sound of lava rolling violently. Meow. Plop. Just when Wenlong thought he heard it wrong, there was another sound suddenly. Sure enough, Wenlong made a golden wave appear in the red magma. Remember, the temperature of red magma should be 900 degrees Celsius, while the temperature of golden magma is as high as 1100 degrees Celsius. But now, there are actually golden waves. It can be seen that the difference between the two is 200 degrees Celsius. The only difference in temperature is such a big one. That means, at this moment Wenlong finally realized that something was wrong. Wenlong knew that magma at different temperatures shows different colors, and red magma has golden waves. This is because the temperature of the lower layer of magma is higher, so the magma that comes out is a brighter golden color. This means that the waves just rolled up from the bottom of the magma, which is much deeper. And among the waves, there was a fleeting outline of the tail of a sea dragon monster. A sea dragon monster living in magma. Although Wenlong didn't see the monster's full face clearly, only the shape of a small section of its tail, he had already guessed the monster's identity. At this moment, Wenlong immediately turned around and shouted to Catherine and others. Run! Run! Don't stand still! Meow! What's wrong? Mr. Cat? Didn't you say it's not a Tyrannosaurus? After hearing what Wenlong said, Catherine, Haitang and Lindy's all ran immediately, but they couldn't help but ask while running. Idiot! It's Yen Gailong! It's right under our feet! Although it's not a Tyrannosaurus, you don't want this guy to smash the rock formations under your feet and drag him into the magma. Right. Meow! Wenlong continued. Yangalong? It's a sea dragon monster that lives in volcanic areas. It can swim in magma, so you all have to be careful about your steps. If you feel any vibration under your feet, run away immediately. Meow! Wenlong ran quickly, while warned loudly. I see. After hearing Wenlong's explanation, Catherine and others ran even faster, fearing to stop. As Wenlong said, this Yingdu dragon is a monster of the sea dragon species. But unlike most sea dragon species that live in areas with abundant water, Yingdu dragon lives alone in scorching volcanic areas, and able to swim freely in magma. Although purely based on strength comparison, Yangalong is not a very strong opponent to Wenlong and others who have successfully hunted Thunderwolfosaurus and Dinotyrannosaurus at the same time. But the unique terrain of the volcanic area still makes Wenlong uncomfortable. Pay no attention to this monster swimming in magma. After all, Wenlong and others are walking on flowing volcanic magma now, and the black rock layer under their feet is just a layer of volcanic rock formed after the magma cools. Underneath the black rock layer is still flowing magma. These magmas are connected to the magma river that Wenlong and others saw before. The only difference is that the magma in the magma river flows faster because of the narrow and steep terrain. It's faster, so that no black rock layer is formed on the surface. So if this Yingdu dragon rolling in the magma river wants to attack Wenlong and others, it can use its ability to swim in the flowing magma underground at any time, and quickly approach Wenlong and others, and then start from Wenlong attack from below. Once the black rock formation under Wenlong and others is broken by Yen Gailong, Catherine and others may be in danger of falling into the magma. Even if Yen Gailong does not take the initiative to attack, it will be enough to cause huge harm to people, even death. So Wenlong could only ask Catherine and others to run quickly, so that one could leave this dangerous area as soon as possible, and the other could make it difficult for Yen Gailong, who is swimming under the black rock formations, to accurately grasp it through constant movement. The specific location of Wenlong and others. Chapter 500 Yen Gailong's Sneak Attack. However, what Wenlong was worried about still happened. Not long after running, Lindy's, whose physical strength had been reduced due to the long climb, suddenly fell to the ground. Oops! This girl with glasses actually fell down at this time. Seeing Lindy's falling, Wenlong became a little anxious and shouted loudly. Get up quickly! Even if you have to crawl, I will get up! Meow! Yes! I'm sorry! Although it looked like Lindy's was about to stand up. The obvious lack of physical strength and the scars on her knees after falling made Lindy's speed slower than before. Sister Lindy's! At this time, Catherine, who heard the noise, immediately turned back and saw Lindy's falling. So Catherine immediately turned back, when she noticed that Lindy's knee was injured and she could hardly run. Catherine he simply picked up Lindy's, then turned around and continued running forward. It can be said that Catherine's speed is also very fast. Coupled with her huge strength, she can still walk quickly even when she picks up Lindy's. But the danger is still approaching at this moment. The Yin Good Dragon swimming in the magma is no different from the fish swimming in the water. Naturally, its speed is not slower than Catherine, who is carrying a heavy equipment on her back. Especially when Catherine turned around and hugged Lindy's. The vibrations from Wenlong's feet could clearly tell that Yin Gailong was getting closer to Catherine and Lindy's. Damn it! You are really causing trouble to me, Naya! At this moment, Wenlong simply stopped and stood on the spot, and stamped his feet vigorously in order to transmit the vibration to the bottom of the rock formation. Wenlong did this to deliberately attract Yin Gailong's attention. He stomped his feet to send out vibrations to attract Yin Gailong's attention. At the same time, he stopped moving and allowed Yin Gailong under the rock formation to determine his position. It can be said that this was a quite dangerous move. But Wenlong still did it. Of course, Wenlong didn't want to sacrifice himself to help his teammates without thinking. After all, after such a long period of training, Wenlong's reaction speed has improved even more than before. Therefore, Wenlong at this time long believes that he can avoid Yin Gailong's attack. Sure enough, after Wenlong made such an action, Yin Gailong's vibration immediately changed its direction and began to approach Wenlong. Wenlong carefully felt the approach of the vibration, and when the vibration reached his feet, Wenlong kicked the ground violently, and his whole body jumped away quickly to the side. Boom! Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of rock formations breaking. Then a monster with golden lava all over its body came out from under the rock formation. Where the monster appeared, a large piece of rock formation had broken into pieces, revealing the red and yellow mixed magma below. Needless to say, this monster is the Yin Good Dragon that Wenlong mentioned before. It looks a bit like a seahorse with 4 limbs, but it is much larger in size. At least it is the same size monster as large flying dragons such as male and female fire dragons. The most eye-catching thing among them is probably Yin Gailong's mouth that is shaped like an iron pick. Just now Yin Good Dragon broke through the black rock formation and appeared in front of Wenlong and others. It relied on the strange shape of its mouth to be able to mate it. Moreover, the entire body of Yin Gailong was covered with golden magma. The moment it appeared, a wave of heat hit it, making people afraid to even approach it. At the place where Yin Gailong just appeared, a large area of rock formations was completely destroyed by the impact of Yin Good Dragon, forming a huge magma pit. In the magma pit, there were a large amount of golden and bright red mixed magma. The mixture of golden yellow and bright red magma is the scene caused by the Yana dragon suddenly rushing out of the ground from the depths of the magma and bringing the golden yellow magma from the depths of the magma to the surface. After all, Yin Gailong cannot break through the black rock formation casually. Before breaking through the rock formation, Yin Good Dragon still needs to dive deeper into the bottom of the magma, and then accelerate upward in an instant, using its swimming only by generating acceleration and impacting the rock formation with its mouth shaped like an iron pickaxe. Can the rock formation be completely broken open at once? Wenlong grasped this point, took advantage of this time difference, and quickly changed his position, thus escaping Yin Gailong's sudden attack. At this time, Yin Gailong had noticed that he had not hit the target accurately, and Yin Gailong was obviously not satisfied with this. After all, most of the time, when Yin Gailong rushes out of the magma like this, it will be able to drag its prey directly into the magma in 9 cases. Once it succeeds, Yin Gailong itself can easily pull it without any effort, captured the prey. Therefore, Yin Gailong quickly launched a new round of attacks. Kaka! It was the sound made by the collision of Yin Gailong's upper and lower jaws. And while making this sound, Wenlong could clearly see that a large amount of flames had begun to burst out from the Yin Good Dragon's mouth. Be careful. Get down quickly. Meow! At the same time as the warning was issued, Wenlong immediately fell down on the ground. Wenlong's warning made Catherine and others immediately aware of the danger, because Wenlong knew that this was a sign that Yin Gailong was going to use magma spray. Sure enough, from Yin Gailong's mouth, a jet of hot magma spurted out, forming a thick and long ray. At the same time, Yin Gailong also turned his head, causing the hot ray formed by the magma jet to shoot out at 360 degrees. Of situation swept past. Fortunately, Wenlong issued a warning in time, so Haitang immediately swooped down and fell to the ground, avoiding the sweeping magma ray in time. Catherine also immediately pushed down Lindy's next to her, and then she and Lin Tissy laid down on the ground together, and finally managed to escape by a hair's breadth. After a while, after the Yin Good Dragon's magma jet circled around Yin Good Dragon for 360 degrees, the intensity of the magma jet finally gradually decreased and then stopped. Good opportunity! Hurry up and kill it! Meow! At this time, when he saw that the magma in Yin Gailong's mouth had finished spraying, Wenlong immediately said to Catherine and others, "Do you want to do it now? But the monster is covered with lava." Catherine was a little hesitant when Wenlong said this. "Idiot! If you don't do it now, it will be even more troublesome later. Also, don't be afraid of the lava. Even if some lava splashes on you, it won't matter if the amount of lava is not large because of the armor you have on you. Meow! Clear!" After receiving Wenlong's confirmation, Catherine immediately raised the big sword in her hand and rushed towards Yin Gailong. Chapter 501 Yin Gailong's Pursuit. Although Yin Gailong, whose whole body is covered with golden magma, does look very scary, Wenlong knows that this is precisely when Yin Good Dragon is most vulnerable. Once this best opportunity to attack is missed, the magma on Yin Gailong's body will gradually cool down, eventually forming a black natural carapace. This so-called black carapace is naturally formed after the magma cools down. After it is formed, it is extremely hard. Coupled with the scale protection of Yin Good Dragon, it is difficult for ordinary attacks to damage Yin Good Dragon's body. Therefore, if you want to cause enough damage to Yin Gailong, the most suitable time is when Yin Good Dragon has just emerged from the magma. At that time, the magma on Yin Good Dragon's body is still dazzling golden yellow, and the magma has solidified. The black armor at the back is not yet formed, and the natural defensibility is also the lowest. Therefore, in this case, Wenlong, who is familiar with the characteristics of Yin Gailong, naturally immediately informed Catherine and Hai Tang to launch a counterattack. However, Yin Gailong would not be stupid enough to stand there and let Wenlong and others attack. Therefore, after a round of magma spraying, Yin Gailong immediately sank down again and turned its body in an extremely strange way. Use your head to break through the rock formation in front of you and accurately drill back into the underground magma. I saw Yin Gailong's iron pick-like head turning like a rotating drill. The black rock formation was instantly crushed in front of Yin Good Dragon, and Yin Good Dragon's body also broke through the rock formation and drilled quickly. Go underground. Don't even think about running away. Meow! Seeing that Yin Gailong was about to escape, Wenlong immediately took out a sonic bomb from his pocket, and then threw it towards the place where Yin Gailong dived. Zhang! It is an explosion of high-frequency sounds. This move is also effective on Yin Gailong. Due to the effect of the sonic bomb, the slender Yin Gailong suddenly curled up, and its twisted body jumped out of the newly dug magma pool. Finally, the whole body fell heavily on the black rock formation. Superior. The twisted Yin Gailong kept twisting his body, struggling to stand up again. But Wenlong, who was closer, had already rushed over. I saw Wenlong jump up, and then stab down from the air with his two swords, just aiming at the tail of the Yin Good Dragon. He heard a cheese sound, and the two swords penetrated the Yin Good Dragon's tail. Then he nailed the end of the Yang Dragon's tail to the black rock formation. Hurry! Now! Meow! At the same time, Wenlong also shouted loudly. Clear! At this time, Catherine had also rushed over and raised the big sword in her hand. Although Yin Gailong struggled continuously, and quickly shook off the two swords on its tail, this short delay caused Yin Gailong to lose the final opportunity to escape. Ah! The big sword fell from the air, and in an instant, the Yang Dragon with golden lava flowing on its body was cut into two pieces. The blood mixed with the magma flowed out and turned into a red blood mist. In front of Catherine's sword, a Yin Gailong could only escape the fate of being cut in two. Who gone is gone! Seeing that the Yin Gailong in front of her became motionless after twitching twice, Catherine also put the sword away again and relaxed a little. However, Wenlong's expression still looked a little nervous, as if he was still wary of something. Don't let your guard down. I'm afraid there is not only one Yin Good Dragon Meow here, Wenlong said with some concern. Are there other Yin Gailongs? Catherine was stunned for a moment, and she was also shocked. Then she put her hand on the hilt of the big sword again, ready to take action at any time. At this time, Wenlong leaned down, put his hand on the black rock formation, and put his ear on the back of his hand to distinguish the vibration coming from below. The reason why Wenlong used his palms to separate his ears from the rock formations was mainly because the black rock formations were affected by magma. So the temperature was also very high. Wenlong could barely distinguish it by using the insulation effect of his hands. The vibration came from below. Sure enough, there is another Yin Good Dragon coming this way. No, there are two. And another one is coming from the right. It seems that this should be the Yin Good Dragon's lair. Two? When Wenlong said there were two Yin Good Dragons, Catherine was ready to draw the sword again. But Wenlong stopped Catherine's action. Don't fight Yin Gailong here. Remember that our target this time is not these guys. Meow. Wenlong also reminded. Upon hearing the reminder, Catherine immediately understood what Wenlong meant. What should we do? Run. Meow. As he said this, Wenlong strode forward and started running. Seeing that Wenlong was already striding forward, Catherine quickly followed him. Just like that, Wenlong and Catherine ran forward quickly. Further away, Haitang has taken Lindy's and temporarily evacuated to a safe area. Judging from the current situation, there should be no danger. This made Wenlong finally feel relieved. After all, compared to Yin Gailong's strength, what gave Wenlong the most headache was protecting Lindy's safety. Now that Lindy's safety has been confirmed, Wenlong certainly doesn't have to worry so much. He doesn't need to use himself to attract Yin Gailong's attention, but only needs to run with all his strength. Sure enough, with a loud bang, not long after Wenlong and Catherine ran, where Wenlong and Catherine were standing before, the black rock formation on the ground was instantly broken open. And the two Yin Good Dragons were like the two dragons crossed and jumped out like water, and then spun and fell heavily. Each time they came in and out, the mouth like an iron pick completely broke open a large piece of black rock. In an instant, the hard black rock before the rock formation instantly turned into a large magma lake. It's safe. Luckily I ran fast. Meow. Wenlong, who turned around to observe the situation because of the huge noise, happened to see such a scene, and he was somewhat glad that he had made the right decision. But after seeing Wenlong and Catherine running away, the two Yana dragons immediately adjusted their direction and rushed towards Wenlong. Mr. Cat, what should I do? The other party is chasing me again. No matter what, we just need to run as fast as possible. As long as we get past this black rock formation and get to the solid ground, there won't be so many problems. Meow. Wenlong instructs Catherine to run forward as hard as she can, while turning back to observe the movement behind her. However, the two Yin Good Dragons have disappeared. Chapter 502 The Dance of Two Dragons. Although the two Yin Good Dragons could no longer be seen when he looked back, Wenlong knew that the two Yin Good Dragons had never given up on chasing him. After all, judging from what Wenlong learned about the habits of Yin Gailong, although Yin Good Dragon is not as aggressive as the Terror Tyrannosaurus, it is also a monster that is very obsessed with avenging its companions. Once his companions injured or killed, these Yin Gailongs will definitely not give up until they take revenge. Therefore, Wenlong is basically certain that these two Yin Good Dragons should have just dived into the magma pool under the black rock formation. After all, the Yin Good Dragon moves faster in the magma. After running for a while, Catherine, who also looked back, also found that behind her, the two Yin Gailongs had disappeared. Hey, Mr. Cat, are those two Yin Good Dragons not chasing you anymore? Don't stop. They just dived into the magma again. Don't be careless. Meow. Ah, I know. Catherine nodded quickly, then sped up and ran forward. However, even though Catherine ran forward with all her strength, she was still unable to match Wenlong's speed. So after a while, Catherine fell behind Wenlong. Hey, woman, hurry up. We'll be in a safe place soon. Meow. Wenlong kept urging Catherine, but Catherine, who was wearing heavy armor and carrying a heavy sword on her back, seemed to have reached the limit. Mr. Cat. Boom. Suddenly, at this moment, between Wenlong and Catherine, another black rock formation was broken open. And at the same time, a Yin Gailong that was larger than before appeared in front of them. Oops. Did you catch up after all? Meow. Although Wenlong had already run over, Catherine was still blocked by the Yana dragon, especially when the Yana dragon broke through the black rock formation. The large magma pool formed made it impossible for Catherine to cross. Kaka! At this time, Yin Gailong even made an action that Wenlong and Catherine had seen once before, which was to hit the upper and lower jaws against each other, and golden lava burst out from the mouth. Be careful. It's magma ray. Meow! Although Wenlong knew that Catherine had already seen this trick, he still couldn't help but remind him. At this time, Catherine had already raised her sword and was ready to defend herself. Sure enough, Yin Gailong's target was Catherine. In an instant, The magma rays were violently sprayed towards Catherine. Boom! The scorching magma rays splashed out after hitting Catherine's sword and turned into golden sparks. However, with Catherine's persistence, she still blocked the blow perfectly. But both Wenlong and Catherine knew that this was not over yet, because there is still a Yen Good Dragon that has not shown its figure. Therefore, when defending against the Yen Good Dragon's attack in front of her, Catherine also nervously paid attention to changes in the surrounding environment, fearing the appearance of another Yen Good Dragon. Where will the other Yen Good Dragon be? Is it behind him? Or to the side? Or feet? Meow! It was Wenlong who was the first to issue the warning again. However, it was still a little too late. Just when Catherine heard Wenlong's warning and was about to jump away, the rock formation under her feet was suddenly broken open. Boom! There was another loud noise, and Yen Gailong burst out of the ground and appeared directly under Catherine. It opened its mouth like a pickaxe and bit toward Catherine. The situation has reached an extremely dangerous moment. Catherine! At this moment, even Wenlong couldn't help shouting, because Wenlong knew that although the Yana dragon was not very powerful, and it did not have the densely packed sharp teeth of the Terror Tyrannosaurus that could tear any prey into pieces, this was after all a volcano with a harsher environment. Yen Gailong only needs to bite Catherine's leg, and then drag Catherine from the broken rock formation into the magma pool, and then everything will be completely over. Therefore, even Wenlong couldn't help shouting. But there was nothing he could do. After all, there is another Yen Good Dragon between Wenlong and Catherine. Even Wenlong cannot instantly bypass this Yen Good Dragon and rescue Catherine. Aha! But at this critical moment, Catherine made the right decision. Catherine, who was knocked into the air by the Yen Good Dragon that broke out of the ground, kicked hard and kicked a piece of black rock that was right next to her and also spattered towards the Yen Good Dragon. In this way, Catherine used the reaction force of the black rock to change her trajectory in the air. At the same time, the black rock kicked out by Catherine also hit Yen Gailong's head. Although it is impossible for a stone of this magnitude to cause no damage to Yen Gailong, but it still slightly delayed Yen Gailong's actions. It was this action that allowed Catherine to avoid Yen Gailong's attack, but it also caused Catherine to completely lose her balance, and finally barely fell down on the black rock formation. Of course, the danger has not been eliminated at this moment. After all, the two Yen Good Dragons are still there, and they are blocking Catherine in the middle. This situation puts Catherine in a very unfavorable situation. Therefore, after Catherine fell to the ground, another Yen Gailong gathered the light of lava in its mouth again. Needless to say, the target was naturally aimed at Catherine. Danger! Meow! Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, two arrows flew across the sky, and then accurately hit the head of the Yen Good Dragon that was about to use lava spray. It turned out that after helping Lindy's to a safe area, Haitang also turned back and happened to catch up with the moment when Catherine was in danger. Needless to say, he immediately drew the bowstring and aimed two arrows at the bird that was preparing. The head of Yengo Dragon that shoots lava. The arrow that hit the head naturally interrupted Yen Gailong's attack and bought precious time for Catherine and Wenlong. Well done, little girl. Meow! At this moment, Wenlong also praised Haitang silently in his heart. Of course, Wenlong would not waste the precious opportunity that Haitang had fought for himself. So at this time, Wenlong did not hesitate to use mystery across the 4 seas for this kind of move that would consume a lot of physical strength. Wenlong originally didn't want to use it too early, but at this critical moment, Wenlong certainly couldn't care about so much. He activated the secret and rushed forward. In an instant, Wenlong's the light of the two swords completely enveloped the Yen Good Dragon in front of him. Chapter 503 Breaking the Weakness. Hot magma mixed with red blood mist erupted in the air, and the double knives made of Tyrannosaurus Rex materials effortlessly cut through the body of Yen Gailong, which had not yet hardened. Ayo! Casing Wenlong, who had an absolute advantage in speed. Yen Gailong could only scream in pain. Even if he occasionally made counterattacks, he could not catch Wenlong at all. It's almost done! Let's kill it in one go! Naya! After confirming that the Yen Good Dragon had lost the ability to fight back, Wenlong's figure flashed again, and suddenly appeared directly in front of the Yen Good Dragon. On the chest of Yen Gailong, there is a large golden area, which looks like a large amount of hot magma has gathered. That is where Yen Good Dragon stores a large amount of magma, and it is also one of Yen Good Dragon's weaknesses. Now, Wenlong aimed at Yen Gailong's chest, and then used his absolute advantage in speed to stab the golden part with his two knives. Crack! Crack! The sharp double knives pierced the Yen Gailong's chest. And then blood mist mixed with magma spurted out. Ouch! Yen Gailong made a more painful sound than before, twisting his body and trying to use his last strength to fight back against Wenlong. Wenlong had already expected this and did not dodge. Instead, he continued to increase the strength in his hands. Die! Meow! Wenlong suddenly roared and pulled the two swords that had penetrated Yen Gailong's chest to both sides. The blades of the two swords cut open on both sides. In an instant, the wound on Yen Gailong's chest expanded rapidly. More blood and magma sprayed out. Not only that, but also the heart-rending roar of Yen Gailong. However, such a roar did not last long. After his chest was broken open, the Yen Gailong gradually lost strength after a few final struggles, and the original heart-rending voice also became sluggish, until finally disappear. Like this, soon, the Yen Gailong collapsed completely. The scorching body fell heavily on the black rock formation, making a heavy impact sound. Yen Gailong is dead. But Wenlong didn't have time to stop and admire his trophies, and immediately rushed towards another Yen Gailong. Woman! Hold on! I'm coming! Meow! At this time, Catherine was still being chased by another Yen Gu dragon. Catherine, who fell to the ground, had no time to stand up again. She could only roll her body on the hot rock formation to avoid Yen Gailong's attack. The Yen Gu dragon used its mouth like an iron pick to peck at Catherine from above. Although Catherine nimbly dodged every blow of the Yen Gu dragon, it seemed that it was specially designed to break through the black. Every time the mouth of Yen Gailong hits the black rock formation, a large piece of black rock formation will be broken open by Yen Gu dragon, and a large amount of hot magma will splash out from it. Some of them even stuck to Catherine's body. Fortunately, Catherine's armor effectively blocked the splashing magma, so it did not cause much damage. And here, Wenlong finally arrived. The remaining Yen Gailong didn't even have time to react. He only saw a vague shadow appearing in front of his eyes, and then turned into two swords and struck him with light. Crack! Crack! However, the result this time was different from before. Although Wenlong's double swords cut through the scales of Yen Gailong, they did not cause any more damage to Yen Gailong's body. Damn it! This Yen Gailong's body has actually begun to harden. Meow! Seeing that Yen Gailong's body had turned from golden yellow to dark red, Wenlong knew that this was the state in which the magma layer covering its body had dropped in temperature and started to solidify after Yen Gailong left the magma. The solidified magma layer will combine with Yen Gailong's scales to form a stronger armor. And according to Wenlong's understanding, the dark red magma on Yen Gu Dragon's body is not at its hardest yet. Once the magma layer on Yen Gu Dragon's body eventually turns into black volcanic rock, then after combining with Yen Gu Dragon's scales, its defensive capabilities will be further improved. By then, even the double swords in Wenlong's hands may be difficult to cause effective damage to Yen Gailong. We must deal with this guy as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer the time drags on, the harder the magma layer on this guy will become, and the harder it will be to defeat him. Meow! Therefore, Wenlong also thought in his heart. So Wenlong continued to attack without hesitation. However, because the hardened magma layer on Yen Gailong's skin greatly weakened Wenlong's attacks, the damage caused by Wenlong's each attack was not great. In this case, Yen Gailong completely ignored Wenlong's attack, and seemed to have determined that Catherine was the most important target, still staring at Catherine and launching an attack. Sure enough, it's because the stupid woman killed one of them with a sword just now. So she was regarded as the biggest target by these two Yen Gu dragons. So she ignored me? Wenlong thought to himself. At this moment, suddenly, Yen Gailong rushed forward. But Catherine was unable to dodge, and was hit by Yen Gailong and rolled away for a long distance. Oops! Wenlong was shocked when he saw this scene. The reason is not that the impact of Yen Gailong is so powerful, but because Catherine rolled back several times after being hit, and showed no sign of stopping. And there was a former Yen Gu dragon not far behind Catherine. The magma pool left by Gorin. Obviously, the purpose of this Yen Gailong is to knock Catherine into the hot magma pool. It can be seen that this smart monster knows how to use its home field advantage to win. Looking at Catherine, who was knocked away, she saw that Catherine had slipped to the edge of the magma pool due to Yen Gailong's impact, and was about to fall into it. Idiot! Stop quickly! Meow! Wenlong shouted. At this time, Catherine also reacted. I can't die here! Suddenly, Catherine roared, holding the big sword with both hands, and thrust the big sword hard into the black rock formation, and a part of it sank into the solid black rock formation. Then Catherine used the big sword as a support, and then finally stabilized his figure. "It's so dangerous. Don't keep scaring me. Meow." Seeing Catherine saving the day again, Wenlong couldn't help but say, "I'm sorry, Mr. Cat. It's my lack of skills that scared you. Leave this young Gaylong to me," Catherine said seriously after standing up with her big sword. Chapter 504, Using the Sword as a Ruler. But, seeing that Catherine was going to challenge Yen Gaylong alone, Wenlong wanted to say something else. But from Catherine's eyes, Wenlong saw the other party's firm eyes. It was a look that showed confidence in one's own strength, but also a somewhat stubborn look. So Wenlong nodded in acquiescence. Not only that, there was also Hai Tang who had just arrived. The arrows in his hands had been fully charged and ready for support. But at this time, he silently put them down. However, for Catherine now, the danger is far from over. It can even be said that Catherine is still in a very dangerous situation. Although Catherine had just stabilized her figure with the help of the big sword and was not knocked into the magma pool, Catherine was now only half a step away from the magma pool. At such a distance, if you retreat even a little, you will fall into the magma pool. And in front of Catherine, Yen Gaylong rushed over again after going around in a circle. After accelerating, Yen Gaylong's speed this time was even faster than before. With the magma pool behind her, Catherine had no way to retreat. But Catherine had no intention of retreating. Not only that, Catherine did not assume a defensive posture with her sword, but simply pulled the sword out of the black rock formation. The Yana dragon moves very quickly on the black rock formations. Its movement method is somewhat similar to that of a large aquatic beast, using its body to slide quickly on the ground. And, what's even more frightening is that the surrounding airflow caused by the high-speed movement takes away a lot of heat, causing the magma layer on the Yana dragon to cool faster than usual. Therefore, when Yen Gaylong approached Catherine again, the magma layer on Yen Gaylong's body had finally cooled completely, and turned into a layer of black volcanic rock armor. The combination of such volcanic rock armor and Yen Gaylong's scales has a defensive capability that far exceeds any previous form of Yen Gu dragon. Even the twin swords of the Terror Tyrannosaurus in Wenlong's hands are difficult to cut through. If it were Catherine, although Catherine was more powerful, and the sword was more powerful, after Yen Gaylong was protected by the hardened volcanic rock, Catherine would no longer be able to cut it in two as before. This means that the sword, which originally had big flaws and focused on power, has lost a huge advantage. "I'm here to find my brother. If I can't overcome this difficulty, I probably won't have the confidence to stand in front of him." However, at this time, Catherine murmured to herself while holding the hand in her hand. The big sword was aimed at Yen Gaylong, who was rushing towards him at high speed. "What are you trying to do? Do you want to fight hard? Meow?" At first, even Wenlong didn't understand what Catherine wanted to do. But soon, Wenlong also discovered that there was something wrong with Catherine's approach, because Catherine was not in her usual attacking posture, but she raised the sword with one hand and pointed the blade of the sword at the rapidly approaching Yen Gaylong. Could it be? At this time, a bold guess emerged in Wenlong's mind. Could it be that he is using the big sword to measure the distance between himself and Yen Gaylong? Meow? In Wenlong's impression, similar to this situation, the tentacles of many animals have the function of judging distance, including the whiskers of cats. Of course, the cats here also include Wenlong himself, who is an Elu Cat. And this kind of knowledge was not learned by Wenlong after he became Elu Cat. But earlier, Wenlong even remembered that he had watched an old cartoon when he was a child. In it, a cat cut off his beard because he was deceived by a mouse. As a result, he was stuck in a hole because he could not distinguish the change in the width of space. And the result was that the mice bullied them miserably. For some reason, Catherine's actions reminded Wenlong of such things, and Catherine directly pointed the tip of the big sword at the oncoming Yen Gaylong, as if she was using a ruler to measure the distance between the two. Anyway, it's really incredible for humans to do such a thing. Meow! Finally Yen Gaylong is here. Yen Gaylong, who was covered in black volcanic rock armor, completely ignored the sword in Catherine's hand. In Yen Gaylong's view, he could win as long as he knocked the opponent into the magma pool. As for because a small injury from the opponent's attack is nothing. However, the moment Yen Gaylong's iron pick-like mouth came into contact with Catherine's sword, Yen Gaylong discovered that Catherine did not fight back, but suddenly disappeared in front of him. Yen Gaylong was shocked. Only then did he realize that the female human in front of him actually dodged aside at the last moment. Her speed was extraordinary, and her timing was astonishingly accurate. And because Catherine almost brushed Yen Gailong's body in her evasive action, she didn't leave Yen Gailong any time to react. The unlucky Yen Gailong just crashed into the car without even having time to brake. Rushed into the magma pool behind Catherine. Well done! I didn't expect that I actually did it. Meow! At this time, Wenlong couldn't help but give him a high five. Of course, for Yen Gailong, the magma pool is just like his own backyard. And there will be no problem even if he splashes in it. Therefore, even if it rushes into the magma pool, Yen Gailong will not be harmed at all. However, the black volcanic rock armor on Yen Gailong's body will be softened by changes in the surrounding temperature and return to its liquid form. In other words, after entering the magma pool, Yen Gailong's defense will return to its lowest state. At the same time, it also means that Catherine's big sword can easily cut through the Yen Gailong's body. Plop! The moment Yen Gailong entered the magma pool, the magma splashed everywhere. But Catherine did not avoid or defend again, but allowed the hot magma to fall on herself. Because Catherine knows that you only have one chance, and you must not miss it. That was when Yen Gailong just fell into the magma pool. Because Yen Gailong did not expect such a result at the beginning. It did not dive to the bottom of the magma pool at the first time. There is a short dwell time on the surface. For Catherine, this is the perfect time to attack. Don't think you can run away! Ah! Catherine, who had just dodged and had not yet regained her balance, immediately used the big sword in her hand to sweep towards the Yen Gailong. Chapter 505 Chapter 509, Melted Armor. Although Catherine's sword did not exert its maximum power because Catherine's body was not completely stable, Wenlong still knew that this was enough. After all, the difference in defense capabilities between Yen Gailong with black volcanic rock armor and Yen Gailong without volcanic rock armor is really huge. In this case, Catherine's big sword is enough to cause huge damage to Yen Gailong. Now, it is the time when Yen Gailong is immersing himself in preparing to drill into the bottom of the magma again. Although the head of Yen Good Dragon has been buried in the magma, the tail of Yen Good Dragon is still exposed, and it's not far from Catherine. Under the influence of the high temperature in the magma pool, the black armor melted again, turning into golden magma flowing on Yen Gailong's body. At this moment, Catherine's big sword struck down, exactly where it hit Yen Gailong's exposed tail. Crack! The big sword easily cut through Yen Gailong's scales, then muscles, bones, and finally the entire tail was chopped off effortlessly. Ouch! Yen Gailong has lost its tail, and can no longer dive into the magma. After all, for Yen Good Dragon, its tail is an important organ for it to swim freely in the magma. And the severe pain has caused the monster's body was instantly twisted, and it was impossible to move freely for a while. Yen Gailong's body rolled desperately. His whole body was exposed, and he completely forgot to hide himself. And Catherine raised the sword in her hand again. This time, Catherine aimed at Yen Gailong's neck. Without even needing to accumulate power, Catherine's big sword slashed at Yen Gailong again. She only heard a crisp sound of crack, and then the entire Yen Gailong's head fell off. Down. This time, Yen Gailong didn't even have a chance to cry out, and just fell powerlessly into the magma pool. Well done! I actually let you kill me! Meow! Wenlong said with satisfaction. Yeah, but this is just Yen Gailong! I was in danger twice. What if it was a Tyrannosaurus? Although Catherine's counterattack against Yen Gailong was very beautiful just now, Catherine did not look happy at all. On the contrary, he seemed a little unsure of himself. With that said, Catherine turned back, looked at Wenlong, then put away the big sword again, and asked, Now, Mr. Cat, if my brother is in danger during the battle with Tyrannosaurus, with my current strength, can you really help him? Of course you can. You are much more powerful now than before. Your brother will definitely be shocked when he sees you. Meow! Wenlong encouraged him at the right time. But, since becoming a hunter, after such a long time of fighting, Catherine's understanding of hunters has become more and more profound. In the past, Catherine didn't know how powerful her brother was, let alone how terrifying the ancient dragon species her brother hunted was. But after so many events, Catherine became more and more aware that she was about to face how powerful the right enemy will be. Therefore, the closer she got to her goal, the more uneasy Catherine felt. Okay, don't think too much. No matter how strong the Tyrannosaurus is, you don't have to worry as long as I'm here. Meow! At this time, Wenlong said again, "Let's go quickly. We have already wasted too much entangled with these Yengu dragons. Time! And you also want to see your brother as soon as possible. Right. Meow!" After saying that, Wenlong turned around and continued running forward along the mountain road. "Well, thank you, Mr. Cat, for your constant teaching." Catherine nodded quickly and followed immediately. So Wenlong, Catherine, Haitang and Lindy's continued to move along the mountain road. The further you advance, the steeper the surrounding roads become, the stronger the burning smell around you. And you can also smell the strong smell of sulfur coming from the crater. In the end, even the so-called mountain road was gone, and Wenlong and others could only rely on themselves to climb slowly among the volcanic rocks. Fortunately, Wenlong and others did not encounter any monster attacks during the climb. This is a very incredible thing. There should be many monsters living in this dangerous volcanic area. But during the not-so-short climb, not a single monster came to attack. This is a bit strange. Even Lindy's attributed the situation to luck. "It's great. The closer we get to the crater, the less monsters appear. It seems we are lucky." "Good luck," Wenlong retorted. "The more you wait quietly now, the more dangerous it will be." Meow. Huh? Why is it that the quieter it is now, the more dangerous it will be later? Lindy's didn't understand what Wenlong was referring to. "This proves that we have entered a restricted area controlled by a powerful monster. In this restricted area, other monsters dare not approach," Wenlong explained. "That's right. Looks like what's waiting for us in the crater is indeed a Tyrannosaurus." However, Lindy's did not feel scared, but became even more interested. Wenlong and others continued to climb up with difficulty. Finally, when it was getting dark, Wenlong and others reached the top of this huge volcano. The real crater was right in front of Wenlong and others, and thick smoke was still pouring out. Wenlong and others looked down from the crater and saw a large amount of golden magma rolling and boiling in the huge crater. "This is the crater, but it seems like there is nothing." When she saw that there was only an active volcano that had just erupted in front of her, and there was no trace of her brother, Catherine suddenly felt depressed again. "Mr. Cat, isn't my brother here?" Catherine asked. "Don't worry. I'm afraid this is not our end yet." "Meow," Wenlong said, pointing with his paw at a black rock on the edge of the crater in front. "Look here." "Meow." Catherine and others walked over, then looked at the black rock that Wenlong pointed at, and found that there was a light-colored mark on the rock. Then Wenlong explained, "This is the mark produced by the friction of the rope. This proves that someone should have tied the rope to this rock not long ago, and then went down from here." Meow. Then, looking at the white traces, the ropes that were tied to them were no longer visible. Catherine's face suddenly turned pale. "Go down from the crater, and the ropes have been broken. That brother?" Chapter 506, The Mysterious Cave. "Don't panic." Seeing Catherine's increasingly unstable mood, Wenlong shouted loudly, "As an excellent hunter, you should stay calm at all times. Understand? And your brother still has hope now. He should just be trapped. It's just down there." Meow. "Really?" Catherine's mood finally improved a little when she heard Wenlong say that her brother still had hope. "Well," Wenlong nodded, then walked a few steps to the side, pointed at a place on the inner wall of the crater with his paw, and said, "Go this way, and then look there. Although it is covered by smoke, but if you look carefully, you should still be able to see clearly." Meow. "That's it." Catherine and others all looked towards the location that Wenlong just pointed at, and found that there was a looming cave in the thick smoke coming out of the crater. "It's a cave!" Catherine and others shouted in unison. "Yes, it's a cave. If it was your brother who tied the rope on this rock, then your brother should have used this rope to hang up to the cave over there. And judging from the location of the cave, the previous volcanic eruptions probably didn't have much impact on it, which means there's still hope." Meow. After saying that, Wenlong walked back to the previous rock with light-colored traces. "It's just that this person probably didn't expect that the volcano would erupt shortly after he went down from here, causing the person tied to this rock to the rope on the rock was destroyed by the erupting lava flow. So if I am not wrong, woman, your brother is most likely trapped in the cave in the crater because the rope broke." "Yes. Haitang also thinks what Mr. Cat said makes sense." Catherine also agreed with Wenlong's guess. "Well, indeed. I also think what Mr. Wenlong said is the most likely scenario. So don't give up. Sister Catherine, you will definitely be able to find your brother." Lindy's also nodded to confirm. Thank you for letting me accompany me to such a dangerous place. I am really too willful. At this time, Catherine, who was encouraged, shed tears of excitement. You must know that Catherine did not have a clear idea of how dangerous it was to go to the volcano to fight Tyrannosaurus. But now Catherine understands more and more that what Wenlong and Hai Tang did to help her find her brother was how dangerous. The more she understood, the more Catherine felt that she could not repay him in return. The more she felt that she owed Wenlong too much. And naturally the more guilty she felt in her heart. Okay, what are you crying like? If you cry again, I will embarrass you. Well, this matter is indeed a bit dangerous. But from the past to now, the dangers we have encountered are not it's happened once or twice, and I was able to resolve it easily each time. So this level of danger is nothing to me. Meow! As Wenlong spoke, he had already begun to prepare the rope. It was obvious that Wenlong wanted to go down from where the rock was, and then enter the cave to find out. Thank you, Mr. Cat. Catherine could only wipe away her tears, and keep saying thank you. Everyone knows this is a very dangerous thing. Let's not talk about what will happen after entering the cave. Just in the process of descending along the rope. If the volcano erupts again, Wenlong and others hanging in the air will have no way out, and may only be erupted. The hot magma that came out burned it to ashes. But Wenlong did it without hesitation. Tied the rope. Put down the rope. And then slid down the rope. When he reached the cave on the inner wall of the crater, Wenlong swung hard again, using inertia to swing the whole person. Got in. It's okay down there. Come down. Meow. Soon, Wenlong's voice came from below. Following closely behind was Catherine. Although her movements were a little clumsy, Catherine still successfully entered the cave according to the steps Wenlong had done before. So, Sister Lindy's, do you want to go down too? At this time, Hai Tang, who was still above, asked Lindy's. Of course. It's not easy to see the legendary Tyrannosaurus. I can't shrink back. And as a royal bachelor, I also have my own self-esteem, Lindy said. The dignity of a Wongli bachelor? Well, although those of us who study are not as powerful as you hunters, we still have our own pursuits. But it is not so much the pursuit of knowledge, but rather the indulgence and desire for knowledge that allows me to personally participate in it. Danger? It's really a strange desire. But Hai Tang understands it. Then, let Hai Tang come to the rear. Hai Tang also said seriously, well, I'll go down first. After saying that, Lindy's also followed Wenlong and Catherine's example before and slid down the rope. After all three people went down, Hai Tang was the last one to go down. As the last person to go down, Hai Tang was mainly responsible for the safety of the rope while the others went down. Now that everyone else has gone down, Hai Tang's mission has been completed. Tyrannosaurus? If my father knew that I hunted Tyrannosaurus, he would definitely be proud of Hai Tang. With this thought in her mind, Hai Tang herself took hold of the rope and began to slide down. When she was almost in position, she swung gently and entered the cave. At this time, Wenlong and others all safely entered the cave located on the inner wall of the crater. Everyone is here, right? Wenlong looked at the others and then fixed his gaze on Lindy's. I didn't expect you to come down. Let's make a deal this time. I'm afraid the environment here will be even worse than before. If you encounter danger again, I will never save you again. Meow. It's no problem. I'm ready to see Tyrannosaurus with my own eyes. Even if I die here, I will never complain, Lindy said firmly. Well, then, let's go. Meow. Under the leadership of Wenlong, the group of people began to move deeper along this mysterious cave. The terrain of the entire cave was winding downwards and was quite long. The further they advanced, the hotter Wenlong and others felt. In the end, it felt like even cold drinks could not stop the scorching heat. However, at this moment, the eyes of Wenlong and others finally opened up. And then the narrow cave became wider. Chapter 507 Red Lotus Stone in the Volcano. What appeared in front of Wenlong and others was a golden ocean. This is a vast cave, surrounded by rolling magma. Only in the center of the magma is a small island that can be walked on. However, compared with the vast, golden ocean around it, this so-called island really seems a bit small. However, this island is also unique. That is, the entire island shows a bright blood red color, which looks like a red lotus, blooming in the golden ocean, which is very visual. There is magma everywhere. This should be the inside of the volcano. I didn't expect that we could reach such a place. If you don't consider the harsh environment here, this golden ocean is quite beautiful. Seeing this situation, Lindy's couldn't help but sigh. The uncanny craftsmanship of nature is really amazing. Catherine looked around, but saw no trace of anyone moving. Brother him. Shh. Don't worry. Just when Catherine was about to ask Wenlong made a gesture to signal Catherine to stay quiet first. And then Wenlong pulled Catherine behind a rock, hiding herself, and then whispered, "If something comes, hide first. Meow." So Catherine quickly lowered her voice, not daring to speak louder. Following Wenlong and Catherine, Hai Tang and Lindy's also hid behind the rocks to hide themselves. At this time, Wenlong and his party heard the sound of rocks loosening in the distance. The sound was like something digging into the rock. And then Catherine and others saw a huge rock being broken from the rock wall of the cave. The broken rock fell into the magma pool after breaking into pieces, and soon fell into the magma pool, integrated with golden magma. And from behind the rock, a dark gray monster poked its head out. Tyrannosaurus? Catherine couldn't help but ask. No, it's not that. Tyrannosaurus is just an unlucky guy. Meow. Wenlong denied. This guy is an armored dragon, Lindy's explained helpfully. An armored dragon is the adult body of a rock dragon. Its strength, weight, and defensive capabilities are far stronger than those of a rock dragon that is still in its growth stage. So much so that it can rival a powerful monster like Diceratops. So armored dragon is also a rare monster that can only be hunted by 5-star hunters. So that's it. No wonder it looks a bit like the rock dragon we hunted before. But judging from the armor on it, it should be harder than the rock dragon. But that's still really difficult to handle. Catherine nodded. He looked like he was suddenly enlightened. At this time, Kailong had completely broken through the rock formation and stepped into this golden ocean. Sure enough, as Lindy's introduced, the armored dragon and the rock dragon are quite similar in appearance. But they are much larger than the rock dragon. This huge monster was not afraid of the hot magma, and just walked in this golden ocean, and then slowly walked towards the island in the middle of the ocean. What is this armored dragon doing? Catherine couldn't help but ask when she saw that the monster was walking directly towards the high ground higher than the surrounding magma. I don't know about this anymore. Faced with Catherine's question, Lindy's didn't know how to answer it for a moment. This guy is just going to look for food. Meow. At this time, Wenlong took over the topic again. Foraging? Both Catherine and Hai Tang felt a little strange about Wenlong's answer. After all, there are no other creatures on that red island. To put it simply, the island is actually a large piece of bare red rock standing in the magma. Well, it's just looking for food. At this time, Wenlong continued to explain. But the food of the armored dragon is not other creatures. And even organic matter is not what this armored dragon wants to eat. In fact, it is what you see. A huge red rock. Meow. Eat red rocks? Can rocks be eaten too? Well, for Kailong, that thing is a delicacy. Meow. Wenlong nodded. Ah, I know. After Wenlong's reminder, Lindy seemed to suddenly remember something, and then said, I remember I read in the book that Kailong especially likes to eat something that is only available in volcanic areas. A unique stone, red lotus stone? Could this stone that was in the magma, but not melted, be the red lotus stone? Because Lindy's had never actually seen the red lotus stone, she could only ask in a guessing tone. Yes, this red stone is the red lotus stone. There are 2 points to judge the red lotus stone. One is from the color. This bright red color like blood is one of the characteristics of the red lotus stone. The other is that this the high melting point of red lotus stone. After all, there are not many stones that cannot be melted in this golden magma, and red lotus stone is one of them. So based on these 2 points, it can be determined that this red stone is a volcano. The red lotus stone is only found in this region. Naya! Mr. Wenlong, you are so knowledgeable. I admire you more and more. After hearing Wenlong's words, Lindy's was already filled with admiration. If one day you stop being a hunter, I can recommend you. Give us Wangley College. And with your knowledge, it is not an exaggeration to become a professor with lifelong honors. Humph. I'm not interested in that kind of thing. Wenlong had a headache just thinking about studying. And of course, he didn't want to be a professor. Mr. Cat, Catherine said with some disappointment. But the Tyrannosaurus doesn't seem to be here. I told you. Don't be anxious. Wenlong still made a gesture to quiet Catherine, and then lowered his voice again. The results will be determined soon whether Tyrannosaurus is here or not. Don't talk. Pay attention to Meow. Under Wenlong's instructions, Catherine and others stopped talking and focused on the armored dragon that suddenly appeared. At this time, the armored dragon has completely submerged into the magma. After all, the armored dragon is very heavy and cannot float on the magma, so it can only walk on the bottom of the magma pool like a diver. In this way, Keilong's figure disappeared after gradually sinking into the magma. After a while, near the huge red lotus stone, the golden magma was rolled away again. Then, Keilong's body slowly rose up from the magma. Chapter 508 Black Death. Boom, 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 boom. After stepping on the huge red lotus stone, every step Keilong took made a huge sound, which showed how heavy this giant beast was. And the golden magma flowed along Keilong's body. The rock formations flowed down slowly, without causing any burns. I feel that Keilong's defense is stronger than the previous Yangalong. After all, Yangalong's volcanic rock armor will be softened in the magma. But this armored dragon's armor has not changed at all. It's a rare opportunity to see Keilong. Lindy's also quickly recorded the valuable information she could in her notebook. Finally, the armored dragon's body had completely landed on the red lotus stone in the golden ocean, and then it lowered its head and began to eat voraciously. Boom! And at this moment, a stormy sea broke out in the golden ocean. Then, a terrifying black monster suddenly rushed out of the magma, and then pounced directly on the armored dragon that was looking for food. And the moment this huge black monster appeared, a scorching hurricane struck, and the temperature of the entire cave seemed to rise a lot, causing Wenlong and others to take out another bottle of cold drink. Increased cold protection around the body. Is this the Tyrannosaurus? Catherine and Haitang were almost speechless in surprise. Although after such a long period of hunting, both of them were already experienced hunters. But when facing a powerful monster like Tyrannosaurus, the two of them could not help but tremble. Of course, strength comparable to that of an ancient dragon species is not something you can just brag about. Then don't turn into a trembling kitten. Wenlong said. Crack. There was a loud noise, which was the sound of Tyrannosaurus's teeth biting. Before the poor armored dragon could react, it was crushed to the ground by the much larger and more powerful Tyrannosaurus. And then I bit my stomach in one bite. The armor that Keilong was proud of covering his whole body was like soft butter cheese in front of the powerful Tyrannosaurus. It was torn apart by the Tyrannosaurus's fangs in an instant. And then a large amount of blood spurted out from it. Roar! Keilong also let out a huge roar. Also, as the overlord of a party, Keilong is by no means someone to be bullied, especially when facing a life threat. This monster was completely angered. Keilong, who instantly entered a state of anger, immediately counterattacked. A large amount of fire began to gather in the Keilong's mouth. And then there was a boom! And half of the magma jetted towards the Tyrannosaurus like a scorching torrent. The head suddenly spurted out. The temperature reached thousands of degrees Celsius, coupled with the extremely fast and extremely powerful magma jet hitting the head of Tyrannosaurus at close range. The scene was extremely shocking just to watch. What a powerful magma jet! This is much stronger than the magma jets of Rock Dragon and Yana Dragon that we saw before. Catherine and others were all shocked by the scene in front of them. But it's of no use. Meow. Only Wenlong waved his hand and said. Sure enough, it was exactly what Wenlong said. Although the armored dragon's magma jet was extremely powerful, the tyrant dragon was not moved at all, completely against the magma rays ejected by the armored dragon. Tyrannosaurus lifted its head upwards, and then the two huge fangs on both sides of the lower jaw of the Tyrannosaurus suddenly pierced the abdomen of the armored dragon. Then the Tyrannosaurus exerted another force, and under the pull of the two huge fangs, it actually dug out all the internal organs in the armored dragon's stomach. Roar! After letting out its last cry, the armored dragon finally became completely motionless. I actually killed the armored dragon just like that. Lindy's also wrote excitedly in her notebook. The Tyrannosaurus is bigger than the armored dragon. It should be more than 30 meters long by visual inspection. The color of its scales is black, but glows red under the reflection of the magma. It has powerful limbs. The shape of its limbs has the characteristics of a dragon. It has long hard spines on its body, and two huge fangs on its lower jaw. Its strength is so great that it can easily tear open the armored dragon's armor and pierce the armored dragon's body with its fangs. When Lindy's wrote this, Tyrannosaurus had already begun to bite the armored dragon's body, enjoying the prey he had obtained this time. Mr. Cat, is this the strength of Tyrannosaurus? That brother? Seeing how powerful Tyrannosaurus was, Catherine became even more worried. Don't worry. Your brother has also hunted ancient dragon species. He shouldn't be killed so easily. Wenlong comforted Catherine while he began to think about how to deal with this powerful monster comparable to ancient dragon species. Tyrannosaurus is indeed very strong. Wenlong knows this in his heart. And for Wenlong, the power of Tyrannosaurus is still a lot of the most troublesome problems. What is even more troublesome is that the terrain in this cave is completely said to be the home ground of Tyrannosaurus. The difficulty of fighting Tyrannosaurus in this place where magma is everywhere has increased a lot. It's really troublesome. This place is full of lava. There are too few places for fighting, and it's very inconvenient to move around. If you encounter a Tyrannosaurus and use the special move Heaven and Earth Melting Cannon, there will be no place to hide. None. Meow. Just when Wenlong felt a headache because of this, a strange voice suddenly sounded around Wenlong and others. Are you here to hunt Tyrannosaurus too? Wenlong looked in the direction of the sound and saw a handsome young man with long silver hair. And this young man is wearing a male version of the Kirin suit. And he is also carrying a thunder-type sledgehammer. Super crystal hammer. Made of Kirin material on his back. Are you? Before Wenlong could finish speaking, Catherine had already rushed over and hugged him. Brother. It's so nice to see you. That's great. Catherine. My good sister. I didn't expect to meet you here, said the handsome young man with long silver hair. TCH. So you are this stupid woman's brother. Eric. Meow. At this time, Wenlong also confirmed his answer in his heart. Yes, Eric is me, said Catherine's brother. You should be my sister Catherine's companions. First of all, I want to sincerely thank you. It seems that my sister has grown up with you. Young master, it's really surprising that she is able to come to a place like this. She must have received a lot of care from you along the way. Fortunately, I don't take care of her completely. Occasionally she can play a role, Wenlong said. Chapter 509 Eric's Persistence. Ha ha, Eric laughed. My sister is indeed clumsy. But you are? Brother, Catherine introduced at this time. This is Mr. Cat. My master? Huh? Eric was stunned at this moment. Are you saying that the skills you need to become a hunter were all taught by this Elu Cat? Where are the instructors from Milad Village? Didn't they teach you? None of those instructors are as good as Mr. Cat. And Mr. Cat can teach better than the instructors, Catherine added. Oh, it's really rare for an Elu Cat to be able to do this. Eric was also surprised when Catherine said this. Then Catherine went on to introduce Haitang and Lindy's. This is Haitang. She is like my sister. And she is very cute. And Haitang is also very powerful. And this is Sister Lindy's. She is here's the bachelor from King Sishard's National Academy. Hello. Eric politely saluted Haitang and Lindy's. And then said, I can see that although Miss Haitang is not old, she is also an experienced hunter. As for these Ms. Lindy's, I admire your courage for coming to such a place unarmed. Because Mr. Wenlong is here, Lindy's replied. So there is nothing to worry about. Oh, is this Mr. Wenlong you are talking about? Is it me? What? Meow? Wenlong said. It seems that you are really quite capable. Not only does my sister like you, but even Bachelor Wanli is impressed by you. But I didn't expect that my sister's master would be an Elu Cat. If I had known, I should have taught her myself. Brother! Catherine interrupted Eric's words. Brother, why haven't you gone back for so long? I'm also very worried. Sorry, I wasted some time just to hunt this Tyrannosaurus. After all, I made a lot of preparations to hunt this guy. And now I finally waited until this Tyrannosaurus appeared. Preparation? Well, look, Eric said, pointing to the golden magma. There is magma everywhere here. And there are really too few places left for hunters to move around. It will be very disadvantageous if there is a head-on battle with Tyrannosaurus. So I thought of a way to change these status quos. Change the status quo? You mean to change the harsh environment here to make it more beneficial to us humans? Lindy's asked curiously. Well, of course it can be done. It just needs to be done with some preliminary preparations. Eric's tone was full of confidence. The place we are now is actually inside the volcano. And there is a large amount of magma stored here. So I think if we want to change the current situation, the best way is to reduce the amount of magma here. Once the magma is reduced, the level of magma will also decrease. And the ground here will gradually be exposed. And the space for our activities will be wider. Then how do you reduce the amount of magma? Meow? Wenlong asked. It's very simple. Before you came, I had done a considerable amount of research and figured out the geological structure here. I know exactly where the rock layers are thick, where the rock layers are thin, where they are fragile, and where there are cracks. So next, I just need to put explosives in some specific weak points and then detonate them. Eric continued. In this case, a small hole will be blasted into the mountain, and then the magma inside the volcano will flow out of the volcano along this hole. The amount of magma here will naturally decrease. And after the magma decreases, the environment here will also become more suitable for human activities. I see. This is indeed a good idea. Wenlong nodded. But have the explosives been placed yet? Meow? Of course they have been put away. I have been here for such a long time, and I have made sufficient preparations. After all, the guy who is going to hunt this time must not be taken lightly, Eric said confidently while pointing a rock a little far away. If you come over here and take a look, you should be able to see some of the props I prepared. Wenlong took 2 steps, then looked behind the rock, and then noticed that there were indeed a lot of large explosive bombs placed behind the rock. There are a total of 32 in number 1, 2, and 3. It's really a big deal. They all use the most amazing barrel explosive bombs. Meow! When seeing these large barrel explosive bombs, Wenlong couldn't help but admire them. Road. These large barrel bombs look very similar to the wooden barrel bombs used by the White Cat tribe, but they are much larger in size. Each one is larger than Wenlong's body and requires a human's hands to hold it. Big bomb. And they are filled with the most dangerous explosives, not the black powder of the homemade barrel bombs. Once ignited, this super explosive will produce huge destructive power, and its power is hundreds of times more powerful than ordinary barrel bombs. In addition, it is not easy to descend from the top of the crater into this cave, and transporting such a large number of large barrels of explosive bombs is definitely impossible to complete in a short time. So it can be inferred from this that Catherine's brother Eric did spend a long time getting ready for all this. Of course, it's not uncommon for an experienced hunter to prepare carefully for months in order to hunt a powerful monster. Brother, I want to help you hunt Tyrannosaurus this time. At this time, after seeing those large barrels of explosive bombs, Catherine volunteered. You are still too young, Eric said. You can follow your friends to hunt ordinary monsters. But monsters like Tyrannosaurus should be left to my brother. Brother, you always treat me like a child. Now I am very powerful, Catherine said seriously. Don't worry about such a dangerous matter. Just leave it to your brother. Okay, my dear sister. I don't want you to get hurt at all, Eric said to Catherine in a gentle voice. But Catherine wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Eric. But at this time, Wenlong said, Hey, do you want to hunt this Tyrannosaurus alone? Meow? Of course. It's enough for me alone. From the past until now, I have been hunting alone. I have no teammates, and I don't even need a follower cat. So, you can bring my sister here to watch me. Hunting makes me happy, but I targeted this monster first. So please don't interfere. Also, take good care of my sister, and I will give you enough reward. Chapter 510 A Shrewd Plan. It's too dangerous to hunt Tyrannosaurus alone. Lindy's couldn't believe it when Eric asked her to hunt Tyrannosaurus alone. Wenlong also disagreed with what Eric said. Don't worry. Your sister will not be in danger. But you are really confident. I hope you don't let it slip. Meow. In fact, Wenlong also thought with some disdain in his heart. If I were still in a human body, it wouldn't be a big deal just to cultivate the ancient dragon species. It's a pity that it has become like this now. This opportunity to show off is gone. I gave it to you. I don't care about it. Meow. Don't worry. I can't do it. I've been carefully preparing for several months. So how can there be any mistakes? Eric said confidently, as he left the rock where Wenlong and others were hiding, and then walked forward. When Eric left behind the hidden rock, Wenlong also pulled Catherine and others to evacuate further away. After all, there is no telling what kind of dangerous situation will happen once Tyrannosaurus becomes angry. And even if the threat of Tyrannosaurus is not taken into account, the explosion of a large number of large barrel bombs may affect Wenlong and others. So in Wenlong's opinion, it's better to stay away for now. After walking a certain distance, Eric looked back. After confirming that his sister Catherine had hidden, Eric put his hand into his pocket. The mission of hunting the Tyrannosaurus begins now. At some point, Eric had already taken out a small explosive that could be triggered by vibration from his arms, and then turned around and made a gesture like a baseball pitcher. Whoosh! Eric threw the explosives in his hand towards where the pile of large barrels of explosives G were. Boom, boom, boom! A small explosive fell in the middle of the large number of large barrel bombs G, detonating all the large barrel bombs G. The ground shook for a moment, and a large number of rocks fell from the top of the cave. It can be seen that this huge destructive force has indeed brought about complete changes to the structure of the entire cave. A gap appeared on the edge of the golden ocean, and even Wenlong felt the cold wind from outside the volcano blowing in through the open gap. Humph! It worked! My plan is indeed perfect. It's just right for my lovely sister to see my heroic figure. Eric thought confidently as he tightened his grip on the sledgehammer in his hand. This is a sledgehammer specially prepared for hunting Tyrannosaurus. It is a powerful weapon made from the materials of Qilin, one of the ancient dragon species. It is more powerful than any weapon currently used by Wenlong and others. Holding the sledgehammer made of unicorn material in his hand, Eric could feel the endless power, which made Eric even more confident about the success of his hunt. Come on! Black Death! Eric roared, and then rushed towards the Tyrannosaurus. The huge explosion certainly attracted Tyrannosaurus's attention. This Tyrannosaurus, who had just been enjoying the delicious food of the armored dragon, originally didn't want to care about a few ants hiding in the distance. But now these few ants actually made such a big noise, even disturbing the food he was enjoying. Dinner. So Tyrannosaurus also felt a little unhappy. At this time, Tyrannosaurus also noticed something unusual. The previous explosion blasted a gap into the volcano, and now a large amount of magma in the cave is flowing out from the blasted gap. This has caused a large reduction in the magma in the cave, and the level of magma has gradually decreased. As the magma decreases, the area of the surrounding ground that can be walked by humans has become larger and larger. Tyrannosaurus's IQ is not low, so Tyrannosaurus already understands what this human who is charging towards him with a sledgehammer wants to do. Interesting. Stupid humans. In the heart of Tyrannosaurus, there is contempt for any other creature. Especially a human who doesn't seem to be able to fill the gap between his teeth seems a bit ridiculous in the eyes of Tyrannosaurus. The level of the magma became lower and lower. And finally, the area of the island in the middle of the Golden Ocean became larger and larger. Finally, a path for humans to walk was formed between the island and the surrounding ground. Aha! Eric had already roared and rushed over. Along the path exposed after the magma receded, Eric rushed towards the powerful monster known as the Black Death. Roar! Tyrannosaurus also roared. In an instant, with Tyrannosaurus as the center, a powerful airflow burst out, and for a moment, it even blew Eric to the ground. Even Wenlong and others, who had already hid away, felt as if they were caught in an 8th level wind. And this is just the roar of Tyrannosaurus. For Tyrannosaurus, this is not an attack move at all. What a powerful airflow! It is indeed the Black Death. This power is really exciting. I wonder what kind of experience it will give people after using its materials to make equipment. But Eric was not frightened by the momentum of Tyrannosaurus. Instead, he seemed even more excited. Eric continued to rush towards the Tyrannosaurus, and after withstanding the roar of the Tyrannosaurus, Eric was already close to the Tyrannosaurus. At the same time, Wenlong also noticed that a faint light began to appear on Eric's wrist, and this light was getting brighter and brighter. Is this accumulating power? And it's so fast! When she saw this scene, Catherine almost shouted, "Well, this is the advantage of the sledgehammer. Because it is shorter than the big sword, it is easier to control the center of gravity. It can also charge power while moving. It can be seen that your brother has also specially practiced the skill of power storage, which shortens the charging time, allowing 3 powerful stages of charging to be completed in a short run." Meow! Wenlong explained. Brother Eric, Catherine silently prayed for her brother. At this moment, Eric, who was already close to the Tyrannosaurus, finally raised the sledgehammer in his hand. The seemingly heavy sledgehammer was lifted as easily as a toy in Eric's hands. From this point of view, Eric and Catherine were also powerful hunters. Go to HL! Black Death! The moment the sledgehammer was raised, it immediately came down. The target is the head of Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, Tyrannosaurus also made a counterattack. Tyrannosaurus lowered its head slightly, then suddenly raised it, raising its huge fangs towards Eric from bottom to top. Chapter 511 Terrible Power. Bang! Eric's sledgehammer collided with Tyrannosaurus's fangs, and then made a dull sound. The huge strength of Tyrannosaurus easily lifted Eric's body away. But in contrast, Tyrannosaurus also tilted its head to one side due to Eric's heavy blow. Such a powerful force that can knock out Tyrannosaurus with one hammer. This is even more powerful than Catherine's power. I should say that he is really his brother. Seeing that the other party was directly clashing with Tyrannosaurus, Wenlong was also there, I thought, in surprise. No wonder Eric is so confident. It seems that his strength is really not just bragging. Meow! Wenlong knew that although it looked like Eric's body was carried away by the Tyrannosaurus's fangs, in fact Eric did not suffer much damage. After all, at the moment of the fight with the Tyrannosaurus, what collided with the Tyrannosaurus's fangs was the sledgehammer in Eric's hand. And Eric's body deftly avoided the Tyrannosaurus attack. And he used the power of Tyrannosaurus to jump up high, and finally completely resolved all the impact in the air. Eric quickly changed his body posture in the air, and still maintained his balance after landing. It didn't look like he was attacked at all, but like he was flying in the air with the help of the power of Tyrannosaurus. Generally, a very skilled body receiving movement, which perfectly neutralized the power of Tyrannosaurus. But what should we do next? Meow? Wenlong carefully observed the other party's movements, and then thought in his heart. Just as Wenlong thought, although Eric took some advantage in the first round, it also caused dissatisfaction in Tyrannosaurus. At first, Tyrannosaurus looked down upon the human being in front of him. But after the first round of fighting, Tyrannosaurus began to care about this seemingly small creature. How dare a mere human being? The Tyrannosaurus, which became a little more serious, began to take the initiative to attack, and it began to rush towards Eric. Although it didn't look very fast like that, Wenlong knew that it was because the Tyrannosaurus was too big, so it looked a little slow. But the impact of Tyrannosaurus actually has an acceleration process, and will become faster and faster. If you wait until Tyrannosaurus is close, it will be too late to avoid it. Have you started attacking? Eric, who had just landed, also noticed the impact of Tyrannosaurus. However, Eric did not choose to dodge, and instead rushed towards Tyrannosaurus again. Mr. Cat, it's too dangerous for me to do this. Catherine, who was watching the battle from afar, said with some worry. No, he is right to do this, Wenlong explained. The impact of Tyrannosaurus will accelerate, and the speed will become faster and faster as the distance increases. In addition, Tyrannosaurus also knows how to use it during the impact. Controlling the direction in the middle will make you more likely to be hit the farther you hide, so it will be safer to get closer. Meow. So that's it. Brother, he's so powerful. After hearing Wenlong's analysis, Catherine's previous worries calmed down, and she said happily, Humph. It's okay, since you want to challenge Tyrannosaurus alone. Of course you must have this level of knowledge. It's not that big of a deal. Naya. Just as Wenlong was talking, Tyrannosaurus had already approached Eric. This time, Tyrannosaurus was obviously more serious, coming with an impact that almost crushed everything, making the earth tremble. And those two sharp fangs were pointed directly at Eric's heart. Obviously this time Eric wanted to repeat his previous approach, and it was no longer feasible. However, Eric still remained calm. This is a unique quality that an experienced hunter can show. He did not directly raise the sledgehammer and hit the Tyrannosaurus on the head like before. Instead, he suddenly took the position of holding the hammer with one hand, and opened the other free hand. At some point, Eric had hidden a shining jade in his hand. The moment he opened his palm, the shining jade exploded instantly. A huge flash of light erupted not far away from Tyrannosaurus, causing Tyrannosaurus to lose his vision instantly. The moment Eric detonated the glittering jade in his hand, Eric's body reacted quickly. A beautiful roll made Eric's body quickly dodge to the right. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus, which had lost its vision, could not catch Eric's target at all. The powerful charge finally hit nothing. Eric, on the other hand, had already taken the opportunity to go around to the side of the Tyrannosaurus and raised his hand again. The sledgehammer. Ava! The sledgehammer fell with a sound. And then, there was the sound of impact with the strong and thick scales of Tyrannosaurus. Bang! Eric's sledgehammer hit the front paw of Tyrannosaurus, and the weapon with thunder and lightning properties instantly burst out with sparkling light. The giant beast's body also roared in anger because of the pain. Roar! There was another huge roar. Even Wenlong and others who were hiding far away felt the force that could almost burst their eardrums, and they could only cover their ears desperately to alleviate the pain. And looking at Catherine's brother Eric, he is still by Tyrannosaurus' side, and does not seem to be affected much. What a terrifying dragon roar! Brother, he is not afraid. It turns out that he is so powerful. When the dragon roared, Catherine also said in surprise, It's amazing. He also grasped the timing of using the flash jade very well. Is this a legendary hunter who can hunt ancient dragon-level monsters? Haitang said with a somewhat envious tone. Oh, this handsome guy is probably the strongest hunter now. Right. It feels like Tyrannosaurus is being toyed with by him. Lindy's also adjusted her glasses and couldn't help but admire. However, just when the three of them were impressed by Eric's performance, Wenlong frowned uncharacteristically. No, although the flash jade is used well, if you dodge in the wrong position, you will be easily attacked. Naya! Sure enough, what happened next was just as Wenlong predicted. While feeling the pain, Tyrannosaurus had guessed Eric's position, and then swung his huge front paws towards him. Eric swept over. What? Eric's face suddenly turned pale at this time. This is exactly what Eric did not expect. In other words, Eric underestimated the giant beast in front of him. Eric had used this move to deal with many monsters, and almost none of those monsters could still swing their claws like this after being hit hard by him. However, now, this Tyrannosaurus, known as the Black Death, was still able to immediately launch a counterattack after taking a heavy blow from Eric. Chapter 512 Heaven and Earth Melting Cannon. Snapped! The giant claw of Tyrannosaurus hit Eric, who had no time to dodge. And then Eric, together with a sledgehammer in his hand, flew out like a stone that was blown away. And because Eric's body was directly attacked this time, Eric had no time to make any movements to receive the attack. Then his whole body hit a rock. And finally it hit the hard rock like a spider web. Only then did the crack stop. And then he fell heavily to the ground. Brother! At this moment, Catherine also shouted. Haitang and Lindy's were stunned for a moment. The situation changed so quickly that they didn't understand why Eric, who had the upper hand just now and was toying with the Tyrannosaurus to applause, was suddenly knocked to the ground. I really underestimate the existence of Tyrannosaurus. Although Tyrannosaurus is not an ancient dragon species, its strength is not inferior to that of many ancient dragon species. In other words, hunting an ancient dragon species, like Qilin, does not necessarily mean that you can hunt Tyrannosaurus. Meow. At this time, Wenlong also said seriously, Mr. Cat, go and help my brother. Seeing her brother fall to the ground, Catherine also requested, it's too early to go now. However, Wenlong rejected Catherine's proposal. I guess with his dignity as a legendary hunter, your brother is not willing to accept our help easily. If you want to help him, you must first wait for him to thoroughly let's talk about your decision to give up. Meow. But Catherine wanted to say something more, but saw Eric, who had just been hit hard, stand up again. Eric gasped, and bright red blood flowed from his forehead. I haven't lost yet. What kind of danger has Eric not encountered? How could I lose like this? Eric said to himself, then tightened his grip on the sledgehammer in his hand, and while approaching the Tyrannosaurus step by step, he also began to gather his strength. Ah! Eric shouted. All the muscles in his body tensed up, and this handsome man turned into a strong man, with a full face due to the expansion of his muscles. It can be seen that this blow concentrated all of Eric's power, and coupled with Eric's own strange strength, people can almost imagine the amazing power of Eric's blow. Is this charging the sledgehammer? Haitang asked. No, this is a special mysterious meteor using a sledgehammer. Meow! Wenlong said lightly. The Tyrannosaurus also noticed Eric's movements. But this time the Tyrannosaurus did not make a sudden attack. Instead, it used its two huge front claws to dig into the ground. The terrifying force broke the ground easily, and there was still a scorching magma layer underground. Then the huge Tyrannosaurus body sank into the magma and quickly disappeared. How is it possible? Eric was completely stunned. In any case, Eric had never thought that although it looked a bit bulky, what was inconsistent with its body size was that this huge monster could escape from the ground so fast. Just when the secret power that he was proud of was completed, Tyrannosaurus completely disappeared in front of his eyes. Bastard! Where did you go? Eric looked around carefully, trying to find traces of Tyrannosaurus, but found nothing. By the way, you should be able to pinpoint the specific location by feeling the vibrations on the ground. It's impossible for such a big body to move underground without any vibrations. However, Eric's rich hunting experience allowed him to quickly find a way to deal with it. So Eric immediately changed his tactics and began to concentrate on sensing the vibrations on the ground. This time, Eric finally captured the trajectory of Tyrannosaurus. It's great there. Do you think I can't catch you if you hide underground? When you show up, I will use my sledgehammer to completely smash your skull. Eric thinking in his mind. He pointed the sledgehammer in the direction of the vibration. Boom! Just when Eric readjusted his direction, the ground suddenly broke open. Gravel and magma splashed out. And the black Tyrannosaurus really came out from under the rock formation. It's now! Eric roared. Jumped up suddenly. His whole body jumped into the air. And then used all the strength of his body to smash the sledgehammer in his hand from the air. Mysterious truth. Starfall. Just like the name of the secret. What Eric held in his hands was like a meteorite falling from the sky, carrying huge destructive power and being unstoppable. This time, the Tyrannosaurus did not choose to dodge. Instead, it opened its huge bloody mouth towards Eric, as if it was waiting for Eric to fall into its mouth. Want to bite me? Watch me smash your teeth and fangs together. In this regard, Eric still has no fear, because Eric believes that no monster can catch the secret of his full strength head-on. Even the Kirin, which was originally called the ancient dragon species, was also defeated by him. This move broke the Qilin horn, the source of power, and he was finally hunted successfully by himself. Eric was about to fall from the sky, but the Tyrannosaurus didn't look like he was going to bite him. Instead, a black vortex appeared in the bottomless mouth. Woman, your brother is in danger because of the heaven and earth melting cannon. Wenlong couldn't help but said, as if he had anticipated something. What is the heaven and earth melting cannon? Although Catherine didn't know what the heaven and earth melting cannon was. From Wenlong's tone, Catherine immediately realized that something was wrong. At this time, Wenlong held down Catherine's head again and shouted loudly, Everyone lie down! After hearing Wenlong's instructions, Haitang and Lindy's immediately laid down on the ground. And then, they saw the black whirlwind shooting out of the sky of Tyrannosaurus. At this time, Eric had no chance to escape. The black whirlwind erupted from the Tyrannosaurus's mouth and completely enveloped Eric in an instant. Then the huge force seemed to tear Eric apart completely, constantly impacting Eric's body. Kaka. In this black whirlwind, Eric's body began to spin, and even the armor made of materials from the ancient dragon species Qilin began to show cracks. Ah! After letting out an initial painful cry, Eric also lost consciousness. And then Eric's body was like shreds of paper in the wind, being carried away by the black hurricane all the way to the distance. Chapter 513 Dangerous Rescue. Elder brother! At this moment, Catherine even wanted to rush out against the crazy black hurricane. But Wenlong still held her head tightly. Idiot! Don't go out! If you go out now, you will die! Meow! At the same time, Wenlong yelled loudly. At this time, in the distance, the energy erupted by the black hurricane seemed that even Tyrannosaurus himself could not fully control it. After driving Catherine's brother Eric away, the black hurricane swept over again, wherever it went. Even the hard volcanic rock turned into powder instantly. Wenlong and others managed to escape by lying tightly on the ground. However, even so, when the black wind swept over Wenlong and others' heads, the surrounding rock walls were still damaged. In a mess, a lot of gravel fell from the air and hit Catherine and others. Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang were okay, because they were protected by equipment. This level of damage was nothing at all. However, Lindy's, who had almost no equipment protection, was in a more dangerous situation. Fortunately, Haitang, who was on the side, quickly helped to protect her. He stopped Lindy's to prevent the falling gravel from injuring the Wanli bachelor. Finally, after about a few seconds, the black hurricane gradually stopped. And at this moment, Catherine finally suppressed her own impulse and suddenly rushed out. Elder brother! At this time, Catherine no longer cared about the threat of the Tyrannosaurus, and ran towards the place where Eric fell regardless of her own safety. Idiot! You're too impulsive! Meow! Seeing Catherine rushing out, Wenlong had no choice but to follow. For Catherine's safety, Wenlong rushed directly towards the Tyrannosaurus, trying to attract the tyrant's attention. Hey! You stupid big guy! Look here! I'm coming to deal with you! Meow! The running Wenlong shouted loudly towards Tyrannosaurus, while waving the two swords in his hands. Hearing Wenlong's voice, the huge, black death turned its attention to Wenlong and temporarily ignored Catherine, who ran to rescue Eric. But when Tyrannosaurus saw that it was an Elu Cat running towards him, the ancient dragon was also stunned. It is so insignificant that it is not worth mentioning at all. This is what Tyrannosaurus, the powerful, Black Death, thinks of the Elu Cat in front of him. In the eyes of Tyrannosaurus, the previous human looked quite strong. and he also held a heavy sledgehammer in his hand. Naturally, he seemed to have good strength. But under Tyrannosaurus's heaven and earth melting cannon, it was easily defeated under the attack. And now this Elu Cat doesn't even look as threatening as the previous human. The small double swords in its hands are as funny as play toys to Tyrannosaurus. So Bao Long glanced at Wenlong with some disdain, and then prepared to turn his attention to Catherine. You actually ignored me? Meow. Seeing that the Tyrannosaurus was actually despising himself, Wenlong also thought in his heart with dissatisfaction. Then I will make you pay the price. Meow. In an instant, Wenlong swallowed a forceful pill and then activated his ghost transformation. After entering the ghost human form, Wenlong's body was immediately shrouded in a red light, and his speed was greatly improved in a very short period of time. In this case, Wenlong's body turned into a light and shadow, and in the blink of an eye he was already approaching Tyrannosaurus. What's going on? Was this really just an Elu Cat just now? And not something else? Tyrannosaurus also noticed the changes in Wenlong's body, especially when Wenlong approached Tyrannosaurus at an extremely fast speed. Tyrannosaurus also realized that this Elu Cat seemed not to be simple anymore. However, for Tyrannosaurus, this level of attack is not difficult to deal with. As long as Wenlong's figure can still be seen clearly, Tyrannosaurus can fight back. So just like before, Tyrannosaurus first used his fangs to stab Wenlong. Humph. Too slow. Meow. However, the moment Tyrannosaurus made his move, Wenlong's movement trajectory immediately changed. Suddenly, it turned around and passed by the fangs of Tyrannosaurus. Roar. Tyrannosaurus let out a low roar, surprised that Wenlong dodged his attack. However, what surprised Tyrannosaurus even more was that after bypassing his fangs, Wenlong did not launch an attack immediately, but continued to move forward, as if he was trying to bypass Tyrannosaurus's body. At this time, Tyrannosaurus already felt that something was not good. Tyrannosaurus, who had an ominous premonition, also began to turn his body, preparing to follow Wenlong's movements. Mr. Cat, Haitang is here to protect you. At the same moment, Haitang also reacted. When she first saw Wenlong rushing towards Tyrannosaurus, Haitang immediately opened her hunting bow and aimed at the Tyrannosaurus in the distance. Now Haitang's hunting bow has been fully charged. Therefore, when she saw the Tyrannosaurus preparing to chase Wenlong, Haitang immediately let go of the bow string in her hand, and instantly an arrow with piercing force flew towards the tyrant dragon's head with a swish sound. At this time, Tyrannosaurus did not expect that there would be an attack coming from the front. So when he found the arrow flying towards him, it was already too late to dodge. But for Tyrannosaurus, who wanted to stop Wenlong, such an arrow didn't seem to be anything to worry about. In the past, Tyrannosaurus also encountered human hunters using long-range weapons to attack them. But in most cases, these weapons could not cause much damage to the thick-skinned Tyrannosaurus. So Bao Long believes that it will be similar this time. However, when Haitang's arrow accurately hit Tyrannosaurus's head, Tyrannosaurus felt unprecedented pain. Zitsizi is the sound made by the erosion of dragon attribute power, and accompanying this sound was a dark red light erupting from the front end of the arrow. Of course, it would have been impossible for Haitang's strength to cause such great damage to Tyrannosaurus. But Haitang's hunting bow is the hunting bow, Demon Purple Flame, made from the materials of the Bane Star Dragon, which has extremely strong dragon attribute damage. It happened to be a weapon aimed at Tyrannosaurus. In addition, Haitang shot a penetrating arrow with a relatively powerful penetrating ability, and it also hit the fragile head of Tyrannosaurus. Therefore, even Haitang himself did not expect the damage that broke out in an instant. Roar! Being attacked like this, Tyrannosaurus couldn't help but become angry this time. Immediately, Tyrannosaurus fixed his gaze on Haitang in the distance. Although Haitang was still some distance away from him, this distance was not a problem at all for Tyrannosaurus, because there is only one thought in Tyrannosaurus's heart, which is to crush the human who is hiding in the distance and shooting arrows. Chapter 514 Death Roar. Because Tyrannosaurus only needs one impact to approach Haitang, and the farther the distance between Haitang and Tyrannosaurus, the easier it is for Tyrannosaurus to accelerate. Once Tyrannosaurus's speed increases to a certain level, Tyrannosaurus can still during the impact. The direction of advancement is constantly corrected, so Haitang will have no way to dodge. However, seeing the Tyrannosaurus preparing to rush towards her, Haitang was not nervous at all. Instead, she looked relieved and thought in her heart, "Very good. This monster has noticed Haitang, so Mr. Cat should be there. It's much easier to handle." Haitong's disapproval angered the giant beast Tyrannosaurus even more. Tyrannosaurus wanted to completely crush this human girl who dared to hurt him. But he completely forgot about Wenlong, who had already circled behind him. Of course, it is not entirely correct to say that Wenlong has gone behind Tyrannosaurus, because the exact location of Wenlong now is actually the right rear foot of Tyrannosaurus. And when Wenlong reached Tyrannosaurus's right hind foot, Wenlong immediately launched an attack on Tyrannosaurus, stabbing out two double knives at the same time, aiming at Tyrannosaurus's back heel. Crack! Crack! The double swords made from the material of the Tyrannosaurus Rex certainly showed good results. Like Haitong's arrows before. Dark red dragon energy also appeared on the blades of Wenlong's double swords. And under the erosion of this energy speed, traces of corrosion instantly appeared on the skin of Tyrannosaurus. Ho 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 ho! Tyrannosaurus did not expect that after being hit in the head by an arrow, such severe pain would erupt in his right hind foot. This made Tyrannosaurus finally completely angry. This time Tyrannosaurus's anger is more thorough than ever before. The first thing Tyrannosaurus wants to do now is to kill this Elu Cat that is causing trouble behind him as soon as possible. A mere Elu Cat! The angry Tyrannosaurus raised his heavy and thick tail, and then swept it backwards. Like other parts of Tyrannosaurus's body, Tyrannosaurus's tail also has sharp spikes, coupled with Tyrannosaurus's powerful strength that surpasses other flying dragon species. This makes Tyrannosaurus even a normal tail-sweeping attack potentially devastating to hunters. But even so, this situation had already been expected by Wenlong. Wenlong, who was once familiar with Tyrannosaurus's weaknesses, would certainly not choose a random position to attack. An important reason why Wenlong chose Tyrannosaurus's right rear foot to attack was that as long as Wenlong stood in this position, Tyrannosaurus would there is no way to attack Wenlong immediately after being attacked. If you want to attack Wenlong, Wenlong must readjust his position. Therefore, although Tyrannosaurus immediately fought back out of anger, in Wenlong's view, it was just a mindless act of anger. Sure enough, although the tyrant's tail flick was so powerful that it directly swept away the huge rocks around it like small stones on the roadside, it just missed the Wenlong standing on the right hind foot of the tyrant. Roar! The tail-sweeping attack failed, and Tyrannosaurus had to change the way he attacked, and began to turn his body, preparing to attack Wenlong with other methods. However, Wenlong seemed to have seen through Tyrannosaurus's intention, and when Tyrannosaurus adjusted his body at the same time, Wenlong also took the time to stab Wenlong a few more times without any courtesy. Shaw! 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 When transformed into a ghost, Wenlong's sword was also very fast, and in order to increase the damage, Wenlong also stabbed several swords at the same position of Tyrannosaurus's hind foot to create a deeper and wider the wound. As a result, after about 10 cuts, Tyrannosaurus's hot blood spurted out along the wound. At this time, after paying the price of more than 10 more knives, Tyrannosaurus finally turned his huge body around. But what made Tyrannosaurus vomit blood even more was that when Tyrannosaurus finally turned around and wanted to, when he used his sharp claws and fangs to deal with Wenlong, he found that Wenlong had disappeared. Where have you gone? For a moment, Tyrannosaurus was confused. But soon, Tyrannosaurus had the answer again, because the same severe pain as before came from the left heel of Tyrannosaurus. It turned out that just as Tyrannosaurus turned around, Wenlong instantly slipped under Tyrannosaurus, and then used the same attack method to target Tyrannosaurus's left hind leg with a storm-like attack. At this moment, in Tyrannosaurus's heart, there was not only severe and unbearable pain, but even more unbearable than the pain was the anger of being fooled by an Elu Cat. The arrogant Tyrannosaurus can be said to be the only one in this volcanic area. Whether it is the occasional hunter team that comes to conquer, or other large monsters that dare to step into its territory, Tyrannosaurus has never suffered a loss in a battle. But this time, he was completely fooled by an Elu Cat, which forced Tyrannosaurus to act to protect his dignity. So Tyrannosaurus directly raised his upper body high. His posture was like a rooster about to crow in the morning. Of course, using a rooster to describe this violent behemoth seems too weak, but this head-raising posture is indeed quite similar. And the things they want to do are also somewhat similar. Oops! Meow. However, seeing the Tyrannosaurus raising his body, Tyrannosaurus also knew that something was not going well. So he immediately stopped holding the two swords in his hands and covered his ears. Ho 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 ho! Just as Wenlong covered his ears, the Tyrannosaurus roared angrily, completely different from the roar of any kind of monster. The roar of Tyrannosaurus is completely a large-scale attack method. Not only was the intensity of the sound extremely high, but it also produced violent airflow fluctuations. Even if Wenlong immediately covered his ears, the huge airflow still blew Wenlong's short body away in an instant. Moreover, it was not only the Wenlong that was blown away, but also the surrounding gravel. Even the magma below the ground seemed to sense the angry roar of the Tyrannosaurus, and it resonated synchronously with the frequency of the Tyrannosaurus's voice. Rushing violently, a part of the rock layer was lifted up, and the underground magma rushing out from the deeper depths of the volcano connected to the center of the earth also erupted instantly from the fracture in the rock layer. It looked like a small volcanic eruption. Wenlong also felt the huge impact under the ground, coupled with the deafening sound. Wenlong could not let go of his hands covering his ears. Moreover, magma surged around him, and dangers were everywhere. Even Wenlong lost his movement and power for a while. The ability to attack. Chapter 5:15 Dragon's Protective Stone. Just as Wenlong and Haitang were fighting Tyrannosaurus, Catherine rushed to Eric's side, then picked up Eric and moved him to a safer place. Sister Catherine, I'm here to help too. At this time, Lindy's also rushed over and helped Catherine take the recovery medicine G for Eric. Brother, are you okay? Brother! While feeding Eric the recovery medicine G, Catherine kept calling Eric, but it took a long time for Eric to finally open his eyes. Great! Brother! It's great that you're okay! Seeing Eric wake up, Catherine was also quite surprised. But judging from Eric's state, he also looked weak. It is no longer possible to participate in the battle. Don't worry. My brother won't die so easily, Eric said with a wry smile. I originally wanted to show off in front of my sister, but I didn't expect that this time I would be so embarrassed. It doesn't matter. I will avenge my brother. With that said, Catherine picked up the big sword in her hand and prepared to get up to help Wenlong and Haitang. Seeing that Catherine was about to leave at this time, Eric also seemed a little hesitant. After all, in Eric's heart, he was still unwilling to let his sister Catherine take such a big risk to fight the powerful Tyrannosaurus. But Eric also knew that it was impossible to persuade Catherine now. From Catherine's eyes, Eric saw a determination that he had never seen before. Catherine, you have finally grown up, Eric sighed. But Tyrannosaurus is too dangerous. Just take this and it should be helpful. As he spoke, Eric, who could no longer move, looked at his chest, indicating to Catherine that there was something very important there. At Eric's signal, Catherine stretched her hand to Eric's chest, and then touched a rather ancient protective stone there. This protective stone is different from ordinary protective stones. The dragon-shaped pattern is engraved on it, which looks particularly delicate, and Catherine can feel a powerful force when holding it in her hand. Is this? Catherine asked with some confusion. This is a protective stone that can resist dragon roars. I specially prepared it to deal with Tyrannosaurus. Take it quickly, Eric finally said with all his strength. Yes. Catherine nodded quickly, then put the protective stone into her arms. Brother, I will definitely kill the Tyrannosaurus. Then Catherine said to Lindy's, help take care of my brother. I'm going to help Mr. Cat. After saying that, Catherine picked up the sword and rushed out without hesitation. At this moment, it was the moment when Wenlong was blown away by Tyrannosaurus' dragon roar, and the earth shook, and magma surged everywhere. Under the roar of Tyrannosaurus, Wenlong was almost unable to move, and even Haitang, who was far away, could not draw the bowstring normally. Only Catherine can still move freely under the protection of the protective stone. Although the powerful roar of the Tyrannosaurus was enough to shatter a person's eardrums, and even blow away those who were close to him, the violent airflow fluctuations couldn't help but calm down when they approached Catherine. Is this the power of the protective stone? Catherine felt an indescribable force surrounding her, constantly soothing the restless sound waves. The originally frantic sound waves became calmer, and their destructive power was also weakened. But even so, Catherine's actions were not easy. After all, the gushing magma made the surrounding terrain more complicated, and Catherine had to avoid the gushing magma from time to time while accelerating. However, Catherine continued to move forward regardless of her own safety. Several times, she even risked the lava splashing on herself and rushed directly in order to reach Wenlong as early as possible. At this moment, Catherine saw the Tyrannosaurus charging again. Looking at Wenlong, who was temporarily unable to move because of his roar, Catherine knew that Wenlong was in danger. We must speed up. Otherwise, Mr. Cat will be in danger. Mr. Cat now has no way to avoid the charge of Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus's huge body has begun to move, but Wenlong has still not recovered from the impact just now, coupled with the magma spewing around him. Wenlong's range of movement is very limited. Therefore, when Wenlong, who finally recovered from the roar, saw the Tyrannosaurus charging towards him, Wenlong also knew that he was in danger.
There is no other way. There is lava everywhere. I can't move at all. Do I have to use my small body to resist the impact of Tyrannosaurus?
At this time, in order to cope with the next impact of Tyrannosaurus, Wenlong had already activated several Elu Cat skills without hesitation.
Elu Cat's 7 turns and 8 rise techniques. Elu Cat's defensive art. Elu Cat's offensive art. Activate!
After activating several Elu Cat skills, Wenlong's attack and defense capabilities have been further improved. However, even if Wenlong's physical ability has been greatly enhanced, Wenlong knows that this is still very dangerous. After all, Tyrannosaurus is not an ordinary monster. If you are not careful, you will be killed instantly, even if you activate the skills of Elu Cat. There is no guarantee that you can survive the impact of Tyrannosaurus 100%. In Wenlong's heart, he was already prepared to be injured. It can even be said that Wenlong activated
Elu Cat's 7 turns and 8 rising techniques
in order to continue to strengthen his strength after being injured. It can be said to be a tactic of exchanging life for strength. Of course, this tactic also has a flaw. That is, although after the
Elu Cat's 7 turns and 8 rising techniques
is activated, if Wenlong stands up again after being knocked down, the combat effectiveness will be further improved. But this improvement is also based on the premise that Wenlong can stand up after being attacked by Tyrannosaurus. Therefore, if Wenlong is directly killed instantly, then the so-called promotion will become a joke.
No matter what, I can only take a gamble. Isn't it said that cats have 9 lives? I will definitely not die so easily. Meow!
Wenlong thought in his mind, so suppressing the fear of death in his heart. Wenlong shouted loudly at the Tyrannosaurus.
Come on! You monster! I will fight you head-on. Meow!
Tyrannosaurus rushed over with overwhelming force. But Wenlong looked so small in front of Tyrannosaurus. It even looked like it could crush Wenlong into pulp as long as Tyrannosaurus stepped on it with 1 foot. Chapter 516 A Last Stand. The impact of Tyrannosaurus brought a strong sense of oppression. This sense of oppression made Wenlong's breathing become heavier. For a moment, Wenlong seemed to feel that everything around him was slowing down, as if playing a slow-motion movie. Stand up. This is the power that a creature explodes when facing death. On the edge of death, Wenlong's attention is highly concentrated, making Wenlong's reaction speed become even faster. Therefore, relatively speaking, Wenlong's it feels as if the opponent's speed has become slower. However, at this moment, Wenlong noticed that the surrounding situation had changed again. It was Catherine who rushed over. What Wenlong didn't expect was that Catherine was not affected by the roar of Tyrannosaurus just now. Before Tyrannosaurus touched her, Catherine had already rushed to Tyrannosaurus with a big sword.
How come Catherine wasn't affected by the rant just now? Don't touch Mr. Cat!
At this time, Catherine roared and struck the Tyrannosaurus with the big sword in her hand.
Crack!
Finally, Catherine's big sword also hit the Tyrannosaurus. In fact, even the Tyrannosaurus's thick scales and carapace could not stop Catherine's powerful blow and were broken open. The great sword made of Thunder Wolf Dragon's materials carries powerful thunder and lightning power, like the dragon attribute damage on Wenlong's double swords. They are both powers that have special effects on Tyrannosaurus. In this case, even if the Thunder Wolf Dragon's weapon level is insufficient, it can still cause damage to a powerful being like Tyrannosaurus that cannot be ignored. Moreover, the direction that Catherine attacked was also the hind leg of the Tyrannosaurus that Wenlong had attacked before, where there were still scars left after being eroded by dragon-type damage.
Zitsizi!
Lightning flashed. After breaking through the carapace and scales, Catherine's sword continued to penetrate deeper and injected the power of thunder and lightning into the body of the Tyrannosaurus.
Ho ho ho!
And Tyrannosaurus did not expect that after his strongest roar, there would be humans rushing to his side. What I didn't even expect was that the sword in this man's hand actually had unimaginable power. Of course, it was impossible to cause such a big damage just by relying on Catherine's strength. But Catherine's attack happened to be the hind leg of the Tyrannosaurus that had been attacked by Wenlong. On the original wound, Catherine's big sword was used the greatest power.
Ah!
In this case, Catherine's sword even cut off part of the Tyrannosaurus's hind leg muscles, hit the Tyrannosaurus's bones, and finally left a scratch on the Tyrannosaurus's bones. But because of this, the huge force and kinetic energy generated by Tyrannosaurus when Catherine was charged while holding the big sword tightly overturned her. and then she fell to the side together with the big sword.
It's so powerful that it can continue to charge even after being attacked by Sister Catherine's sword. Is this the vitality of Tyrannosaurus?
When Hai Tang from a distance saw this situation, his face even turned pale. Also shocked along with Hai Tang was Lindy's. This bachelor from Wanli Academy finally saw how terrifying a truly powerful monster is.
When I read the records about Tyrannosaurus in ancient books, I always felt that this legendary monster could not be that powerful at all. Most of them should be the result of the ancient people's exaggerations. But now it seems that this is simply not as powerful as what is recorded in the books. It's even more exaggerated. The kind of strange power that can even cut a thunder wolf dragon in half can't cut the bones of this Tyrannosaurus.
While Hai Tang and Lindy's were amazed, Tyrannosaurus was still moving forward. This sudden accident did not shake the will of Tyrannosaurus. After all, what Wenlong had just done to Tyrannosaurus had attracted too much hatred. So now this violent monster only wanted to crush Wenlong completely.
A thought. Humph. Are you trying to kill me first even if you are injured? You are smart and know who is the most dangerous target. But I will never let you get what you want. Meow.
For some reason, after Catherine's hard blow, Wenlong suddenly felt several times more confident.
Thank you, Catherine, for buying the precious time for me. With this time, that's enough. Elu Cat's backwater formation. Activate. Meow.
At this last moment, Wenlong activated a new Elu Cat skill. The skill,
Elu Cat's backward formation,
is a powerful skill that can greatly improve Wenlong's offensive and defensive capabilities. It is superimposed with the previous
Elu Cat's defense technique
and
Elu Cat's attack technique.
The effect is even more amazing. Of course, a powerful skill like
Elu Cat's backing formation
will also cause a huge side effect. That is, for a period of time after the backing formation is activated, the damage suffered by Wenlong will be on Wenlong's body, cause permanent damage. The scar on Wenlong's face was caused by his predecessor using
Elu Cat's backwater formation
when fighting the Snow Lion King. To this day, the scar has not been completely eliminated. Therefore, once Wenlong uses the skill,
Elu Cat's backward formation,
it means that Wenlong has made a desperate plan. At this time, Tyrannosaurus was approaching, and its long fangs stabbed directly at Wenlong. However, at the same moment, Wenlong also jumped up and activated the secret
mysterious truth across the world.
In an instant, Wenlong's figure disappeared in front of the tyrant dragon. This was Wenlong's all-out attack. So Wenlong didn't have any scruples at all, and used all his moves at once.
Cha! 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 Cha!
Like the glint of a sword and the shadow of a sword. When the figure of Wenlong is almost invisible, people can only see a large amount of fire bursting out from the fangs of the Tyrannosaurus. That was the spark produced by the intersection of blades. And it was also the effect caused by Wenlong's attack. However, all this only happened in a very short moment.
What's going on? Is Mr. Cat attacking the fangs of the Tyrannosaurus?
From a distance, even Hai Tang couldn't see clearly what happened just now. But judging from the position of the sparks bursting out, Hai Tang could still guess. It turns out that what Wenlong attacked just now should be the fangs of Tyrannosaurus. No one understands why Wenlong did this. After all, the fangs are an extremely hard part of Tyrannosaurus. If Wenlong were to attack that part, it would be difficult to cause damage. However, a miracle happened. After a moment of fire, cracks appeared in those huge fangs. Chapter 517, the fangs shattered instantly. Although there were cracks on Tyrannosaurus's fangs, one of the pair of terrifying fangs still hit Wenlong's body. And with a huge impact, Wenlong's entire body was knocked away.
Mr. Cat!
Seeing this scene, both Catherine and Hai Tang couldn't help shouting worriedly. After all, how powerful Tyrannosaurus's fangs are can be seen from the unlucky armored dragon before. A huge monster like the armored dragon, known for its powerful defense capabilities, can be easily penetrated by the fangs of Tyrannosaurus, which shows how terrifying its power is. And now such fangs stabbed Wenlong's body head-on. It is not difficult to imagine the consequences. But at the moment when the fangs touched Wenlong's body, people also saw that the two cracks on the Tyrannosaurus's fangs were also expanding rapidly, and seemed to have reached the limit very quickly, sending out a shattering sound. The sound of ka-ka-ka-ka. Along with the sound of shattering, the cracks continued to extend. And then, there was a click sound. The pair of Tyrannosaurus fangs completely broke from the middle, and eventually turned into countless fragments and completely shattered. At the same time, the Tyrannosaurus screamed in pain because of the cracking of its huge fangs. and even its entire body took half a step back. Everyone was shocked by the sight in front of them, and they could even feel the air completely solidifying at this moment.
Is this true? Mr. Cat actually broke the fangs of Tyrannosaurus. It should be said that he is indeed Mr. Cat. But Mr. Cat is now.
Catherine still looked at the fallen Wenlong with some worry. Catherine soon breathed a sigh of relief, because Wenlong, who had just been attacked by the fangs and fell to the ground, stood up again. It can be seen that the armor on Wenlong's chest has been pierced by Tyrannosaurus's fangs, and there is a wound flowing out with blood. But this wound is still much smaller than Catherine and Hai Tang initially expected. After all, if she looked carefully, Catherine could still see that the wound was just bleeding caused by abrasions, not a dangerous penetrating injury. At least a wound of this degree was far from fatal.
It's great. It's just a scratch. It didn't pierce the heart. Mr. Cat is fine,
Catherine thought happily. Catherine also knew that the reason why the fangs that could easily penetrate the armored dragon's body did not cause fatal damage to Wenlong was that in addition to Wenlong himself launching several Elu Cat skills to increase his defense ability to the maximum, there was another reason. The important reason is that before the fangs penetrated Wenlong's body, Wenlong had completely destroyed the two fangs. Of course, the power produced by the actually broken fangs that were on the verge of collapse could not be compared with the strong and sharp intact fangs. Moreover, the moment it touched Wenlong, the fangs themselves began to completely shatter, and eventually it broke into countless tiny pieces. And because of this reason, Wenlong's damage after being attacked was much less than initially expected. What makes Catherine and others confused is why Wenlong was able to destroy the fangs of Tyrannosaurus in such a short period of time. No matter how fast Wenlong is, no matter how high his attack power becomes after adding skills, and he launches dozens of high-frequency attacks on the fangs in the last second, it is impossible to completely defeat him, destroy the fangs of such a Tyrannosaurus. However, only Wenlong himself knows this issue best. It turns out that at the moment when Wenlong and Tyrannosaurus had a close confrontation, Wenlong discovered a weakness in the pair of fangs that is, Tyrannosaurus's majestic pair of fangs actually had cracks before that. Although it was a very tiny crack, so small that it was difficult for the human eye to distinguish it. Wenlong still found the location of the very tiny crack in a split second, and in less than a second, he used that inconspicuous the crack is the main attack target, and he swings dozens of knives at the same time. As the saying goes,
1,000-mile embankment is destroyed by an ant nest.
Wenlong's saturation attack also caused that inconspicuous crack to expand in an instant, and finally became the fuse that shattered the entire fang of Tyrannosaurus. But when it comes to where this tiny crack, which is almost invisible to the naked eye, came from, Wenlong himself is actually not sure. But Wenlong believes that the biggest possibility comes from the previous fight between Tyrannosaurus and Eric. It was at that moment that the Tyrannosaurus's fangs violently collided with Eric's sledgehammer. It was very possible that slight cracks appeared while driving Eric away. Thinking of this, Wenlong silently thanked Catherine's brother in his heart.
No matter what, I have to thank you for that hammer. Meow,
Wenlong thought in his heart. Afterwards, Wenlong regained his composure and rushed towards the tyrant dragon again. At the same moment, Catherine and Hai Tang also took advantage of the confusion caused by the broken fangs of Tyrannosaurus and launched attacks on Tyrannosaurus from two other directions. Roar at this time. This huge and powerful monster also felt an unprecedented threat. After all, even Tyrannosaurus himself had never thought that his extremely strong fangs would be completely shattered by a mere Elu Cat. And now two other hunters also rushed over, which made Tyrannosaurus have to take a more cautious approach. So Tyrannosaurus used the trick he had used before, and the black giant beast lowered its head again and used its powerful front claws to directly open the hard volcanic rock layer.
Be careful. This guy is trying to escape to the ground again. Meow!
Wenlong immediately reminded him when he saw Tyrannosaurus preparing to dive underground again. Although the previous impact of Tyrannosaurus did not cause fatal injuries to Wenlong because its fangs were destroyed, the powerful impact still caused Wenlong to fly a long distance, which made Wenlong unable to stop him after he stood up again. The Tyrannosaurus escaped. Therefore, Wenlong first reminded Catherine and Hai Tang to try their best to prevent Tyrannosaurus from escaping underground. After all, if Tyrannosaurus dives into the ground again, the scene that happened to Catherine's brother Eric is likely to happen again.
Skills like the heaven and earth melting cannon are not fun. Meow.
At this moment, Wenlong also thought worriedly in his heart. At this time, after hearing Wenlong's reminder, Catherine and Hai Tang also tried their best to rush towards the Tyrannosaurus, who was preparing to escape underground as quickly as possible.
Among them, Hai Tang used a long-range weapon hunting bow. So it was Hai Tang who launched the attack first. Chapter 518 repeating the same trick. Whoosh! What Hai Tang shot was a piercing arrow that had been charged in 3 stages. Hai Tang's weapon spun towards Tyrannosaurus at high speed with great power, and accurately hit Tyrannosaurus's back before it could dive into the ground. Crack! The spirally rotating arrow broke through the Tyrannosaurus's thick scales as expected, then continued forward, and then the entire arrow did not enter the Tyrannosaurus's body. At the same time, the red and black dragon attribute power also burst out around the arrow and began to erode the Tyrannosaurus body. Well done! Meow! Although Wenlong praised Hai Tang so much, now Belong didn't seem to care about this level of influence, and continued to sneak his body into the ground without hesitation. But then Catherine also rushed to the side of Tyrannosaurus, and at this time, Tyrannosaurus had only lowered its tail and was still on the ground, and other parts of its body had also dived into the ground. Quick! Chop off its tail! Meow! Wenlong shouted again. In fact, Catherine knew what to do at this time without Wenlong's instructions. After all, only the Tyrannosaurus tail remained on the ground in front of Catherine. Therefore, Catherine raised the big sword in her hand without hesitation, and then struck the tail of the Tyrannosaurus with the sword. Ah! Catherine's sword drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then accurately struck the Tyrannosaurus tail. In an instant, the scales of Tyrannosaurus were cut open by the impact of Catherine's big sword, and then the sword broke through the muscles of Tyrannosaurus, and lightning suddenly shone. However, when it finally reached the bones of Tyrannosaurus, Catherine's big sword struck again, got stuck and couldn't go any further. Is it stuck again when it reaches the bone? Sure enough, there is no way to cut off the tail without accumulating power? For a moment, the sword failed to cut off the Tyrannosaurus tail, which made Catherine feel a little depressed. At this time, Wenlong reminded loudly, if you can't cut it, take the sword back quickly, otherwise the sword will be dragged into the magma. Meow! No! Having already had an experience before, Catherine certainly understood what Wenlong was talking about. She quickly drew her sword back, and the sword instantly detached from the tail of the Tyrannosaurus, thus avoiding the previous situation when she chopped off the Tyrannosaurus's hind legs. Mistakes. And at the moment when Catherine pulled out the big sword, the last part of the Tyrannosaurus body that was exposed on the ground also disappeared under the black rock formation along with the body. Damn it! You ran so fast! You didn't even have time to reach Meow. At this time, Wenlong finally arrived, but he had no chance to attack Tyrannosaurus. Mr. Cat, I'm sorry. I still let it run away, and I couldn't even cut off its tail. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus escape underground, Catherine said apologetically to Wenlong, it doesn't matter. After all, this Tyrannosaurus is a powerful monster comparable to the ancient dragon species. It can't be killed by us so easily. Meow. Wenlong also consoled him. But compared to comforting Catherine, Wenlong knew that he had one more important thing to do to find out where the Tyrannosaurus emerged from the ground as soon as possible. According to Wenlong's understanding of Tyrannosaurus, when Tyrannosaurus escaped underground, it was also the moment when Tyrannosaurus absorbed energy in the hot magma pool in the center of the volcano to prepare for the Heaven and Earth Melting Cannon. After all, a powerful skill like Heaven and Earth Melting Cannon cannot be used immediately. Even a powerful ancient dragon species, like Tyrannosaurus, needs to absorb enough energy from the magma before it can be used. Because of this, the next time Tyrannosaurus emerges from the ground, there will be a high possibility that he will use the Heaven and Earth Melting Cannon again, which is powerful enough to destroy everything. And that kind of power cannot be defended even by Catherine with a big sword. Therefore, in order to avoid being hit by this extremely powerful instant kill skill, Wenlong must quickly determine where the tyrant dragon will appear next in this short period of time, so that he can respond as early as possible. Otherwise, he will be directly killed by the tyrant dragon. It is very possible to destroy them all. So Wenlong simply lay down on the ground, then put his ears to the ground and sensed the direction of Tyrannosaurus movement by judging the vibrations in the ground. But this is the inside of a volcano after all. Even if Eric used the barrel explosive G to open a gap and divert part of the magma out, it is still unbearably hot here. Not to mention such a rocky ground. There is still a scorching sea of magma beneath the ground, which makes even if a strange bird egg is hit on the ground, its temperature will be enough to easily cook it. On such a high temperature ground, I can barely tolerate walking on it while wearing high-grade equipment and relying on the coldness of cold drinks.
But if you directly put your ears and face on it, the degree of pain can be imagined. However, Wenlong didn't care so much at this time. In order to maintain the accuracy of his judgment as much as possible, Wenlong didn't even use his palm to separate it. He even took off his helmet and just put his ears and face directly against it. On the ground.
Mr. Cat.
Catherine looked at Wenlong with some distress. But she didn't dare to disturb Wenlong's actions, so she could only wait anxiously. Fortunately, Wenlong didn't do this for a long time. After about 2 seconds, Wenlong had already determined the direction of Nabalong's action.
Attention! That guy is in our 7 o'clock direction and will break out of the ground again soon. Meow!
While speaking, Wenlong also jumped up from the ground like a spring and said loudly again,
Quick! Follow me! We must rush over immediately. Meow!
Wenlong knew that the best way to avoid this powerful
heaven and earth melting cannon
was to get close to Tyrannosaurus. After all, the
heaven and earth melting cannon
is a long-range attack technique. Although it is powerful, it can easily lead to blind spots at close range. And this is the reason why Tyrannosaurus always likes to find a place far away from the opponent when using the
heaven and earth melting cannon
before breaking out of the ground, because only in this way can it maintain sufficient attack distance and the maximum possible maximize the power and coverage area of the
heaven and earth melting cannon.
Of course, Wenlong would not let this happen. So after determining where the Tyrannosaurus was about to appear, he couldn't wait to rush in that direction. At the same time, Catherine and Haitang behind Wenlong immediately followed without hesitation, fearing that they would fall behind and become a burden to the team.
Boom!
Sure enough, after Wenlong and others advanced about 100 meters, not far ahead, the ground was lifted again, along with the gravel and the magma gushing out. Tyrannosaurus's huge body emerged from the ground again. Come out! Chapter 519 never let go of any flaw. At this time, half of Tyrannosaurus' body was still buried in the ground, with only the upper body standing upright. At the same time, in the mouth of Tyrannosaurus, the black whirlwind began to gather again.
Careful! Meow!
Seeing that Tyrannosaurus's
heaven and earth melting cannon
was about to launch again, Wenlong immediately circled to the side of Tyrannosaurus at the fastest speed. Seeing Wenlong do this, Catherine and Haitang behind him immediately followed closely. Come up! And at this moment, Tyrannosaurus's
heaven and earth melting cannon
finally launched again. The black hurricane ejected from Tyrannosaurus's mouth and then passed by Catherine and Haitang, destroying everything around it wherever it went.
The power of the heaven and earth melting cannon seems to be stronger than before. Is it really because the Tyrannosaurus has entered a state of anger? But fortunately, I can hide quickly. Meow!
Seeing the
heaven and earth melting cannon
that swept across a large area in an instant, and the completely destroyed stone walls around it, Wenlong knew that the power this time was even more powerful than the last time it was launched. However, Wenlong at this time was not greatly affected because he hit on the side of Tyrannosaurus in time. Then Wenlong looked at Catherine and Haitang behind him, and found that the two of them had also escaped the damage of the
heaven and earth melting cannon.
In time at the last moment, Wenlong felt a stone fall in his heart, and all this was seen by this angry Tyrannosaurus. Although his
heaven and earth melting cannon
was dodged by these three people, Tyrannosaurus still forcibly turned his head in an attempt to reverse the direction of the
heaven and earth melting cannon. Roar!
Sure enough, Tyrannosaurus turned its neck against the huge recoil of the
heaven and earth melting cannon,
and the black hurricane began to move towards Wenlong as Tyrannosaurus's head turned.
Pay attention. Keep moving. Don't stop.
Meow.
Seeing that Tyrannosaurus's head was deflecting towards him, Wenlong immediately reminded Catherine and Haitang. At the same time, Wenlong also moved in the same direction with Tyrannosaurus's body, and used his speed advantage to keep the distance from the black hurricane to avoid being swept by Tyrannosaurus's
heaven and earth melting cannon.
This is why Wenlong chose to get close to Tyrannosaurus. After all, only at close range can the rotational angular speed be maximized at a certain linear speed. Moreover, because the current Tyrannosaurus has activated the
heaven and earth melting cannon,
and because of the powerful recoil of the
heaven and earth melting cannon,
the speed at which Tyrannosaurus turns its body is much slower than before. Under the influence of these two factors, Wenlong and others were able to safely avoid the attack of the
heaven and earth melting cannon.
Beside Tyrannosaurus, after a while, the power of the
heaven and earth melting cannon
gradually weakened, and the originally violent black hurricane gradually turned into an ordinary strong wind, and finally dissipated. Seeing that the power of the
heaven and earth melting cannon
was weakening, Wenlong would certainly not let go of such an opportunity. After all, in most cases, the more powerful the move, the longer the recovery time will be. And this is also true for powerful monsters like Tyrannosaurus.
Although the heaven and earth melting cannon
has the power to instantly defeat a legendary hunter wearing a suit made of
Kirin
material and render him unable to fight.
When the heaven and earth melting cannon
ends, the Tyrannosaurus will also be revealed for a period of time. Flaw. Wenlong, who was familiar with all this, certainly knew what to do. At the moment when Tyrannosaurus finished the
heaven and earth melting cannon,
Wenlong did not hesitate to use one of the unique skills of the double swords, the Ghost and Man Flurry. The Ghost Man's dance in the Ghost Human state made Wenlong's attack speed increase again. In order to increase the attack speed to the extreme, Wenlong even chose to temporarily give up the movement of his body and concentrate all his power on the attack power of both arms is completely enhanced. To put it simply, it is a stance-type output method in which the body directly stands on the spot, which can maximize the attack power, and the consumption of the body is much less than that of
mystery across the 4 seas.
Just because the body does not move, it is difficult to use it because it usually has to avoid monster attacks. But this time, Wenlong knew that the opportunity to use this move had come. Wenlong's double swords blazed with red light and struck violently at Tyrannosaurus's hind legs at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. From the perspective of the people on the side, they could only see the red flash, and because of the double swords and Tyrannosaurus, the red and black dragon attributed energy continuously bursts out after the body comes into contact. Wenlong's attack was on the right hind leg of the Tyrannosaurus that had been injured before. Not only had that part been attacked many times by Wenlong before, but it had also been cut with a rather deep wound by Catherine's sword. At this moment, it hasn't had time to heal yet, and blood is still flowing out. And Wenlong attacked that part. All the sword light was concentrated on that point. More flesh and skin were being cut open, and you could even see the white bones exposed inside. Seeing Wenlong focus on attacking Tyrannosaurus's right hind leg, Catherine and Haitang immediately understood what Wenlong meant.
Mr. Cat is buying us time.
So both of them started to accumulate strength in unison. Catherine began to gather strength in her arms, and Haitang also stretched the bowstring of her hunting bow to the maximum extent. At this time, Tyrannosaurus finally recovered from the stiffness of the
heaven and earth melting cannon,
and began to turn his body again, trying to catch Wenlong and others standing behind his body. At the moment when the
heaven and earth melting cannon
has stopped, Tyrannosaurus's body rotates much faster than before, and this seemingly heavy body begins to rise upwards while rotating. As long as it reaches Wenlong and others, the top of the head can be smashed down with one sudden blow,
which can completely crush Wenlong and others into pulp. However, Tyrannosaurus ignored one detail, that is, his right hind leg finally reached the limit of what it could bear at this moment. Although Tyrannosaurus's physical strength and resistance to blows are unmatched by any monster that Wenlong and others have hunted before. After many attacks from Wenlong and Catherine, most of Tyrannosaurus's right hind leg was the muscles have been completely severed. In this case, no matter how hard the bones of Tyrannosaurus were, they finally lost their strength when most of the muscles and tendons of Tyrannosaurus's right hind leg were shaved off by Wenlong. But Tyrannosaurus, who was turning his body at this time, obviously did not expect this. Just when Tyrannosaurus thought his right hind leg could move freely, as usual, and support his body, he suddenly fell down. With a loud boom, this behemoth fell to the ground at this moment, and completely exposed its fragile abdomen to Wenlong and others. Chapter 520 Human Meat Grinder. When Tyrannosaurus fell, the shaking ground almost interrupted Catherine and Haitang's energy accumulation. However, relying on their long-term training, Catherine and Haitang were able to stabilize their bodies and successfully completed the 3 stages of charging their respective weapons.
Ahoy!
Catherine's big sword struck first. Catherine believed that even if it could not easily cut through the unimaginably hard bones of Tyrannosaurus, when faced with the more fragile belly, Catherine's big sword that had been charged in 3 stages could still be able to cut through it. Cut it open easily. Sure enough, when Catherine's big sword came into contact with the Tyrannosaurus's abdomen, it effortlessly cut through the smaller scales on the Tyrannosaurus's abdomen and continued to fall, cutting open the Tyrannosaurus's belly, each piece larger than a human. Big rip to go high. The blood flowed out from the Tyrannosaurus's abdomen like a bursting river, and at the same time, The colorful internal organs were exposed in front of Catherine and others. And after Catherine's big sword cut open the belly of Tyrannosaurus, the arrow in Haidong's hand shot out at this moment.
3 stages of charging. Scatter arrows?
There are more scattered arrows than continuous arrows, and they are distributed in a fan shape, and can cover a large area when attacking. This time, the scattering arrows used by Haitang were at a relatively close distance. This allowed all the scattering arrows fired by Haitang to hit the body of Tyrannosaurus without even landing. Especially now, when the belly of Tyrannosaurus has been cut open by Catherine, exposing the more fragile internal organs of the body. Many of the arrows were shot directly from the large wounds left by Catherine, and affected those inside the body of Tyrannosaurus. However, a Tyrannosaurus is a Tyrannosaurus after all. Even so, when Haitang's arrow hit those moving internal organs, those organs that were even larger than the bodies of Wenlong and others were still running continuously, constantly providing more energy to Tyrannosaurus's body. However, Haitang's arrow was not an ordinary arrow. When the arrow pierced the body of Tyrannosaurus, the dark red dragon attribute had already begun to spread in Tyrannosaurus' body. At this time, Tyrannosaurus only felt the pain inside his body like a knife twisting, which made the monster's body become twisted. While the Tyrannosaurus twisted its body, all the long sharp spines on its body stood up. These sharp long spines were found in many parts of the Tyrannosaurus body. As the Tyrannosaurus body twisted, these sharp spines stood up. The spines are like blades of different lengths, but extremely sharp, protecting the body of Tyrannosaurus. At the same moment, Tyrannosaurus used all his strength to make a terrifying roar.
Ho 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 ho!
Another shocking and deafening dragon roar. At the same time, due to the roar of Tyrannosaurus, both Wenlong and Haitang were blown away by the strong airflow that broke out in that moment. But Catherine still managed to stand. The dragon stone that Eric gave to Catherine, which could withstand dragon roars, weakened the vibrations in the air around Catherine and helped Catherine barely stabilize her body. However, even so, Catherine still felt very uncomfortable. It can even be said that if she were an ordinary person, even if she was not blown away by the violent airflow, she would have been shocked to the point of splitting her liver and gallbladder.
Don't be frightened by it. That guy is already at the end of his crossbow. Hurry! Another sword strike. Kill him! Meow!
Wenlong, who was blown away, was already shouting before he even hit the ground. However, Wenlong's voice was completely drowned out by Tyrannosaurus' roar as soon as it came out, making it impossible for Catherine to hear it. But this was not important, because just as Wenlong instructed, Catherine raised the sword in her hand again despite the huge roar.
If it is Mr. Cat, even if he is injured, he will never miss this opportunity.
Because this is what Catherine thinks in her heart. Then, Catherine took a firm step forward. Once Catherine entered the side of Tyrannosaurus, the sharp spines on Tyrannosaurus's body that were constantly dancing due to the violent twisting of Tyrannosaurus' body were like sharp swords, slicing through Catherine's body. Fortunately, Catherine was protected by armor made of Thunder Wolf dragon material, which prevented Catherine from falling under the dancing spikes. However, even so, there were still many deep blood marks on Catherine's body. However, Catherine still did not stop, but continued to take another step forward.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
In an instant, there was a streak of blood not only on Catherine's body, but also on her face. The helmet that protected her head was also cut open. If it were a little off, the artery in Catherine's neck would be cut. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus, whose belly had been cut open, was still struggling to stand up again. In this process, those constantly dancing spikes are Tyrannosaurus's best defensive weapon. Well, Catherine endured the pain and continued to move forward, and then took the third step. With this step, Catherine stood directly next to the cut belly of Tyrannosaurus. It can even be said that it is not an exaggeration to describe the distance between Catherine and Tyrannosaurus as
closely attached to each other.
But this is also Catherine's purpose: to stand at the closest distance and maximize the destructive power of her next moves.
If you don't get close, it's impossible to attack the inside of Tyrannosaurus' body with such profound secrets. Gate of Hell!
Suddenly, Catherine shouted loudly. Originally, the last roar of Tyrannosaurus was to shake Wenlong and others away so that he could buy time to regain his composure. However, Tyrannosaurus did not expect that a human woman could still withstand the roar she made with all her strength, and launched a fierce attack on her completely exposed abdominal internal organs. Before, Catherine only cut open the abdomen of the Tyrannosaurus. But now Catherine's target is deeper in the abdomen. So Catherine stood on the edge of the wound she had just made, and stretched the sword into the body of Tyrannosaurus. Then, Catherine used the secret power of the sword. Catherine began to rotate around her own body, and the sword made of thunder wolf dragon material was like a rotating fan, spinning faster and faster. And as it rotates at high speed, it keeps making terrifying thunderous sounds. While rotating, the storm whirlwind generated by the sword continued to expand the already large wound, and then even involve the internal organs of the Tyrannosaurus's abdomen, turning the scene into a bloody and terrifying place. Machine! In the end, the whirlwind generated by the secret even turned into a bloody whirlwind with a fishy smell. Chapter 521 The Final Struggle. Even if Tyrannosaurus has a terrifyingly powerful vitality, it will never be safe in the face of such a frenzied attack. Boom! Tyrannosaurus, who was about to stand up again, fell to the ground again. But this time, it became more difficult for Tyrannosaurus to stand up again. But even so, Tyrannosaurus still did not give up the struggle. This huge monster was still rolling in pain after falling, trying to crush Catherine with its huge and heavy body. At the same time, Tyrannosaurus also turned over its body to hide its weaknesses that were originally exposed to Catherine, and instead used its body to be harder, with thicker scales and carapace, as well as long and sharp spines to resist Catherine's attack. However, Tyrannosaurus also has to pay a price for doing this. After all, when Catherine used Mystery! Gate of Hell! The whirlwind formed by the rotation of the sword had mixed up many of Tyrannosaurus's internal organs. At this time, Tyrannosaurus, if the dragon were to forcefully turn its body, it would undoubtedly tear apart its entangled internal organs and flesh. It's like a certain part of the body is caught in a rotating propeller. The best way to escape is to cut off the parts that are caught in it. Otherwise, once the entire body is involved, the losses will be even more severe. But this powerful and huge monster still did it, with the determination of a strong man to cut off his wrist, and completely ignoring the physical pain. Tyrannosaurus forcibly tore his own internal organs, and at the same time stabbed Catherine with the huge and sharp thorns on his body. Past, those sharp spines are longer than a person's height, and are sharp and hard. They can be said to be extremely powerful offensive weapons, and can easily penetrate Catherine's armor. And unlike the previous Tyrannosaurus that accidentally scratched Catherine with its sharp spines when it was struggling, this time the Tyrannosaurus took the initiative to use the sharp spines as its own weapons to attack Catherine. Careful! Meow! Wenlong wanted to remind Catherine to escape, but it was already too late. And Catherine, who was releasing the secret, didn't seem to want to dodge the heavy sword. King Teeth Great Sword Black Thunder! Bait of Thunder Wolf Dragon material used the inertia of rotation to meet the Tyrannosaurus's spikes. Boom! King's Great Sword Black Thunder violently collided with the Tyrannosaurus's spikes. At the moment of contact, King's Great Sword Black Thunder released dazzling lightning, intertwined with the sparks caused by the collision, forming a shine brightly. Then in the shining light, Wenlong only saw that one of Tyrannosaurus' thick and long spikes was broken into two pieces in the middle. It actually cut off the sharp spines on the body of the Tyrannosaurus. Meow! Even Wenlong was frightened by this amazing destructive power. If Wenlong had used the cracks left by Catherine's brother Eric's attack to destroy the fangs of Tyrannosaurus before, then Catherine had just cut off the spikes of Tyrannosaurus entirely with her own brute force and weapons. The sharpness. The sharp front end was knocked away due to the huge impact, and then drew a clean straight line in the air before piercing into a rock wall in the distance. Crack! Not even half of it was exposed, but the entire flying thorn was pierced deeply into the rock wall. It looked like there was only a dark hole left in the rock wall. Just half of the spikes that were shot away can create such a deep hole, which shows how powerful the penetrating ability of the spikes is. If it were pierced directly into Catherine's body, it would probably completely penetrate Catherine's armor and entire body. But correspondingly, Catherine was also knocked away by the huge impact of Tyrannosaurus, until her body hit the stone wall on the other side, and then slowly fell down. And on the hard rock wall made of volcanic rock that Catherine hit, there is still a deep trace of the human body. It can be seen that the force of the impact just now was stronger than anything Catherine had ever endured before. Catherine was severely injured by Tyrannosaurus when she forcibly activated Mystery! Gate of Hell! Of course, Catherine could not be unharmed. Cough, cough, cough. When Catherine fell to the ground, she was coughing violently, and at the same time a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. It could be seen that the impact just now had also injured Catherine's internal organs. Looking at Catherine's face, it was already covered with bloodstains. At the same time, Her long flowing hair was also glued together with sweat and blood. She looked like she had become a completely different person. There were also traces of scratches from the Tyrannosaurus's spikes in many places on the body. The originally beautiful Thunder Wolf Dragon armor was also in pieces. Blood seeped out from the scratched wounds, completely soaking the clothes Catherine wore. Underwear inside the armor. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. What was even more terrifying was that Wenlong also noticed that only half of the sword in Catherine's hand was left. The front half of the sword blade has disappeared.
It's strange. I just saw the Tyrannosaurus's spikes being knocked away. Where did that half of the sword go? Is it Meow?
Suddenly, Wenlong seemed to realize something. He couldn't help but look up and found that on a volcanic rock not far above his head, half of Catherine's big sword was stuck. For a moment, Wenlong broke into a cold sweat in his heart. Obviously, this is because the power of Tyrannosaurus is greater than that of Catherine. Therefore, at the moment when Catherine's big sword collided with Tyrannosaurus's spikes, the severed part of Catherine's big sword was larger than the spikes. It flew out at a faster speed, and Wenlong's attention was mainly focused on Catherine. So even Wenlong didn't notice that the broken half of the King's Two Sword Black Thunder blade was inserted in not far above his head.
It's so dangerous. If this really happens to me, it will be over. Meow!
Although an unprecedented sense of fear welled up from the bottom of Wenlong's heart, Wenlong calmed down as quickly as possible and prepared to attack Tyrannosaurus again. Of course, before taking action, Wenlong glanced at Catherine's condition with concern. Wenlong saw that Catherine still wanted to stand up and fight again, and reluctantly used the remaining half of the sword to support her body. However, before her body could be fully raised, Catherine's hand holding the sword slipped, and her body completely collapsed again, fell down.
Mr. Cat!
Catherine wanted to say something else, but her voice was too low to be heard.
It doesn't matter. It's amazing that you can persevere until now and still cause such huge damage to Tyrannosaurus. So take a good rest now, and leave the rest to me. Meow!
Wenlong shouted loudly. Responded. Chapter 522 The Collapsed Battlefield. Looking at the appearance of the Tyrannosaurus, it's not much better. The Tyrannosaurus fangs were broken, and a large gash was cut open in the abdomen, from which blood continued to flow. Not only that, but some of the mutilated internal organs were exposed, and it looked like it had been seriously injured. But the monster stood up again. Although it seemed to be dying, it definitely did not mean that it would die immediately. This is the pride of the strong. As a monster, Tyrannosaurus also has the pride of fighting to the end. At this moment, Wenlong heard the sound of something breaking.
Cock-a-cock-a-boom-boom.
It started with the sound of rocks breaking. Then the sound got louder and louder, and finally turned into the roar of a large number of rocks collapsing.
It's over. This place is about to collapse. Meow!
Wenlong had already realized that the situation was so critical, so he immediately warned.
Little girl and girl with glasses, take Catherine and her brother and leave. Meow! Mr. Cat, what about you? I told you. Leave this place to me. Meow!
But Haitang still looked at Wenlong with some worry, because Haitang knew that although the tyrant dragon was dying, its powerful strength had not disappeared. As long as the suffocating sense of oppression of the tyrant dragon was still there, it was absolutely impossible to watch a group of humans who had seriously injured themselves retreat unharmed right under their noses.
It's okay. You guys go first. Don't forget, I am an Elu Cat. Meow!
At this time, Wenlong had already rushed towards the Tyrannosaurus. The tyrant dragon on the other side also roared and rushed towards Wenlong. At this time,
Mr. Cat
looked at more and more rocks falling from the top of the cave. Haitang also knew that he had no time to intervene in the battle between Wenlong and Tyrannosaurus. After all, as Wenlong said before, this huge cave is about to collapse. If he does not escape in time and is buried inside the volcano, it will almost mean death. The previous battle caused too much damage to the entire cave. In order to reduce the magma in the cave, Eric used more than 30 large barrel explosive bombs, which had already damaged the structure of the entire cave. Later, Tyrannosaurus's two
heaven and earth melting cannons
affected even more areas, and almost all the rock walls were damaged to the point of being in dilapidated condition. Coupled with the impact of the magma surge caused by Tyrannosaurus's roar on the surrounding rock walls and the damage caused by other battles, it is natural that the entire cave will collapse. Finally, Haitang, who realized the crisis of the situation, gritted her teeth and said to Lindy's beside her,
Let's get out from the crack that was blown open before. Yes.
Lindy's also nodded, and then helped to lift Catherine up. On the other side, Haitang helped lift Catherine's brother Eric. This is the most appropriate distribution method that Haitang can think of. After all, both Catherine and Eric are unable to move. But Catherine is relatively lighter, and almost all of the armor on her body has been destroyed, losing its original weight. In this case, even Lindy's, who is less powerful, can help to move forward. Relatively speaking, Catherine's brother Eric was heavier, so only Haitang could hold him up. Of course, in this case, it is impossible to take Eric's heavy sledgehammer away. Even if it is a high-end equipment made from the materials of the ancient dragon, Kylan, you still have to give up when it's time to give up. In this way, Haitang and Lindy's helped Eric and Catherine respectively towards the crack that was previously blown up by the barrel bomb G. However, faced with the constantly shaking ground and the gravel that kept falling from above, the movement speed of the four of them is really too fast. And the Tyrannosaurus also saw this. For this extremely angry Tyrannosaurus, all humans in this cave are its enemies. So of course Tyrannosaurus would not want to see any human beings escape from here. So when he saw Haitang and Lindy's when Eric and Catherine were helping Eric and Catherine to leave, the Tyrannosaurus immediately changed the direction of its attack and rushed towards Haitang and others.
Beast, don't even think about it. Your opponent is me. Meow!
Of course Wenlong would not allow such a thing to happen. He shouted loudly and activated
Mysterious Truth across the 4 seas.
This is already the third time that Wenlong has activated Mysteries since he came to the volcano. For Wenlong, he has already reached and exceeded the limit of his body. Moreover, Wenlong had previously activated the
Elu Cat's Last Stand
skill, which is a desperate fight. During the activation of this skill, the damage suffered by Wenlong cannot be simply treated with potions such as the recovery potion G, Recover. Once injured, it is very likely to be left with lifelong disability or even death. But Wenlong still rushed towards Tyrannosaurus without hesitation. Even if he didn't know when, Wenlong's own body would collapse due to the overload. With all his abilities fully activated, Wenlong quickly approached Balong. At this time, Balong also realized that Wenlong was approaching him. So he could only turn around and deal with Wenlong's attack first. Because Tyrannosaurus already knows that the Elu Cat in front of him is definitely not an ordinary thing, and he must deal with it with all his strength. However, Wenlong's speed still had the advantage. When he approached Tyrannosaurus, Wenlong suddenly disappeared in front of Tyrannosaurus. Then when Wenlong appeared again, he appeared in the abdomen of Tyrannosaurus, and aimed his attack at the gaping wound on Tyrannosaurus's abdomen.
Crack! Crack!
The sword flashed, and more blood poured out from Tyrannosaurus's wound. But Tyrannosaurus responded immediately, pressing his entire body downward in an instant, preparing to crush Wenlong. However, Wenlong's figure disappeared again. This time, Wenlong appeared on the side of Tyrannosaurus. There were countless shining sword lights again. This time Wenlong chose to attack Tyrannosaurus's left hind leg. After several sword lights, several muscles on Tyrannosaurus's left hind leg were also shaved off by Wenlong, which caused Tyrannosaurus's mobility to drop by more than half in an instant.
Humph. Both the right and left hind legs have been severely injured. Let's see who else you can catch up with. Meow!
After successfully succeeding, Wenlong breathed a sigh of relief, because Wenlong believed that such a tyrant no longer posed a threat to Catherine and Haitang. However, Wenlong also ignored the gesture made by Tyrannosaurus at this time. When Wenlong violently attacked Tyrannosaurus's left hind leg, Tyrannosaurus raised his upper body high, and then pounced downwards.
Boom!
Tyrannosaurus's body pressed down with all its strength. And at the same time, Tyrannosaurus's 2 powerful front paws also slapped the ground violently. Chapter 523 Death Match. In an instant, Wenlong felt the ground shaking, as if he was at the center of the strongest earthquake in history. And Wenlong almost fell to the ground. Then Wenlong saw that the ground that had already collapsed in many places was completely cracked.
Does this guy want to take advantage of the moment when the mountain structure collapses to destroy the ground as well? Meow?
Wenlong immediately understood the intention of Tyrannosaurus. Looking at the ground again, several cracks began to spread from the place where Tyrannosaurus slapped violently.
Kaka kaka!
As a large amount of volcanic rocks collapsed, the cracks became larger and larger, and what overflowed from the cracks was undoubtedly hot magma.
No! If this continues, it will trigger a new round of volcanic eruptions. Are you thinking that you can't catch up anyway? So you want to bury us all here by triggering a volcanic eruption? Meow!
Seeing the surrounding people, the environment was deteriorating rapidly.
And Wenlong was also worried. He knew that the time had reached an extremely critical moment. If Tyrannosaurus was not stopped, even Catherine and Hai Tang might not be able to escape from this area. Faced with this situation, Wenlong didn't care about the shaking ground and the continuously erupting magma. He raised his double swords again and jumped high. At this time, the ground under Wenlong's feet was no longer a whole piece, but had long been broken into several pieces of different sizes, and the cracks between these rocks were filled with a large amount of magma pouring out from the ground. So these fragmented rocks look like ice floes floating in the Arctic Ocean. The only difference is that what holds these massive rocks here is not cold seawater, but magma with a temperature of over 1,000 degrees Celsius. As a result, Wenlong could only move on several cracked rocks by constantly jumping. Fortunately, these rocks had just broken apart, and the distance between the rocks was not too far. The magma is not too wide, so Wenlong can jump from one rock to another to get close to the Tyrannosaurus that is constantly shaking the ground. Finally, after jumping over several large rocks floating on the magma, Wenlong once again approached Tyrannosaurus. Ah! Wenlong roared angrily and jumped high again. This time Wenlong's target was Tyrannosaurus's back. However, just as Wenlong jumped up, he felt that the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open again, and then a stream of hot magma spewed out with a boom, forming a gushing curtain wall that blocked Wenlong and between Tyrannosaurus. Asshole! Meow! Seeing this situation, Wenlong, who was already in the air, didn't want to dodge. He could only protect his body with his hands, then curled up his body to minimize the exposed body area, and rushed over. Bang! Under the impact of Wenlong, a ruptured hole appeared in the golden magma curtain wall, and then the hole suddenly opened again. I saw that Wenlong broke through the magma curtain wall at a very fast speed, like a bullet. However, even so, Wenlong still suffered a lot of burns, especially the arms that protected the body, which were the most seriously injured. If it weren't for the protection of the Tyrannosaurus armor, Wenlong's hands would have been disabled by now. However, Wenlong still managed to land on the back of Tyrannosaurus as he wished, and flexibly turned his body to avoid the sharp spines on Tyrannosaurus' back. However, Tyrannosaurus certainly would not let Wenlong jump on his back, and immediately shook his body violently, trying to throw Wenlong off his back. Want to throw me off? It's not that easy. Meow! Crack! Of course, Wenlong did not hesitate to stab one of the two knives in his hand into Tyrannosaurus's back to fix his body. Then, after advancing a little distance, he stabbed in with the other knife in his hand. In this way, Wenlong fixed the back of Tyrannosaurus with two knives alternating with each other, while avoiding the sharp spines on Tyrannosaurus' back. Wenlong moved forward, and soon moved from the back of Tyrannosaurus to the neck of Tyrannosaurus. Standing on the neck of Tyrannosaurus means that Wenlong can finally directly attack Tyrannosaurus' weak point, its head. However, in order to maintain the stability of the body, Wenlong still had to insert one of the two swords into the tyrant dragon's neck to fix his body, and at the same time, he used the other of the two swords to aim at the tyrant dragon in front of him. The dragon's head was stabbed violently. For Wenlong at this time, there were no moves at all. He just kept waving the double swords in his hands with maximum strength. All Wenlong thought about was to take this opportunity to strike as many blows on Tyrannosaurus' head as possible. Stab more times to cause greater damage to the Tyrannosaurus. This is easy. It was the sound made by the dark red dragon attribute power that was constantly eroding the body of Tyrannosaurus. Even with several knives, Wenlong stabbed Tyrannosaurus in the eyes. In an instant, Tyrannosaurus also lost it. Ouch! Ouch! The severe pain made the Tyrannosaurus roar crazily. After realizing that no matter how much twisting of the body, the hateful Elu cat could not be shaken off, the Tyrannosaurus chose to hit the ground violently again, trying to dive into the magma underground again with the whole body. Asshole! Do you want to drag me into the magma before you die? Whether I die first or you die first. It depends on which one is more powerful. Meow! Of course Wenlong knew what it meant once Tyrannosaurus dived into the magma. But at this time Wenlong had no choice. Almost everything around Tyrannosaurus has become a sea of magma. The few rocks that can still stand have followed the flowing magma to a place far away from Wenlong. Even with Wenlong's jumping ability, it is impossible. Jump over. Therefore, even if Wenlong jumped off Tyrannosaurus again at this time, he would have no final place to stay. Therefore, Wenlong could only continue to stab the Tyrannosaurus on the head crazily, in order to completely kill the monster before the Tyrannosaurus's body sank completely. At the moment when Wenlong and Tyrannosaurus were fighting fiercely,
Haitang and Lindy supported Eric and Catherine and finally walked to the blasted gap against the collapsing rocks and the continuously gushing magma. There, the surface of the magma that first flowed from the gap has cooled a lot, and even formed a layer of extremely dark red-black volcanic rock on the surface.
Wait a minute. This layer of volcanic rock seems to have not completely cooled down, and it may not be hard enough. If we walk up like this, our bodies may sink in.
Seeing the dark red volcanic rock, Lindy said quickly.
What should we do?
Haitang asked.
There is only one way, and that is to take out all the cold drinks. This should have some effect,
Lindy said. Chapter 524, Life or Death Unknown. So Haitang and Lindy's took out all the remaining cold drinks from their pockets with their free hands, and then smashed the cold drinks on the ground. In an instant, the cold liquid came into contact with the dark red ground. It turned into a lot of steam. Lindy's knows that the ingredients of these cold drinks contain a lot of ice crystals that have a lot of cold air. It is precisely because of the existence of these ice crystals that people can keep their bodies healthy even in hot volcanoes and desert areas after drinking cold drinks. Stays cool for quite a long time. Therefore, Lindy's believes that these cold drinks can also cool down the ground that has not yet completely solidified, making it accelerate solidification. In fact, Lindy's approach did achieve good results. Although it was only a short distance away, when the water vapor dissipated, the originally dark red ground had completely turned into a darker black ground. Lindy's knew that even under this layer of cooled volcanic rock, there was still magma flowing. But at this time, the ground was already walkable.
Okay, Sister Haitang, let's go quickly. As long as we leave from here, we will be much safer.
Seeing that the ground had become solid, Lindy's immediately helped Catherine move forward again. After all, as long as you leave this gap, it means you are outside the volcano, and the environment outside the volcano is much better than the inside.
Wait a minute, Mr. Cat.
At this time, Haitang hesitated.
What?
After hearing what Haitang said, Lindy's also looked towards Wenlong. What she saw was Wenlong lying on the neck of Tyrannosaurus and constantly stabbing Tyrannosaurus in the head with a short knife in his hand. Want to completely kill Tyrannosaurus. And the huge monster kept pulling open the rocks on the ground, trying to sink its huge body into the magma again.
Mr. Wenlong.
Lindy's was also surprised and speechless, because Lindy's also realized that there was no place to stand around Wenlong at this moment. Only the rolling magma was left. In other words, even if Wenlong kills Tyrannosaurus, he has no way to escape.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
At this time, the ground shook more violently, and more rocks fell from the top of the cave, several of which were even about to hit Lindy's and Haitang's heads.
No! That's it! Sister Catherine, we have to leave quickly or else we will too,
Lindy said hurriedly.
But Mr. Cat, don't worry. Don't forget what Mr. Wenlong said. If Mr. Wenlong says he can do it, he can do it. Mr. Wenlong hasn't deceived us for such a long time,
Lindy said again. Seeing Haitang, she was still a little hesitant. This time, Lindy simply grabbed Haitang, and then jumped down with Haitang from the gap caused by the explosion. There was a steep slope going down from the gap. Lindy's, Haitang, and Catherine and Eric, who were in a coma due to severe injuries, almost rolled down the slope until they reached a relatively gentle area. The four of them finally stopped. At this moment, another violent collapse sound came from behind the four people. Looking back, what Haitang and Lindy saw was that the gap they had escaped from before had been completely destroyed by the collapse, blocked by falling rocks.
Mr. Cat.
Haitang's eyes were filled with tears.
Sister Haitang, Mr. Wenlong will be fine. However, even the entrance to the cave has been blocked, and there is only lava left around Mr. Cat. Haitang really can't think of any other way for Mr. Cat to escape. Didn't Mr. Wenlong create many miracles before? I believe he will definitely create another miracle this time. And just because we can't think of it, it doesn't mean that Mr. Wenlong can't think of it.
Lindy's comforted. Yeah, Haitang also nodded. But tears still kept flowing from Haitang's eyes. It can be said that Haitang has never been so sad, even when her mother left when she was a child. Haitang was not like this. Haitang has always believed that she is a strong child. But this time, Haitang could no longer hold back her tears. However, at this time, the entire volcano was still shaking violently, and gravel still fell from time to time on the top of the mountain. Therefore, Haitang and Lindy's could only help Eric and Catherine to a relatively safe place, and this was considered a stop. Down. However, Wenlong was still not seen in the process. In the depths of the volcano, Hai Tang and Lindy still didn't know what the battle between Wenlong and Tyrannosaurus was about. All that's left is to wait. Wait for this violent collapse to pass. And then find the result. After some time, Catherine and Eric also woke up one after another. But no one saw Wenlong.
"Where's Mr. Cat?"
was the first thing Catherine said when she woke up. After hearing Lindy's explanation, Catherine couldn't help but stand up and wanted to go back to the depths of the volcano to look for traces of Wenlong. However, Lindy still succeeded in stopping Catherine. This was not because Catherine followed Lindy's advice, but because Catherine almost fell to the ground again after taking only half a step. Fortunately, Lindy supported Catherine. Catherine was too weak at this time.
"Sister Catherine, don't force yourself until your injury is healed,"
Lindy said quickly.
"Yes, sister."
Eric, who had just woken up at the same time, also persuaded him.
"That Elu Cat is really powerful and should be fine. It's all my fault,"
Catherine said, blaming herself.
"If it wasn't for saving me, Mr. Cat wouldn't be like this."
"That's not your problem alone.
All of us here were saved by Mr. Wenlong, so we all have responsibilities,"
Lindy's also said with emotion.
"Sister, don't blame yourself. Blame me. If I hadn't insisted on hunting alone at the beginning and we all went together, maybe things wouldn't have ended up like this."
As a proud legendary hunter, Eli also felt his own powerlessness for the first time. Although Eric was not familiar with Wenlong, Eric did not want to see his sister sad from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, a strong sense of guilt also emerged from Eric's heart. However, like Catherine, Eric was almost unable to move now, and even speaking a word required all his strength. Still, we could only wait. Finally, gradually, the collapse of the mountain began to subside. Chapter 525, The Original Promise.
"Hoo ho ho! It's really dangerous. If you go slower, I will sink into the magma with you. Meow."
At this time, Wenlong was hanging in the air, and then looked down with lingering fear. All that's left below is the rising golden magma and a few exposed spikes. Tyrannosaurus's body had completely sunk into the magma. But before that, this powerful giant beast finally lost its life and fell completely. It can be said that Wenlong won the final battle. At the last moment, Wenlong finally ended the life of Tyrannosaurus. However, the earthquakes and magma eruptions caused by Tyrannosaurus did not subside immediately. Therefore, after Tyrannosaurus died, the surrounding magma was still rising, and it was necessary to destroy Tyrannosaurus. The body is completely submerged. At that time, Wenlong looked around from the back of Tyrannosaurus. The place where he was surrounded by rolling magma, and the nearest rock on which a person could stand was far beyond the distance Wenlong could jump. However, Wenlong still did not give up. At this last moment, Wenlong opened his backpack again, and then took out the
haunting spider silk
that he had prepared before. These processed
hunter spider silks
have had their unique venom removed, so there will be no problem even if they are held normally without armor protection. In addition, the spider silk itself has the toughness is very outstanding, and the weight is very light, so it has become one of Wenlong's commonly used props in his backpack. It can be said that
the spider silk
can have a good effect whether it is used to tie something or used as a pulling rope to lift something, including the same kind of spider silk that Wenlong used before when he asked Robin to tie up Rin. So ordinary people have no way to break free. And now Wenlong is once again grateful that he has such an important thing with him. Wenlong quickly tied the
hunting spider silk
to the hilts of his two swords, and then threw them upwards with all his strength. After a crack sound, Wenlong's two swords pierced the cave top and nailed it firmly. Then Wenlong used the
haunting spider silk
as a rope and quickly climbed up, barely getting out of danger before the Tyrannosaurus sank into the magma. However, Wenlong also knew that even if it was like this now, it wouldn't last long. If he wanted to be completely out of danger, he had to leave here quickly. Looking down, because there is still magma gushing out. The magma in the entire cave is still rising, and it is only a matter of time before it approaches Wenlong's location. And although Wenlong used the
hunter spider silk
to hang on the top of the cave, if the entire top of the cave collapsed, Wenlong might still fall into the magma. So Wenlong could only climb to the top of the rope, and then use his digging ability as an Illuma to continue digging along the top of the cave, until he dug through the volcanic rock layer above the cave, and finally reached the outside of the volcano.
It's a pity that Tyrannosaurus's body sank like this. However, we can wait until the volcano enters the dormant period and the magma in the cave has cooled before digging back. although it will take some effort.
But as long as you have money, this kind of it should still be possible. And for this top-notch monster material, it's worth spending a little more effort. Meow.
After Wenlong took one last look at the magma below, he finally left the cave along the tunnel he dug, and then continued digging bit by bit. After all, the hard volcanic rock in volcanic areas is more difficult to dig than ordinary rocks. It is naturally not easy for Wenlong to dig through such rock formations with just his claws. Therefore, during the excavation process, Wenlong also used his claws and double knives. He used the sharper and stronger double knives to cut the rock, and then used his claws to push the rock away. This ensured his speed. But even so, it is not easy to dig through the entire mountain. So when Wenlong finally broke out of the ground and breathed the fresh air outside, it was already more than 10 hours later.
It's finally out. Meow.
Just after emerging from the ground, Wenlong found himself back on the top of the volcano. Looking into the distance, Wenlong found that the horizon was already a little white. It was obvious that it was the morning of a new day. I don't know if it was because Tyrannosaurus was dead, but the volcanic activity finally stopped at this time. The thick smoke that had been rising from the crater had disappeared, and several lines of water flowed out of the volcanic cracks. The long river of lava also gradually cooled down and turned into a lower temperature dark red.
It took so long to dig out all the way, but the Tyrannosaurus is dead, and the volcano has finally calmed down. The monsters around the volcano will not migrate to other areas because of the appearance of the Tyrannosaurus. And naturally it will not affect other areas. But more importantly, I finally helped that stupid woman find her brother. I have fulfilled my promise. Right? As for where the stupid woman will go in the future, forget it. That's none of my business. Meow.
Looking at the dawn that has arrived, Wenlong also thought with some relief. At this time, an irresistible feeling of fatigue finally hit Wenlong, causing the exhausted Wenlong to simply lie on the ground.
Ah, it's so comfortable. I really want to have a good sleep. Although the floor is a bit hard. Mr. Cat.
Just when Wenlong was about to sleep and rest, he suddenly heard a familiar voice again.
Mr. Cat. Mr. Cat.
Wenlong clearly felt that the sound was coming from far away and that it should be coming towards this direction.
Humph. That stupid woman seems to have regained her vitality. Sure enough, the guy with a weak brain is recovering faster than others because the nutrients have gone to other parts of the body.
Although he heard the voice, he was already tired. Wenlong, who didn't want to move at all, had no intention of standing up and responding. Instead, he closed his eyes with peace of mind.
It's good that everyone is okay. I can finally have a good night's sleep.
When Catherine and others found Wenlong, Wenlong was lying on a rock and snoring. The excited Catherine didn't care about the injuries that had not yet healed, and immediately ran over and hugged Wenlong.
That's great. It's great that you're okay. Mr. Cat. It hurts? It hurts? Uncle, I'm still injured. I can't let you sleep well. Meow. Great. Mr. Cat. You are still so energetic.
Catherine said happily. Chapter 526 Decision. After that, Wenlong and others finally left the volcano. On the way down the mountain, Catherine carried Wenlong all the way. Although Lindy's and Haitang also said that Catherine's body had not fully recovered and they could carry him, Catherine still insisted that Mr. Cat should be carried by herself. Moreover, Catherine also said that carrying Mr. Cat on her back would not only not make her feel tired, but would actually make her more energetic. In this regard, Catherine's brother Eric could only express envy and hatred. After going down the mountain, Wenlong and others met Robin, but they did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, they camped on the spot near the hot air balloon and took a short rest for 2 days. This was because of the concern for Catherine and Eric. My body has been seriously injured and has not fully recovered yet. I am afraid that I will feel uncomfortable if I travel long distances.
During these 2 days, Lindy's did not forget to continue collecting rock specimens from the volcanic area, and her professionalism was truly admirable. 2 days later, everyone's injuries were basically no longer serious. So they boarded a hot air balloon and embarked on a journey back to Jian Village. It was not until a week later that Wenlong and others returned to Jian Village.
It's great. I'm finally back in Jian Village. After a big battle and a long journey, I feel sore all over my body, too.
Robin couldn't help but say the moment he stepped off the hot air balloon.
Obviously when we were fighting, you were only responsible for taking care of the hot air balloon. Where did the paint all over your body come from?
Hearing what Robin said, Haitang couldn't help but complain.
When you were fighting, I worked very hard. You must know that there were also some small monsters causing trouble near the hot air balloon. It was thanks to my heroic fighting that I was able to repel them in the end. Meow,
Robin defended.
Okay,
Lindy said.
it should be said that it's great to finally be able to come back safely. Now we should go take a bath in a comfortable hot spring right away. This way the fatigue in the whole body will be eliminated. I also agree with Sister Lindy's proposal.
Catherine naturally agreed with both hands.
Huh. Indeed. Taking a hot spring bath would be a good choice now.
Wenlong said the same way. So, after getting off the hot air balloon, Wenlong and others didn't even book a hotel, but walked straight towards the hot spring bath at the Hunter Guild Hall in Jian Village. But at the entrance of the hot spring bath, Catherine's brother Eric watched with wide eyes and surprise as Wenlong followed Catherine, Haitang and Lindy's into the women's hot spring bath, with a look of envy and reluctance on his face. In this way, Wenlong and his party first took a comfortable bath in the hot spring, then returned to the restaurant to enjoy the special delicacies of Jian Village. Finally, they found the best hotel in Jian Village and laid down on the softest big bed to sleep beautifully. Had a nap. When I woke up the next day, everyone felt energetic again.
Sure enough, the hot springs in Jian Village are very effective. This effect is not comparable to that of ordinary recovery medicine G.
Lindy sighed when she got up in the morning.
Yes, you can only fully appreciate the effect of this hot spring if you are seriously injured.
Haitang also said.
Even if the simple recovery medicine G can heal the wound, it cannot fully restore the body's fatigue. The hot springs in Jian Village are really good, but the villagers don't seem to be very friendly to us black cats. Meow.
Robin complained a little.
Originally, I wanted to strike up a conversation with some beautiful female villagers, but when I saw Meow, all those villagers are hiding away. Meow. Of course. Who told you that the reputation of the Black Cat clan is so bad? Even if it is a prank, stealing is always bad.
Hearing Robin's complaint, Lindy's also laughed.
Wait, where are Mr. Cat and Sister Catherine?
At this time, Haitang asked a little strangely.
Aren't you in the room?
Lindy's opened the door and looked at the room where Wenlong and Catherine were. Sure enough, she found that neither of them were there. Judging from the appearance in the room, they seemed to have gotten up and left early.
In that case, the man named Eric is no longer here,
Robin added without forgetting. At this time, in a secluded place in the back hill of Jian Village, Wenlong, Catherine and Eric were standing there discussing something.
Brother, please join us from now on so that we, brother and sister, can travel together,
Catherine said to Eric.
That's not possible,
Eric said.
You know I'm allergic to cat hair. Being squeezed into the basket of a hot air balloon these days is my limit. If we have to travel together, I'm afraid I can't do it.
But sister, with your current strength, if you form a team with me, we, brother and sister, will definitely become the strongest hunter team. Although I am very reluctant to let go of my brother,
Catherine said in a low voice.
I still want to be with Mr. Cat more. That's it.
After hearing Catherine's answer, Eric said again,
I remember you liked Elu cats when you were a child. But because I am allergic to cat hair, I have never had an Elu cat. Now that I think about it, as a brother, I really feel sorry for you. I'm sorry or something. It's nothing like that. Brother,
Catherine said quickly.
No, it's true that I'm too selfish. Although I say I've always protected you. My brother can't satisfy my sister's favorite things. This is really something I did wrong. But there's nothing I can do about it. You know, I love cats. Allergies to hair are very serious, and I have really been used to traveling alone over the years. So, I know brother. Hey, are you two finished? Meow.
At this time, Wenlong, who was watching from the side, finally said impatiently,
I was not called here just to listen to the pretentiousness of you two brothers and sisters. Meow. Ah, I'm sorry. Mr. Cat.
Catherine apologized quickly.
Humph. You Elu Cat is really arrogant.
Eric frowned unhappily.
But since you saved me this time, I won't care about it. But you must remember to treat Catherine well in the future.
Huh?
Aren't you her brother? Why don't you take her away? Meow?
Wenlong asked.
Oh, I can't help it.
Eric sighed, and then said,
Now my sister can't live without you. Although I, as a brother, am a little unconvinced. I can only admit this.
Chapter 527 The Mysterious Gift. Eric walked to Wenlong's side and held Wenlong's claw.
Well, don't you have it?
Wenlong was about to say something, but found that the other party had taken out a dark object from his backpack and handed it to him.
I found this thing in the volcano. It seems to be a few years old. After my preliminary identification, it should be something left over from the ancient kingdom period. And judging from the shape, it seems to be a pair of rusted pears. There's no use holding a knife like this, so I'll just give it to you. Think of it as my thank you gift. Although I also know that this little thing may not be enough. Dual swords? Meow.
Wenlong curiously took the inconspicuous black rust block, and then observed it carefully for a while. Sure enough, he found that the rust block that seemed to have some thoughts did have the shadow of two swords.
It really looks like a pair of swords. Although the exact details need to be identified by an old blacksmith before we can draw a conclusion. It seems to be almost the same now. And if it is a relic of the ancient kingdom, I am afraid it will be it might be a powerful weapon. Meow.
After preliminary confirmation, Wenlong also thought happily in his heart. However, Wenlong's joy did not last long. Because soon, Wenlong discovered a problem. That is, the pair of rusty swords were obviously made according to the human body. I'm afraid it's not suitable for use.
Don't worry about it for now. We'll find a blacksmith to restore it when the time comes. And even if you don't use this thing yourself, it's a pretty good choice to sell it as an ancient relic.
Naya. After thinking about it for a while, Wenlong unceremoniously put the dark-looking piece of rust into his backpack. But at this moment, Wenlong noticed that it had indeed appeared on Eric's wrist. Many red spots.
Is this urticaria? You really didn't lie to me. It's really cat hair allergy.
Wenlong thought to himself. At this time, Catherine also discovered the abnormality on Eric's wrist and said quickly,
Brother, aren't you allergic to cat hair? Just let me help you with this matter and leave it to Mr. Cat. Because it would be too rude.
Eric said.
After all, this is the thank you gift I want to give to our Savior. It would be very disrespectful to entrust someone else to hand it over when the benefactor is right in front of us.
And I can still tolerate this level of hives.
Although Eric said so, Wenlong still noticed that the hives really spread all the way up Eric's arms, and soon reached Eric's neck. From this situation, it's clear that the effects of this allergy are definitely not as lighthearted as Eric made them out to be.
I really like guys who show off their strength. It just happened to be like this after touching my hand. No wonder you kept a distance from me before.
At this time, Wenlong also thought with some surprise in his heart. When Eric saw that Wenlong had accepted his things, he seemed to have settled something on his mind, and he obviously relaxed.
Then, my sister will be entrusted to you from now on, and I will also go to the Hunters Guild to announce and report on the Tyrannosaurus incident. So let's part ways,
Eric said to Wenlong again.
Huh? You're leaving now. Meow? Yes.
Eric nodded and said,
I have already discussed it with Catherine. Although I will still hunt alone in the future, I will report my itinerary to the Hunter Guild regularly. In this case, you want to contact me. It will be much more convenient. If one day my sister is lonely, she won't be able to find me if she wants to see me.
Brother, obviously. Catherine was still reluctant to hear that Eric was leaving.
Dear sister, this time it's all my fault. I thought it was enough for you to live a comfortable life in our mountain hut. I thought that was the best way to protect you. But I didn't expect that you and I am really happy to leave the cabin I built for you alone and to grow to a point that makes me feel proud in such a short period of time. It's all thanks to Mr. Cat,
Catherine said with a bit of choke when she knew they were about to say goodbye.
Well, you're right. Compared to me, who only wraps you in eggs, unless to protect you, Mr. Wenlong does a much better job than me.
With that, Eric turned to Wenlong again.
If you need my help in the future, just ask and I will try my best to meet your request. Okay, if that happens, I won't be polite. Naya!
After all, the other party is a legendary hunter and a well-respected strongman in the entire continent. Of course, Wenlong will not refuse if he can get a promise from such a person. At this time, the sky suddenly darkened. Wenlong looked up and found a huge hot air balloon floating in the sky. The hot air balloon was slowly lowering its height, and it was obvious that it was about to land.
Okay, the regular hot air balloon from the Hunter Guild of Yuyun Village directly to East Daruma is here. I have to go.
After seeing the hot air balloon coming, Eric said with some reluctance.
The hot air balloon that goes directly to East Daruma. Sure enough, the treatment of legendary hunters is different. Naya.
Wenlong also said with some envy when he saw that the hot air balloon went directly from the Hunter Guild of Yuyun Village to the Hunter Guild headquarters.
Ha ha. It's not actually a salary issue,
Eric said with a smile.
After all, there is also a Hunter Guild stronghold in Jiayan Village. Of course, our guild headquarters in East Daruma will also have regular contact information with Jiayan Village. Otherwise, there will always be you can't just ignore it just because it's too far away. Right. It's just that because the distance is too far and the round trip time is too long. It takes a long time for such a hot air balloon to arrive. So it's usually difficult to encounter it. And what I call the privilege is only that you can take the bus first in an emergency, and you don't need to pay transportation fees. So that's it. Next time, I have to get a regular schedule for the guild's hot air balloon from the guild old man. After all, it's always good to have more options when traveling in case my hot air balloon gets pregnant again. But you can't expect someone to help you make a new one every time. Right.
After hearing Eric's explanation, Wenlong also considered it in his heart. At this time, the hot air balloon slowly descended from the sky, and Wenlong saw several young hunters wearing higher-level suits from it. And these people were all greeting Eric warmly. Chapter 528: The Difficult Funding Problem.
Senior Eric, the Great Elder wants us to pick you up.
Several young hunters shouted on the hot air balloon.
Okay, I'll come.
After Eric answered, he said to Wenlong and Catherine,
No more words. The regular hot air balloon to East Daruma will leave soon. And I can't let people wait. It's been too long. So goodbye.
After saying that, Eric walked slowly towards the hot air balloon. After getting on the hot air balloon began to rise slowly. And Eric turned back and continued to wave goodbye to Catherine.
Come on, my dear sister. You will definitely surpass me in the future. Brother, take care of yourself too.
Catherine also waved goodbye with tears in her eyes until the hot air balloon was no longer visible. After bidding farewell to Eric, Wenlong and Catherine returned to the hotel. When they returned, they found that Hai Tang and others were looking for them.
Ah, Mr. Cat and Sister Catherine, where have you been?
As soon as she saw Wenlong and Catherine, Hai Tang ran over.
Nothing. Just saying goodbye to the guy named Eric.
Naya.
Has Catherine's brother left already?
Lindy's also said curiously.
Yeah, brother. He was in a hurry to catch the regular hot air balloon ride to East Daruma. So he left first and didn't have time to say goodbye to everyone. But brother, he asked me to bring some things over, just as a thank you gift.
After speaking, Catherine opened a package. After opening it, everyone found that it was filled with sparkling crystals.
Is this a light crystal?
Hai Tang remembered that she had heard from Rin before that Eric liked to give away light crystals.
No. You see, the light emitted by these crystals is brighter than ordinary light crystals. Judging from the structure, it is also more crystal clear, and no impurities can be seen. Therefore, this is not an ordinary light crystal, but a brighter light crystal. Light crystal is much more valuable than pure crystal. Meow.
Wenlong picked up a piece of crystal and looked at it before saying,
I see. It seems like it's really valuable.
Hearing Wenlong's explanation, Hai Tang suddenly realized.
It's okay. These things can be used as materials for forging certain equipment. Of course, there are also some rich people who like to buy them back and make them into gorgeous decorations to show off. Anyway, it's pretty good.
So Catherine took out some of the pure crystals and gave them to Hai Tang, Lindy's and Robin, and gave the rest to Wenlong. After that, Wenlong and others rested in Jiayan village for a few days. During these few days, Wenlong went to the Black Cat clan stronghold in the Shichi Kingdom area and took out part of the funds, and this time as a reward. Shichi State invited those black cats to help dig out the Tyrannosaurus corpse that had been buried in the volcano. And it is promised that there will be more rewards as rewards after digging it out. With the generous rewards and the full persuasion of Robin, the leader of the Black Cat clan of Shichi country. Although the task was very arduous, most of the Black Cat clan accepted Wenlong's gold coins and Mutian polygonum, and said willing to cooperate. Simultaneously with the excavation work in the volcanic area, the construction of the Yuyun Hot Spring project in the Alufa Snow Mountain area is underway. Reina was responsible for the project to build hot springs in the Alufa Snow Mountain area. He also summoned almost all the black cats and part of the white cats in the West Shirit area as the main construction team, and led Jiayan Village Hot Spring. The owner of the bathhouse provides technical support as a special consultant to create a new hot spring bathhouse with Yugimo's characteristic style in the Alufa Snow Mountain area. In order to pay the wages of these hard-working Elu cats, Wenlong even issued orders to Big Hui and Xiao Hui as far away as the West Maluan Mountains through emails between the Zikiglo region and the Zishirid region. They are required to sell the ores and various medicinal herbs they have hoarded in exchange for gold coins as soon as possible. And at the same time, they must also vigorously plant the Elu Cat's favorite mulberry tree to meet the needs of Elu Cats. But even so, Wenlong still felt that the expense this time was too much. After all, two huge super projects are to be carried out at the same time. One is to dig up the volcano. Although after Wenlong and others left, the Naksiki volcano finally entered a dormant period, and the originally hot magma gradually cooled down. But it is not easy to dig out a huge monster like Tyrannosaurus from the hard mountain made of volcanic rock. Even if almost all the black cat tribes in Shichi country have invested in this project, it will not be completed in a short time. In order to allow these black cat tribes to work hard, Wenlong's remuneration payments are also increasing. Many. In addition, the same is true for the hot spring development work in Alufa Snow Mountain. The so-called hot spring development is not just about developing a hot spring. Wenlong also needs to build various facilities supporting the hot spring. This includes the hotels where travelers stay, the restaurants where they can enjoy the special delicacies of Jian Village, and of course the cost of hiring hotel and restaurant waiters and chefs who can make these delicacies. And these all require large sums of funds. Therefore, even Wenlong, who had never worried about money for a long time, gradually felt a little powerless at this moment.
If this keeps up the hot spring development and volcano excavation, my treasury will be empty before the completion of the hot spring development and volcano excavation. I have to find a way. Meow.
On this day, Wenlong was soaking in the hot springs in Jian Village as usual, thinking about countermeasures to deal with the shortage of funds.
How about stopping one of these two projects first? For example, the excavation of Tyrannosaurus's body? Wait until the hot spring bathhouse starts to make a profit, and then use the profit funds to continue. But time waits for no one. Since the Bane Dragon incident, Tyrannosaurus the dragon has also appeared, and there may be some monsters coming out. And now that the stupid woman's weapons are broken, she is waiting to make a new weapon. If the ancient dragon grows out, there will be trouble without a new weapon. Meow. Should we excavate the body of Tyrannosaurus first? Then slow down the development of the hot spring bath? That's not possible. How could you let go of the opportunity to make a lot of money? Meow? So these two projects are very important. Neither one is willing to stop. But what about the money problem? What should we do? Oh, by the way, meow.
Suddenly, Wenlong was at a loss and thinking hard, and an idea flashed in his mind. The figure of a person.
It will be no problem if you ask her to help with the money problem. Stupid woman. Hurry up. Let's go back to my Bolton. Meow.
Wenlong immediately shouted loudly after the solution came to his mind. Chapter 529 The Legendary Hunter. The person Wenlong is looking for is the eldest lady of the
Basi Chamber of Commerce,
the largest chamber of commerce in the entire continent. Lily Base Helmion. As the next heir to the
Basi Chamber of Commerce,
the largest chamber of commerce in the mainland. Lily Base Helmion has been working as a hunter in the Hunter Guild. Because of this, he has some friendship with Wenlong and others. Wenlong believes that if he looks for her, he should be able to help him get through this financial crisis. So Wenlong took Catherine, Hai Tang and Robin together and boarded the hot air balloon again. This time the target was Major Boltan, who had been away for some time. It was a smooth sailing along the way. So Wenlong and others successfully arrived at Bolton in less than 2 days. The hot air balloon then landed in a flat area outside the city of Bolton, and Wenlong and his party walked to the city. Bolton, whom I haven't seen for a while, is still as prosperous as ever. Along the way, Wenlong saw merchants driving herbivorous dragons loaded with goods on the road. I couldn't help but sigh that compared to the beautiful Jian Village, big cities like Bolton are more lively and prosperous. In this way, Wenlong and others walked all the way to Major Bolton's gate, but were stopped there.
Please wait a moment. Everyone. A routine search.
The person who stopped Wenlong and others was a young soldier, because it was a face Wenlong had never seen before. It seemed that he had been transferred here not long ago.
What? Meow?
Wenlong glanced at the other party in surprise, and then asked,
Please show your identification. This is a routine inspection.
The young soldier said again.
Proof of identity.
Wenlong glanced at Catherine, and Catherine nodded and took out the 5-star hunter's badge from her pocket.
Ah, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect it to be a 5-star hunter.
As soon as the young hunter saw the badge in Catherine's hand, he immediately saluted Wenlong and others and made a letting go gesture.
It doesn't matter. This is also your responsibility. Meow.
Wenlong waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care, and asked curiously,
I remember that the inspections were not so strict before. Why have they become so strict recently? Meow. That's right,
the young soldier replied.
because recent intelligence shows that some members of the Poison Beak pretended to be hunters and sneaked into the city, waiting for opportunities to cause damage. So security inspections have also been strengthened. So that's it. Meow.
Wenlong nodded.
Then, I wish you all a good time in Midgebolton.
The young soldier saluted Wenlong and others again.
Well, thank you for your hard work.
Wenlong also greeted the other party politely, and then walked towards the city with Catherine and others. Along the way, Midgebolton was still the bustling seaport city before, but Wenlong also noticed that, as the soldier at the gate said, there were many more guards in the city than before. Moreover, he often conducts investigations on various suspicious persons, with a serious look on his face. However, Wenlong has no interest in these. After all, for Wenlong now, the most important thing is to get the money as soon as possible and turn around the already stretched funds. So as soon as Wenlong entered the city, he didn't bother to rest and took Catherine and others towards the direction of the Major Bolt Hunter Guild. After all, Lily was also an official hunter affiliated with the Major Bolt Hunter Guild. The best way to find her traces is to ask at the front desk of the Hunter Guild. But what made Wenlong feel a little strange was that along the way, Wenlong found that the people around him looked at him differently. Especially those old hunters, who had spent some time in Midgebolton, looked at me with awe and respect in their eyes. Some even stopped involuntarily when they saw Wenlong and others walking by. He stepped down and saluted Wenlong and others.
What's going on? I haven't been back for a while. And the spiritual civilization construction of the Major Bolt Hunter Guild has reached a new level? Everyone sees us and respects us as if they were seeing the president? Meow? Wenlong said a little strangely.
Yeah, it feels different.
Catherine also said,
Is it because the news about our hunting of Tyrannosaurus reached here?
Haitang guessed.
Well, it should be what Xiao Haitang said.
At this time, Lindy's also agreed.
During the time you were in Jiayan village, the news of hunting Tyrannosaurus should have reached Major Boltan. So now you have actually become legendary hunters. Is this a legendary hunter? Not to mention holding a commendation meeting. Why don't you even have a certificate? Meow?
Wenlong said.
The highest level of the Hunter Guild is a 5-star hunter. And a legendary hunter is actually the evaluation in the minds of most hunters. And it is a private evaluation.
Lindy's also explained.
But generally speaking, people will regard hunting as hunters of the ancient dragon species are called legendary hunters. And you have hunted Tyrannosaurus, which is no less dangerous than the ancient dragon species. Of course, you could also be called legendary hunters. TSK. I accidentally became a legend. It's really not interesting. Meow.
Wenlong spread his hands and said that the so-called legendary hunter is really not challenging. So Wenlong walked towards the hall of the Major Bolt Hunter Guild, enjoying the odd gazes of the people around him.
Welcome. How can I help you?
It was still a familiar voice. What Wenlong saw was Preeny standing at the guild counter and greeting him enthusiastically.
Oh, it turns out you are back. The new legendary hunter.
Purini's words suddenly attracted the attention of the people around her. And for a while almost all the eyes in the Hunter Guild hall were focused on Wenlong and others. Sure enough, just like before, most of these people looked at Wenlong and others with awe.
Legendary hunter or something.
At this time, being watched by so many people along the way made Catherine feel a little embarrassed. However, Wenlong and Haitang were much calmer in comparison. They walked up to Preeny and asked,
What's going on with the legendary hunter? Meow? Yo? Don't you yourselves know?
Preeny, who has always liked gossip, quickly explained enthusiastically.
Some time ago, we received a letter of commendation from Donnarumma, saying that he was a hunter registered by our Major Bolt and the team killed the Tyrannosaurus operating in the volcanic area of Shichi country. As soon as this news came out, our entire Midgebolton Hunter Guild suddenly exploded. After all, except for the
Dragon Nightmare 4,
where the original president was. With 4 members, our guild has not produced a legendary hunter for decades.
Chapter 530 Legendary Title. Sure enough, the story of hunting Tyrannosaurus has spread to Major Boltan?
Wenlong thought to himself.
But since the news came from Donnarumma, it should be the stupid woman's brother Eli. He reported it to the Hunter Guild headquarters. And then the news came here from the Hunter Guild headquarters. I have to say it really went in a big circle. Meow.
While Wenlong was thinking about it, Purini, who liked gossip, continued,
Since you just found out that you have been rated as a legendary hunter, you must not know your title yet. Right. Title?
Catherine asked curiously.
It's just a title. You see, those legendary hunters often have a special title. For example, the title of our president is Shan Lan. The title of Commander Shisaw of the Wongli hunting group is Dragon Eyes.
Don't you think it's very fashionable to add such a thing in front?
Prini continued.
Oh. What are our titles?
Catherine suddenly became interested and asked. In fact, not only Catherine, but also Wenlong, Haikang, and Tonqing Lindy's, and Robin also wanted to know the answer to this question.
Humph. First of all, Sister Catherine, your title is Silver Lion.
Prini announced proudly.
Silver Lion? Meow ha 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 ha.
As soon as he heard this title, Wenlong couldn't help laughing. The image of a golden lion also appeared in his mind.
It turned out to be a silver lion. Does it refer to a golden lion?
We are close relatives, but they are somewhat similar. They are both violent types who rely on brute force. Naya ha ha ha.
Well, Catherine was obviously not very satisfied with this title, and then asked,
Sister Prini, why is my title Silver Lion? Because you have beautiful silver hair, and you are as brave as a lion. That's it.
After hearing what Prini said, Catherine felt that she could accept this title.
Then it's Sister Haitong's. Your title is Hidden Killer.
Prini continued to announce. After Hidden Killer heard this title, Haitang repeated it to himself. But from Haitong's tone, he couldn't tell whether he was satisfied or dissatisfied.
Because according to the statistics of the guild, Sister Haitang, you can often eliminate your presence on the battlefield and snipe enemies from a distance without being noticed by the enemy. You are the least injured in almost every battle. So everyone decided I gave you this title. Well, hidden killing Haitang seems to be good.
Haitang continued to talk to himself.
Then it's Mr. Wenlong who will beat you in the end.
Prini said to Wenlong again.
I also have a title. Meow? Meow?
Wenlong didn't even react at first.
I don't even have a hunter badge. Meow. That has no effect.
Prini said.
Anyway, the so-called legendary hunters are also rated by the hunters themselves, and are not part of the guild's official hierarchy. So as long as you have strength, you will naturally be recognized. Now it seems that Mr. Wenlong's strength is gradually being recognized by others. Oh, then the one who is worthy of me must be a cool and awesome person. Meow. Well, Mr. Wenlong, your title is the God of Cuteness.
Prini announced.
Huh? Say it again? I didn't hear you clearly just now. God of Ming. God of Ming. God of Gods. My explanation should be very clear. Hey! Is this a mistake? God won't tell me. What's going on with the cuteness? Aren't I always powerful and domineering? Meow? There's no point in protesting to me. This is decided by all the female hunters in the guild.
Prini looked innocent on the surface, but in fact, she still had a mischievous smile on her lips.
Why is my title decided by the female hunter alone? Isn't it decided by all the hunters in the guild? Where are the male hunters in the guild? Meow? Since all the female hunters in the guild have made a unanimous decision, do you think those male hunters who are in the period of strong hormones will disagree?
Prini said disdainfully. For a moment. Wenlong was speechless.
Okay, Mr. Cat, I think this title is quite good.
At this time, Catherine said.
Because Mr. Cat, you are really cute. And the word
divine
in the title should mean that Mr. Cat has always been a source of trouble. Be like a god.
Yes.
That's right.
Haitang and Lindy's also agreed with this.
Okay. Forget it. Let's talk about business.
Wenlong helplessly held his forehead and said,
Mr. Wenlong, do you have anything else to do? I have something to ask Lily about. Do you know where she went? Meow? Lily? Oh, it's Lily Bath Hermine. Right. Remember? She should have gone on a mission. How about you guys wait here for a while? After all, when the mission is completed, she will definitely come here to deliver it. And the mission is very simple. I believe I will be back soon. She's on a mission.
Wenlong thought for a moment and then said,
Let's go find her. It's more urgent. Could you please tell me where she went and what mission she went on? Meow?
In fact, for Wenlong, there is no problem in waiting a little. It's just that Wenlong felt that there were too many people in the Hunters Guild Hall. It was a bit embarrassing to ask someone to borrow money in a place like this. and to borrow such a large sum of money if others knew about it. And for Lily, she didn't want too many people to know her identity as the future heir of the Basie Chamber of Commerce. So Wenlong decided to go to the Thunder Sand Sea to find Lily in person.
Well, okay. Please wait a moment.
After saying that, Preeny flipped through the hunter mission registration for the day and quickly found Lily's mission registration record.
Lily went to the Thundering Sand Sea with Elon to hunt for sand. Thunderbird went. It is said that He-Fei, who belongs to Wang Li's hunting group, went with him. With the strength of the three of them, hunting Thunderbird should be very easy. Well, it doesn't matter. Tell me the specific location and I'll go take a look. Meow. Okay. Here is the map. The mark on the map is the location where someone saw the Thunderbird. The place where Lily and the others hunted should be around here.
As she said that, Preeny took out the detailed record of the mission and unfolded it. Wenlong watched.
Thanks. Meow.
So Wenlong and others said goodbye to Preeny, and then went straight out of the city, preparing to go to the Thundering Sand Sea. Chapter 531 Haitong's Obsession. Compared with before, it was much easier for Wenlong to find Lily with the hot air balloon, go directly out of the city, then get on the hot air balloon and fly towards the Thundering Sand Sea. However, the wind near the Thundering Sand Sea has always been very strong, and it is not easy to fly in such a harsh environment. However, if you can be familiar with the direction of the airflow near the Thundering Sand Sea, you can turn disadvantages into advantages. It is also possible to make reasonable use of airflow to increase the flight speed of a hot air balloon. After all, apart from a small propeller that can provide thrust, this hot air balloon has no more active power equipment. Therefore, most of the time, if you want to reach your destination as quickly as possible, you need to make good use of the flow of air in the sky. Obviously, Lindy's has good experience in this area because she often travels in hot air balloons to various parts of the mainland for investigation, and she is quite comfortable in controlling hot air balloons.
Sister Lindy's, I didn't expect you to be so good at controlling a hot air balloon. I thought that a place with such strong thunderous sand and sea breeze would not be suitable for hot air balloon flying.
Catherine also said with admiration.
Humph! I don't just know how to read and do research.
Lindy's also said with a smile while adjusting the height of the hot air balloon.
Although the wind in the Thundering Sand Sea is indeed very strong, it doesn't mean that the airflow is the same at all altitudes. As long as we make reasonable use of these airflows, we can get twice the result with half the effort. Huh? Is that so? I didn't notice it before,
Catherine said doubtfully.
Ha. That's because, Sister Catherine, you have never paid attention to this kind of thing.
Lindy's continued with a smile.
Not only the intensity of the airflow is different at different heights, but even the direction of the airflow will be different. The direction will also be different?
Catherine continued to ask curiously.
Well, to a certain extent, the flow of air currents is similar to the flow of ocean currents. They are layered. In some places, it is calm on the surface, but there are undercurrents surging under the water. In some places, it is just the opposite. Look, the water flow is very intense up there, but the water flow in deeper places is quite gentle. In some cases, the water flow in the upper layer flows from north to south, and the water flow in the lower layer flows from south to north, thus forming convection and water flow, which is similar to water flow. The situation also often occurs in the flow of air. So as long as you master these airflow changes at different heights, you can reasonably control the flight of the hot air balloon. So that's it.
Catherine nodded.
Look, there seems to be someone down there.
Just as Catherine was sighing, Haitong, who was observing, suddenly shouted loudly.
Is there someone? Meow?
Hearing Haitong's voice, Wenlong also walked to the edge of the hanging basket, and then looked down. Sure enough, he found human figures below. And beside those humans, Wenlong also saw a brown-yellow animal. The main color also has a bit of cyan flying dragon monster and a body of a sand thunderbird.
It seems that the situation is not good. Lower the height quickly. Meow.
Seeing this scene, Wenlong immediately ordered loudly.
Clear.
After receiving Wenlong's order, Lindy's immediately stopped the heating stove, opened the valve, and began to control the gas in the hot air balloon. In this way, the hot air balloon began to make an emergency descent at a much faster speed than usual. As the altitude became lower and lower, the situation on the ground became clearer and clearer. The humans on the ground were Lily, and the others that Wenlong and others were looking for. At this time, 3 people, including Lily, Elon and He-Fei, were fighting the brown-yellow flying dragon monster. However, judging from the battle scenes, it seems that even with the combined strength of Lily, Ellen and He-Fei, they did not take any advantage from the monster. Instead, they were killed by the brown flying dragon monster. Suppressed, only the remaining power of defense is left, and the power of counterattack is almost lost.
Ah, what kind of monster is that? It seems to be somewhat similar to the Tyrannosaurus we hunted before.
Catherine, who had never seen such a monster before, was the first to sigh.
That's Honglong.
What was different from usual was that the person who answered Catherine this time was not Wenlong or Lindy's, who was Wan Li's bachelor, but Haitang, who was usually not very talkative.
Boom Dragon? Honglong is a monster that is related to Tyrannosaurus. It is generally believed that Tyrannosaurus is the ancestor of Banglong. Banglong evolved from Tyrannosaurus. The spikes of Tyrannosaurus evolved into the blade armor and scales of Banglong. At the same time, in order to obtain a certain flying ability, Honglong's body shape has also become shorter and leaner, and it has also evolved wing membranes suitable for flying at the position of its forearms, which can fly short distances to facilitate navigation in complex terrain.
Pray.
At this time, Wenlong also explained,
no wonder they always look similar, especially if you remove the fangs of Tyrannosaurus. The two heads look even more similar.
Catherine sighed again. At this time, Haitang became silent. Haitang thought of her father. Haitang remembered that her father had lost a leg when he encountered Bonglong's counterattack while hunting Honglong. And then he gradually became depressed and became drunk all day long. Although with Wenlong's help, Haitang's father gradually came out of his past depression. Haitang still had a desire to take revenge on the monster Honglong. So, before the hot air balloon lowered to a safe height, Haitang had already climbed to the edge of the hanging basket, then jumped off.
Ah, little Haitang.
Catherine also exclaimed when she saw Haitang jump down.
Don't be nervous, little girl. We don't have to interfere in this matter because she knows what's appropriate.
In contrast, Wenlong looked very calm, as if he had everything under control, because Wenlong had investigated Haitang's father's affairs and knew why Haitang was so excited when seeing Honglong. Moreover, Wenlong knew better that after experiencing the battle with Tyrannosaurus, Haitang was now fully capable of hunting Honglong.
Got it.
Wenlong knew that although Honglong and Balong had a certain blood relationship, in terms of strength, the two were not the same. In other words, Honglong is actually a Tyrannosaurus that gradually adapted to the existence of the local environment after migrating to a relatively comfortable environment. However, this adaptation did not make it stronger, but became weaker. Chapter 532 just want to kill it. Although they have similar head features, the physical differences between Banglong and Tyrannosaurus are still very large. Honglong's body is not as strong as Tyrannosaurus. Although he can still see extremely thick muscles, he is much leaner than Tyrannosaurus, and his strength is relatively reduced. But the benefit is that the weight of the body is reduced, and a large amount of leg muscles, redundant carapace and spikes are lost in exchange for wing membranes capable of flying, allowing Honglong to fly short distances. At the same time, the brown scales on Honglong's body are quite different from the black scales on Tyrannosaurus. The former is a protective color formed to adapt to the desert area, while the latter is obviously to make the color of its scales similar to the black ones. The color of volcanic rocks remains consistent. However, this does not mean that Honglong only moved in desert areas. In fact, after evolving the ability to fly, Honglong's range of activities was much wider than that of Tyrannosaurus. From desert to wetland, and then from wetland to forest, Honglong can be seen even in the snow-capped snow mountain areas. Moreover, in environments other than volcanoes, it is much easier to come by food, especially for a large number of low-level monsters such as large wild boars, herbivorous dragons, and bobo that have strong reproductive capabilities, large numbers, and low abilities. The existence makes it easier for Honglong to obtain food. Therefore, compared to the living environment in volcanic areas, where you often rely on hunting powerful monsters like armored dragons to obtain food, of course, it will only become more and more degraded, because he was well aware of these situations.
Wenlong was not worried about Haitang's safety, but calmly prepared to watch Haitang's performance. Sure enough, Haitang's movements were very flexible. She jumped from the high hot air balloon and then fell into the sand. At the moment of falling, Haitang made a rolling posture. Using the kinetic energy of the fall to most of it is converted into rolling lateral kinetic energy, which greatly reduces the impact on the body. But even so, The fall of Begonia still stirred up a piece of yellow sand, and also attracted the attention of Lily and the others as well as the roaring dragon.
Are you little Haitang?
Lily said in surprise when she saw Haitang suddenly appear.
Uh-huh. I actually came here in a hot air balloon. I jumped down from such a high height. What a beautiful way to appear. If I were a judge, I would definitely give full marks.
Although he looked very embarrassed, He-Fei was still a little bit embarrassed. Said jokingly,
Humph. We don't need help. We will take care of this guy.
Even though Elon's armor was damaged in many places at this time, and there were even wounds on his shoulders scratched by Hong Long, Elon, who had a strong self-esteem, still said somewhat unhappily,
Haitang is not here to help you, nor has I tried to steal your trophies.
However, as Haitang said this, he took out the arrow and put it on the bowstring.
Haitang just wants to kill this guy. Huh? It's so easy to say. If it's really so easy to kill, then we are too.
However, before He-Fei finished speaking, Haitang's arrows had already whizzed out.
Whoosh!
It was a continuous arrow shot after 3 stages of charging. Several arrows were shot out at the same time, and the attack was focused on one point, and it hit the shoulder of Hong Long. The training and physical growth during this period of time have made Haitang's arrows stronger and more powerful than before. In addition, the scales of Hong Long are far less hard than the thick scale carapace of Tyrannosaurus. So these arrows easily penetrated Hong Long's scales and penetrated deeply into Hong Long's muscles. Instantly, blood gushes out. The feeling of having several arrows piercing his body at the same time is of course very uncomfortable. So Hong Long, who was still paying attention to Lily and others before, is now completely irritated by the sudden appearance of this human girl.
Roar!
Hong Long roared, and the sound he burst out even made Lily and others cover their ears. In comparison, Haitang was much less affected. On the one hand, it was because Haitang was still relatively far away from Hong Long, and on the other hand, Haitang was already prepared for the roar of Hong Long after experiencing the roar of Tyrannosaurus. So Haitang unhurriedly pulled out another arrow from the quiver on his back.
Humph! A roar of this level is far inferior to that of a Tyrannosaurus.
At the same time, Haitang said mockingly. At this time, Hong Long's original brown scales began to ooze the red color of blood, which was a sign that Hong Long was angered. In this case, Hong Long's power and speed would be greatly improved. Angry, Hong Long immediately aimed at Haitang, turned around quickly, and then rushed over angrily. The speed of Hong Long is indeed very fast, kicking up yellow dust all the way, and it seems to be an unstoppable trend.
Be careful of Begonia!
At this time, Lily couldn't help shouting. In Lily's view, Haitang's situation at this time was very dangerous. For a moment, Lily wanted to use the shield in her hand to help Haitang block Hong Long's attack, but it was too late. Lily, who had just recovered from Hong Long's huge dragon roar, had no time to rush to Haitang's side, also unable to provide cover for Haitang were He-Fei and Elon. Especially He-Fei, who used a crossbow capable of long-range attacks as a weapon. He originally had the opportunity to use a crossbow to attack Hong Long, but he didn't expect that he was right there. By this time, the bullets in the ballista had also been exhausted.
Damn! There's no bullets left!
In a hurry, He-Fei could only reload. But at this moment, the Hong Long had already rushed to Haitang's side.
Is it too late? This little girl will be knocked away even if she is not knocked over by Hong Long. It is better to rely on her own equipment and be willful.
He-Fei was also thinking in her heart at this time. However, Haitang still remained calm. Even though the roaring dragon was only a few meters away from her, Haitang still concentrated on thinking silently in her heart.
The 3 stages of the penetrating arrow have been charged.
At the same time as he finished reciting silently in his mind, the arrow in Haitang's hand was shot instantly. The difference this time was that Haitang only shot 1 arrow. It was this arrow that rotated and hit Hong Long's head at an extremely fast speed. Then with a whoosh, the arrow easily pierced Hong Long's skull along with its scales, and then continued to move forward, only to bang there. A dark hole was left on the dragon's forehead. Then, the huge monster instantly lost its balance and fell to the ground. Its huge body continued to slide for a certain distance due to inertia before finally stopping. Chapter 533 Elon's Doubts.
Dead?
At first, Lily and others looked like they couldn't believe it. But they quickly confirmed this fact, because the Hong Long who fell on the ground was indeed motionless.
It's really terrifying to be able to penetrate a monster's skull with an arrow. And it's not just something you can do with good equipment,
He-Fei said in surprise.
Sure enough, Are the rumors about you hunting Tyrannosaurus true? Compared to the last time I hunted with you, you have grown so much now.
Elon also sighed with some dissatisfaction. At this time, Wenlong and Catherine also jumped from the hot air balloon.
Hey, everyone. Long time no see. Meow. Hello, Sister Lily, Ellen and Hefei.
Seeing Lily and others, Wenlong and Catherine also greeted each other enthusiastically.
Hello everyone. I'm really grateful to you just now.
Lily responded enthusiastically.
But why are you here? Is there something going on? Well, actually we have something to ask of you.
Wenlong touched his beard, looking a little embarrassed.
What's the matter? Just say it.
Seeing Wenlong's eyes, Lily seemed to realize something, and then continued.
Don't worry. Elon and Hefei are not outsiders. Mr. Wenlong, just say it's okay. Ahem. Actually, I'm a little short of money recently, and I want to borrow some money to spend money on Huamiao.
Wenlong finally said.
Do you want to borrow money? How much does it cost?
Lily replied simply.
100,000 gold coins, meow. Ha! It turns out it's just 100,000 gold coins. That's no problem,
Lily said with a cheerful smile.
Really? That's great. Meow.
To be honest, Wenlong didn't expect that the other party would agree so simply.
Actually, you can borrow so much money without asking me.
At this time, Lily continued.
After all, you are all legendary hunters now. I believe that there are many people who are just based on your names.
Those who are willing to pay for it. Really? Meow?
Hearing Lily say this, Wenlong couldn't believe it. After all, 100,000 gold coins is not a small amount. It is too exaggerated to say that one can borrow 100,000 gold coins just by relying on one's own name. However,
Lily explained seriously. Of course it's true. Look at how Dragon Eyes she saw form the Wanli hunting group. The initial investment alone was more than 100,000 gold coins. But she's Ayuri, haven't the German royal family been very generous in giving out the money? Although there is also a factor of mutual use. I have to say that as a legendary hunter, I still have this qualification. That's it. Meow.
Wenlong suddenly realized. At this moment, Wenlong truly realized the privileges of a legendary hunter that is. His appeal and reputation far exceeded that of ordinary people. And this feeling of being respected everywhere was something I couldn't feel at all when I was playing the game. At the same time, Wenlong finally understood that although this girl named Lily Base Hermine looked not much different from other girls of the same age, she was the heir of the Base Chamber of Commerce after all. She had been influenced by many things since she was a child. Naturally, he has a profound view on business that ordinary people cannot achieve.
In short, as long as I lend 100,000 gold coins, I can sell a big favor to a few legendary hunters. Such a cost-effective business. I believe that even if it doesn't have to be in my face, we at the Base Chamber of Commerce will definitely be willing to do it,
Lily said with certainty.
Then, Lily continued,
of course, since you are all here, I'd better write a letter for you. This will make it more convenient for you to lend 100,000 gold coins without interest. However, in the future, if the Base Chamber of Commerce, if you encounter any trouble, please ask your legendary hunters for help. Of course, we will also pay the reward separately.
While talking, Lily had already written a simple letter and handed it into Wenlong's hands.
Thanks. Meow.
Putting the envelope into his pocket, Wenlong quickly thanked him and also asked,
We have a hot air balloon. Do you want to take the hot air balloon back to my Bolton together? Meow? Thank you, Mr. Wenlong, for your kindness. But we still need to strip the materials of the Thunderbird and the Thunderbird. If you can't leave it a while, you can leave first,
Lily replied with a smile.
Okay then. Let's go first. Meow.
So after receiving the letter, because they had to go to the bank owned by the Base Chamber of Commerce to get some change before the sun went down, Wenlong and others took the hot air balloon again and left first.
It's really amazing. The monster we had spent so much effort on, but couldn't defeat, was actually defeated by the little girl named Hai Tang in 2 seconds. Suddenly, I felt that my hunting career these past few years was really in vain.
Wenlong waited until when the hot air balloon they were riding flew away. He sighed again.
Their growth has indeed far exceeded my imagination. But the battle just now was a bit strange.
At this time, Elon, who had hardly spoken before, said with some confusion.
Strange? What's weird?
Hefei asked.
Under normal circumstances, would a monster like Honglong die instantly just because an arrow pierced the skull?
Elon expressed his doubts.
Well, probably not. After all, monsters are not humans. Especially monsters with strong vitality like Honglong. You must know that even if a frog has its head cut off, its body will still have stress reflexes within a short period of time. What's more, it's just that Honglong, whose skull was pierced, should be able to struggle for a while before death even if he is going to die. It's rare that he falls down and becomes motionless like today.
He Fei thought for a while, and then analyzed.
What do you mean? Elon?
Lily asked in surprise.
I mean, the damage caused by the arrow just now to Honglong is probably even more terrifying than what we saw.
As Elon said this, he walked to the side of Honglong with his sword, and then held it. He used his sword and slashed down the spine of Honglong.
Crack!
After all, it was the dead Honglong, which gave Elon time to make precise cuts at the weakest point at the tail of the spine. Naturally, the end of Honglong's spine was completely cut open by the sharp tachi in Elon's hand. However, the scene that appeared completely shocked Lily, Ellen and He-Fei. This is, at the fault of Honglong's spine. Everyone actually saw the metal arrowhead of an arrow. Chapter 534 Abundant Funds. Lily, Ellen, and He-Fei finally understood why Haitang had to wait until Honglong rushed towards her before shooting the arrow in her hand. Because the piercing arrow that Haitang shot just now is not as capable of shooting several arrows at the same time as the continuous arrows and scattered arrows. But it is a move that greatly enhances the piercing ability. Generally speaking, when dealing with monsters with strong defense capabilities, it will work wonders. But obviously, in front of Begonia, which can even shoot arrows that pierce the scales of Tyrannosaurus, it can easily pierce the scales of Tyrannosaurus even without penetrating arrows. Therefore, in this case, it is often possible to shoot several arrows at the same time. Continuous shooting of arrows or scattering arrows at close range will be more effective than penetrating arrows. But there are exceptions. For example, when Honglong was charging at Haitang, according to the habits of Honglong, because it does not have the huge fangs of Tyrannosaurus. When launching a charge, Honglong's head is placed very low so that it can use its teeth to bite the opponent during impact. At the same time, because Honglong crawls on all fours, its entire body is placed very low, almost moving close to the ground. This resulted in that at that moment, Honglong's head, neck, spine and Haitang standing in front of Honglong were almost on a horizontal line, and finally connected into a straight line. This is exactly what Haitang wanted to see most. Situation. Because this situation is most conducive to exerting the power of the penetrating arrow. After all, as long as the penetration ability is sufficient, the arrow can advance along Honglong's body and destroy more parts of Honglong's body. Therefore, the piercing arrow shot by Haitang was not just to penetrate Honglong's head, but to penetrate from Honglong's head to Honglong's tail, completely piercing Honglong's body from the front. Although in the end Haitang was still a little bit away from her goal, and the arrow finally stopped at the tail of Honglong's spine. It was only a little bit away from Haitang's goal, because Haitang's piercing arrow actually not only pierced Honglong's skull, but also pierced hundreds of spinal vertebrae one after another. In the end, only the last few vertebrae failed to penetrate. If it weren't for its extremely strong penetrating ability, it would be impossible to do this. With just one arrow, Honglong's head and spinal nerves were completely destroyed. It's no wonder that Honglong fell to the ground instantly and became motionless.
This is only the strength of the youngest person in their team.
After understanding all this, Lily and others could only smile bitterly. Besides, Wenlong and others returned to Major Bolton again after getting Lily's souvenir. Then he rushed all the way to the Basie Chamber of Commerce in Major Porton, and finally handed Lily's souvenir to the person in charge of the Basie Chamber of Commerce in Major Porton before nightfall. And the other party just confirmed it. After Wenlong and others were identified, they quickly helped Wenlong and others withdraw 100,000 gold coins and handed them to Wenlong respectfully. Of course, it was impossible for Wenlong to hold these 100,000 gold coins in his hands. In the end, of course, the Basie Chamber of Commerce specially used herbivorous dragons to help transport these gold coins to Wenlong's villa in the suburbs.
Great! Mr. Cat, this way the hot spring bath project will not stop. In the future, even if you don't go to Jiayin Village, you can still enjoy the unique hot springs of Jiayin Village.
At that moment, Catherine said happily,
Well, with this money, we can fill the gap in our funds. And as soon as the hot spring bath is completed, I believe that the money should be able to be earned back quickly. Meow!
After getting the gold coins, Wenlong was also quite proud. At the same time, I was thinking about how to make more money. Moreover, having solved the funding problem is a major event for Wenlong. In the following time, Wenlong only needs to allocate funds to those Elu Cats who are working hard on schedule. And they can wait with peace of mind for those who are working hard. The hot spring baths in the Alufa Snow Mountains were completed, and the excavation of Tyrannosaurus in the volcanic area was completed. But waiting does not mean that Wenlong can do nothing. In fact, since returning to Midbolton this time, Wenlong has felt that time is getting more and more tense. I'm so nervous that I don't know when another crisis caused by a powerful monster will appear.
It's not a good sign that the number of guards coming back to Major Bolton has increased significantly this time. The reason seems to be because they got information about someone from the
Poison Beak
organization infiltrating Major Bolton. Is it possible that the poisonous beak that we are looking forward to is preparing to operate in Midbolton again? These people are really troublesome, and they always want to make big news. Meow?
After all, according to Wenlong's understanding of Poison Beak, every activity of this organization named Poison Beak seems to be related to the disasters caused by monsters. It can be said that whether it is the previous Star Dragon incident, the later Bane Star Dragon incident, or the Thunder Wolf Dragon and Dino Tyrannosaurus incident in Shichi Kingdom, no matter which one it is, there is the shadow of the activities of the Poison Beak members behind the scenes, especially after the Whooshing Dragon incident. Whooshing Dragon's starlight power can even affect the Tyrannosaurus in the volcanic area of Shichi Kingdom, causing it to wake up in the volcano. Such a powerful force must have had a profound impact on Zishard itself. But some of the impact has not yet appeared. Once it appears, it is very likely that it will be used by members of the Poison Beak again and become a major event that threatens the entire city. Therefore, even if he has become a legendary hunter, Wenlong does not dare to relax much, but wants to use this short peaceful time to improve his strength as soon as possible.
But I don't know when the guys from Poison Beak will come out to cause trouble again. How can I improve my strength to the next level?
Wenlong walked out of the Basie Chamber of Commerce with the herbivorous dragon loaded with gold coins. But he couldn't help but think about it. At this time, the bustling city of Midbolton has entered the night. The stars in the sky are very beautiful, and the lights on the ground are brightly lit, as if they are competing with the stars. And the brightness is no less bright.
Although it has only been more than a month since we went to Shichi Country, it feels like we haven't experienced this brightly lit and lively night for a long time. So let's say goodbye for now under this beautiful night.
And at this time, I have been following him. Lindy's, who came out with Wenlong, also proposed a breakup. Chapter 535 The Secret of the Map. After all, the investigation to the Shichi Kingdom has ended here. As a Wangli bachelor, Lindy's also needs to write the information collected in these days into her latest paper, and include this latest paper. His thesis was submitted to the Royal College of Western Hurid. If you are lucky, it will very likely help you obtain a higher professional title and evaluation in Zishwide King's College. Therefore, in the next time, Lindy's will have to sort out her notes. And then she will have to defend her thesis in front of the professors of Wangli College. In terms of time, Lindy's will not be allowed to continue to follow Wenlong and so on. People travel.
Thank you, Sister Lindy's, for taking care of me.
Now that they were about to say goodbye, Catherine reluctantly held Lindy's hand.
Everywhere. You are the only ones taking care of me,
Lindy's also said embarrassedly.
If it weren't for you, I would have died many times, let alone conduct an investigation. In short, there will be a need for you in the future. I will come to you again. Are you still here? Meow?
Wenlong couldn't help but muttered.
Humph. Mr. Wenlong, even if you say so, I will not back down. If some rare monster appears again, I will continue to shamelessly trouble you.
Lindy's didn't care at all. Wenlong's opinion of himself. Wenlong curled his lips and didn't bother to say anything more.
Okay, then I'll say goodbye.
After saying that, Lindy's took her luggage and walked towards the hotel in Major Bolton. According to Lindy's plan, she will stay in Midbolton for another day today to continue sorting out her notes. And the next day, she will set off directly to Wangli Academy to prepare for the defense of the monster ecology in the Shichi Kingdom.
See you next time, Sister Lindy's. Goodbye. Meow.
Catherine, Haitang and Robin also waved goodbye to Lindy's. After bidding farewell to Lindy's, Wenlong and others continued to walk towards the villa on the outskirts of Major Bolton.
Uncle Wenlong, your mission this time has been completed. It's time to help find the treasure of the great thief Wood as agreed. Right. Meow?
Seeing that Lindy's had left, Robin also lost no time in asking.
Don't worry. I will do what I promised you. Anyway, I have cracked the secret of Xiaolong's skin. It is only a matter of time to find the treasure. Meow.
Wenlong said confidently.
Mr. Cat, have you cracked the secret of those two Xiaolong skins?
At this time, Catherine, who had just learned that Wenlong had cracked the secret, also asked curiously.
Well, I discovered it by chance. It turns out that as long as these two pieces of Xiaolong skin are exposed to electric current, the entire skin will become transparent, and the treasure map hidden in the skin will be revealed. Meow. Really? That's so amazing. Can you let me see it?
I heard that Xiaolong's skin would become transparent when exposed to electric current. Of course, Catherine, who was curious, wanted to see this wonderful reaction. Of course, compared to Catherine, who was only interested out of curiosity, Robin's reaction was more intense. But Robin was obviously more sophisticated than Catherine, even though he was extremely looking forward to unlocking the secret of the treasure left by the great thief would. But on the surface, he still remained as calm as possible.
Don't worry. There are many people on the road. I'll show you when I get back to the villa. Meow.
Wenlong waved his hand and said. After all, even Wenlong himself was very interested in this secret, especially after hearing that this secret was related to improving Aluma's physical ability. Wenlong wanted to reveal the truth of this secret.
Since it is a treasure left by the great thief would that can improve our cat's physical abilities, it must have something to do with improving the body's speed and agility. After all, this speed and agility are what a black cat needs to hone its stealing skills. If the physical ability that the clan needs most is really like this, then it will be a good improvement for me.
Wenlong also thought in his heart. So, Wenlong and others quickly returned to the villa in the suburbs. As he said, after returning to the villa, Wenlong summoned Catherine, Haitang and Robin to the room to prepare to reveal the secrets hidden in Xia Xia treasure map inside dragon skin. Wenlong carefully took out the two pieces of Xiaolong's skin from the package, put them together on the table, and spliced the edges together. Wenlong then placed a super electric lighting bug that was emitting blue light next to the spliced Xiaolong skin. In an instant, the blue light of the super electric lighting bug illuminated the two spliced pieces of Xiaolong skin, and under the illumination of the colored light, the originally wrinkled Xiaolong skin quickly became transparent. Finally, as Xiaolong's skin gradually became transparent, a map hidden in it emerged again in front of Wenlong and others.
Ah, there really is a map.
Catherine looked at this magical change and actually shouted out in surprise.
It's so amazing. I didn't expect me to actually be able to see the treasure map left by the great thief would. As long as I unlock this secret, I can become a great black cat like the great thief would. Meow.
Robin finally couldn't control his excitement and said in an admiring tone.
What a strange phenomenon. But Haitang would like to know where this map shows.
At this time, Haitang asked calmly. When Haitang said this, Catherine and Robin suddenly noticed this problem. Although there was a specific outline on the map, there were also cross symbols marking the location where the treasure was buried. But there is no mark on where the entire map refers to. After all, the world of Monster Hunter is so big. If you don't know which area this map is drawn on, you won't be able to find the treasure. As a result, Catherine, Haitang and Robin looked at it again and again, but they didn't find out which place the map was drawn on. Not to mention where the marked location in the middle of the map is.
Can't you see this? Meow?
Seeing that Catherine and others could not see the specific location of the map, Wenlong simply took out a map of the West Hull Red area from his backpack, and then spread it out on the table, placed side by side with the two pieces of Sharon's skin.
Put the map of the Zishert area together with the map in the Xiaolong skin and compare it. In this case, you should be able to tell. Right. Meow.
Wenlong said. Chapter 536, The Location of the Treasure.
Ah, this is actually the map of Alufa Snow Mountain?
In the end, it was Haitang who was the first to see the true location of the map.
Yes, this map depicts the Alufa Snow Mountain. You only need to compare the outline of the map with the outline of the Alufa Snow Mountain on the official map.
Wenlong said with certainty. But at this time, Catherine also raised a question.
The last time we went to Alufa Snow Mountain, the area of Alufa Snow Mountain at that time seemed to be much larger than this outline. It should have extended to the coastline.
Woolen cloth.
Well, it's true. Fortunately, you still remember the fact that Alufa Snow Mountain stretches to the seaside.
Wenlong explained.
But that's because we went to Alufa Snow Mountain in the cold winter. So we were after being covered by a large area of glaciers.
The area of Alufa Snow Mountain looks larger than its actual area. The area of Alufa Snow Mountain on the map has been measured in detail, and is the real area of Alufa Snow Mountain. Land area does not include glaciers. So there is a difference between the two. Do you understand? Meow? Ah, that's right. I understand.
Catherine nodded and said,
But in this case, isn't it very close to the hot spring bath we are building in Alufa Snow Mountain?
Haitang asked again.
It's not very close. But very, very, very close.
Wenlong corrected.
To be precise, it's actually the same place. The treasure is buried in the cave where we met the Ice Thunderbird last time. And it's buried very deep. So this time, I asked Reiner to be responsible for the construction of the hot spring baths, and also asked him to be responsible for the excavation of the treasures. The two were carried out at the same time. Naya, Uncle Wenlong, you are so trusting of others that you actually entrusted such an important thing to others to dig out. What if he takes the treasure and runs away? Meow.
When Robin heard that Wenlong had actually arranged for an Elu Cat to be responsible for the excavation work, he was also worried about the treasure.
Don't worry. Although Reina is also a black cat, he will not do this.
Wenlong said confidently,
I have always let him stay in this villa before. And he has also taken care of all the precious materials I have left. He has never touched anything in the basement. And it can be seen that he is also a very self-respecting Elu Cat. That's good. Meow.
Although he said this, it was obvious that Robin was still a little worried. However, Wenlong was too lazy to explain to Robin anymore, but continued,
When Reina discovers the treasure, he will naturally notify us. At that time, we can just go to Alufa Snow Mountain, which can save time to the greatest extent. Meow. Do we have to wait any longer?
Robin couldn't wait any longer when Wenlong said he was not in a hurry to go to the Alufa Snow Mountain.
Then what are we doing in Major Bolton during this time? Meow. I finally returned to Major Bolton. Of course I am preparing for the next battle, such as forging new equipment, learning new skills, etc.
Wenlong replied like this. So the next day, Wenlong, together with Catherine and Haitang, brought the old piece of rust that they had obtained from Catherine's brother Eric last time to the Luaha Square in the center of Major Bolton Square, the master's blacksmith shop.
Hey, long time no see. Aren't these three legendary hunters? Silver Lion Catherine, Hidden Killer Haitang, and Cute God Mr. Wenlong? Your presence really makes the shop shine.
As soon as he saw Wenlong and others, Master Luo greeted him warmly. But this time, his tone was obviously ridiculing.
Actually, you don't have to tell me what my title is. Meow.
Wenlong responded coldly to Master Luo's enthusiastic title.
Ha ha ha. Don't be so serious. In fact, I think this title is quite suitable for you. After all, you are very popular with girls. TSK TSK. I am very envious of it. Lao Luo.
As if he had expected Wenlong's reaction, Luo the master continued to smile. At this time, the conversation between Wenlong and others and Master Luo also attracted the attention of other hunters who were waiting for forging equipment in the shop. When these hunters saw Wenlong and others, they all showed surprised expressions.
Look, he's a legendary hunter. He's said to be a strong man who hunted Tyrannosaurus. Ah, it's true. But they're really young. I really don't think they can hunt the Tyrannosaurus, known as the Black God of Death. Others have become legendary hunters at such a young age. Surely we have no hope.
A group of people were talking like this, but probably out of awe. No one came forward to talk to them. However, after a while, two young female hunters finally plucked up the courage and walked over. However, these two were not looking for Catherine and Haitang, but went straight to Wenlong.
That cute god. Can you let us touch your furry body?
The two female hunters said.
Meow.
At first, Wenlong even thought he heard wrongly.
Mr. Main God, we want to touch your body just once. Just once.
At this time, one of the short-haired female hunters said.
Are you kidding me? Meow.
Wenlong said as he carefully looked at these two strange female hunters and found that their strength was not bad, judging from the equipment.
He should also be a 4-star hunter.
No. We definitely didn't mean it. How could we do something disrespectful to you?
We just heard Wenlong say this, and the two people immediately denied it in panic.
Just what? Meow? It's just.
The two female hunters looked at each other, and then another long-haired female hunter said,
I just heard that if I can touch your furry body, you will have good luck in future hunting. Yes.
The short-haired female hunter continued.
Our hunting luck has not been very good recently. We have hunted several general sickle crabs. But in the end, we didn't even get a single golden pearl. Just touch the cute god. You can definitely change this fate. Really? Where does this kind of metaphysics come from? I'm not a mascot. Sir?
Wenlong almost cried at the words of the two female hunters. But he still explained patiently.
There is a saying that Xuanbu saves fate. Haven't you heard of it? Meow? But how do you know if you don't give it a try? Lord cute god. Just let us touch it. Just touch it. Just once.
The two female hunters still begged. Chapter 537 The dual swords gradually become clear.
You can only touch him once. No more. Because Mr. Cat is mine. Humph.
Just when Wenlong was in a dilemma, Catherine came over and said to the two female hunters,
When did I become yours? Meow.
Wenlong protested. However, the two female hunters didn't seem to hear what Wenlong said next. Instead, after getting Catherine's permission, they immediately hugged Wenlong and then stroked Wenlong's hair heartily.
Ah, it's fluffy. It feels really good. Also, I hope we can get a big golden pearl next time we hunt the general side crab.
The two female hunters touched the hair on Wenlong's body as if they were making a wish, whispered,
Okay, the time has come.
Seeing that the two female hunters couldn't put it down, Catherine snatched Wenlong over again.
Ah, thank you, Lord Cute God. We will definitely have good luck next time we hunt,
said the long-haired female hunter.
Let's go hunt another general side crab to test it out and see if the cute god is really effective.
The short-haired female hunter also said,
Yeah, there will be no problem this time.
The long-haired huntress agreed. So, after successfully contacting Wenlong, the two female hunters left the weapon shop with their newly forged equipment satisfied.
Huh? I finally left. Women just like superstitious things like this. What zodiac signs and tarot cards are simply unreasonable. Meow.
Seeing the two female hunters leave, Wenlong felt relieved. Tone.
Ha ha ha. What does it matter? At least you are becoming more and more popular. You can get good luck just by touching it. Even I want to give it a try.
And Luo, who had been watching this farce just now, the master also laughed.
Just leave it alone. I don't want to be petted by a strong man like you.
Hearing what Master Luo said, Wenlong was so frightened that he quickly hid aside.
Ha! I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You are my customers after all. I can't scare my customers away. Tell me, what materials have you prepared this time? And what equipment are you going to forge?
At this time, Luo the master became a little more serious and returned to his usual aura as a blacksmith.
This time I don't want you to forge something, but I want you to repair something. Meow.
At this time, Wenlong simply climbed onto Catherine's shoulders and said to Master Luo,
Repair? Is the equipment broken?
Master Luo asked.
That's not true. This is what I want you to repair.
Wenlong said as he took out the black rust block that Eric gave him from the package, and then handed it to Master Luo. Master Luo took the black piece of rust, looked at it, and said with some surprise,
This thing is quite old. It looks like a pair of swords. Could it be from the ancient kingdom?
Relic? He is worthy of being the strongest blacksmith in Major Bolt Inn. You can tell that this is a relic of the ancient kingdom when you hold it in your hand.
Wenlong praised.
Excuse me,
Master Luo said humbly at first, and then said to Wenlong in a rare serious tone,
But with all due respect, the ruins of the ancient kingdom in the Zaiwide area are all guarded by the royal knights. The relics inside must not be excavated by ordinary people. You suddenly brought out a relic from an ancient kingdom like this, which makes me a little embarrassed. Don't worry.
Wenlong also explained,
This thing was not found in our kingdom of Zishriad, but in the kingdom of Shichi. In addition, it has nothing to do with the ruins of any ancient kingdom, but was found in the ones found in the volcanic area must have been left there by previous hunters.
Right.
Then I'm relieved.
Master Luo also relaxed after hearing what Wenlong said.
After all, there was a lot of fuss about the poisonous beak stealing relics from ancient ruins some time ago, and I don't want to get into trouble. So I just asked a few more questions, and I hope you don't mind. I understand this. Uncle, please help me quickly and see if it can be repaired. Meow.
Because a lot of time had been wasted before. Wenlong also urged him at this time.
Okay, I'll help you take a look.
Master Luo nodded repeatedly, and then shouted into the forging house.
Leo, I've given you the orders of other guests. I have to look at them for these legendary hunters. See something.
I understand. Old man, leave all this to me, Leo replied without looking back while waving the hammer on the edge of the anvil. Mr. Leo is becoming more and more capable, Catherine said after hearing the conversation between the two. Ha ha. It's true. Now, except for a few important customers with very demanding requirements, who need me to take care of it personally. Other times it's enough to leave it to that kid Leo, Master Luo said proudly. Okay, let's take a look at this. There must be something underneath the thick rust. As he spoke, Master Luo clamped the inconspicuous piece of rust with iron pliers and held it in front of a grinding wheel, then stepped on the mechanism below, and the entire grinding wheel began to rotate rapidly. Then, Master Luo slowly polished the dark rust block against the grinding wheel. At the same time, the black rust block continuously emitted dazzling sparks when it came into contact with the high-speed rotating grinding wheel. In this way, under the polishing of the grinding wheel, the black rust material on the entire rust block was gradually polished away. Gradually, what originally looked like two rusty iron rods stuck together began to reveal its original shape, and the parts that were originally stuck together due to rust were completely separated. Even Catherine and Hai Tang could clearly see that. He could clearly see the outlines of a pair of swords. However, at this time, Master Luo stopped, and then put the two knives, which had already revealed their basic outlines, into the sink on the side. There was only a cheese sound, and a stream of white steam came out of the water tank. This was caused by the high temperature generated by the high-speed friction between the grinding wheel and the double knives, which instantly evaporated the water. After cooling the two knives, Master Luo took out the two rudimentary knives and placed them next to the grinding wheel again. However, this time Master Luo did not put it on the previous grinding wheel, but changed to a smaller and more delicate grinding wheel to continue grinding. It's still the same process as before, but after using the previous grinding wheel to grind out the basic outline, this smaller and more delicate grinding wheel is used more for processing some details. About half an hour later, Master Luo stopped again. At this time, not only did the outline of the pair of swords become clearer, but many details and the patterns on the hilts also began to appear clearly in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 538. The Soul is Incomplete. Once again, Master Luo put the two knives that had already shown details into the sink. After making the same cheese sound, Master Luo took out the two knives again. Then, Master Luo simply released the iron pliers, then picked up one of the pair of knives with one hand, and picked up a piece of extremely fine sandpaper with the other hand and began to polish it carefully. This time it took longer than before. It took a total of an hour and a half to polish both daggers. During the whole process, Master Luo was like a fine watchmaker, carefully polishing every detail by hand. The level of detail even made Wenlong speechless. I didn't expect that Master Luo, although he is usually a tough blacksmith, is also so good at doing detailed work. Meow. In this way, after the master polished every detail of the pair of knives with sandpaper, the original dull luster of the pair of knives finally receded and began to show its original shiny metallic luster. At this point, the shape and appearance of the double knives have been revealed, and Master Luo took it to the grindstone and polished the blades. Finally, even the blades of the double knives became completely sharp. Master Luo directly held the pair of swords with his hands and gestured. It's a really good knife, and it seems to be a weapon with dragon attributes. It's a sharp weapon used to deal with ancient dragon species. Master Luo nodded in praise and said, but after all, this thing is too old, and some places have been damaged. It's serious. Just as Master Luo said, Wenlong also noticed that although the pair of swords had a shiny luster after being polished, they seemed to be in good condition and ready for use. But if you look closely, you will still find that there are still some minor cracks on the blades of the two swords, and some of the decorative parts have become somewhat incomplete, probably due to age. And to eliminate these flaws, it can no longer be done by polishing alone. So Wenlong quickly asked, can it be repaired? Meow. For Wenlong, the most important thing is whether such a useful pair of swords can be repaired. Humph. Of course. Who do you think I am? Master Luo said confidently. But to repair this thing, you need some special ores. I happen to be out of stock here, so you have to help me find some. What kind of ore? Meow. Wenlong asked quickly. It must be crystal clear and extremely pure crystal. That's easy. I just have it here. Meow. Wenlong said as he opened another package. And sure enough, it was filled with sparkling pure crystals. It seems that Eric also guessed that I would use these pure crystals, so he left so many for us. At this time, Wenlong also thought with gratitude in his heart.
Oh, it is indeed a good pure crystal. There are no impurities at all.
Master Luo picked up a few pieces of pure crystal and looked at it, and then said in amazement,
Since the pure crystal is already available, it will be easier. Just wait a moment.
Yes, I can help you repair it to 80%. What? Only 80%? Meow?
When Master Luo said that it could only be repaired to 80%, Wenlong was a little unhappy.
Didn't you say it can definitely be repaired? Meow? It can definitely be repaired,
Master Luo said.
Then why do you say it can only be repaired to 80%? Meow? That's because in addition to the light crystal, we need a material, and you definitely don't have it,
Master Luo said with a bit of regret.
What material? Even if I don't have it, won't I get it? Meow?
Wenlong said a little unconvinced.
That's not something you can get just because you want to. Because one of the materials needed to completely repair this weapon is the blood of an ancient dragon. Can you really get it?
Master Luo is obviously very confident in his judgment.
I see. What's missing is the blood of the ancient dragon. Meow.
At this time, Wenlong also understood. Due to the long time and harsh conditions in the volcanic area, the pair of swords were gradually corroded and damaged. This damage not only affected the structure of the swords themselves, but also affected the souls of the monsters that originally resided inside the swords. The damage to the material structure of the double sword can be repaired with light crystal and some other ores. But the damage to the soul is not so easy to repair. Without the soul of the monster residing in the weapon will become no different from an ordinary weapon. Although there is still a small part of the monster's soul power remaining in the pair of swords, it is not the same as before. For example, the souls currently residing inside the pair of swords can only be regarded as remnant souls at best, and their power is naturally greatly reduced. To repair the remnant soul stored on it, the ancient dragon's blood is needed. This is especially true for people like Wenlong. After all, Wenlong was not the original holder of the pair of swords. Therefore, the blood of this ancient dragon has no significance for Wenlong except that it can repair the remnant soul residing in the two swords. In addition, it can also make the monster soul completely recognize Wenlong's status as the holder. Finally unleash all your power. But how easy is it to hunt ancient dragon species? Even though Wenlong and others have the ability to hunt ancient dragon species after successfully hunting Tyrannosaurus, it is not easy to find those ancient dragon species. In particular, ancient dragon species in the dormant stage are often hidden in inaccessible places, and are even more difficult to find, with almost no possibility of finding them.
However, since the incident of the misfortune star dragon, the power of starlight that can promote the awakening of the ancient dragon species has been passed on. Now that so many days have passed, the awakening of the ancient dragon species should not be far away. There will always be ancient dragons by then. If the species shows up, then use the first ancient dragon species you encounter to sacrifice the flag. Meow.
However, even though he knew that things would be difficult, Wenlong still thought optimistically in his heart. So Wenlong said to Master Luo,
Okay, 80% is 80%. You can repair the damage to the material structure first. I will naturally get the blood of the ancient dragon when the time comes. Meow. Ha. I'm really confident, but I like it,
Master Luo said with a smile.
Then please wait a little longer. I'll start now.
After saying that, Master Luo held the two knives with iron tongs and came to the edge of the stove, and then put the two knives into the stove for heating. At the same time, Master Luo also put the light crystals into the furnace. Under the high temperature environment, these light crystals gradually changed from solid to liquid, and then began to gather near the double swords as if they were alive, eventually forming a sphere of liquid crystal that wrapped the two swords in it. Chapter 539 Carefully Forged.
Do you have any dragon jade? If you have any, give it to me.
At this time, Master Luo suddenly shouted loudly,
Long jade? Yes, they are all here.
Hearing what Master Luo said, Wenlong immediately opened his backpack and took out some light blue jade. These gems are what Master Luo calls dragon jade, which are crystals formed in the bodies of some large dragon monsters, including male fire dragons, female fire dragons, thunder wolf dragons, and large aquatic beasts, which may all exist in the bodies of monsters. Dragon jade is light blue in color and emits a faint light. It is also a very rare material. However, because Wenlong had hunted many large dragon monsters before, he had accumulated a certain amount of dragon jade in his bag, so he naturally took them all out at this time.
Very good. He is a legendary hunter after all. He has hunted a lot of large flying dragons, tooth dragons, and sea dragons. I knew you must have dragon jade.
Seeing Wenlong take out a lot light blue dragon jade, Master Luo also said happily. At the same time, Master Luo grabbed 5 dragon jades with his big and generous hands, and then threw them into the stove together.
Quick! Help me add some coal. The fire is not enough.
At this time, Master Luo shouted again.
You really ordered us. Meow.
Although Wenlong didn't like being ordered around like this, when he thought that he was repairing equipment for himself, Wenlong could only immediately follow Master Luo's instructions. He picked up the coal shovel and added the black coal piled on one side to the stove. On the other hand, Master Luo kept stepping on the bellows with his feet to increase the air supply to the stove. Soon, with the efforts of Wenlong and Master Luo, the flames in the furnace became more intense, and the light blue dragon jade that was thrown in before gradually changed its color in the flames. The dragon jade first changed from light blue to gray-white, then gradually softened from gray-white, and finally turned into a silver-white liquid, and finally merged with the previous liquid pure crystal. The liquid before fusion turned into a silver-white liquid like mercury, exuding a metallic luster that it did not have before. And these mercury-like liquids began to surge around the 2 swords as if they had gained life. Gradually, the silver-white liquid wrapping the double swords began to become thinner. Only then did Wenlong notice that the silver-white liquid mixed with dragon jade and pure crystal was absorbed along the cracks on the double swords. Go in. It looked like roots that were constantly absorbing water, and it seemed that the entire double sword came to life. However, this is also a slow process. During the entire absorption process, Master Luo also continuously rotates the 2 knives so that the blades of the 2 knives can fully contact the silver-white liquid. Under the illumination of the flames, there were a lot of big beads of sweat on Master Luo's forehead. However, Master Luo still stared at the situation in the furnace carefully, and did not dare to relax at all. He just turned the 2 knives in his hands at a constant speed, and ordered Wenlong to add coal to the furnace in time to ensure that the temperature in the furnace was constant. After about 2 hours of this, the previous cracks and damaged areas had all been filled with the silver-white liquid mixed with dragon jade and pure crystal, and all the liquid originally in the furnace had disappeared and was completely filled. The swords were absorbed into the blade.
Ha!
At this time, Master Luo suddenly pulled out his 2 knives and put them into the sink at an extremely fast speed.
She!
A large amount of white steam rose instantly, almost covering the entire room, and it took a while to dissipate. When the 2 swords were taken out again, Wenlong noticed that the 2 swords had become as if they were brand new, shining with an aggressive light.
As expected of Major Bolton's strongest forger, he repaired these swords so quickly,
Wenlong said with admiration.
Repaired? Not yet.
As he spoke, Master Luo put the 2 knives into the fire again.
It hasn't been repaired yet? Meow?
Wenlong was a little confused. After all, in Wenlong's view, the weapon was no different from the new one. At this time, Master Luo explained,
although the flaws are no longer visible to the naked eye, this does not mean that the weapon has been completely repaired. There are still some minor cracks that need to be repaired in places that cannot be distinguished by the naked eye. Otherwise, it is very likely to leave hidden dangers for this weapon in the future.
At this time, the double knives began to heat in the furnace again. But Wenlong noticed that although they were also put into the furnace, this time Master Luo stepped on the bellows much slower, obviously to cool down the furnace.
Different processes require different temperatures. Sure enough, being a blacksmith is not an easy profession.
At this time, Wenlong was also thinking to himself. Just as Wenlong was thinking this, Master Luo suddenly opened a cabinet next to him, then grabbed some khaki crystals and threw them into the furnace.
Are they going to be crystallized from the earth this time?
Wenlong also quickly recognized the earthy yellow crystals. However, Wenlong knew very well that compared to dragon jade, these so-called earth crystals were relatively common mineral materials, and the market price was relatively low. It is no wonder that Master Luo did not ask Wenlong for it this time, but directly obtained it from himself. I took it from my shop. However, Master Luo did this several times, and put a large number of earth crystals into the furnace. After melting, these earth yellow crystals turned into a bright yellow. And then as the temperature increased rising, these bright yellow liquids soon turned into a colorless and transparent state again. Immediately afterwards, these colorless and transparent liquids also wrapped the double knives in Master Luo's hands. But this time, there is a clear difference from before. These melted earth crystals did not penetrate into the blades of the two swords, but covered the surface of the two swords like a protective film. Master Luo also slowly turned the two knives to let the melted earth crystals evenly adhere to the blades of the two knives. Suddenly, Master Luo took out the two knives and put them into the water tank again. There was still a lot of steam rising, but this time before the steam dissipated, Master Luo suddenly put the two knives into the fire again.
Are you going to put it in again after you just took it out? Meow?
Wenlong was a little confused.
This is to allow the earth crystals to form multiple protective films on the weapon. So how many times will this happen again?
Before he could finish speaking, Master Luo took out the two swords again and put them into the water tank. Repeated so many times, the newly cooled double knives were immediately put into the liquid earth crystal for coating. After the coating was completed, they were cooled again until the seventh time, when Master Luo finally stopped.
Okay, the weapon you want is finished.
Master Luo put the two knives into the sink for the last time and said, Chapter 540 The Dragon Sealing Sword is a superb one. After the water vapor dissipated, the fully forged swords finally appeared in front of Wenlong in a brand new look. The blade is black, but there are still silver-white lines on the blade, which are the lines formed after the liquid infiltrated after the previous fusion of dragon jade and pure crystal. In addition, there are multiple transparent protective layers on the blade, which can keep the blade even it will not be corroded in extreme environments, greatly extending the service life of the weapon. At this time, Wenlong walked over, then took two double knives in his hands, placed them in front of his eyes, and observed them carefully.
It's a really good weapon. The luster, the lines, and the power contained in it are indeed the legendary weapon Sealing Dragon Sword, Super One Sword, meow,
Wenlong said with satisfaction.
Ha ha. It's amazing. You, the Elu Cat, even know the names of ancient weapons. I have been a blacksmith for so many years, and I have only seen pictures and texts of this weapon in an ancient book. If it hadn't been for it, the special lines on this weapon left a deep impression on me, and I probably won't remember it.
Master Luo first admired Wenlong's erudition, and then said with some regret,
But it would be nice if there was the blood of the ancient dragon. Then this weapon can evolve into the ultimate Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinjua Yisek. Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinjua One Sword. Just hearing the name makes me feel powerful.
At this time, Catherine, who had been waiting with Wenlong for a long time, also said excitedly,
Yes, this weapon can be said to be a sharp weapon specially used to deal with ancient dragon species. It is said that it was a famous weapon of a legendary hunter in the ancient kingdom. He has killed many ancient dragon species.
Master Luo said again sighed.
It doesn't matter. Although it's just an incomplete form of the Sealing Dragon Sword, Super One, it's enough. If measured by weapon level, it's at least an 80 level weapon, which is better than any of our previous weapons. Even if many of them want to evolve into the Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinjua Sword, they only need to kill an ancient dragon species and get their ancient dragon blood.
Meow,
Wenlong said with satisfaction.
Ha. You are the first person I have ever seen who made killing ancient dragons so simple. But although I also think young people should have confidence. But before that I still want to ask you, how do you use this weapon?
As he spoke, Master Luo pointed to the double sword Sealing Dragon Sword, Super One Sword, in Wenlong's hand.
Yes, Mr. Cat. This can no longer be called a pair of swords. Right? How do you want to use it?
Catherine also said curiously, The reason why I say this is mainly because the pair of swords Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinju One Sword, is made with a human body. When Wenlong held it in his hands, it was obvious that it no longer met the specifications of a pair of swords.
Haitang feels that these two swords are just like two swords to Mr. Cat.
At this time, Haitang couldn't help but express his opinion. Haitang's words quickly aroused the recognition of Master Luo and Catherine. Because it is indeed as Haitang said. For humans, it is only the size of a double sword. But for the short Elu Cat, the length is simply as long as there is no difference with Tai Dao. For Wenlong, if he wanted to wield such a pair of swords with both hands, both in terms of strength and control of the center of gravity, it would have exceeded Wenlong's physical ability. Even if it can be swung, it cannot be as flexible and agile as before. Losing the flexibility and agility of the double sword means completely losing the advantages that the double sword should have. Even if the power is increased, it is completely meaningless. Therefore, Wenlong certainly couldn't use the double swords made with human specifications as
double swords. Yes, little girl, you are right. This Sealing Dragon Sword, Jinjua One Sword, is indeed the same as the Tai sword to me.
However,
Wenlong said disapprovingly.
but what does this have to do with it? Since it's the same as Itachi, then just use it as Itachi. Naya!
After saying that, Wenlong put one of the Sealing Dragon sword, Jinju Sect, into the scabbard behind his back, leaving only one in his hand.
Do you want to use the double sword as a sword? This is the first time I have seen it in my long life.
At this time, Master Luo also said in disbelief.
Humph. Let me show you. Uncle, I don't only know one kind of weapon. Meow.
As he spoke, Wenlong held the handle of the knife with both hands, and then assumed the posture of holding the sword with both hands.
Oh, it's actually pretty decent,
Master Luo said with appreciation.
The sword cuts vertically. Meow.
Suddenly, Wenlong took a step forward and slashed the Itachi in his hand. For an instant, it felt as if the air was about to be cut open.
Oh, Mr. Cat is so awesome. Mr. Cat is the best.
Catherine also cheered. However, Wenlong did not stop like this. Next, Wenlong demonstrated several basic movements of Taisho, such as piercing,
left cassock slash, right cassock slash,
and
air blade slash.
It looks decent, and it far exceeds the average hunter in terms of strength and speed. In this way, after Wenlong performed a set of moves, Master Luo, a blacksmith, was stunned.
I really can't believe that your Tai sword has such a high level. It seems that I underestimated you before.
Master Luo also nodded, and then said to Wenlong,
Fortunately, you are still just an Elu Cat. If the day you can use human-sized weapons, that would be terrible. Yes, if you can use weapons with human specifications. Meow.
At this point, Wenlong was reminded of his identity as a human being, although Wenlong has now expressed the essence of the sword. In any case, the weapon in Wenlong's hand is only a pair of swords, and it is only one of the two swords. If it were a human being, he could wield two double swords of this size at the same time. If Wenlong wanted to be the same as a human, then he would have to reduce the size of the double swords and use an Elu Cat weapon specially made for him. And because the size has been reduced, it will inevitably affect the power of the weapon. Therefore, Wenlong had no choice but to use the two swords as swords at this time. After all, for Wenlong, the blade of the Sealing Dragon sword, Super One sword, was too long, even if it was folded and inserted. The scabbard on the back also looks like there are two flags on the back, which is particularly weird.